or even possible to be in
No,
that fact.
certainly not cost effective.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, how do you fill up your rocket full of ore, right? Get it through our atmosphere and be able to land it safely without it bloody being like a nuclear bomb when it lands. I think we can do these sorts of things. You know, putting bacteria on Mars. Was that one thing that you said, writing or finding bacteria?
Like if you seeded, I would be down for seeding other planets with life. Just going, let's try and help other things also live. I think
Because
that could be
one would
a good-
imagine if there is water already on Mars, there's probably already bacteria on Mars already.
It could be. That's what that's
Right.
part of why we're going looking there. That would be fascinating because it makes more sense because we have such difficulty trying to explain how we came from seemingly nothing. That if you found bacteria on Mars, then you can go, so the probability that this happens at all is actually not that low.
And maybe things like gum trees and plum trees aren't growing on Mars. It's because where they are situated, or where it is situated. Just take it for a matter of, we'll take it for the fact that Mars is a planet, right? And where it is, right? We as humans can't change that environment. So gum trees and plum trees can grow, because we don't just need gum trees and plum trees. We need 100,000 different variety of trees, right? And plants and bugs and insects and bees
In a different distance to the sun.
and all this sort of stuff to even start to think that it might be habitable. And we as humans can't create this environment. It is impossible for us to create it, Harry.
We've got no idea what conditions it takes. Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Yeah, but to get all these things up there to make a homogeneous planet, because we know here on Earth, right, that Mother Nature is like one. Okay, it's like one. Everything has a purpose that is here, right? The bugs, bacteria, the insects, the bees, the birds, the animals, everything here has a purpose in the cycle of life. It all has a except mosquitoes, well, maybe for the fish, but anyway, that should have been one thing that was left out, the old mosquitoes. But everything,
I absolutely agree.
yeah, but everything has a very specific purpose. And for us as man to be able to recreate that environment on another planet from scratch is impossible. We can't do it.
We're not. Yeah, might not even try. But I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to, because it would be very difficult. It also might not be a good idea. We don't know that we couldn't just give rise to something that immediately kills us. We don't know if we're going to cook up a super bacteria or another virus. Viruses just come around every 100 years or so. Like it's the more we advance, even doing weird stuff like this, the I don't know, nicer it is.
Why do you think Mars is the way it is now, Eggshells?
I don't know. That's what I wanted.
Like in the model, why is it the way it is? Is it because it's positioned to the sun?
I've got no idea, man.
It lost its water somehow. That's what I believe, and its atmosphere, most of it.
Okay, if Earth was positioned where it is in relation to the sun, would we exist?
No, I think if we moved out to that position, we would be Mars, basically, or similar.
So we, as a species, would not exist if we were located in a different spot. I.e., it's the Goldilocks zone that meant we are what we are. Now, that doesn't say that other planets never had a period with which they were in their Goldilocks zone, but to think we could terraform one that currently isn't in a Goldilocks zone into what needs to be essentially a Goldilocks zone without physically moving a fucking planet is just crazy. Like biodomes is one thing, but fuck.
It's a big idea, but we like big ideas, right? Someone once suggested, let's build a pyramid. some people said, "Oh, that's crazy," but other people said, "Yeah, let's try. Let's do it."
Nice.
Yeah, but
Nice.
waste of money.
Big ideas are
We-
fine here on Earth. Ludicrous,
Yep.
outrageous, unachievable ideas like populating Mars is just
I mean,
Yeah, and scratchless glass will be fucking chook. Oh
You know
wow,
how much
people that
water-
can't see, they can see better.
It
What
was
about we
populated.
spend some money on some nutrition science, some proper nutrition science, so
Well,
that
they
people's
do.
eyes don't get fucked out. People's kidneys don't get fucked out.
The shits on the ISS. I bet they do a load in there that too.
Oh, I'm sure they do, yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that
lock in.
in order to do extraordinary things, you would have to be good at other extraordinary things.
But
What do you reckon they're eating? Do you reckon they're on vegetarian diets, or what do you reckon they're having to survive? What is the ration? Eggshells?
No idea. No idea. It'd be fascinating to know though, wouldn't
Oh,
it?
fair enough.
but I've got to pull you up.
It'd be a dehydrated thing or something.
I've got to pull you up. Right? When you said it'd probably be very difficult to populate Mars. It's near on impossible. Right? If it was pretty difficult, right, we may stand a chance. If it was only pretty difficult, right?
What, to live on Mars or to land a rover on Mars?
No,
Populate.
to populate Mars. Well, I was talking about populating
I
Mars
mean,
and whatnot, and you said it. You
You're
said it'd be
talking
pretty
possibly
difficult.
hundreds of years into the future, but like mining it for ore, that could be within our lifetime. We could have space mining within our lifetime.
What are we going to bring back? A couple of Hessian sacks
Well, the thing is,
for it?
it's very difficult to get it, but you can just get rocks that are like pure gold or something. So you just haul back an asteroid made of
Pure gold.
Yeah,
Okay, riding. I'm on
gold,
board.
it's like,
I'm
but it will be
let's
intense forms of stuff you find. Like you might find titanium in the earth, and you go, "Oh my god, thank God, I found some titanium." You just find a whole lump of it somewhere, and then haul it back.
You know what we do?
Wow.
You know what we do? This is what we do, riding. All right, we go to
super
Mars.
Gold.
Right? Yeah, we go to Mars. We mine this gigantic boulder, right? One of solid titanium or gold, right? Right. We don't have to worry about rocket ships or anything like that. We'll just build ourselves a giant trebuchet and we'll launch it back here, right?
Nice.
Happy days.
We'll have like a
Happy
gold
days.
meteorite, yeah. It'll
Yeah.
come in hot and molten.
Yeah.
No,
Gold.
come on.
Gold.
Eggshells, why do you think we don't have...
It'll put a whole different meaning into the word golden showers as that nugget is breaking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You want to avoid those ones? Fuck. Eggshells, why do you reckon we don't have some sort of advertising on the moon? Like that we can all see from Earth?
I think it would be a cost-benefit analysis, but I think the simplest, one of the more ready reasons to not do it is you don't want to be there. People could hate you for that. It could be seen as sacrilegious. It could be cause all sorts of unknown, like.
Yes, I'd be quite mad if someone advertised on the moon.
Yeah.
Oh, but we're allowed to have the Tesla fucking Starlink get put up, even with the plans to crisscross the sky everywhere in the future, and that's okay. That's just done.
With a
Is there
right.
a moon? Is there a moon treaty? Is there a moon treaty?
You're not forced to see a Tesla Roadster. You Google Tesla Roadster in space and find it.
No, Starlink. Starlink.
Whichever.
Well, no, I'm going to be forced to watch Starlink every night once it's fully finished.
Well, because there'll be so many low Earth orbit satellites.
They will be crisscrossing everywhere, yeah, like a grid network.
Yeah, I'm not for that.
Actually,
That'd be horrible.
Actually, I was just curious to see if we had a moon treaty, and we actually do. Got a moon treaty.
That would make sense too, wouldn't it?
Nestle would be able to override that fucking thing any day of the week to put a fucking logo up there. Definitely.
Damn.
Or Nestles, whatever you call it. Nestles.
Soviet Union,
Come on.
China, list of parties.
If we could get to that moon, if we could get there, we would have got there. There would have been people on the side that we could fucking see with our not microscopes, fucking telescopes. And they didn't. They chose to go somewhere where we couldn't see them. How convenient.
I mean, what would it look like through a telescope?
I don't know. Have you seen the P900s?
What I mean, maybe I guess you'd ask what telescope are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. One that sees the moon really close. Like if they were there, we would have seen them. Like one like that.
Is that a known type? Because I've never seen a telescope image of the moon that high def. Who would make?
Wow, I've seen P900 camera that can fucking go there. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe there's not a telescope.
Human on the moon.
Maybe that's why P900s are so good.
See a human on the moon. I don't know. I'm sorry. I've no amount of incredulity for that suggestion. It would be enough.
Oh, fair enough. Zoom in and see a crater. You think you'd see a buggy driving around leaving tracks. Maybe not a human head. That might be a bit too much to ask, but remnants of people, definitely, without a doubt. I wonder whereabouts they left the reflectors. They should be visible by now. They must be in a nice, easy position to hit with a laser, obviously.
These types of jokes will only get you removed from all space missions in the future. You'll be left on hell to die with the monkeys.
Are you going to ascend, Dawn? Are you waiting? Are you one of the special people, are you?
Yeah, I'm going up to the mothership, 5D.
You're going to leave this realm, hey? Nice. Oh, I'm rooting for you, mate. I'm rooting for you. Good luck.
We're going to repopulate Saturn and the moons around it.
Mm.
And then we're going to tell jokes about Earth.
Please do. Please do. I wonder if Elvis and all that will join you. All the missing ones. Chris Cornell, Kurt Cobain. I wonder if they'll join you. I wonder if they'll be up on the mothership, Dawn. What do you reckon? Are you expecting concerts from all these people or not?
Well, I expect some fun time and other stuff. It's not all going to be good. It's just going to be different.
Well, I know it's not going to be good. Yeah, it's hardly going to be good. But they might need to entertain you guys. Otherwise, you're going to be very fucking angry. I mean, how good could the mothership be? Is it, you're going to have a cubicle like a submarine?
We will have a special nightclub where flat earthers do comedy routines.
Are you have you done any psychological testing to see if you'd be able to handle tight quarters and things like that?
Right.
Because I'm sure if anyone's like psychologically not stable, they just send them straight out to shoot. Boom. Clear. Oh no, then again, Silent Green. Dawn.
It's the same as here. You go to prison or something. Get locked in a box.
Snowpiercer. Have you seen that movie Snowpiercer?
That's bizarre, that film.
It is, isn't it? But
yeah,
it just goes to show if you're in a spaceship, a mothership, and you've got like different segments, you're going to have a segment at the back that's for the people that aren't necessarily all that good, where they end up feeding you to the rest, unbeknownst to the rest. That's a good movie, people. Should watch it.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah, I had air quotes going when I said good.
It was like, have you seen the film The Platform?
Platform. Remind me of it.
It is basically a multi-leveled. It's like a jail, okay?
Mhm.
And there's a hierarchy from the very top level to the very bottom level, and it's basically a cylinder, and this platform drops down through the center. Okay, and on the platform they have a myriad of food and all that sort of stuff. So the people on the top floor get the pick of the spoil, so to speak. And as it gets further and further down, there is less and less to choose from, and what people do to each other. Yeah, it's actually a really bizarre film. Not a bad watch
Um,
actually.
I've got loads of points. My main point is the hero arc. The guy that's brave enough to get on the thing, isn't it? Zoom up eventually.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, it's on Netflix. I'm going to load it up now, Bandy. Good on you, mate.
yeah. You're welcome.
There's not many movies I haven't watched.
It's dubbed, but it's still, like I said, it's still pretty good, and
That's all
yeah,
right. I don't need to hear it.
I think it's a pretty good watch. Don't you reckon, Dawn?
Yeah, I do. It makes you think a lot of
Mm,
what you would do in that weird situation, but also just the dynamics of a hierarchy in general. How a hierarchy
exactly.
can be set up from other people and you don't even know how or why, but you seem to be in it.
That's right. Yeah.
Man, it's pretty sad. It's been that long since I've operated this fucking television in the lounge room. I don't even fucking know how to do it.
Oh, that's a good sign, but also frustrating.
Oh, it is. It's fucked.
You know, my boys put me onto that one. We sat down and watched it together. Yeah, it was a
There's
good
another
film.
scene I remember from it. Not only do you go up, but there's one mental warrior that comes down on it and fucks people up. I think.
There's an old guy in it, and he has for the life of me, I can't remember. He has a classic one-liner that he says throughout the film. It's going to bug me now.
I'll let you know what it is tomorrow, mate.
Yeah.
If you don't think of it
No,
yourself.
no. And as soon as you say it,
Search the platform.
it's on the tip of my tongue.
You know that rat experiment, Bansor, where they put all the rats in a box, it's supposed to be like a city, so the rats are in like little fake high rises in a controlled box, and then they limit the food supply, and it changes all the rats into different. Like the men go weird and the women go weird and the kids go weird. It sort of reminds me of that.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, you're right, Dawn. Yeah.
There's lots of films with the same theme of like the Hunger Games, where you limit the supply of food and make it a game.
Awesome. Here it
It's
comes.
it's an interesting kind of insight into what humans will actually do and the dynamics under certain pressures. And
Oh,
kind of
guys, you only need to. Sorry, Benny, go on.
now it kind of makes you ask yourself, what would I do in that situation? Would I go to those extremes? And like kind of at first, you'll turn your nose up because it's kind of gross. But if you try and put yourself in the same situation, you go, well, you know what? I might do actually exactly the same, maybe worse. I don't know. Like if you're being completely honest with
I
your
think if I say two things, I'll give it away. So I'm not going to. What else was I going to say?
Yeah. New Orleans football stadium when the floods hit. What happened inside that stadium when everyone thought they were just basically left on their own? Well, they were left on their own. I think was a great example of what real people actually fucking descend into. You know?
the classic book, Lord of the Flies, where the kids get put on the island and they have to
Oh yeah,
work it out themselves.
yeah.
That's what I was going to say, man. So would you agree that existing in nature seems to be a little bit like this concept, where the food supply and resources are limited in different ways? That makes some people fight over it.
Oh, definitely. Not just some people, I would say all people, because you're fighting to survive, Dawn, aren't you?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say just some people, I would say all people. Now, it is either going to be the strongest or the most cunning that are gonna bear fruit at the end of the day. Like they'll be on the top of the pecking.
Not the most moral.
No, the morals got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Not when you're talking about a survival situation. No, not at all. I think all morals are pretty much thrown out the window. And I think in the comfort of our own lounge rooms, our own homes, with the morals that we have, we can quite easily say, oh, I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do the other. But put yourself in the
Oh,
same
you don't know unless
situation.
you've been there.
Exactly, exactly right.
Yep.
I don't want to bring it up again really, but something that was discussed the other night in regards to the plane crashing on the mountain, and what they did to survive. And some people turned around and said, not a chance would I ever do
Yeah.
that, because my morals wouldn't let me do it. Well, it's
Silly.
very easy. It's very easy to say that in the comfort of your own home, but in a survival situation when you've got
Excuse me.
absolutely no idea what's going to happen from one moment to the next, I reckon the basic human instinct, even with animals, a basic animal instinct is
Yeah.
to survive, is to keep on going.
I've got loads of things to say on that. I think even if we're not animals fully, we're part animal, and we show this instinct. And maybe we're admitting to, if we were fucked in the head, we would be cannibals too. And I'm thinking of, like, you can find a paradise island, yeah, that's got enough bananas and water and pigs to survive. But if you put 20 alpha males there, suddenly there's some type of competition, right? So even if it's not a god or Satan or rulers and archons or aliens, nature's doing this to us anyway, putting us in various levels of survival situation.
Yep, definitely to a degree. Yeah, well, maybe not even to a degree. Very, very much so. And we're all
Some
back.
survival
We're being
situations
farmed.
easier.
Without a doubt. Debt slaves. We're born into debt slavery. We're all registered with our certificates, and yeah, we're being farmed on a mass scale.
Yeah, but even
Without a doubt.
Even if you want to put that to one side, right, that whole conspiracy of us being debt slaves and all that sort of stuff. Now, just say that didn't even exist in the first place, right? You're still surviving. Right? You're still having to find food and water and shelter and these sorts of
Oh, of course, yes. Yep.
And the strongest will survive. The strongest will flourish. And like I said, not just necessarily the strongest, the most cunning, too, will also thrive and survive.
Yeah, I think before, obviously, Australia was colonised, was probably a good example of how, although there were tribal conflicts, there were many, obviously, not survivors, but dominant characters, or I don't know how to put it, but people that led the way for so many different tribes to actually come to fruition.
Yep.
And although they would have rivaled, sure, for territory, they would have also made certain agreements among different tribes to live as harmoniously as they could amongst each other, because no one likes to constantly be in conflict.
Well, if you're constantly in conflict, it just weakens your position constantly, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. You're losing either people, or you're losing supply, property, supplies, or territory, whatever. If you're constantly in
Exactly.
like, that's why
You need that.
yeah, you have to come to some sort of mutual agreement saying, okay, then, you can have that bit, we'll have this bit, and we're not going to like each other, but there's the line, don't cross it. And yeah, most
Yeah.
definitely, these sorts of,
Once a month, we'll fucking
yeah,
come and meet
yeah,
at a watering hole, and we'll swap fucking this for that.
yes,
Um,
yeah.
whatever. That's what the dot paintings are probably all about. The meeting points for trading,
Mhm, mhm.
watering holes, and different things like that. Meet up points. But anyway, I mean, even the American Indians, they would have been living, harmoniously to a certain level,
Yep. But at time
It's
to
fucking.
time, but at time to time, they have their conflict at time to time, right? They
Of
they
course, yeah.
joust it out for a period of time, right? And then
Yep.
both sides realise, you know what, we're losing a little bit too much here. Let's try to again come to some sort of agreement where we can just go back to, quote unquote normal again.
Yeah, well, see, depending on the model, I mean, like if we didn't have, like if we had a system set up where we didn't allow monopolies, like in our current, capitalist system, we'd be much better off. And I suppose, back in the day when it's nothing like it is now, like American Indians and shit, they probably may not have allowed that. And then at the end of the day, you've got people who want to try and do it and dominate more than they really should, and that's where you get the problems. Brought into line pretty quick, I'd imagine. In the middle, you don't want to get all the spears thrown at you in the middle of one of these Aboriginal things, do you? It's terrible. Put a circle around you and everyone throws a spear at you. That'd just be a horrible death. You think twice about doing something you knew was going to get you there, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
As a punishment. Fucking oath.
I find it interesting, if the the repeating of the narrative is correct. But when you look at such cultures, say as the Vikings, right,
Mm.
who spent a lot of time in conflict, but it was like an honor, right? That was their way to Valhalla, wasn't it? And die with honor, with their
Mm.
sword, in their hand. I don't know if this is true or not, but that's how the story goes.
An honourable death, yeah.
An honourable death, was your golden ticket to get to Valhalla. That that also too is an interesting mindset. Like, but also too, it seemed that they did a degree of uh, negotiation as well. And I'm only really going off a little bit that I've read and say, a show like Vikings, right? Which there wasn't necessarily an agreement to leave each other alone. It's just like, we're bigger and braver and tougher than you. We're going to amalgamate you into us. You are going to recognize me as the king. And whenever we call upon you, you are going to uh, give us your men to fight, and each year you are going to give us a percentage of your crops and your stock. Who knows if these sort of stories are true or not? I've got absolutely no idea, but it is I don't know if that was similar to say our indigenous here, were they like that, or did they just sometimes, meet in the middle of Timbuktu, threw a couple of boomerangs at each other and went, okay, then we're going to go walk about now. We've had enough of this and leave each other alone. Who knows?
Well, the Adelaide Aboriginal sort of museum, there is a lot of weaponry that they made for their warring and stuff, and tribal this and that. There was lots of ceremonial stuff for punishment, but there was also stuff for, the battles and stuff that they had. So there were definite fights over territory, but, that comes to a certain point, where there's like 5 or 6 dominating, type forces that have grown big enough to balance out and sort of be in equilibrium, as we say. And that may not have been the case. It might have just been perpetual war, and it got to where it did, and the most dominant one was dominating at the time that fucking white men rocked up and went, fucking, there you go. Yeah. Check out these giant, weird-looking kangaroos. It's strange to think that they didn't even see them as people. I find that very strange. And it was either a deliberate thing so that they could go back and say it wasn't already colonized, or they just had very different thoughts back then.
No, I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, right, but I've seen no evidence of the Aborigines having such simple weapons or tools. We can call them a tool, like a bow and arrow for hunting. Like, you see the the spears, you see the boomerang, you see that holder that they used to put the spear in so they could throw them.
Yeah, they've got bow and arrows. Yep.
They did have bow and arrows. Okay then. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. If you go to the Adelaide Museum, but there's no knowledge of whether they come up with them or whether it was from trading with other places, because there's evidence of the Chinese coming over and other islanders coming over and trading. So they could have learnt that from one of the others, or they could have come up with it of their own accord. I mean, the Woomera was something that they come up with, the extra leverage for the spear, which is brilliant. I mean, there's no other tribe that uses any sort of leverage device to throw their spears harder and faster.
No.
So that's pretty clever.
Yeah, that's quite cool.
But yes, I suppose.
Elbow, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, no, it extends your arm. Yeah, more leverage. Boom.
There we go. Let me have a. Okay.
But I suppose the extension of that is the bow and arrow. Let's launch this fucking thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think most. I wouldn't think most innovation comes through ideas bumping into one another. So that, like, because as you said, many cultures learn things just through trade. It's not like it's their invention.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stuff is traded and passed on and imported and stuff.
Oh yeah. You imagine being the people that were first taking sugar around. No one's ever seen this sugar before, and you've got like bags of it, and like introducing your trading, like people would have just been falling over themselves for a bag of that sweet, sweet goodness.
Salivating.
Oh, given that it just goes to the brain too. Like if you've never had it before, and all of a sudden you're having sugar, like a spoon of it, like you just instantly start tapping your fucking foot and clicking your fingers, and off you go, like cocaine sort of shit, Yeah. Mind you, I suppose everyone would have known about honey already. So interesting.
Well, there's definitely a lot of sweet things just to be found in nature, other than sugar, refined sugar that are very, very sweet. They would have used as a treat to themselves when they came across them. Well, just things like berries and things like that. I come across them. Very sweet. That would have been a treat.
Yeah, I mean they're only sort of sweet at a certain time, but yeah, you're right. They can be very sweet. But I don't know. I mean, Australian bush tucker, mate. I don't know that there was much in the way of fucking, naturally sweet things getting around. Certain
Well,
time of
isn't
year, there
there?
would have been some fruits, but that's
Yeah,
it.
but isn't there an ant that the Aborigines eat?
The honey ant.
The
Yeah,
honey ant.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that would have been a delicacy for them,
Oh,
right? Eating
definitely,
the
yeah,
honey ant. Yeah.
for sure. And honey in general, of course,
Mhm.
We've got some native, like quite a few native bees that don't sting and make honey, so
Yeah. Well, yeah.
that's
Just
pretty good.
just honey itself. Yeah. Imagine coming across your first beehive, whacking your hand in that, and just oh my god, that would have been so good. Tasting it.
Imagine coming across nothing but those bees that don't sting and just thinking you can do that at any hive, and then coming across one where there's
Oh my
bees that fucking
god.
sting you and just heading over
Yeah.
to it. La-di-da, did you do? Oh. Obviously, it would have happened to someone. Someone had to learn the hard way.
Have you ever actually been chased by a swarm of wasps? Right?
Not wasps, but bees I have, yes, but not
Oh
wasps, no.
no, I've been chased by a swarm of wasps, and it is scary because they actually will hunt you down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they
And
are.
you hear them too, wouldn't you?
They are nasty, nasty things, and we were going crazy. We were screaming like well, screaming like girls, for want of a better phrase, trying to get away from these things, flapping your arms and your hands all over the place, trying to get away back to the car. But we were walking along this. It was a fairly dry rock riverbed, and there was some bushes um, up ahead of us that was kind of in the middle of the river, kind of a bit out of place because it was fairly sort of barren where we were, and um, and we just decided just to sit down in the shade and have a bit of a break. Um, and anyway, one of my mates has just pulled off one of the branches for I can't remember what reason now, but he was yanking on one of the branches, pull part of it off for some reason. And next thing, from the center of all these bushes and stuff, um, you see hundreds and hundreds of these wasps just aggravated and coming at you. Um, and all of us instantaneously. It was like the road runner running in thin air, just running as fast as he can right,
Oh, I can
across this
picture it.
river. Oh my god, it was funny. It was funny. Just to get up to the car and whatnot, close the doors, take shelter, and they're all around the car, flying around. You can see them, and they're eyeing you off by working out how to get
Yeah.
in, and they're crashing up against the windscreen and the windows and stuff like, still trying to get you. But yeah, they have a very nasty tendency. Those things.
Yeah, my episode with the bees was pretty bloody scary, but it was I was a lot younger. It was actually at my high school, and there was a beehive we discovered in one of the trees at the school, and of course, being kids, we fucking disrupted it. And oh shit, did we regret that? Because there was nowhere really to go other than just continue to run.
Yep.
Run, and then eventually, it was lunchtime, of course, when this happened. But it was the other side of an oval, so there wasn't too many people there. But by the time we started running through the school with a swarm of bees, oh my god, thankfully there were some other targets that they got attached to. We were able to, shake them off. But
Yeah.
fucking hell, the sound, I'll never forget the sound. You know,
Yeah.
they're angry and they just, yeah, the buzzing. Oh, yeah.
It's quite an eerie thing, really. Like something so small. right,
Mm.
chasing after you, right,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you are just petrified by this little bug insect chasing after you.
Oh, if it was one, you wouldn't care, but just
Mm.
yeah.
I remember getting bit on the arm by a bee, and anyway, the little stinger um, was left in my arm, and you see the little
hmm
sack on the stinger. It's just pulsating. You know, I was
Oh
absolutely,
yeah.
I was just fascinated by this. I didn't pull it out too quickly. I eventually, obviously, did pull it out, but I was fascinated just watching this little thing just pulsating, pumping its venom
Doing
into
its
my
thing.
arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I think the what was I gonna say? The bees, freaking no, just something about bees.
I was reading a while ago, actually, there's a big problem with bees, the depopulation of them because of all the
Oh yeah.
pesticides and herbicides and all that sort of stuff. And man is looking at how to pollinate stuff to try and make up for the lack of bees. Good luck there, trying to do what a bee or an insect or even a bird does, as efficiently. Good luck.
Oh exactly. In China, they've got like something like 3 million people who just paid to be bees. They walk
Yeah,
around with their little fucking thing and they
yeah,
pollinate plants, crops.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
human bees,
No,
man.
yeah. Which is insane, really. Which is
Oh, that's what I was gonna
absolutely.
say. I think it's in China. They've got those fucking those hornets that like when they sting you, it's like you've been hit with a shotgun. Have you seen those?
Oh, is that the one that they were raving about in America not so long ago? These killer, I can't remember the name of them, but they're like a killer hornet, and they were
Oh yeah,
petrifying.
you fucked up. Yeah, if you come across a nest of these things, like you're fucked. And they kill a number of people in China because I believe they're encroaching. As there's certain areas they're clearing or whatever, and they're
Mm-hmm.
encroaching in some of the places where they like they're found the most. And
Yeah.
so these workers are in there clearing or whatever, and they'll stumble across one, and
Bang.
several people will be shot. Oh dear, it looks terrible. Can't even imagine the pain that goes with it. Are they called murder? Are they murder hornets? Is that their name? I'm
Murder
sure that's
hornet.
not their official name, but
No.
someone's just fallen through that metal hot the hole in this fucking platform. Someone's pushed someone else down a hole or they died or whatever.
Actually, they are. Well, there is a murder hornet. Then you have the giant Asian hornet.
Yeah, yeah. What's their nickname? Have they got like fucking shotgun or fucking doesn't say their nickname.
No,
Yeah.
I have to.
It sounds about right there. They're big fucking things.
Yeah, or the Asian one. Yeah, that's a big puppy. Uh, the Japanese giant hornet is the world's largest hornet.
Wow. Or Japanese, is it? Interesting.
Yeah,
Maybe they've spread to
but
China.
but
I'm
it's in
sure I read an
parts of
article in China.
East Asia, South Asia, and parts
Right.
of Russia.
China.
Yeah, here we go. But
Russia.
yeah, no, there's no. Here we go.
I'll take a brown snake
Oh,
over
the main.
fucking murder
Here we go.
hornets any
Yeah, no,
day.
no, no, no. Its nickname is the Murder Hornet. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right, yep.
Yep. You were right. You were spot on. yeah, the mainstream media has taken on to using the nickname Murder Hornet. Damn. There you go. Thank you, Google.
Yeah, I'll take redback spiders, box jellyfish, fucking all sorts of shit over murder hornets, man. Even fire ants, they're bad enough.
It is amazing what bugs and insects can do, really.
Oh yeah.
Especially, yeah.
Eggshells, have you got fire ants around where you are or not, mate?
Are they the red-looking ones? We've got some green ones, emerald something. People sometimes
Okay.
call them. We've got those red ones, the ones with the red body, and then the full bull ante ones. What do fire ants look like?
Well, I think they're like more orange, but they either nest up or up trees or underground to the point where you can like go outside and like fall through the ground into their like nests and you're fucked. And I know in some places, I think in Brisbane even I don't know if they come to further south of Brisbane. That was a number of years ago. They basically had areas closed off due to them, which was amazing, I thought. Have to Google that. Fire ants. But yeah, you don't want to be disturbing them and not have somewhere to go. I think they're the sort of bite that some people will die from as well, like because it overwhelms, like the sting or whatever it is. Antihistamine response or histamine response, should I say? So this guy's woken up in a bed all tied down with the person he was in there with. Oh shit. This does not look good. They're not at the bottom either. Does anyone here ever entertain themselves with Mr. Bolin on YouTube? No. He just like reads stories, crazy stories that have happened, etc., etc. And there was one he read out recently with regards to an African murder house or death house or something like this, where people were being abducted slowly but surely over many years and taken to this place, and they were chained up basically until orders were put in for organs and different things like this, and bits were harvested off different people. If they managed to live through it, they were just chained back up and left there. And anyway, this place was discovered, eventually by a mob of people, and when it was revealed what was inside, it was absolutely horrific. And the survivors that were there that got released, um, told some fucking stories that just just are absolutely horrific. One chick watched all the other 8 members of her group get dismembered on this concrete slab in the middle in front of her, thinking that she was going to be next, or basically knowing she was going to be next when they were discovered. But yeah, Mr. Bolan, he tells all sorts of crazy stories. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Ryden? How's it going, man?
Hey, good man. How are you?
Oh, as well, man. Getting up, getting ready for my day to begin, so I can get busy doing what I need to do. Just wanted to pop in and see what was going on with y'all.
Yeah, I'm down. Playing my Kerbal game. Have to go and rescue some Kerbals. I sent them out with not enough fuel.
A Kerbal game?
Yeah, space programs.
Ah. Hey, Ryden, I want to ask you a quick question.
Go for it.
What is your idea of a podcast?
As in, how would I define what a podcast is?
Well, no, like a spin, not like flat Earth and globe Earth in particular, like not just like strictly on that, but like a podcast that touches up on that subject every so often and brings it in and incorporates it in their discussion every now and then. But a podcast, an entertaining aspect to flat Earth.
Yeah, don't know. I'm sure there is some things like that though.
I haven't heard one. I know there's YouTube stuff, but I haven't heard of a podcast with flat Earth. I mean, what was his name? Eddie Bravo. He had his stuff going. Yeah, kind of like that. I think the idea of that is, I'm really wanting to do that. Would you be willing to get on one without I wouldn't want to like necessarily make it like a debate, more or less a discussion. I'm not like here to convince you of, flat. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to convince me of it being a globe. That if that's your direction, I mean,
Yeah, I'd do that. That'd be fun.
yeah, it definitely. I think it would be. It would be like how we did last time before. We just discuss things, but instead of you asking me the questions, I'll ask you the questions.
Fair enough.
I definitely want to set that up. Trying to have something with me and Sin Cleanser, but I don't know what's going on with that.
Trouble in Paradise. What's going on? Tell me, Don. How are
I
you,
don't
man?
know, man.
Sorry, I was in the middle of setting up a burn when you started talking. How are you?
I don't know, but I definitely like to have you on right now.
Yeah, man. That sounds like great fun. I'll definitely be up for that.
What's up, Bandsaw?
Hey, my friend. How you going?
Well, all is well, man. Drinking some of this coffee, trying to wake up and get ready for the day.
For the day? Sounds like a plan. So you want to start doing some podcasts, do you, mate?
Man, I definitely do, man. Get away from the debate. It's I hear the same old stuff over and over. Taking a different path, like, all right, you find something that is interesting, let's discuss it. Instead of like nitpicking of who knows what and who knows right and who knows this, you know what I mean? Type of
Yeah.
path.
Yeah. Not measuring dicks type of thing.
Yeah,
Have a conversation. Explore different ideas and whatnot, but in a where there doesn't have to be any winners or losers, like just exploring the idea and
right. I think we both could win though, right? If we find something we never even really like, there's an electrostatic participator. It has an electromagnetic field. It takes away the dust particles from the air, cleans the air. That's something to talk about. I mean, people are like, whoa, this is interesting. Let's go into like somebody might find that interesting. Talk about it and come to some kind of understanding about it. And there's so many things you could talk about.
Oh, thousands of things, but without a an agenda.
Right.
You don't want to have the agenda, because as soon as you have the agenda, well, it's just going to end up as a clusterfuck, probably. Don.
Pretty much, man. It'll
Yeah.
be like, you are stupid. No, you are stupid. No, you're
Yeah.
dumb. No, you're dumb. Like, okay, okay. Well, we're not getting nothing out of this. Let's move on to
Exactly.
a different discussion, maybe, or somebody else want to take part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to be able to, I suppose, discuss things, right? But be able to disagree respectfully. So,
Yeah. No, I
but,
disagree with that. Move on.
but you're not going to gain anything by just poo-pooing ideas. You know,
Right.
you got to follow things through. And if you're out to convince anyone of anything, I think you're on a
Oof.
losing wicket. You're on a losing
Yeah.
wicket there, in
Yes.
my opinion, right? Because people are going to believe what they believe for whatever reason. Their upbringing, their environment, their peers, um, religions, you name it. There's so many different factors that come into things for why people
Right.
believe what they believe in. Um,
Right.
you can get people to challenge what they believe, right? They can still, at the end of the day, walk around, okay, well, that challenged what I think, but I'm still going to hold steadfast to, maybe think about it, in a slightly different way, but I'm still going to believe what I'm going to believe in.
Right.
Um,
You got a point there, Bandsaw, because I think when I first got into the whole, if you will, topic or discussion on Discord, my mindset was like, man, I got this. I want to convince somebody.
yeah.
And that, man, it was exhausting. It got
Mm-hmm.
exhausting real quick, real fast.
Yep.
I think a lot of
Yeah.
flat earthers think that way. And plus Globers. I'm sure there's a lot of people that still are in that mindset, especially when they first come into the whole debate or discussion.
Yep.
That's kind of how you can tell from the old school versus the new. Those that are like super intended on like trying to sway you real hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it depends. I guess it depends. There's probably some old schools that do it, but I mean, for the most part, you could kind of get the gist of who is new and who is not, who's been around for a while.
Look, there are definitely tactics in how things are discussed in these realms, Don. Debate tactics, just to win the point, um, because you got to be right.
Yeah.
You got to be able to puff out your chest and say, "Yeah, I squashed him." Because I'm an encyclopedia of knowledge of a thing. I'm so much smarter than what he is. Um, but I don't. It doesn't really achieve too much. Um, and it's okay to not know things too. It's
Right.
quite
It is.
okay. There is nothing wrong with not knowing things and not having an answer for things.
Yeah.
Trying to make up an answer and saying that this is the answer and just kind of making it up, but you can definitely have a thought process of how you may think some things work in
Yeah.
your own head, right? And it might not necessarily be the model or the way it actually does work, but you can definitely have an idea in your own head how you can kind of make it work if you need to make it work. Like, do you need
Right.
to make this? Do you actually need to make the model work in your own head? Is there that desire? Like, is that something that's going to nag you for the rest of your life? Like, when we talk about the globe model, one of the big things, Don, is the celestial poles, north and south, poles. It can only happen on a
Right.
globe and all that sort of stuff. And where's your explanation for that type of thing? Well, I can come up with these ideas of a magnetic field and this and that, blah 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 blah. It's not necessarily the answer, but I don't need to know the answer, because what I hold true with the very with it with what I consider my foundation of things. I don't really need to know those other things. It doesn't nag at me, like how sextants work and all this sort of stuff. Well, okay, fine, they work. I've got no dramas with them working on whatever model they work on. Okay, happy days. I'm never going to use one. People have used them in bygone eras. They don't really use them now. There's other forms of navigating around the place other than using sextants and stuff. But you know, I'm happy
Right.
with not knowing things. I'm happy not knowing that a star is 400 million trillion light years away. Well, it doesn't bother me how far away that star is. Like,
Do you,
it's up in there. It's up there. I see it every single night. It's a beautiful thing. I'd much rather look at it as a thing of beauty. I don't really care one way or the other how far away it is, because I'm not ever going to get there. You're never going to get there, and anyone that studies these things are never going to get there. So it is what it is.
right. Do you think, Bandsaw, that always seeking for an answer to something is part of our nature?
Yeah,
Like,
definitely,
right, we
definitely.
got like when we were young, some of us, majority of us, I'm sure, probably
Hmm.
took a toy or some kind of mechanical
Yep,
object or something
yep,
apart and try to put it back together.
yep. Hmm.
So
Yep.
I think the idea of like I gotta know how this ticks. It just
Yep.
it's embedded in
Nothing.
us.
Yep. Nothing wrong with it at all. Nothing wrong with wanting to know how something works. I've got no problems with that whatsoever, right? But the good thing about a lot of those things, pulling a toy apart or pulling a computer apart,
It's
you can
physical.
kind of work. Yeah, exactly right. It's
It's
physical,
right there in
and
front of your hands.
we can do it. But the answer, which is what you know many of us have done, if not all of us have done, like, who are we? Where do we come from? Right? Where are we? And where are we going? We're never going
Right.
to have these answers. We're never going to have them. Right? We can think that we have them. We can think that we follow something that gives us the answer to these things. But is it the answer really? Is it really the answer? Like, where are we going once we take our final breath? Well, some people think it's reincarnation. Some people think we go to heaven. Some people think that you just become part of Earth itself. Who knows until you take that final breath? Really, you're not gonna know. I don't think myself. People say that they have experiences. They've had experiences of past lives and or other dimensions and all that sort of stuff, and that's fine for them. Got no problems with that whatsoever. That's that is fine for them. And me myself, like I said, I'm more than happy with not knowing these things. Just plod
Yeah.
along and do what you do, Don, and try
Right.
and try and work out things, because like we said a couple of minutes ago, wanting to know things and wanting to know how things work and stuff. It's part of human nature. Period. That's never going to change, and it's a good thing. That's actually a good thing.
And really, the best part too is if they have a model that offers to know things that they don't know, metaphysical reality. I mean, just
Right.
follow some of that. Let's see it. What do you think? What would it mean for humanity to not be alone in the universe? And then see if they'll follow that logic. And you know, I've noticed they don't. They can't even get along with people their same demographic, their same religious and historical education and economic status. But yet somehow you'll see these globe people say they'll claim it's not possible to not to be alone in the universe. But yet they they won't. They won't even try to get along with other people. But yet they'll say they can get along with aliens.
Well,
How?
we might not be alone here on Earth,
Oh, that too. Yeah.
right?
In
Right?
their idea, they have to say that.
Yeah. So whether or not you believe in aliens from outer space or aliens from other places here on Earth, because I'm a big believer of other lands personally myself, right? And these are the aliens, right? And we are
Right.
separated from these things. For whatever reason, we're separated. Um,
What do you mean by being separated, if you will?
well, just that. Like I think that and this might be a bit of well, it is a conspiracy theory, but things like the treaties and stuff like that are keeping it separated, potentially from outer ponds, outer lands, keeping us away from
Mhm.
these places. Now that we have the technology and the means to travel further than what we once did, well, we have to limit that because we can't have other people finding out what's
Right.
beyond.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You got a point there. I mean, the engineering. You talking about like traveling, as in like in the sky, or like just
Both, both,
versus?
both, both
Okay.
sky
Right. Right. Right.
or water, either or. The way we've advanced over the last couple of 100 years with our
Right.
more
It's. Whew.
you know
Yeah. You're right.
has exponentially now. We have access to these things, right? And we're getting more and more access, to these things. So now it's kind of a threat, isn't it? Because now we have the
Yeah.
access to these things. We can't possibly let people go here, right? Because these other outer ponds potentially have other technologies. Like, because we always talk about, it's quite often mentioned, with the building of pyramids and things like that, aliens helped us build the pyramids. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
well,
I would
well,
say.
maybe the aliens are here on Earth, like these
Yeah.
outer
Yeah. Right.
ponds.
Right. Right.
Thi-
Yeah.
thi-
Like in
This,
dumbs.
yeah, and this is where this technology is, but maybe the Earth goes in cycles too,
Right.
like
Right.
where we're living, well, like where we're living now. Like, however old the Earth is, and I've got no idea, perhaps it does go in cycles, Don, just like clockwork. And
Right.
it got to a stage that these ancient civilizations that had much more advanced technology than we give them credit for, right? Possibly mined the place, or it became inhospitable, and they had to move on. And due to the natural cycle anyway of weather patterns and stuff. Okay, and they moved on and they found other lands to live on, and then over a period of time, where we are now is revegetated and repopulated, blah blah blah, all that sort of thing.
Right. Right. Hey, Bandsaw, real quick. Have you ever heard of Point Nemo?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
supposedly where
refresh
the
me, mate.
yeah, it's supposedly where quote unquote the ISS is supposed to crash in 2030.
Oh,
It's about like
okay. Yeah,
what
in the middle of nowhere.
2,000 kilometers. Maybe I'm off. I might be off from Antarctica, not that far. But it's like the
Yeah.
biggest graveyard for NASA. No, this is just speculation. I'm not saying this is
Yep.
true, but
Mhm. Mhm.
this is a funny thing. Is I think what better way to traverse over Antarctica if what you're talking about like other lands. What
Yep.
other means would we use to do that to travel instead of jets or airplanes?
Mm. Rockets.
There you go.
Mhm.
There
Rockets,
you
mate.
go.
Rockets, my friend. Exactly.
Isn't that
Yeah.
crazy? Point Nemo is like right there, not too far off from
Mhm.
Antarctica.
Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely. And I've got nothing to back up my theory at all.
Yeah,
Just,
well, yeah. It's just
absolutely,
speculation. It's just
absolutely. Exactly right. But there's a couple of channels that I do follow, and I've mentioned before,
right.
and they study cliffs and gorges and these sorts of things, which say once upon a time were mines, and they study the sides of them, and they see these tooling marks, right, that are left in the rock, which are very geometrical, right, very
Right.
precise, of like like scarring from augers or excavator teeth, or things like this, right, and these things couldn't possibly be formed by Mother Nature because they're not random enough. They are very, very distinct. There is a very distinct pattern, to them. So, when you think of, stuff like that, was there some sort of climate shift where they had to move on? Did they destroy where they were living on? Was there a massive kind of war where they nearly wiped themselves out and had to move on? Because if they had the advanced technology back then, they probably had advanced weaponry and all this sort of stuff. They probably had conflict like what we do now. Who knows what could have happened? Really, it is all just kind of speculation. But that's what I think aliens are. I think what aliens are, they're other people like ourselves, just in other places. And then when you see clips like the Germans working on what looks like UFOs and stuff like that. This advanced sort of technology. Now, whether or not those videos and stuff that I've seen are real, but it kind of places the idea in your head. Well, if that's here on Earth, well, this thing ain't coming from another planet. It's already here on Earth. Okay, then. So
Right.
yeah, who knows, mate? Who knows?
Well, God knows. I mean, I don't know if you
That's
believe in
true
that,
there.
but
True there, mate.
God
Creator
knows.
knows.
That's for sure.
100%. 100%. Yep. I'm not going to argue there.
I can't believe, people still use miraging as curvature. It's
Oh,
fascinating. It's just,
it's
it's
ridiculous.
completely, it's like,
Ridiculous.
I'm so beyond that. Like, it's to a point of like, do I even want to engage in this? Like, so
No.
like, it's like, it's like sitting there arguing 2 + 2 is 4. Let's sit there and debate it why it's 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Any of those, pictures and all that sort of stuff. It's just you may as well beat your head up against a brick wall, really, to be honest with
I
you.
mean, I guess it's fun from time to time, right? You got to jump in the arena here and there.
Well, if you want to vent and have a pressure relief valve and get something out of your
Yeah.
system, sure.
Right. I got, yeah. Yeah.
Which we all do at times. Definitely, we
Yeah.
all do that at times.
Banzo, I got a question.
Yeah, mate.
Actually, I want to ask you that. Seems you're open minded.
Mhm.
You know how, okay, so the mainstream says that the ocean's tides produce an electromagnetic field. Our electromagnetic field, it's small, it's minute, but it moves it along through our Earth, right?
Yep.
So that'll be kind of
Yep.
isotropic. Well, it'll be kind of incoherent, right? Because the waves are not, they're not a constant one motion this way or that way. It's like
Uh-huh.
they crash into one another. So it's kind of like it's all over the place. So
Chaos. Yep.
yeah, it's wouldn't that no, it's speculate. It's just a question. Would
Mm.
that distort or cause some type of blockage with temperature and pressure of air? Because when I look at the it's a electrostatic participator. It takes away like fine particles and gives you clean air. So electrostatic, we know we got like particles in the air, right? Obviously,
Mhm.
we know that. Could that like interfere with the electrostatic, medium or electromagnetism medium and like make a miraging effect with light on top of it? Like,
Well,
is
that's
it electromagnetism that is actually blocking things?
ooh, yeah, that's an interesting concept. Like if you combine that with say ether, Don,
Yeah. Yeah.
because we know stuff needs a medium to move through.
Right.
Um, so you combine that with can it give? I think I think the miraging itself is more the articulates, in the air, the water particulates. I think that's
Right. Yep.
uh,
That's definitely part of it. Yeah.
yeah. Can the magnetism or static electrostatic magnetism be a contributor to that? Definitely, definitely could be a contributor to it. Yeah, undoubtedly.
I mean, I wouldn't
Mm.
say it's the real cause of it. I'm just saying, like,
No,
it could be a variable
no.
to look at.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying it's the cause either, but can it be a contributor to it?
Right.
Definitely 100%, because I quite often get into this discussion with Rui when he's bringing up photos and whatnot, and how he can work out exactly what should be missing and shouldn't be missing, and all these other sorts of things. And he has all these readings from these weather balloons, right? And he's got 722 zillion terabytes of weather balloon downloaded into his computer that he can access at any one particular time. But you still are only taking readings from very specific points,
Right.
right, along that corridor of vision. Right? You're not taking it, every single meter or every single 10 meters or even every
Right.
single 20 meters. And you're not taking it, 50 mil off the surface, 100 mil a meter, and so forth and so on. You're not taking these measurements and all. And are you taking into consideration, right? The depth of the water that you're looking at, because I'm talking about when we're viewing across water here, but anything, right? Are you considering the depth of it and the water saturation that's in it, and how evaporation is affected by different depths, different concentrations, and all this sort of stuff?
Right.
I know between myself and Kangaroo Island, right? Because I live right on the beach here, Don, right? There is a huge, massive, big channel that is that's a God. I can't remember off the top of my head how deep it is, but it's very very deep, right? It's
Okay.
a submarine channel, right? But you can take all these different measurements, right? But the water temperature just in that particular region there is dramatically different to before and after it. And I've walked along the beach with one of those little infrared thermometers, the ones where you point and shoot, the ones I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
And I've done that just along the beach, right? And I've pointed it at the water, okay, then, and I'll point it and it'll read, say, 31.1, right? And I'll take 5 steps and I'll point it again and it'll be 30.8. I'll take another 5 steps and it reads something completely different. I'll never get two readings. I haven't
Yeah.
got
It's
to
always a
date.
fluctuation.
Yeah, it's always, and I've never got two readings that are the same one after another. Now I've got the same reading, maybe, one, taking another one, and then the third, it's been the same, but I've never got two identical readings, one after the other. They always vary slightly. And these kind of variations, like they vary all the time. It's so dynamic. It fluctuates. It's moving all the time. And
Right.
what these water particulates are doing, and the evaporation rate and all that sort of stuff isn't taken into consideration when
Would you,
people like Ruhif are analysing these photos, and even over land. Like the water saturation over land, you're going to get more water in some places and other places. You've got artesian wells and this and that and the other thing. You've got roads and buildings and everything
right.
that affect the evaporation and the water particulates that are in the air at any one given spot. And they're
Right.
moving around all the time.
Well, there's particles in, like, okay, there's so much to touch on when it comes to electrostatics, electromagnet.
Hmm.
There's particles in the air that we can't see that are affected by electromagnets. Now they say, the Earth's, pull, it's weak, it's 0.3
Hmm.
Gauss, it's minute, small. But, like, are you kidding me? How big is the Earth? Will tell you
Yeah,
how much effect this field has on it. Everything,
yeah, yeah,
I mean, it might
yeah.
be small, minute, okay, give or take. But higher you go, more positive charge you have too, as well.
Hmm. Yep,
So, I
yep.
mean,
And we know the higher up you get, your charge increases, the further
yeah.
the higher you get, and all these. sorts of things. And yeah, definitely, all these things are a factor, Don. They're all a factor,
Right.
and
Yeah.
probably not spoken about enough. You know,
No.
um,
No. The only ones that
yeah.
talk about it as much as I'm aware of is Glowbusters out of this whole community.
Okay.
And I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I think flat earthers or just people in general should, I think it's something that should be, talked about more often than not. When there's this hand wave, it's always nice to just, hear it out.
Yeah.
As soon as you say ether, people run.
Oh yeah, you're bloody a Looney Tune wearing a tinfoil hat when you mention the word ether. But it's like it's like space, Don. Like when they talk about space and space being 10 to the negative 17 tall or 14, 10 to the negative 14 around the ISS or whatever the case may be.
Right.
Now all we're talking about there is the gas pressure. That's all we're
Right.
talking about.
Yeah. It's
Right?
just
We're not
yeah.
talking about anything else whatsoever. And to me, something can't travel through nothing, completely void of nothing. It needs a conduit to be able to
Uh-huh.
travel to get to point
Right.
A to point B. All right. So that conduit has to be something. Right? It's got to be
Yeah.
something for it to travel. It's got to jump on the back of that horse to be able to get from point A to point B.
Y-
Right?
That's the funniest part is that they act like you're crazy for saying that there's an ether because they read a mainstream article and then they just repeat it and beat on their chest. But they don't realize that they're claiming by necessity that something can propagate in nothing. And that is literally insane. So you see the irony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It
Well, here's
doesn't.
the funny thing. There was this guy named Martin Guzlnik. Might not be pronouncing it right, but he did the Michelson-Morley interferometer experiment or test, if you will, whatever you prefer to say it. He got an fringe pattern when he did it in the vertical. He got like a 1.5 or something like that at 180 degrees. It went clockwise and then counterclockwise. Only in the vertical though. He didn't get nothing horizontal. It's crazy. If you want to ever check it out,
Well, what's crazy if you look at the Michelson-Morley, if they had measured a different axis, like a vertical axis, then I think that like a z-axis, I think they would have seen much more of a change, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a change in the ether vertically because of the vortex, which is actually, of course, that's where the very discovery of the way that gyros are made, like that's where that came from. Yeah, like literally as a vortex in the ether. These people use all of the scientific understanding from people that thought the ether was real and came up with it based on the ether, and then they throw the ether out, call them stupid, but use what they came up with, and then call you crazy if you don't think something propagates nothing. But the point is, just one side actually just thinks about it openly. They don't have like an expectation of conformity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. There's
So I
that
don't know.
video if you
Just
want to ever check it out.
disengage, maybe. Like from people that won't, that can't be real.
Right.
It's easier sometimes. Talking about this sort of stuff with like-minded people is definitely easier because otherwise you're just battling people for the sake of battling them. You're not gaining any momentum with your thought process or anything like that.
You definitely should check that video out, man. It definitely
Yeah.
was an inference pattern. It went clockwise, then counterclockwise. Now, some guy, I can't remember his name off bat, he tried to say it was a gravitational pull, but light is supposed to be what? Massless, not affected by gravity.
Oh,
It was hilarious. He made a mock-up of it made out of wood.
yeah.
It was horrible looking.
Like, how can something be massless and be affected by gravity? It doesn't make
Right.
any sense.
It was
Like,
the
it
way
does
his
not make
excuse
any
was is horrible.
sense.
It was horrible, but there's
Like
definitely an infringe pattern. Like it's like 1.5, 180 goes clockwise, and then another 180 degrees, which is like year 6. It goes counterclockwise.
Yep.
I might be wrong, might be backwards, but but it's still
There,
going.
there's no. This is the part that Flat Earth doesn't talk about enough either, and it just destroys the Globers. Is when they say mass, they don't even know what that is, and it's not an agreed upon definition, but it's just a conceptual quantification of matter. But the truth is that mass and density and weight are nothing more than the result of the matter's charge relative to the environmental charge, because that's the same thing as saying density. It's the same thing as the downward current having, what they call a bias. So anyway, like when they say mass, it's ironic because their side can't explain it, but I can explain it. You know what I'm saying? So it becomes overwhelmingly ignorant, futile, and ironic. Like it's just insane. Like because all molecular bonds, all of them are electrostatic. All molecules are electrostatic. All matter is electrostatic. If it has a stronger force or attraction, then it's more dense, right? Like if you have a bunch of sand and then you were to like suck the sand into the middle of the container, it would get much more dense. Like that's what happens with matter, right? It's actually very simple. But they have to invoke like a mysterious, elusive idea, like philosophical idea of what's going on with the matter that they can't prove. And when I'm like, hey, so I can physically prove this. Can you physically prove yours? They'll say no, but give me an equation where mine's right. It's insane. And it's like, dude, your equation is literally my equation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when you look at the electrostatic formula, the K is constant and the G is constant, and with the gravity, it's the same. It's just with different lettering.
Dude, I'm saying my point is like it's all backwards, right? Like
yeah,
they had to use the electrostatic equation to even come up with anything, and they had to use the assumption of a background medium called the ether to come up with anything, and they take all the things that we discovered and then they throw out all the facts and then they pretend we're crazy for acknowledging the facts. I don't know. It's really baffling, man.
It really is.
Because that was a big part for me. Like when I was learning about flat Earth, I found out about the background and I started looking at quantum mechanics. I started reading Harvard, Yale, Tesla, Oliver Heaviside, comparing the two. I started reading Steinmetz and Jeff and Minko. And what I found out was that, the mainstream higher levels of academia, like they still utilize the framework these people came up with. And so, now fast forward 5 years later, when you talk to Globers, they still don't know that. So just a fundamental difference. Like certain people really just want to know the truth. They want to learn things, and certain people only consume information with a bias. And there's not much you can do about that, man. Because like, if that's how they're looking at it, then when you present the information to them, it's gonna fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, right. It's true.
I'm really trying to work on that. So I come in here, I try to have discussions, but then I always end up getting bombarded and I get trapped into the debate because I like debating like since I was like 5. My mom used to tell me I should be a lawyer when I was 5 because I would just always try to debate my point. But like, I think it's kind of really detrimental to us in a way to even entertain them.
Sometimes,
People,
you have that.
Most of the people too want their pound of flesh out of you too, which because
right.
Well, like, let me give you an example. Sorry.
Prominent, so you're prominent, so people want their pound of flesh, so that's why you get pounced on.
Yeah, and it's cool. It's weird but like let me give you an example, right? This guy right here in the chat, he's probably been in this conversation for years. Okay, he says, for instance, you say gas pressure requires a container when you're talking about atmosphere, when it's really atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure, and the gradient in our atmosphere defeats the purpose of your sky container. Okay, so objectively, the atmos is made of gas. That's what the word atmos means. It means gas. So it's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure, but it's literally gas. That's what the word atmos means, right? And then this is years later, right? This is years into the conversation. I almost guarantee this guy's been in this for years. And he's talking about the gradient, which is delta X, a change in pressure. But we're talking about the antecedent of X. How do you even have the pressure to have a change in it? They'll never answer it. And then in addition, we have an electrical gradient on the Earth, and it goes up 100 volts per meter. we objectively have an electrical gradient on the Earth that can be measured and proven, and that results in a downward current towards the Earth because positive moves to negative. So you have like a closed dynamic system that requires a container to have the pressure. The gradient is, based are relative to many variables like the electric gradient. It's a dynamic system with temperature fluctuation. Majority of the gas is being produced at the surface level. So if you really want, my main point here is if you really wanted to understand the pressure on the Earth, you would count all the variables and be honest about it. You wouldn't just keep repeating the same phrase for 5 years and say, gradient, 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 because that just shows dishonesty. Like yeah, like if your girl's cheating on you and I want to tell you but you don't want to know, like there's no way I can tell you.
True. Wiz, I want to
That's
pick at your
definitely
brain real quick if I may. Do you think I want to ask, doing observations across large body of water with electrostatics or electromagnetism, if you will, diamagnetism, I definitely believe there's 100% that going on. But do you believe that would have an effect, or think that would have an effect on observations?
Not much more than the gradient itself. Like I mean, potentially, yeah. Like if you had a major fluctuation in, like, say like the resonance of the Earth, but you can't really do that. Like the resonance of the Earth is very consistent and doesn't really fluctuate. And so, I mean, when you're making long distance observations over the Earth, I would say no. I mean, in theory, yes, but because like if you look at a ferrocell of a magnet and you see that light bending around, right? Like you're just seeing the illumination of the field. So like light is illumination of energy. So you could affect the way you perceive light through the atmos, but you'd have to manipulate such a large amount. You'd have to manipulate the charge of the Earth, which seems pretty impossible.
Yeah, I'd agree because I've noticed that how looking at observations, light bending, not the light itself bending, but it's just the medium that makes it appear that way. So if you take like a circumference of light over a flat plane, looking over an observation, and you have like miraging, dipping, lumen, the effects of thereof. People can mistaken that as spherical curvature when it's just an apparent edge due to light, refraction, Snell's law, and all that rigmarole. Electromagnetism, I think that has an effect. I think, yeah, like you said, in theory.
Well, like more specifically, right? Like Snell's law doesn't apply to the atmos. It doesn't really matter what globers say about it. It just doesn't. It's about change in medium. It's like from one medium to another, an angle of incident based on the change in medium. You can have a differential medium and claim that light will move through it, but that's not Snell's law. It's just objectively not Snell's law. Like if you look at the terrestrial refraction proposed by the globe Earth side that these people like pray to, it says in the original postulation of terrestrial refraction 7/6R, this is not Snell's law. Literally, it says that in it.
Right.
Yeah, but they'll run around saying Snell's law over and over, right? Because that's what refraction is. The fact that someone wrote the word refraction and doesn't understand what it is in a paper doesn't change what it is. Like, I don't know. I think it's all pretty simple overall. I don't even see any issues with what we observe. It's just like, I don't know. I think we're getting to the point where it's just going to be the divide's going to get more and more and more defined. I'm not trying to like be a Debbie Down. I'm just saying I'm having this realization that like, dude, there's a lot of people that don't know this stuff, and the people that know all the flat earth arguments and still want to fight it and lie and twist and attack you and ad hom you and manipulate the truth and tactically omit and divert all this, right? It's like those aren't real people. Like it's not like,
Yeah, it's a trip, man.
You know, Don, that electromagnetism has an effect on the speed of light, don't you?
I don't what? Come again?
Electromagnetism has an effect on the speed of light.
There's no doubt in my mind. There isn't. I mean, they would say, photons are not charged. It's the carrier wave and all this. But I mean, what do we really know about light when we get down to it? But I am open to hear this.
Yeah, no, I'll send you a link, and it was an experiment that was done quite some time ago. I think France, perhaps, where they applied electromagnetism to a beam of light, and they were able to slow down the speed of light.
Oh yeah, man. So right,
Now,
remember I asked Bio. I think I asked Bio. He said he had a neodymium magnet lasers. I said,
yeah,
that was a while ago. Remember? I don't know if you
yeah.
remember
Did
that.
I send you? Did I send you? I actually sent you the link already.
Yeah, I got
Actually,
it. Yep.
yeah.
Okay, I got
It's
it.
the last one. Now, admittedly, that was in a medium of nitrogen. Okay, then.
Right.
So maybe the electromagnetism only had an effect on the medium itself,
Oh
which
yeah, nitrogen is
it
highly diamagnetic.
yeah, which is regardless because all these gases are in the atmosphere anyway. Okay,
Yeah.
then.
Yes. True.
So you've got that, and we know we've got magnetism all around us, electrostatics, blah blah blah, all around us. So it's all these things are contributing factors, which is what we were saying before. All these things are contributing factors to how light
True.
behaves, to what we see and whatnot, and looking at things which with such with such a narrow mindset to say it's only A, B, and C. Well, we're kidding ourselves, and we're doing ourselves a disservice not to think of all these other things as well. But it suits the debate very, very well to say it's none of these other things. It's only A, B, and C. It's none of these other things. You got no evidence for this or that or the other thing.
All right. You know, it's funny. They would say all things are inherently diamagnetic. You know what that is, right? Diamagnetism.
Yeah, I'll send it to you too.
That's pretty
So
much quantum locking for you right there. Just to
give you something to look at if you haven't already looked at it. I'll send it to you too, buddy.
Oh look, I was talking to a Glober the other day, and I actually explained to him about the circumference of light over a plane, right, and how the apparent edge or the surface area, how you look through the center, right? You can see further in like your aperture, you're looking straight out, and your peripheral will appear to come to you closer in
Yep.
some aspects, like it will come like bend because we see in a 360, right? Like if you're like saying nose deep in water and you spin, you're seeing in a 360. Higher you go, bigger that. Like August
Yep.
Picard was talking about, it looked like a dish with upturned edges. Dude, I would say it's the circumference of light over a flat plane.
Yeah. But see, a lot of these experiments also too, Don, that we do with light are done in planar environments, or they're done over a plane, like all these different
Right.
gradients, right? They're all done under planar conditions, or they're not done in a spherical or curved conditions. Like we don't have any of these gradients wrapping around a sphere or wrapping around a curve consistently, like evenly, and shining light through these things to see how they do uh, perform in these environments. That they're all done through planar observations, and then we relate that to spherical stuff.
Right. Yeah, they always got to like take it from a a
Yeah,
flat
yeah,
baseline and then wrap it around a celestial sphere.
exactly, right. And that's
It's
far
always
more
the
scientific.
sphere always comes afterwards.
Yeah, you just a few mathematical equations and bang, I've got it. But actually do the experiment, around a sphere or around a curve that has a curve pressure gradient or whatever the case may be, and then do your experiment, and then equate those results to your sphere. Don't be relating planar results to a sphere,
Right.
because the two don't go hand in hand at all. It's very unscientific.
Yeah. One thing I like to ask, I ask Glovers quite often, and I still haven't had an answer. Only thing they'll give me is, well, you can use a theodolite auto level, transit. I'm like, okay, those are observations again. So I asked them, like, what apparatus could you use to physically Now understand the word physically. Measure the difference from spherical curvature on land versus elevation change. How would you go about that?
Yeah, but you know, well, then they just say
You're
that
breaking up,
light
Crypto.
is photons and photons are physical, so light is physical measurement. And I was just saying, I've heard what they say. Can you hear me now?
Kind of. You're a little choppy.
Kind
Can
of.
you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Try again.
Yeah, keep on going, mate. Keep on going.
Let me leave and come back.
Flap your wings or something.
Hey, what's he still there?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Yeah, that dude.
Come back.
That dude you're talking. Oh, Crypto's back. All right, go ahead, Crypto.
Sorry, I just be quick. Yeah,
You're breaking up again.
I've already heard what they say. They'll say that light is photons.
Yeah, you're breaking up, bud.
Photons are physical. They're
He's in the ether.
He
What about
is.
now?
He's in something.
He's in the ether.
He's still breaking up, Crypto.
How about now?
Yeah, go ahead. Try it.
Yeah.
Hey. Sorry if I keep breaking up. Sorry, Crit. I will let you go. Yeah, their argument is that light is photons, right? And photons are physical.
Right.
Therefore, measuring with light is a physical measurement. This is the kind of mental gymnastics they go to.
Yeah. They say it's physical, but also massless. But what's massless? What's mass? Is they claim any amount of matter. Well, if you're saying any amount of matter, that's physical. It's like a paradox, a contradiction in terms. I don't get it.
Well, you don't understand it because maybe you don't have a gold level in mental gymnastics. Because this is the only thing I can think that these guys are doing. They're actually trying to contort their brain around something as some kind of thought experiment. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, go ahead, Crit. Sorry, mate.
Oh, I'll just say earlier that guy that Witzer was talking about there, Jarvis. That's Zeppy Teppy. He did like a rage quit and tried to blame Jerry for running globalists off, the discussion, and then just joins on the sock and then pretends like flat earthers are the problem. It's like that contradiction in their mind that they think they're not the same person when they're the same person. They think
That's
it's
tough.
gas when it's not gas. It's pressure when it's not pressure. It's a gradient. It's a pressure gradient. It's like if they just spent half the amount of time, or not even half, if they took just a few minutes to understand flat Earth, they wouldn't have to go to a flat earther to do it. There's people, space.com did a full write-up on flat Earth. There's science communicators who did full videos on flat Earth. They could figure this stuff out for themselves and then at least have some kind of talking point to debate or discuss.
I get to a point where I don't think they even care, dude. They just want to troll.
Yeah, that's really what my take on it was. And in that framework, I can still work with them because their model says they should do anything other than that if it's true. If their model's true, there's enough space for other people to disagree. But they deny their own space. They deny it. And they don't. And the overview effect, like Carl Sagan said, be humble. Character build, because this is a huge model that means something for humanity. And they deny the science. They deny their experts just because they want to win something on the internet when no one's even playing the game with them. It's all in their own head.
Yeah.
Like, dude, look, for example, they all know for a fact I'm going to lose my case, right? And then I ask, so have you read my motion? And they're like, no.
I actually read it.
Okay, do you understand it?
Yep.
Okay, so is it good?
I only read the few pages, the first few pages.
You didn't read it.
But
Oh,
I have
yeah, dude.
I have actually heard.
You jump in,
That's,
you read it, but I only read the first, like the headline.
That's
Look, the
tough.
contradiction. Look at the
I'm not sure.
contradiction
I'm
I
not
was
sure why it
talking about.
matters if I've read it.
Yeah, the contradiction I was talking about. He read it, but he didn't read it. But he read it, but he didn't. But he read
You
it,
understand
but he
what-
didn't
I
read it.
read some of
Sorry.
it, so
Now you can hear me,
if there's
guys.
a conflict there,
Sorry.
I'm not sure.
That's
Because
like
if
me
I say
watching.
if I say I didn't read it, that would be a lie because I read some of it. So
You didn't say you read some of it. That
Could
would
have
be
been
like
more
me
straight
watching
to the
the
point. Like
first-
I read some of it. The way you formed it, you made it seem like.
I'm not
Yeah.
coming in.
go
Right.
ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, that would be like me watching the first Iron Man and saying I'd seen the entire MCU. It's
Yeah, I'm not making a claim that I read like I'm not making any great claim about it. I've
asked
read
a
some
pretty
of it.
direct question.
Yeah.
You asked a pretty direct question, and you said "yep" straight off the bat instead of going, "I read some of it." You kind of went, "Yep, I read it." Go on, Laurie.
That was kind of funny.
This is the dishonest. It's just a joke.
I mean, that's giving benefit of the doubt. He might have misspoke. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure if it matters a lot. Like
No.
Well, it matters if you're making a claim that you know I'm gonna lose, but you haven't even
I'm
read
only making a case that you're gonna lose because it's a tactic to trigger you, just like it's a tactic for you to trigger us by making a claim that you're gonna win. Like no one really.
No.
Here's the
There
thing.
it is again.
Here's the
Why
thing.
would that trigger you?
No
That
one
makes
really-
sense. That makes what is that
No
makes
one really
absolutely
cares
no
about.
sense.
Wait, just
No
to
one really
clarify,
cares
your
about. Hold
argument.
on.
Okay.
In that he has said that he's made this motion and no global has read it, right? So that he said that, and that's still really true because you haven't read it and nobody else has read it. So I don't know why
Why would I bother? Like I don't care about his bloody case. I don't give a
Because-
fuck. So
Well,
why
then
would I?
don't fucking say anything, you dickhead. He was talking
Well,
about
I'm
himself, right?
I'm saying
and
that
then
to trigger him and trigger you, and it seems to be working. So thank you.
shut up. Let him talk about his thing. So go on.
Okay, wait, just a point. I want to point this
Why
out,
do
right?
you
So,
like
like, wait, I gotta point this out. If you say you don't care, you think the only reason I want to win is to trigger Globers, this shows how deluded you are. I'm talking. This shows how deluded you are.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking.
I know you're talking.
I'll just mute you.
Then shut up.
So then bloody talk.
Okay, so the only reason, you know why I want to win? Because I have a case going on that I need to win. What do you think? I just want to win? It's so stupid.
Hold on, Witsit. What are you laughing at? So you're laughing at me saying that the only reason that you want to win is so that you can rub it on the face of Globers. Hold on, sir.
I never said that.
Hold on, sir. Where did you ever hear me say anything like that? So you just made a complete strawman of me and claimed that I said at some point, somewhere, that, oh, you only want to win because you want to embarrass Globers. I never said that. And you were very careful to make sure I don't interrupt by pointing out that you're making a complete lie.
Okay,
so go ahead and laugh. Go ahead and laugh at the strawman that you just made.
Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad?
No, I'm not mad. I'm actually. This is funny to me because it shows the complete dishonesty within your personality.
Okay,
so go ahead.
Okay,
yes, I'm done.
No, right. The thing is, no one cares if you say anything. Like we would all be okay if you just didn't talk.
But I'm not okay if I don't talk. So I'm gonna talk.
No, but you're interjecting yourself into a story.
Yeah, but I don't care if you want to, maybe trigger yourself about it. I don't. Why? What is it to me?
You're only triggering me because you're exceptionally rude and won't shut up while people are talking. That's the only thing that matters to me.
Yes, but I did actually shut up when Witsit was talking, and then I just emphatically made my own point. So if that triggers you, then I'm not sure there's some problem
now,
with
regardless, everyone here would rather just hear what Witsit has to say and would rather you just shut up and didn't make yourself the center of the story. So how about you just do that?
move
I
on.
won't do that.
hear
If it bothers you, then I don't know. You will be
Lori,
bothered.
jeez.
Let's move on.
All right, I just
Let's
want to give
move
you guys a
on.
real quick update to the people that are kind of interested in it, because it's pretty interesting, right? It's like pro se against federal court. I mean, they have a prosecution success rate like almost 100%. It's really crazy. But anyway, the most recent update is the motion to dismiss for facial invalidity that I sent to Rushmore. The court, the judge issued an order demanding that the government respond by April 7th so that the court can make their decision. That's a really big deal because, like, say someone files a motion to dismiss and you're the prosecutor, but you think it's stupid. So it's not even, you're like, the judge is going to not grant this motion, so I don't even have to worry about it, right? The judge told them that they have to rebut it in a certain timeline so that she can respond to it. So obviously what that means is they have to present a substantive argument, right, to be able to convince her that she shouldn't grant the motion. So this just happened. I also have like 4 U.S. attorneys like crawling up to me in my emails, and this is just from one motion. Yellowstone has 2 motions. So I just find it interesting. It's like, I don't know. I was thinking that this would be like a middle ground where Globe Earthers would want me to win, but I found out that it's not the case, you know. So it's whatever. I don't care what Globers think about this, bro. It's literally irrelevant. Like, they probably don't understand my motion. Why would I care what they think about it or its success rate, you know?
You say you don't care, but the most that I've heard you talking about this is you talking about how Globers will react. So I think you do care.
That's not
or
true.
then you're just trying to intentionally trigger people.
No, that's not. See, the fact that you're so emotionally interested that you would be triggered about my court case.
I'm not really triggered and emotionally.
What?
Is that why you impulsively interrupt?
I interrupt because I think it's fun.
Lori,
you're a
come
loser.
on, come on, Lori, come on. What?
So you wanted to disrupt and you wanted to try and trigger people. Is that what
this
you're
is
saying?
funny.
Is that what you're saying? Be honest.
He's going to be
Lori.
and
Hold on.
sorry,
I've asked him a very direct question. Was your intention to disrupt the conversation and to intentionally try and trigger people? Please answer.
No, I'm actually. I think I interrupted right there because I think it's important to catch people when they lie. And I think Witsit is lying when he says that he doesn't care about what Globers say. If he doesn't, then why is he exactly always talking about what we will how we will react?
Okay,
they will cry so much about it. Yeah, well, if you don't care about how we will react, why is it the only thing that you will talk about?
Okay, so 99% of the time that I discuss the case, I don't mention losers that hide behind anonymity on the internet. So I don't talk about Glober's opinion of my case, other than in brief passing, I say, I can almost guarantee if I win that all these people that say I'm super stupid, they can't admit that I did good and won. They'll have to convince themselves that the court messed up, that I got lucky. They'll get super triggered. They'll start attacking me. And that's just in passing. I don't care what you think. The fact you think I care shows the problem here.
Uh-oh.
I literally don't
yes,
care.
It does
like literally,
show the
if you hook
problem
me up to a lie detector test, Lori, if you hook me up to a lie detector test and ask me if I care what you think about my potential success rate of my federal case, I would literally not care at all. I don't care at all. So really soak that in.
I would just see it as an observation, man. It's just observing common sense, I suppose. I mean, dealing with Globers throughout the years. I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain level of egoistic narcissism here that's like, he can't handle not being the center of your story, which is just really weird.
I don't think that's the case. I've just heard him talk about it, so I was just bringing my point of view from what I've observed. If what I've observed goes against the story that you and him want to tell, then I don't know. I can't do anything about that.
Well, let me compare myself to you here, right? So Witz is telling a story about taking on the federal government. I haven't read his motion, and so when he asked if anyone had read the motion, I didn't say anything. You said something just to interrupt him, right? So we all know why you did that. You'll deny it, of course. We know why you did that. It's irritating.
I'm not sure that you know.
Yeah, well, you told us.
Well, here's the question, Lori, I want to ask. If you really don't care about it, why would you read it in the first place? Or part of it, if you will.
Maybe I'm interested enough in the conversation to have a brief look. That's why I had a brief look.
But don't you think you should fully understand it prior, or like you should reserve judgment prior to fully even like informing yourself as to what you're going to give your judgment on?
Depends on what I'm judging. So if I'm judging your behavior and how you prance about and claim that Globers will get mad, I can judge based on your behavior. If I want to base the actual success of your case, which I haven't done, like I haven't made any great statement about actually you losing, other than just now in the chat, just to trigger you. I wouldn't actually say, if you want to ask me honestly whether you will win or lose, I would say I would need to look at the case. I can't know for sure.
But Lori, wouldn't it be a fair assessment to say, because throughout the years how Globers like thrive on the downfall of flat earthers, or like them to go through they must live in their car or live in this and that. They just like to see them like a suffering aspect of everything, right? Wouldn't it be fair to say, well, if I win at something, they probably will say it was fake, something wasn't right. Like, isn't that fair to say?
Yeah, actually, I do kind of agree with you there. Like, I'm not trying to take a dig at Witsit, but he's kind of irritating at points from a Glober perspective. And if he were to actually win the court case, yes, there is a credible case that Globers would be mad. So,
there you go.
Funnily, I'm sort of agreeing with you.
What's quite funny then is that you actually consider Witsit to be more of an enemy than your government.
That's
that's just weird.
I'm not sure if I consider Witsit to be more of an enemy than my Is he annoying? Yes. Is he an enemy? I'm not sure.
It's kind of just another example of people wanting to have their pound of flesh out of someone, really.
But I mean, he's taking on, like, does anyone like the US government?
Who likes any government? Who likes any government?
It doesn't matter about any government. I'm just talking specifically about the US government because this is the case we're talking about, right? Witsit versus the US government. Does anybody like the US government? No. Apart from the US government, nobody likes the US government. So why would anyone want them to win against anyone?
Oh, US government. You said my government, so I didn't interpret it that way because I'm in Finland.
Well, fine, US government, whatever. Does anyone like the US government?
Not particularly, no.
Right. So who would want the US government to win at anything?
Exactly. Seeing them fall flat on their face, wouldn't be a bad thing.
Especially in the context, right? This is a law about like regulating your First Amendment, your freedom of speech. It's a law. So First Amendment says Congress shall pass no law, and Congress didn't make this law. A federal agency made this law, and then they get to enforce that law until someone challenges it and proves it unconstitutional. And the fact that I'm challenging it, right? It just seems very absurd to me that someone on the outside would be like, I hope he loses because I don't think the earth spins or something, I think that's the point. Like, I've talked to like 10 lawyers that say that they don't even believe I wrote that. I had the judge assuming that I have an extensive defense counsel. You want to know who wrote that? Me. I wrote it all by myself, no help. So I'm not trying to brag or anything. Like, I'm not bragging. Like, it's just a paper. I think anyone can do it if they really invested the time. The point is just like, for you to claim I'm going to lose, but you haven't read it, it just shows your intention, man. And it's not a pure intention. And so, just like they said, you could have just kind of kept quiet. I don't know why you wouldn't have. It's like, well, we know why. Because you're looking at it like a globe Earth, flat Earth fight, and Austin can't be right, and that's just weird.
If you're talking to me, I already did say that I can't necessarily make the case without, so I'm not sure why you're beating on a horse that's not even there now.
Now you're conflating wanting him to win with assessing the likelihood that he will win. Right, these are two different things.
Sure. so I might have responded to a bit of a wrong thing there. I'm not sure if I want him to lose necessarily.
Okay, fair enough. There's the motion, man. If you actually want to read it.
To me, what's fair should happen. What's fair in this case? I don't know.
Fair enough. We don't have to talk about this in detail either. I literally just came up in the chat. I'm saying, like, the reason I do find it interesting as to how it pertains to the globe Earth, flat Earth discussion is one thing only, and that is that typically, like when I say falsification is independent of replacement, the Globers say that's word salad, which means it's incoherent. It doesn't make sense. They claim that I'm stupid. They claim flat Earth is stupid. So then to try to hold that simultaneously beside the fact that a flat earther pro se took on the federal government with a 99% prosecution success rate and potentially changed the law, like in that scenario, right? Like you can't really claim that flat earther is stupid, can you? That's the only reason I think it's important. I don't care what globe earthers think of me, bro. Have you seen my comment sections? It's the principle of, like, you can't claim we're stupid. We're doing some pretty epic stuff. We just got a flat earther on, mainstream Tucker Carlson, like, because he was smart enough to trick the system, right? So to claim flat earthers are stupid, that's the only value to me, is to point out that you guys have to admit we're not all stupid, and you know that.
Sure.
Really,
I actually
on Tucker. Just to say, you got someone on Tucker. Did you, Whitson?
Well, Alex Stein did. So I'm saying us as flat earthers. Yeah, Alex Stein got on Tucker Carlson and he did it tactically he found out when he went to city council meetings and he would say really how he felt, they would just ignore him. But when he goes and he trolls the other side with satire, he got all the way onto mainstream news. So he did that tactically. I talked to him behind the scenes before he did it and helped him go through the idea, right? So it's like, that's an intelligent maneuver. That's a tactical maneuver that was successful, where you've tricked, this conglomerate of major corporations to let you slide under the radar. That requires, like, intellectual, like, tactical maneuvering. Same thing with this. I set this motion up tactically, where if you rule wrong, a pill's gonna just slaughter you, because I set traps all throughout it. And I'm just making a point that, like, if flat earthers can do some of these epic things, you can't simultaneously claim that they're incompetent and stupid. And that's the only value it has to me as it pertains to the flat earth discussion. Other than, in my other one, I did throw flat earth in there for the squad. I actually literally threw it in the freaking motion. But yeah, so anyway, I don't care about individual opinion. It's the overall sentiment, right? Like, just admit flat earth isn't stupid, and admit that flat earthers aren't stupid. And you're going to be a lot better off. You can say you disagree with them, but don't claim it's just, like, stupid. That's the only value to this discussion that the motion would have, I think. So would you like to admit all flat earthers aren't stupid?
You got to admit that. You definitely got to admit that.
I know. I have no problem with admitting that that has been my stance all along, even before this court case. I know some people personally from my own life who are flat earthers.
I think it's just the fact that there are flat earthers out there that make, the intelligent flat earthers look stupid. I mean, I got to be real with you. There's some goofy flat earthers out there.
Demographic, like taking a handful of, like, any group, and, like, so for instance, like, so intelligence research is something I look at quite a lot. It's actually my main subject. Flat Earth's actually my second subject. And one interesting thing when you compare men and women specifically is that men tend to have slightly higher average IQ, but what's more important to the statistics is that they have, like, a wider bell curve. And so you could take the bottom 10% of men and compare them to the bottom 10% of women, and you will find that the men have got a lower IQ, right? Does that prove that men are stupid? No. But then when you look at the top 10%, you'll find that there are more men there as well, right? So does that prove that, like, men are smarter than women? It's silly. Like, taking these group averages out of context, that doesn't do anything for anyone.
Well, the thing is, though, Crypto, with the difference of nature, women are more agreeable versus men are more, like, ready to debate, or logical thinking. They will
Yeah, I
go
meant a
at
more
each other
aggressive.
for a while.
Yeah, I didn't want to take it into a men-woman thing. What I was trying to do,
Right. Okay. Right.
I could talk about that all day, but what I'm trying to say is, like, yeah, there are going to be some dumb flat earthers. Cool. There's also going to be some incredibly intelligent flat earthers. And I've met quite a few where I just think, fuck me, this guy's, you know, I mean, you know, I could name half a dozen, but there's a few globers as well that I think they're clever. You know, it's not an issue.
Right.
But clever people can be wrong about shit. Right?
True. Yeah, I met it on both sides too, Meg. Smart, decent, well reversed, reverse globers and flat earthers, dumb globers, dumb flat earthers, those that just don't want to admit when they're wrong.
Yeah, but it's cognitively easy, or lazy maybe is a better term. It's cognitively lazy to say my enemies or my opponents are stupid. It's like a cognitive comfort.
It's weird. It's like putting something inside a box. You can't live in a box, man. That's just, I don't know how you can do that. I don't know. That's poof.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess people are sometimes somewhat comfortable within that box. Anything that's gonna like break those foundations and push that in, kind of like it's like a fight or flight mode.
Yeah, I guess so. One thing I do find quite interesting about do you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So one thing I find quite interesting about the Dunning-Kruger effect is when what a globe guy will do is they'll take something stupid that a flat earth guy said, not realizing that it's like a fake flat earther or it was a satirical comment, and they are themselves, oh bloody hell. Sorry, someone didn't just got run over by a truck. Anyway, yeah. So they're exhibiting this kind of like lack of intelligence, and they don't realize it because they think someone else is exhibiting that lack of intelligence. I find that fascinating, like that interaction fascinating, because a lot of us will say kind of things as satire or as a joke, and of course you got your fake flat earthers like the Flat Earth Society and all the rest that will say stuff like we've got members all around the globe, and then we have globers come in and think that's a funny joke on their side when it's actually a joke on them because they don't realize that the Flat Earth Society are fake. Right. So there's like many layers to that.
I mean, the truth is the truth, man. You can't sway it. It's gonna be either this or that.
Yeah, but the problem is that there is an objective truth, but we have a subjective lens that we see it through. And on top of that, we have a certain psychological condition. And so you're going to have motivations coming into it, saying, I either want this to be true or I don't want this to be true, right? So I think we see with a lot of the globers, they don't want it to be true. And therefore, no matter what you show them, it won't be true, right? That's what they're saying in their head. It's not true, and I'm going to find out how it's not true. And at that point, the motivation isn't for truth anymore. It's to, to find the conclusion that they already thought was the case. And I think that's distinct from flat earthers because most flat earthers started as globers.
Yeah.
And then when they looked at it, they went, oh shit, it is flat. So that's actually a distinction between the two groups. Anyway. You know what's brilliant as well is when they try and pigeonhole you. Like, so I remember, so I'm not a Christian, right? I don't know if you guys are Christians or not, but I'm not a Christian. And I remember I had a globe guy comment 24/7, and he was like, "Oh yeah," because I kept on pointing out his authority fallacies. And, oh, that's authority fallacy. That's an authority fallacy. And he was like, "Okay." So he thought he was going to, get me. Oh, are you a Christian? Right? He thought he was going to get me with the, get me on the authority fallacy by saying, "Oh, you believe in God." So when I said no, I'm not a Christian, he was just like, "Oh." That was the end.
Well, there's a funny one. that Globers that are Christians, they'll be like, well, why couldn't God, why wouldn't you think God couldn't just create a globe? God, you think God, it's impossible for God to do that? I like to just hit them. Well, that's a what if. We're trying to figure out what is. Okay,
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah, he could have done that, but he didn't.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So it's not like, I mean, grass could have been blue. Cool. It isn't. So why are we talking about it? Anyway. So we all agree that it's flat then, yeah?
%.
Concave. He said concave.
Concave. What?
Yeah, I was open minded to that. I tried to do that all the glory. Oh man, that's tough.
I'll be honest, I've never really looked into the concave Earth. I don't know what their arguments are. Any gold there, or is it all just nonsense like the globe?
Pretty much.
Yeah,
You haven't looked into concave. Somehow I thought you were a concaver.
Me?
Yeah, maybe I was just confused.
No, definitely flatty.
You like my voice, Twin Crypto? It freaks me out.
Well, there is Foolish. He is in the building.
He is. I don't think we sound that similar. People get me and fucking Crackville and confused, and that really, I don't understand.
I can understand why that would be annoying.
Yeah, fair enough. But you're from the southeast, aren't you? So like, I don't want
to. No, I'm from the northeast, Scotland originally, but I grew up in Suffolk. We just don't have Suffolk twang quite a bit, so used to.
Yeah, fair enough. But I can understand because Suffolk's not that different from where I grew up. So, but like Crackvillain's from fucking Devon or something. I don't really. Anyway, whatever.
Cow punching land. I do live out in the West Country now, though.
All right. Enjoying the Devonian air.
No, I'm a Wilksonian.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, I love that part of the country. It's not busy enough for me. There's not enough really happening, but I suppose if you go to Bath or Bristol.
Yeah, Bath's nice, Bristol's nice. I mean, I used to live in London for years, so I've done hectic, and I've lived in other big cities as well.
Yeah, I've lived in London for about 10 years now, and I'm kind of getting to the point where I've seen it all, and I kind of want to move on.
It's expensive if you're not utilising the facilities.
Yeah, or if you're not there to make the money in the first place, like, because obviously you can make the money here, but
especially I used to live in Ealing, which isn't exactly the cheapest part of London either.
No, that has only got more expensive. Well, I used to live in I've lived in Wimbledon. That was actually reasonable. It wasn't that expensive. I lived in
end of the district line, quite nice, convenient for central London, good for partying out.
Yeah, Wimbledon's pretty nice. couldn't stay there for personal reasons, but it was nice. Where else have I lived? So I've lived in Barnes, if you know Barnes. I've lived there.
Barnes, just south of Hammersmith.
Yeah, very nice. I've lived in Hammersmith as well. I've lived in.
Used to live just around the corner from the King's Mall.
Indeed, yeah. So where else?
Funny enough, that's where Games Workshop first started.
That's it.
Yeah, Glenthorne Road.
I didn't know that you knew about Games Workshop. So I won one of the 40k grand tournaments.
My mate was their third employee.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
So yeah, I used to do play testing for them. So games like Battle Cars and Warrior Knights and stuff like that.
No, I can actually totally see that. Like that just fits your character perfectly. But you know, I don't know if you heard me say that.
Won a 40k
I won
tournament.
No, like the grand tournament.
Oh, cool.
Like the main one, yeah. I'm not going to tell you which one because I don't want to dox myself.
No, I wouldn't even ask.
Ah, fair enough.
I won't even say, was it when they had the troop transporter outside the building in Nottingham before? Because that would also place it.
Yeah,
I'm flexing now.
But, yeah, a few people have seen me plaque, so it's. But yeah, I was King Nerd for a day. It was nice. But it was it you know when you've done it, you're like, oh yeah, that was a cool achievement, but what have I really got out of it? And the answer is nothing. Like you've read a bunch of rule books, you've abused all of the rules to the max, and then you got a bit lucky on the day with rolling dice. Like it really achieved
and
it.
spent several thousand hours painting, or you got someone else to do it for you.
Yeah, well, I worked for Games Workshop at the time, so the armies were cheap and the paints were cheap. So, and I could just kind of spend all day just painting until a customer came in. So it wasn't too bad from that perspective. But yeah, I did get. I would do all of the kind of basic painting, and then I had to hire a guy to really do a good job to finish it off because I was never a great painter.
Okay, not brilliant.
Yeah,
but I never really went in for the army painting. I'm more of a role player than a wargamer.
No, fair enough.
Most of the stuff I did was sort of like ancient and modern, De Beers, Antiquities, and Napoleonics was kind of what I was into.
Oh yeah, so you're more of a general gamer, right? Yeah, because I was very, very into Games Workshop games, like specifically. But they used to give loads of points on painting. It would be like you'd get like 150 points total or something, and like 50 points would be on painting. I was thinking, I don't fucking like painting, so. But you couldn't win a tournament without a really well painted army, so I had to just get it done.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got friends. I mean, that I've got friends that almost made a living just painting figures. It's like a good supplement.
Yeah, I mean, I paid some guy about 100 quid, and that was quite a while ago, so probably worth a few £100 now.
It's about £5 a figure now, just for a simple paint.
Yeah, I mean, he was just kind of finishing off my figures. He wasn't doing the whole lot. So that's probably why it was a bit cheaper. But yeah, crazy.
So I like a spray box and can of spray and get your base coat done with the whole fucking lot in one load.
Oh, hello. Yeah, basically. And then all of the good stuff would be done by my mate Dave. But anyway, yeah, we've gone off on a tangent, haven't we?
I was also one of the original members of, I think, probably the oldest continuous role-playing club in London. Because I must have joined them around 97, 98 was when I first started going there.
Oh wow!
They'd already been going a couple of years, and that was based out of the Hand and Flower, just up near Olympia. And then they moved to Northfields in West London.
Okay, cool. I don't know Northfields, but I do know Olympia fairly well. Oh.
Yeah, well, you know where the main Olympia entrances, and you got just before you get to the little bridgey bit, and there's if you're going into sort of central London, you turn on your left to go down the side of it to get to sort of the main sort of exhibitor entrances where you're going to collect all your shit in. Opposite that, there's a pub called, well, it used to be called the Hand and Flower. I'm not sure if it still is. And that's where it started. And it's got to be going now 30 years, at least 30 years. More like 35.
Yeah, it's still there apparently. That's pretty cool. It's a 3-star hotel. Did you say it was a pub?
Yeah. It was a pub back in those days. They used to rent rooms up above the main pub.
Oh yeah, it still does that. Yeah. Cool.
How weird. More in common than we realised.
Well, I always said that I think we're basically just, not just you and me, but the people who really like to debate this stuff, we're all just nerds, really. Let's be honest.
Pretty much. I just pretend I'm not by being a greasy biker.
Exactly. But you know what I realised when I started getting into bodybuilding? Like, I'm no good at it. Like, my mates are much better than me. I'm not trying to claim to be like hench or whatever, but they're also nerds. Like those hench guys that you see with huge muscles, like they have to know their diet down to a T. They have to know what to lift, when to lift it, how long to rest, all of this shit. These guys are nerds as well. You don't just like fluke getting hench, you know.
No.
And so yeah, it's just kind of funny. Like it's always like any kind of success in life requires some kind of nerd, unless you're outrageously naturally talented, which you know,
that's the exception as opposed to the rule, I think.
Exactly. Other than those people, like your Messis and your Ronaldos and what, most people get success by being a bit nerdy, actually. So it's interesting.
Nerdy's the new cool, bro.
Yeah,
in that case,
sure.
I am so fucking cool, it's untrue. I was going to say, if you wrote that document, you did a fucking good job.
Thank you, man.
It's all right.
You're one of my favorite Glovers still.
Don't worry, everyone's supposed to hate me, so just keep that quiet.
You suck, bro.
That's better. No, I mean, it's good. It's a well-constructed argument. You put it out. You cited your precedents. You know, and I think the only thing that I found interesting was what I mentioned, which is the fact they're trying to move it from an issue of free speech to a demonstration. And I would make sure you look into that, because what they could be doing is then trying to move it away from a free speech issue and then into something where they can use, you know, the legal precedents under demonstration. And the fact that demonstration obviously has a concept of health and safety requirements involved in it, and this is why it becomes a licensable activity.
Yeah. So, like, they first charged me with failure to obtain a permit. And so the reason they had to change that was because there are no permit requirements for individuals anymore. So the cop just misquoted it. So they changed it to demonstration outside of a designated area. And then it has the definition for demonstration, which is like basically any conduct likely reasonable to attract a crowd of onlookers or attract a crowd or onlookers, any expression of views or grievances publicly, etc. So it's basically just the First Amendment. I mean, you know, so they're charging me with not getting permission to speak with the intention of other people listening. So, you know, it doesn't change too much. I mean, that motion I filed, it's not really as applied. It's just challenging the law itself. So, like, what specifically happened to me isn't even relevant. And then my second motion I filed is as applied. So it's like the specifics of the judge or the cop and what he said to me, etc.
Yeah, no. I think you got a good chance of actually winning that on the fact that, you know, it needs to be deemed to be a reasonable requirement. And to try and say, you can't do it here, you can only do it over there, really means that then there's a negation of free speech as a mandate. You know, for me, okay, you know, if you were going to go to Yellowstone Park and want to do your free speech with your ass over the top of Old Faithful, I'd probably say I can say, no, you can't do that for good, reasonable reasons, mainly because we don't want to see you parboiled in public.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that's an like Old Faithful, for example, is a demonstration area. So crazy, bro. Because
Yeah.
I was at the publicly accessible area, right? Like I was in where there's a gas station, shopping center, restaurants, giant parking lots, the quintessential traditional public forum, you know?
Yeah.
But they have an area in the middle of one of the most beautiful natural observation spots in the world, and they say you can do a demonstration there, but they say that because there's no service there, so you can't really do much, you know. You couldn't like film it or anything, you couldn't stream it. So I don't know if that's why they say it, but I just think it's funny because the problem with the law is that it's up to the superintendent to decide where you can freely speak, and that's not what the Supreme Court says, right? It's based on the forum itself. If it's traditionally been used for exchange of ideas between the public, then it's public forum. It doesn't become public forum because the government says it is. And so that's why the law is unconstitutional. And dude, the government, because if you read it at the end, I have First Amendment areas, it's the last part. They didn't even respond to that part, dude. They just ignored it. Like, if you can get access to my docket, you can read what the government said back, and it's hilariously bad. It's just like insane. They didn't even address it because they're scared to address that area. And there's a reason why, right? It's obvious. Because if you are to put people in an area to do free speech where they can't be heard, it's essentially synonymous with eliminating the speech altogether.
Yeah, it's suppression of free speech because you're actually now saying that, you know. So again, I mean, for me, where would it come the difference between me speaking loudly to a group of friends? Where's that line between then invoking a free speech for a group of people around? Where did we cross that line? And I think
Right.
that's interesting as well, because that you know, having read what you've written on those 16 pages, you know, that I think is again an interesting area of ambiguity, and I think the precedent, I've looked at a couple of the precedent cases you quoted, and the rulings on those seem pretty clear, which is, you know, there is no ambiguity because it's an inherent right under constitutional law, and unless you have a reasonable argument to say that you shouldn't do it because of X, generally down to things like health and safety. So it could be the fact you're going to create a huge crowd, which then could cause an obstacle to things like emergency service access, that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Which they'd have to demonstrate. I think that, yeah, as I say, I think you got a reasonably good chance. It's a good argument.
Yeah, like the problem that they have is it's too ambiguous. It's too broad, right? So the law sweeps too broadly. It crosses like all free speech. Like you say, if you're telling like a captivating story and people are like, it's funny. If you're telling a joke and people gather around, according to the law that they have written right now, they could just literally arrest you for that. So it's too ambiguous. The reason they don't allow that for free speech laws is because if you give too much discretion to the officer, then he can censor speech because he doesn't like what's being said. So the law is supposed to be constructed in a way that it eliminates that possibility. It's supposed to be narrowly tailored and very specific. And this is the opposite, you know, it's literally very vague and ambiguous and covers the whole First Amendment. And so that's the fundamental problem they have. But they want it that way because let's be honest, they don't want people saying anti-government things at the national parks.
So what's the current status for has it been through the lower courts?
Say it again.
Has it been through the lower courts?
So it started in a federal district court, and my court date's the 14th and the 18th for Yellowstone. In Rushmore, they're supposed to file their response. The judge ordered them to file a response by the 7th. So it's already in a pretty high court, you know, a federal district court. I mean, if it goes higher than that, it would depend on what the judge rules, and then it'll go to appeal. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it started in a pretty high court. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, regularly when you have like constitutional challenges or things that like, you know, require landmark decisions or precedents, you know, they'll usually rule with the letter of the law in the lower courts, and then you have to appeal to a higher court, like a Supreme Court or what have you, and then at that point, they'll hear the constitutional challenge and they'll overturn the lower court's decision.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
setting precedent,
Yeah, you're right. Like, because it's safer that way for the lower courts because they're trying to work their way up. They don't want to be the guy that makes like this huge rule. But technically, that federal district judge has the right to. So yeah, that could be what happens. That might be what has to happen as it keeps going up. And I also wrote my motion very tactically so that if the judge does mess up and doesn't grant the motion, that it has all kinds of trap doors in it. Because the way it works is then it goes to the appeal. The appellate, like the appeal court, is literally there to find out what the other judge did wrong. So I have them set up from all angles. I would be surprised if it goes all the way to Supreme Court because that would really throw it in the headlines, and I don't think they want that. But we'll see, man.
Can I read it?
Yeah. Here, I'll drop it.
Sounds good.
I think the other thing, Whitson, is my guess. This is my prediction: is they won't respond. And therefore, you'll get a default decision, which means then they don't have to fight it at all.
Well, I think that's what they're trying to do. The government's trying to do that in Rushmore, and the judge said you have to respond, which is really unprecedented. It's pretty crazy. And actually, in Yellowstone, the judge also reprimanded the government as well. So it's pretty epic. That's why I kind of just keep it to myself because I know time will tell.
You're not allowed. So he's not allowing no contest as a decision point, which then means then the citation just goes away.
That's right. He's making the judge is making the yeah.
No, I'm not a legal expert. Just don't want to tell it, but I know a little bit here and there.
Best case scenario, what sort of time frame are you looking at, and what's the worst time frame for the worst case scenario?
Okay, so best case scenario, we would get a ruling on the motion a few days after the 7th because the judge has to read that motion and then write the response. Because even if they dismiss it, they have to explain why. So that would be maybe like around the 10th. I would expect the 10th to be as soon as we hear anything. And then potentially I go to trial and I have to be there in person in Rushmore. That's the 14th, my birthday actually. And then 18th is Yellowstone. So all those can happen, right? Where there can be a ruling prior to that. If this judge grants my motion in Rushmore, it throws out the case in Yellowstone as well. It throws out Chris's case and it throws out any ongoing case that anyone has being charged under that law because it's unconstitutional. So one win wins them all. Worst case, they rule what I would call incorrectly, improperly, but they don't grant my motion. Then you would have to go to appeal, and then you would also have to take it. I'm also going to take it in civil court, which would have the original and then.
So one of the reasons why they might not want to grant that kind of point is then it also opens them up to civil liability.
You're right, it does. So they definitely don't want to grant it. There's no doubt about that. Because, dude, it's actually crazier. I can technically sue on behalf of anyone that's ever been charged under that law. Like, I can sue for all of them.
I'm not sure. In the UK, you couldn't, but you have that kind of weird thing where you can sort of like ambulance chase people to get a whole group of people together, for an infraction.
Well, just like since I'm the one that proved it unconstitutional, then I'm the one that gets the benefit of getting to file the civil lawsuit on behalf of all the infringement of the First Amendment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I'd taking small moves because, again, I had a case with a company that I worked for that I was owed a whole lot of bonuses. And this was when I was in my early 20s. And they basically decided not to pay me and 4 other people in the company. So I didn't take them to court, but I did nasty things to them legally, which meant eventually they agreed to pay me the money because it would have cost them more not to. Right. And first of all, they just tried to pay me, and I went, no, you've got to pay everybody in my team. Because we worked as a team to do this. We made the number together, and paying me would be, it would be immoral in my point of view. I couldn't take that money in good faith. So it ended up, we're owed about sort of 10, 12K each after tax is how much they're doing. It was 5 people. So, it's about sort of 50, 60K. And it was really shitty because, we all worked fucking hard to earn that money. And I was lucky. One of my uncles used to be a barrister, as a Queen's Counsellor. So he was writing letters on my behalf to the company, and the only way you can respond to a QC is via a QC. And even sort of 30 odd years ago, that would still cost you like £400 or £500 a letter. I wasn't paying £400 or £500 a letter. And he has a different surname to me, so they didn't know that he was related. And I kept being asked, how can you afford to do this? And I said, it's not about the money, it's about the principle. Whilst I might think what you're saying is wrong, I totally fucking support your right to be able to go to somewhere to say. We're going to chop some more wood.
What do you got for us all, Glory?
Good morning.
Good evening. What do you got for us, Glory?
Let's see. Let
Let's get into it. Come on.
me see if I can
Spill everything.
think of something to talk about in 2 minutes. You know, I love saying things and just dropping it and letting people ponder it and deal with it.
Let's have a conversation. Bugger this dropping and going. Let's have a chat.
No, can't.
You can't?
Can just share stories of wokeness, wisdom, and insight.
What? You don't want to talk about these things?
Nah, it's only fun to talk about it when the other person is on your level.
Well, how do you know unless you talk to someone?
And so, you ever checked out my, well, not my, but the Concave Earth Dropbox or Google Drive that I shared?
I have looked at bits and pieces of it. Yes, Glory. Yes.
All right, good.
Yeah. You want to chat about some of it, do you, or not really?
No.
Okay, fair enough. I find that interesting, actually, that you just want to kind of drop stuff and not ever want to really chat about it.
And so, do you like Pac-Man Earth?
Do I like what, sorry?
Pac-Man Earth?
Do I like Pac-Man Earth? No, I don't like it. No,
Do
no.
you like the regular Flat Earth model?
Well, when you say model, right? Like, is there a regular model, so to speak, Glory?
So you're just sure it's flat, but you're not confident on other elements because of our inability to like look at them and see them and know for sure what it is and stuff like that, right?
I'd say that's fairly accurate, Glory. Like, I know with my limited experience, apart from observing on a very local scale, what I observed, my experience with water per se, I think I understand the properties of water pretty well. Now, the properties of what is over my head and how that works, I've got absolutely no idea, Glory. Absolutely no idea. But there are many different theories on how the sky works and what the sky is or what it's in and whatnot. And I don't myself necessarily ascribe to any of them myself, but I don't ascribe to the Pac-Man only because it seems too illogical to have something kind of disappear, go under, and come up the other side. If you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Yeah. That just
You
to me that doesn't seem possible. I know that kind of theory was somewhat with some indigenous people. Um, I think it was a theory of, say, some of our indigenous people here in Australia. The sun kind of went down, then went underneath, and came back up the other side. But yeah, no, I don't. I definitely don't ascribe to that as a model per se.
yeah. When I tried to give Pac-Man Earth theory a chance, because in real life I like to just observe things, look at things.
Hmm.
The only observation I saw like that gave Pac-Man Earth kind of a chance was uh I in my gym there's a swimming pool. There's like a pool and there's lights above the pool, and then
Yep.
I was just sitting with my feet in the pool, and I was just looking at how the lights were reflecting on the pool, and I noticed that depending on how the waves were in the pool, um, the waves would like wave. And so I know that this sounds stupid, and I've never explained this before. I just kept it to myself, but
No,
I,
go
I
for
just
it. Go
looked
for it.
with the light above shining down on the water. You would see a reflection of the light, right? So it would be those tube lights that are like uh 3 feet long. You know those lights
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
talking about, right?
Yep.
Okay,
The
so you,
fluoros.
you
The
could you
fluoros.
could
Yep.
see you could see its reflection and its design in the water, and I noticed that like the light above us was stationary, but then I noticed that the wave as it was waving, it took the reflection of that light from a one side to the other,
Yep.
but it didn't go all the way across the pool. And just in my local area I was looking at, it took the reflection of the from one side to the other, and then that reflection ended, and it reappeared again back on the other side, and that wave it kept doing that over.
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know exactly. I've seen exactly
yes,
the same sort of thing. So I do get exactly what you are saying.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was just the only thing that I could relate to Pac-Man Earth, but
Mm. Yeah. But I am I'm satisfied myself, Glory, with not knowing some things, whereas other people need to have answers for things on how things work, because we were talking about this before. It's human nature to want to know how things work. It starts as a kid. You get a toy, you pull it apart, you want to know how it works, and that kind of thing. It's just human nature to want to know how things work. Um, and I would love to know how things work. I know different models can explain how things work, but is it really how things work? So, that's why I'm kind of happy, really, within myself to go, you know what? I don't know. And nothing wrong with that at all, in saying, like, I don't know. And I don't need a model uh, to explain to me how the the sun, the moon, and the stars work, or how they are held up in the sky, so to speak. I look at these things more through eyes of wonderment. Yeah, that's how I look at them. That they are a gift.
Yeah.
But I definitely do get why people kind of want to know, like want to know things, and they want to kind of know all aspects of that. The concave theory, as far as a model is concerned, may fill in more of the blanks, but to me, it doesn't fill in the blank of kind of what I'm standing on, really. Neither does the globe model either.
What's up, guys?
Not a lot.
When are you going on your trip, Harry?
The idea is to leave late May.
Are you doing all modes of transportation? You know, plane, boat, car, horse, bicycle?
Just motorbike. Just motorbike.
This motorbike.
Yeah.
That's gonna be rough.
Why do you say so?
You're gonna travel thousands of miles on a motorcycle?
Yeah, man.
I mean, isn't
How are
that
you
gonna get?
confused?
I don't know. Isn't that gonna get like annoying with the wind in your hair and the bugs and
No, man, I love it.
the rain?
Yeah, rain's a bit shit. Rain, I'm with you on that one. Have you travelled ever by motorcycle though, Jerry?
Nah.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't get what good it is. You're just like, all right. But it's once you do it, it's like it becomes a clearer thing.
Did anything good happen last night? Nothing. I was talking to my internet weirdo friends. That's what my wife calls you guys. Check, check.
Isn't it weirdo, friends? I mean, she's not wrong.
IWF.
IWF.
Harry constructed
Maybe you want to talk to my Discord flat earthers. They want to know what it's like being married to a flat earther. It doesn't impact you? No comment? Okay. She said no comment.
It doesn't impact you is very different to no comment.
Well, they would always try to get her on the mic in Gem when I would be in Gems. And she wants no part of this.
Well, Harry did construct a 3D painting of how the stars would work if you were on a globe. And then said, well, if this matches what you see here and you see that in real life, wouldn't you say that's what's going on in real life?
Yes. Yeah. If this model accurately demonstrates an effect you can see in reality, do you think not that this model is describing what we see in reality? Yeah. Yeah, bang on.
I still think you could put some kind of convex or concave or some kind of lens in between us and the lights in the sky and make it work.
There could be.
I mean, the guy did Eratosthenes. just by putting a lens in front of it. Kosho doesn't like it because he said the nails are too big, and I don't know. That needs to be redone.
It was an impressive drawing.
Did you put creamer on the list? Yeah.
Harry, where are you going to keep all of your supplies when you're on your bike?
What supplies?
You know, like food and, underwear, douchebags.
Box. I've got a heavy Pelican top case and soft luggage either side. So yeah, that's the.
And you're going to stop at like hotels and when it's time to go to bed?
Yeah, mostly. That's I've done it before in India. It's you just sort of get to about that kind of time of the evening, and then you're like, well, it's about time to pack it in, and then you find a place. Hope it's nice.
Do you plan on banging your girlfriend in every country that you visit?
Naturally. Would be rude not to, wouldn't it?
Of course.
Yeah, it's I just want to. I don't know. I get really itchy feet if I haven't traveled a bit and challenged myself a bit recently.
Nah, I pretty much like staying put.
Fair enough.
Yo, eggshells.
Yo.
What's up, brother? So yeah, I was just thinking, what in your estimate is the weakest argument of the flat Earth theory?
Gas fresh without a container.
No. Well, forgive me. So you would say that's a strong point for
No.
flat Earth? You think that's a strong
No.
point?
That's the weakest argument for flat Earth.
Well, forgive me. Not like the weakest argument, maybe that you've.
Oh.
Well, I mean, fair. I don't know. I see that from the other side of that, but like, what's your or maybe other than that, what is your weakest argument, or like flat Earth's weakest argument? Because I think that's.
There's okay. Aside from that, there's a lot of like Alice and Bob paradox kind of stuff, which is just like a failure to reason. Like I had a fairly robust argument with SC Montreal the other day, where he's like, "Are you telling me there's a boat out there and you see both the hump and the dip?" I'm like, "It's just the same word for two different things. Like,
That's
yes,
good.
you see a hump and or a dip. Like, it's a ball. What do you want? What do you want me to say?" Like, and he's just like, it was just a failure to reason in. Did you like that? Was that a good SC Montreal?
That was a good SC Montreal. However, I like it. However, I have contention with your point about his argument. I mean, I guess I don't know what his claim was, but I think observably we see flatness. That's my only thing about that one. But that was a great impression.
Yeah, observably we see flatness. That's fine, but he was just asking me this thing like it was a sort of logical paradox. How can you have both the hump and the dip? I'm like, it's just giving two words to one thing. That's all it is.
All right. Well, outside of your personal differences, what do you think about let's say because what other arguments do you think are like detrimental to the flat Earth argument?
So ones like that are just demonstrably going, because I don't understand this thing, it's therefore false. I think there's a few bits like that. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's like, well, it's not required to make sense to you.
Well, I mean, in what case, like for instance? Like, let's say and I look at this let's say outside of the personal, like somebody arguing or that particular the way that they do it, from what you're maybe understanding of what the flat Earth argument is, if you give it any credibility at all, or if you could, and then like what would be the hole you would you would pick through it, like what are the strongest points against it, not as like a personal thing, not what people are saying, that kind of thing.
I don't know. I do get a feeling like you and a few other people, Jerry's another one, Jeremy, like there is something to wanting to try and make it more of a discussion. I think that's a failing. It's not really of an argument, but that we argue.
I mean, I see that in the sense of I don't think one thing I enjoy talking about with you guys even though whatever I have my differences, it's but there's always a wealth of stats and numbers and things that are calculated. You know what I mean? Like, you guys come with your arguments on behalf of the globe, but I think some of it is also, to me, it's a little superfluous or whatever, superfluous. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that to me, it's raises my suspicion when certain things go into that direction. I guess more than anything, but I'm surprised that it doesn't do any of the arguments of flat Earth, let's say, tempt you into being taking flat Earth more seriously.
Can't say they do. No, I can't think of many that do.
What would be any of them?
That we see too far is pretty good. I think when I adopt the sort of mindset of you can't know unless you know, then like you can't know unless you check yourself, then I do think that it makes a very strong argument for how much you take what I take things for granted. Just go, oh, scientists have worked it out, so I don't really need to ask myself how or why or what was, you know.
But do you think that still holds true that we can see boats go over the curve of the Earth, man?
Yeah, I think the case for that is pretty strong. Yeah.
Would you agree the argument against it's pretty strong too?
Could you summarize your version of the argument against it?
Just the idea that we can look farther than we've ever been able to see before. You know what I mean? And I just think that alone like allows us to conquer this idea that it conquers our visibility range. That argument,
Yeah.
like you could zoom in on boats and see further than you could before.
Yeah, the argument against it seems to be like our eyes don't see that far. I'm like, say it on video camera as well, though.
I'm a little busy over here, but I'm listening, brother.
Right. Yeah.
So eggshells. So
Yo.
right on. You think the gas pressure without a container argument is a bad one
Yes.
for flat Earth?
For flat Earth. Yeah.
I
I
mean,
don't.
I don't know. I think you're reaching there, though, right? You know what I mean? Like that's like because I would think like if you could prove that you could have gas pressure without a container, it'd be more a lot. You know, you'd be more convincing for the globe in that respect. But they can't produce anything, right?
Oh yeah, it's a very difficult thing to show.
Right. Well, it violates like like or you know, I mean I don't know. You've heard all the fucking rhetoric. But yeah, that's interesting that you would think that would be a weak case for flat Earth, or
Yeah.
a weak case for some kind of container.
It's mainly that it's so what are some of the things? It's an argument that is based solely on accepting a definition from a book. Is one of it, right? They're saying it's in this book that I found some definitions of the word gas pressure, not atmospheric pressure, notably. It says that you need a container because that's how you measure it. So there must be a container. And that's me slightly straw manning it, but like trying to give it a reasonably honest rendition. And I guess the easiest way to say it would be I'm not moved by it as an argument. I think that like how could I put it? It's something that doesn't. One of the reasons I think it doesn't work is because it's so unlike the rest of what flat Earth purports to be.
What do you mean, though? I think flat Earth is pretty consistent.
Well, flat Earth says like you got to check things for yourself, and then when you say what checks have you done about gas pressure without a container, people just go, "Oh, what about a car? What about a gas tank?"
Well, no, but they're just pointing out the obvious. Like,
Yeah.
it's like this. It's like the uses of gas pressure or air pressure. You know, those are common usages. Whereas there is no common usage of the gas pressure without a container. Therefore, it's like implied that like we don't have to produce. Like, if we're making the argument that you need gas pressure, you know, and a container, like the opposite to that would have to be proven true because we have so many examples of you know the former, right? Like we have so many examples.
Every example of the former is a vast differential in close proximity, right? So a car tire, a propane tank,
Right, it's
beer
logical.
drum, whichever one you want to use. Only look at one scenario, and that is a vast differential within a close distance. And secondly, it is not logical to be testing whether something is the case and then point out that it is the case as if that proves something.
Isn't that the fucking scientific method? Isn't that the hypothesis?
No. What you're trying to do with the scientific method.
Well, no, we're not getting into. I'm trying to talk about gas pressure without a container in the sense that there is no evidence for gas pressure without a container. We have innumerable examples of gas pressure needing a container to exist. So, and to say that it's one of the weakest flat Earth arguments, to me, sounds silly. Right?
Like the how would I put it? If the requirement that it must be contained does come from a book, like Okay, the core of the argument is this: pointing at examples of something being the case is not a test for whether it can, in some instances, not be the case.
Right.
So I can point this out to you in a variety of other ways.
But
If
can I
we're having a
interject?
discussion about the existence of swans, whether there were black swans would not be altered by the first time I showed you a white swan, nor by the 100th. It doesn't matter how many white swans there are. What we're talking about is black swans. If you know
Right,
what I mean.
here's my point of contention with that is that the idea that your idea is the idea that comes from a book. Your idea is this idea that's just, it's a proposed notion that there is no example of. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So to then turn and say, well, you're not doing the scientific method by proving that you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's like, it's a false, it's like a weird premise to put somebody in, and then it makes you wonder, like, why. This is where it gets superfluous to me. Is the idea of like, it's just like these explanations get more outlandish as the truth gets closer, and the idea that like we have these everyday uses, and then we have this random idea that somebody's theorized literally in a book, and all the rest of it. Just so then it's absurd to me to then hear that our examples are from a book, but your idea that gas pressure without a container is totally legit, even though it's only a theoretical idea from a book. Do you know what I mean? It's like, do you see where I'm a little puzzled?
So it's not that the argument itself is bad. It's that it's not in keeping with the rest of flat earthdom, where what, at least to me, what flat earthdom is what is impressive about it is to go, I require tests of these things myself, and tests things, but does not test this. As you are saying, I can give you plenty of examples of it being the case. That is great. That is not a test. Tests is what science is about. And there is, as far as I can tell, not much interest in testing this idea as much as just asserting it's true.
Well, wouldn't you say that you're asserting it's true without having any tests? Like what what you're proposing.
I'm not proposing to upset the model. I'm not.
Well, no, but I just mean the idea that we're not trying to upset like in total. We're just looking at this one issue. Is the idea that if there's no example of gas pressure without a container, then why would anyone accept it? And like, could you see where then it leads me to think of Voltaire's line, if they can make you believe absurdities, they can make you commit atrocities, right?
What's more absurd, that there is a density gradient that of pressure dropping as you go up that continues, or that there is a giant invisible watered airtight dome over us?
Well, what do we have
That's
instead?
more absurd,
Invisible
to me.
gravity. Invisible gravity, is that what we're dealing with next? On the like at least my side has a tire as an example, whereas there is no example for the proposed invisible gravity force that you've got in that
Yeah, but
regard.
you can look
Holding
look up
gas
into
to it.
the sky and you can see that things revolve around things at a distance and
And what's it
speed
got to
that
do
other
with gas
things.
pressure without a container or gas? You know what I mean? Like that's
Well,
got
I
nothing
don't
to
know.
do with.
You brought up that I don't bring
Well,
stuff
I'm
up
just
and then be like, why are you talking about it?
forgive me. I'm just saying in the sense of like you're talking about it like, oh, I need to, like, flat Earth is proposing this invisible, shield or whatever. Whereas you guys have an invisible force that holds everything. Like, what's the difference? Like, and the difference is that I have an example for my idea, whereas you don't. Not you, but this theory of the globe and all the rest of it. Like,
But your example is like I could also say all water flows, and then every time I need to prove that to you, I just need to slosh a glass around, and I say therefore all water, 100% of all water is flowing in some way. See what I mean? At the moment I point out that like you're just trying to prove, you just keep showing where it is the case. What we're trying to say is is there a way to test for when it's not the case? Which is, I want to look for examples of gas pressure without containment, not I want to look for examples of it being required. We already know it's required. Nobody's unaware of propane bottles. What we're questioning is when there's like vast distances between these pressure zones, can it then work? So pointing at ones where you go, look, it's a car tire. It's like, yeah, that's a vast differential. That's 60 PSI next to 14. What we're not talking about 60 PSI, literally half a centimeter from 14 PSI. What we're talking about is, 0.000001 PSI different from a couple of feet that way. It's a very different question we're trying to ask, and to say I'm happy with the result that Flat Earth gives me, that it's wrong, because it seems like car tires begs the question, isn't begging the question, but to me begs the question, where's the tire? Where's the wall of this container? How's the pressure kept in? Why is it bunched up in places? Why does it drop as we raise up? If it's so necessary for containment, why is there a gradient in it when a gradient would
Right,
preclude
but
the necessity for a container?
doesn't heat explain, like, heat can explain a gradient, though? Like, some place it's sunny and some place, you know what I mean? Like, even like, there's I would think like a cooling off process that maybe could explain pressure gradients throughout the day. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder. Because we have barometers, so everything is obviously in a state of flux. So everything's in this like state of heat, you know what I mean? Of heat and cooling and, high pressure, low pressure. So it's like, these are well within the realms of being, in a container, where there is no example of having gas pressure or anything without entropy. You know what I mean, right? That's the argument. I just find it odd that you would pick that one argument as the weakest of the flat Earth, or
Rest are like, have you gone out and tested this yourself? Everything else, and it's like, well, you just take other people's word for
right, but
it.
isn't it
And then
obvious?
there's one thing on gas pressure, suddenly that rule goes out the window.
Well,
It's like,
it's
oh no,
because
we
it's
found a definition that requires it.
because it's a moot test. We already have examples of it, practical examples of it. It's a moot test. There's no reason to go. You have to go to prove that you can have gas pressure without a container in order for it to be accepted by anyone reasonable enough to consider these ideas seriously.
Maybe. Like to me, I'm quite comfortable with the model as it stands. I think it has strong explanatory power in this and in other aspects, and I don't see why what is being added by the by this suggestion that there's a container. It doesn't explain stars. It doesn't explain space flight. I've never seen it. I just on the shift of this like incredulity, I've never like conceived of something that could be that large, let alone airtight. Just a structure that was able to keep out the rain would be impressive, but a airtight structure bigger than all of existence.
Well, this is what surprised me when you came up with that as your weakest argument for whatever. Because if those are your arguments, I that's reasonable. But the gas pressure without a container for me was just a little too much.
But that's what I mean. That's what it invokes. I would be staying, if I were a flat Earth, I'd be staying well away from any fluff about the dome. I'd go, well, we all have our own ideas or something. But
I don't know. What other arguments? Let's say.
What other arguments?
Yeah. And also, what arguments would you maybe consider, like as having some semblance of validity to them? Like, what do you think has validity?
We see too far, that we take things on face value, that we don't have much focus on or ability to test for ourselves.
Can you guys manipulate gravity?
Right on. No, those are great. Thank you, Axel. Those are great points. You're fucking right. That's awesome.
Because I mean, gravity is the assumption of why you have gas pressure to begin with. So, are you able to manipulate gravity as a variable?
I don't think so. No, I don't think you manipulate gravity. I mean, if you wanted to test on it, sure. I guess you could do things where you go, I'm going to cancel out the up and down gravity here with the
Oh.
intent then that I get a bit more of the you know, the side to side gravity. I think you could go to different latitudes and test local gravity. I think there are things you could do, like changing latitude is I would consider a variable, and that does affect latitude, weights of things. So basically the effects of gravity.
Do you have an example of that? Like,
Sure, yeah, Wolfie 6020 did some cool stuff on it. Takes a weight to different latitudes and then weighs it, and as you might expect, well, as you might not expect, I guess, even set it on the inside of the scales. These will weigh things, make sure you calibrate them at for your latitude.
yeah, but I could easily say that's due to the magnetic field indifference.
I'm sure you could make something up, but that doesn't mean it's valid or reasonable or has
Oh, that's
direct
definitely
demonstrable
valid.
power.
The magnetic field is definitely a thing, and the magnetic flux within that field is different upon its Cartesian points. So it's going to have different values.
I'll be
Hello.
excited.
I would say we don't need to test for gravity because gravity is an antecedent to having an atmosphere.
Gravity is a what?
It's the antecedent to having an atmosphere at all.
It's a presumption. It's a presumed force, a fictitious force that's never necessarily been proven.
If you have an atmosphere, you have to have gravity. It's the antecedent.
I'm sure in your model, but in all true respects of
Logically.
reality, that's not consistent.
Logically, if you've got an atmosphere, you have to have gravity. That's the antecedent.
Only in your model.
No, it's not my model. It's just that's how it is. There's no other way for atmospheres to form properly without gravity on a planet and stay there.
It's not true.
What would be another way? What would be another way to have an atmosphere on a planet?
You could have a field or lack thereof, and I usually lean towards lack thereof.
Lack of a field.
Lack of a field. Okay, this is interesting.
Meaning space is not a terminal for discharge. Therefore, you can't have anything outside of the field. Everything's within the field, including space itself.
What's a field exactly? I've heard of magnetic field. I don't really know what it is.
Well, essentially, there's only one field, but science today has tried to separate field phenomena into separate fields, like electricity, the electric fields over here, magnetic fields over there. But essentially, there's only one field that makes up our entire existence here.
Energy spread out over an area.
What's energy?
I'm asking, is that what you mean by a field? Some type of energy spread out over an area?
I would call it potential energy.
Well, a lack of that would keep an atmosphere to a planet.
Correct. Existence can only happen within the field.
I've never heard of it before. I guess it could be true, but I'm more likely to lean with gravity.
Well, I lean towards this. I mean, some people lean towards this physical dome, but this is where I lean towards. Would be the lack of a field.
Would that work on a flat Earth?
Sure.
A field could work on a flat Earth if you have electromagnetic fields. One plate of the field, or one plate of the charge field anyway, one end of the charge field could be the solid firmament dome. And the other plate of the field could be the Earth. Usually when you talk about electromagnetics, you're talking about charge fields between two electrodes or something like that. So, looks like it could work.
I think even if that worked, there wouldn't be a solid dome, would there? It'd just be a field and a lack of field.
Well, you need something to give the field shape. Otherwise, it would be amorphous and unstable. You need a solid object to help channel and direct the field. Otherwise, it wouldn't take any sort of significant.
I'm more happy with flat Earth. Oh, sorry, I disconnected. I'm more happy with flat Earth with a gradient, no solid dome, field that you don't understand. I'm more happy with that than a dome.
But that goes against what we normally see. If we have layers of gases, normally they need to be contained by, something solid. So that's more mystical to invoke a gradient with nothing there to form the gradient or, give us something solid. That's very mystical.
Well, I think comparing the whole Earth to a can or a tire is a bit mystical. Sort of Disney story. To have an atmosphere, you need a solid dome, like a little thing.
I mean, the fact that you can imagine gravity bending and warping the fabric of space-time, which has no properties, to me is ludicrous and makes no sense at all. It's irrational, highly irrational.
Well, I don't believe it bends space. I believe it bends things in space, our perception of space, and time, which is our perception of space again.
Yeah, well, if these mere perceptional phantasms are what you're equivocating to be as something physical, then you're rewriting science as it's currently known.
Well, no, I don't rewrite it. I just believe what I believe after reading what other people write.
That's fine. I mean, if your beliefs aren't aligned with, what's being, talked about and discussed in terms of gravitational forces, then maybe you're onto something different, which is,
No, I believe in gravitation. I just don't believe it bends empty space. I believe it bends perceptions of stuff in space.
How can something bend your perception? Your perception isn't an object that can take shape to be bent. It just sounds like you're talking about something very philosophical and metaphysical at that point, with no physical analog, a physical thing to go with it. That's very mystical.
Bend's just a word to use. I mean, affect, attract, change.
How about warp? Yeah, all that. I mean, anything, physically affected. But the problem is you have to have something to have something affected. Like you can't affect nothing, right? Like to say that
your perception between Mars and Saturn. Let's say you devote your life to studying these two planets, these two things in the sky. Maybe gravity affects your perception of them, and you have to account for that a little bit as you understand it more.
How can we understand it more when our perception is being bent and warped? At that point, we can't even use our perception to figure out whether it's the case or not. That leads to more and more mysticism, not less. And in our everyday experience, normally you need a solid container for things like gas, and we've already accepted that. So why would you reject that by saying, oh, we don't need a container for the gas? Gravity is now all of a sudden sufficient. That's kind of inconsistent if you've already accepted, that a solid object contains gases or whatever.
It's not all of a sudden sufficient. It's been sufficient for a while, a few 100 years since people have been looking into it.
But that's not what we see in our everyday life and experience when we have gases like in a propane tank. That's contradictory and cognitively dissonant.
That's to compare Earth's environment and nature to a propane tank is just mystical, silly. Propane tanks don't have gravity, so they're not analogous.
So in a way, it just sounds like you're invoking mysticism.
I mean, so are you. That's all we can ever do, really.
No, I disagree. I think you have to base your assertions on fact and with logical, rational understanding, not just abstract conceptions to reify the essence and properties of what something is or isn't.
Let me explain it how, if it's all negative and we're all being mystical and fantastical and none of us are grounded, I'm invoking a force that's inside of things, like solid things and gas things, that attracts more of it, and that bends perceptions of human animal hybrids, humans. Yeah, and you're invoking a sky dome like a Disney movie that you've never seen.
No, I've never said anything in regards to a
Not
dome,
you.
some
Lemon
sort of a
was.
physical.
You're invoking a field that you've heard something about.
It's not something I've heard about. This is
not a fact, though, is
this is logical, and it is a fact.
No, that's absurd.
Oh, really? Because the field is a word constantly being thrown around by your heliocentrist and mainstream scientists. So if you're going to deny the existence of a field, then that's on you, not me.
If you say maybe it's a gravitational field because of the mass holding gas to the thing, I'll be more with you, and I'll start saying, that sounds good.
Well, that's a problem because you have a bias now.
No, because that would make more sense, and it would be more information.
Yeah, but gravity is a non-existent thing. It's something that you guys have come up with to equivocate where there's not an answer by just supposing mass attracts mass, which it doesn't.
It's not a supposition.
Mass attracts.
We observe it every day.
You have nothing to prove mass attracting mass.
Well, we do.
Because it doesn't.
Mic drops.
What?
Mic drops prove that mass attracts mass.
Things falling down to the ground does not prove gravity.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Not at all.
It does.
Well, you can beat your own drum to that, but I'm gonna tell you it's not
7
verifiable.
billion people on planet Earth believe it, and just get on with their lives.
Yeah, because they've never dived deeper and they just accept the rhetoric coming across.
Does it make sense?
It doesn't, though, because there's plenty of things that contradict that understanding.
So how are we going to go about proving that this is the case? Are we going to go to the center of mass and prove that stuff is attracted there? Because as far as we can tell, there's no way to prove that this is or is not the case, especially since we don't see things clumping up into gravimetric balls in our everyday life. So at that point, we would yet again have to appeal to mysticism, because there's no way to prove what you say is correct. Not in our everyday life. We don't see that.
I mean, it's proof for a lot of people. They wrote the natural law of gravitation all based on it.
Is there a center point to your gravitational force?
It's the biggest clump of mass or gas, the massiest bit.
So does gravity have a center point?
Yeah, the massiest bit.
Okay, and does it increase or decrease at the center point of this so-called gravity?
Well, the more massy the massy bit, the more gravity, right?
That doesn't necessarily answer my question. That sounds like a dodge attempt. So does gravity increase or decrease towards the center of gravity, which you said exists?
Well, if there's more mass there, it might increase a bit. Yeah, I think so.
So you don't have a solid answer?
No, not on that.
Well, gravity has that problem along with others. Why does gravity have a one-way pull? If gravity is an actual force, most of the time it would have a two-way action. It would have a push and a pull at the very least. Why does gravity reach out and affect nothing with its push outward, but grab onto stuff and pull it inward in a one-way fashion? That's highly mystical. When I push you with my hand is solid enough and substantial enough to push you in or pull you in two ways, not just one. How do you explain that highly mystical notion?
This is interesting. I think if I wanted to explain the duality of gravity to you, I would say this is where density and buoyancy comes in. When gravity pulls some heavy things down, it forces other light things up. So that's how gravity pushes some stuff away.
So while it's pushing stuff down that's pushing something out of the way and upward. Isn't that contradictory? If gravity was a force of any consequence, why would stuff be able to be pushed out of the way without gravity pulling it down again? That doesn't make any sense.
Because it's based on the weight. So the disequilibrium, to bring up White's word from earlier.
Well, gravity's highly mystical conception where there's a one-way push and pull is just unsatisfactory. At that point, we can talk about a medium interaction and or a field interaction, which appears to be a bit more consistent as an explanation, and just, leave gravity somewhere else.
I mean, it's not push-pull, but there is some type of dynamics after the pulling. I think that's how I'm thinking of it. Some other things get pushed out a little bit. To rearrange as they're getting pulled. I think that's what I'm saying. So there's not pushing, but some things go up and down as they're all getting pulled in or down.
Yep.
I would say gravity is not a force, rather just the acceleration of the homeostasis of the highest inertia or the lowest field torsion. And the phenomena that you call gravity is just the reaction of that field or the medium to this ultra high energy dynamos, or in simplex accumulated, corresponding to what is conventionally called matter. So gravity essentially is just an anti-field, but incorrectly assumed the field due to the acceleration and the mutual mass interactions and observations. Yeah, matter doesn't attract, nor does it accelerate towards one another. And gravity is not a property of either matter or the masses composed of the compounded matter. All matter, be it simplex or compounded, is just ultra high energy, light, and as such, ultra high energy dielectric dynamos that necessitatively induce current in the medium as such, being this ether field. And this induction circuit, inherent to the nature of matter, generates this attributional impulse current of the ether and movement of matter, or the phenomena called gravity.
Gibberish from start to finish. Every other word you said was gibberish.
That was just a large pile of words, man.
Yeah,
That was
so
actually
if you
impressive.
Absolute gibberish from start
It's
to
impressive,
finish.
actually.
If you actually look into Lamar precession, you'll see this whole dynamo taking place before your very eyes. So maybe
Your
you guys should
vocabulary is
research
fantastic.
it.
Yeah,
Thank
it's a
you.
wide vocabulary of misused words.
No, they're all highly accurate.
No, you just made them up. Or you're
Highly
just following Ken
concisely
Weaver's
accurate.
drivel, who knows, he couldn't use a mathematical equation to predict any of the things
your
he talks about at all.
Your feelings are hurt.
He could never make a prediction. He could never use any of the stuff that he gibbers on about.
Your
to
feelings
do
are hurt.
All he can do is, it does offends the fact that humanity can be taken in by such an
Dude,
idiot
how
as
about
Ken
this? You
Weaver.
guys are
It
saying-
offends my sense of humanity.
Rumpus and Randy, you guys are saying that it's gibberish, that he's saying words without knowing the meanings. How about we test him and ask him a couple of words and see if he is using them correctly? Like, for instance, Daslo, what's dynamo? You just said dynamo. What's a dynamo?
Yeah, it's essentially a polarity. Basically what it boils down to.
No, it doesn't. That's not what a dynamo is.
A change in polarity?
A change in polarity, yeah, which generates
don't
this
change
phase
polarity in a
disparity.
dynamo. You don't.
Dynamic usually means changing. So one would assume that a dynamo has something that's changing based off of the etymology of the word. I would assume that it's a changing polarity.
Okay, so I
not,
looked at the
you're wrong.
definition. It says a generator consisting of a coil.
Yeah.
that causes a current to flow.
So you got that completely wrong.
Well, that's the current
So
conception
you don't even.
of
Well,
a
you asked one
dynamo
word and you didn't
within
know what
a-
it
within
meant.
an
Hold up,
Straight
engineering.
off.
hold up.
Impressive stuff.
Go ahead, Daislav.
Dynamos in my bikes. They I think now more call an alternator. I think it depends how they work, but yeah, I think it's a spinning thing that gives power to a non-spinning thing.
A spinning magnet that generates different polarity fields, essentially.
Doesn't generate different polarities.
Polarity and simplex is just Mother
Simplex,
Nature's
that's gibberish. That's another
it's
word you've
just
just made
Mother.
up.
Yeah, you're just talking through me. So
Yeah, but if you keep on
polarity and
singing
dynamo
gibberish
and
at us,
simplex is just
a
nature's
complex, that's another piece
fundamental
of
force
gibberish.
vector. So which is divergent.
Sorry,
and
what's
curvilinear. Yeah, so polarity and simplex is just nature's fundamental force vector, which is
And simplex is
divergent.
just a fancy way of
It's
saying
just
in a
curvilinear.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's just essentially dimensional polarity, which is polarity by definition, and can't be merely linear, nor can it be straight, because all nature's lines are, of course, curvilinear and mutually divergent and centrifugal from a non-Cartesianal nexus, and manifest both three-dimensionally as curvilinear, but additionally so necessitated by the definition of magnetism, which creates space itself, as processing to create the mass.
Did you say magnetism creates space?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I'm getting to it. So the precession, the geomagnetic precession, is the full and complete dimensional reification of polarity by definition, and it must be three-dimensionally divergent. And because a two-dimensional force, i.e. magnetism, divergence is impossible and illogical. Dimensionally, magnetism is an extrapolated vortex given multiple divergent vectors from each so-called pole, and these force divergences are tied like a dog to a stake in the ground
So
to
if
this plane of
magnetism
inertia.
if magnetism is, sorry, you said the vortex?
It's
vortex
essentially
of what?
Yeah, it's essentially a vortex. It's a field vortex.
Of
Is
what?
that well of increasing divergence. So
Field
at the
vortex of
center
increasing divergence.
at the
Divergence
center
of
of
what?
all
Made out
magnetic
of
fields.
increasing divergence.
So
What's
at
it
the
made
center,
out of? He wanted to know what it's
so at
made
the
out of.
center, yeah. So at the center of all magnetic fields, there's no magnetism, and at the center of gravity, there's no gravity. There's
Okay.
only one field. This being the dielectric field, since magnetism is the dielectric field being expressed in force, as implied the loss of inertia, and
Okay,
electricity.
one second. Let's take one step at a time. You said magnetism was a vortex, right? At the center there is no magnetism, but what is rotating? What's the vortex?
It's
talking about
this
the
magnetic field. It's this double vortex formation, which is the genesis of geomagnetic precession itself.
I know,
and
but what
this
makes
is
the magnetic field? What makes this
the ether.
vortexual magnetic field?
It's these conjugate pairs of these field expressions. So in order to
What's that
have
mean?
magnetism, you have to have a dielectric field, and the dielectric field resembles this hyperboloid. So every magnetic field, right, is represented as a toroidal field. It's this donut shape, and the inverse of that is the hourglass shape.
I'm with
And
you,
those,
but what's actually moving in this field? What's rotating? What's
the
what's
ether.
making it the vortex?
It is the
like
ether
the ether?
itself.
Is it an electric current? What is it?
The ether.
It's essentially the plane of inertia.
It's the field modality of the ether.
Basically, it's like space itself is pressing on the object percentage, and the object is pushing back. The field's going in, the field's going out. You're getting space going in essentially two directions. One, a current of space is going inward. The other is going outward. Space, counter space, flow inward,
But he
flow
said,
outward.
Well,
Vortices inward, vortices outward. That sort of thing.
Okay. I kind of disagree with that because I think space in and of itself is just a function of something that already exists. So you're not creating space. Space is, just it comes with something of matter or what have you, right?
Then what do you think space is if it already exists in a different form?
Space is metaphysical.
So it is
If it
not
doesn't
something
already exist, it
actual.
exists
Okay,
with.
then we're going to split their percentage because you're saying space is a metaphysical abstraction. This appears to say that space has flow and physical properties.
No,
So at that point, we're
space
going
has
to
no
diverge.
physical properties. It's a function of something that does have physical properties. So let's say you have a block of wood. That block of wood now has dimensions, right? It has a length, a width, a height. It has these metaphysical units of measurement that we give to it. That's space. It takes up a volume, but the space itself is a metaphysical understanding of its location.
And what's the block in? What is it in?
The block
If it
is in
doesn't have
whatever
physical
medium it's in,
properties
but
and
the
it's just a
medium is not
metaphysical
space.
abstraction, what is it in?
Yeah, the medium
What
could
is the
be
block
air.
in?
The medium could be, you could even say ether, but you can't say space because space is just a metaphysical understanding of it's just dimensions.
Space
right?
is just a tag for what we're talking about here. We can talk about space as an ether. We can talk about space as a vacuum. Space is just a generalized tag to talk about what we're talking about.
No, but you have to be careful with your language because whenever you say space is the ether, space is the water, space is whatever, then you're giving physical properties to something that is by nature, it's innately metaphysical.
Space is just like a shadow or a privation, while having the attribute itself of privation or its quality thereof.
I disagree completely.
Space is not anything rather than the absence of a thing, that being the ether. And space is just the measured volume between masses and magnitudes, whose measure is time. So
I disagree.
Well, that's fine.
If you take away the matter, you're not going to have space. The reason we even have an understanding, this metaphysical understanding of dimensions,
that's not true.
The spatial dimensions of length, time, width. The only reason we have those is because of the matter. So if you take away the matter, you're not going to have that.
Explain the space within a single atom being 99.9% empty.
Okay, so before you had the atom, did you have space? Let's say you had nothing.
I wasn't there. But I'm just saying, you're equivocating space with matter.
Okay, listen. All right, so we have particles in an atom,
it down to the smallest bit of matter.
Hold up, thyself. So we got particles in an atom, right?
No, I don't claim that.
Well,
I don't think there is.
I'm not saying if you claim it or not. You brought up this hypothetical of space between particles, right? So I'm addressing it.
No, an atom.
An atom? Are you kidding me, man? An atomic particle. Have you not heard of that? It's a particle.
Okay, well,
proton,
particle,
electron, neutrons, those are subatomic particles.
Right.
Yeah. So let's say you have the space in between two atoms, or the space within an atom between the electron and the proton, or whatever. And this is all obviously we don't have eyes on this, so we're just speaking.
The thing is, you need to square how most of the atom, the thing that makes up these solid things that you're talking about, is empty space. That's a contradiction. How is most of solid matter, aka empty space? That doesn't make sense.
I'm getting to it. So you have this electron, right? And this electron is a particle of matter, right? It takes up what we call space, by that I mean it takes up volume, right? It has this thing that we append to it, this understanding of spatial dimensions. It has a length, it has a height, it has a width, whatever, right? But now, if you took away that atom, if you didn't have any atom to begin with, you wouldn't have any idea of space, because there's nothing to make up these units of measurement with. There would be no idea of spatial dimensions with nothingness.
So for you, then, space is just a dialectic category. It's a way for you to know something else in opposition. Good, evil, space, matter, love, hate. For you, space is just a dialectic category, but it's not actually a thing in and of itself. You don't think of space as a subjective category. You think of it as a dialectic category, something that is only known vis-a-vis its opposite in some sort of dialectic opposition then.
Not entirely. No, I think of it as the metaphysical underpinning of. Actually, I would say it's the metaphysical representation of a physical underpinning. Something that's physical gives us this ability to understand things metaphysically. So you could give lengths of different objects. You could come up with time as a matter of as a result of matter moving. You can come up with all these conceptions to understand the world with, but they're not actually real. They're not tangible. Does that make sense?
No.
I wasn't asking you.
Okay.
Well, we can experiment.
I wasn't really paying that close of attention.
Well, we can experiment with this dialectic category that you're talking about beyond just dialectics. Space does appear to have a flow. It appears to have a counterflow. It appears to have field lines. It appears to be able to be concentrated and dispersed. It appears to have waves. It appears to have very real non-dialectic properties.
It has 0 of those, because by definition it can't, because it's metaphysical. It can't have any physical properties.
So you're going with a definition that you have a prior commitment to. I would say that your commitment to that definition is limiting your perspective
No, I'm
on
going with
this
the definition.
matter and making you incapable of further exploration. But if that's what you want to believe in, fine. Maybe you should look at another
I'm going with
definition.
the only logically possible definition for it. Okay? So for instance, time. Time, you only understand it by matter moving. Time in and of itself doesn't exist. It's just matter changing position, right? And then you're just, you're
Time
measuring
is the
that
expression
matter
of
changing
magnitude.
position. What's that?
Time is just the measure of magnitudes, and ultimately doesn't exist at all. However,
Absolutely.
conventionally it does. But yeah, it's essentially just the expression of magnitude.
Okay, so why do you agree that time is a conception but not space?
Oh, I do. Time is essentially just a concept. That's why I said it.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, why do you agree that time is a conception but not space? Why don't you agree that space is also a conception?
Yeah, well, like I said, space has no properties. So the fact
Neither
that
does time. Physical properties.
well, conventionally it does, but
no.
So being that, yeah, for conventional reification, right, by these by
sure,
us
okay.
being, whose
No,
existence is measured by
that's not what I'm
mass
speaking to. I'm
magnitude,
speaking to
space
what we
exists.
agree on. So we agree
But
that time is
essentially,
conception.
Yeah, as ultimately is just a conception.
Yeah, so this conception of time, it's of matter changing, right? Changing positions. So this matter, the position that it has is in spatial dimensions, right? These first three dimensions. And all that's changing is our measurement of these dimensions relative to, a reference point, right?
Right.
So why would you say that this, the effect, like the function of the first three dimensions is conceptual, but the first three dimensions themselves aren't?
Well, that would
get
be
what
the
I'm asking?
measure of volume. That would be the measure of volume between masses. But to
No.
say that,
volume is different than space.
well, yeah, volume is different than space, and I think volume would be most accurate in
Volume is a
explaining
measure of space.
Right. So to say that outer space, right, is expanding, right? Because this is what they tell us, and actually they just came out the other day saying that it's expanding faster than currently perceived, actually 9% faster. So what would space be expanding into? What would be the
more space?
The synonymous relationship between
Space doesn't
metagalactic. Space
does
is
not
just
expand.
space is just the distance between matter.
No, it's not.
Space
that's
does
volume.
expand. It expands into the metagalactic space.
Space doesn't expand. Space is also not the distance between matter. That's bullshit as well.
Expansion is a
Our
physical
way
property.
of
Why is
measuring.
that bullshit? From someone who's never studied physics, why is that? Why do you say? Why is your definition of space better than the others?
Okay,
Just
so
curious.
here's my question for you. If
You're
take
being
away
very
the
arrogant
matter-
by saying something is bullshit. Sir, I'll listen to you because you have you definitely are thinking things through here best you can, but you don't have the training.
No one's being
You're
arrogant.
making up things. And
No, I'll address what
okay,
you're
so
saying.
I'm going to listen in a second. But how do you think? Why are you the authority on what space is?
Because
Where
I'm
have these
being
other people
logical.
gone wrong? Let me finish the
I'm being
question.
objectively
I would have been
logical.
done a
I
long
have no
time ago
horse
with
in this
one
race.
sentence. If you would stop over talking me. So where have they gone wrong? Why is their definitions wrong?
Because first order principles. You can't have space without the matter, right? So
No,
if we had no
that's
matter
not
to
true.
begin with,
That's not true.
Yes, that is true.
Why is that
Okay,
true?
fine,
Why do you
fine,
assert
fine.
that?
Let's say we have absolute
Why
nothingness.
do you
Zanik.
assert that?
Zanik, you just talked about how you were you were interrupted or something like that. I stayed quiet and then you just did the same thing. So I
No, I asked you
appreciate
why
if
is that
you
possible?
didn't-
I want a clarification.
So
what
I'm
you said.
addressing it. So let's say you had absolute nothingness, right? In absolute nothingness, where's the space?
I mean, for one,
Someone
absolute
muted him.
nothingness is merely a concept, and no one can point to emptiness as I'll put it, anywhere in the entire universe, because it doesn't exist. It's just a concept.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
because I get your point.
Well,
So you can
the
say
question
I
was
could
for
have no
Zanuck,
matter.
so I appreciate
Well,
your answer, Dice, a little bit. Go ahead, let's
well,
let
yeah.
Zanuck
So I think I appreciate that point, because you could say in space, even if there was no matter, you could have, for example, electromagnetic radiation passing through it. And so would that be considered space because you don't have any matter around? The space between matter would be without matter. So would that be space? Is that what you're saying?
Basically, yeah. My point is to show that this idea of space is a conceptual framework that we got only because we had matter and we were able to measure matter, come up with the units of measurement which we deem, these lengths or units of spatial dimensions, right? These units of measure of distance, length, whatever, and then we append that to what we deem as emptiness and call it space. It's a reification.
Well, okay. So you're almost like saying zero doesn't exist. Zero is
The
just a concept.
problem,
Well,
the
zero is
problem
a
with what you're
concept.
saying,
Yeah,
percentage,
it's
is
axiomatic
we can't
concept.
experiment with dialectic oppositional categories. If you're saying that space is no matter, then effectively we have no way to explore it or figure out anything else about it. What you're talking about with this dialectic opposition is nice, but it doesn't power
That's not what I'm
experimentation.
saying, though.
Talking
Lemon.
about it as a substance that flows, moves, can concentrate and disperse in a wave fashion appears to be a bit more scientific in that it can power experimentation. Your dialectic category of space being nothing doesn't really help us in any way.
That's not what I said whatsoever. You're picking up something that I'm not dropping down. I'm not saying space is no matter. I'm saying that you can only have an idea of space with matter. That the two go hand in hand. Space is the metaphysical understanding of the physical matter that we have.
But how does that power understanding?
Because it shows
what does
that
power us
something
to
that's
do
metaphysical, you
experimentally?
can't
When we
append
talk about
physical
space
properties to.
flowing and space being a substance like an ether that appears to power a bit more experimentation than this dialectic category where you say matter is something and space is effectively nothing.
Oh, so this whole thing comes.
So that's my whole point.
Lemon,
that you
let
can't
us have a
have this
constructive
kind of
argument, please.
understanding
So-
that it's
so-
powering the ether or something like that, because you're
So
giving
this-
physical properties to something that by definition is not physical.
So this all came about because
Then
if
it's
you
a bad definition percentage because it's
Lemon.
not powering experimentation. Maybe you
All
should
right,
drop
Lemon,
that
come on.
definition
No,
and go with something else.
It's only
Lemon.
good because it leaves us on the path of truth, and we're not being,
What truth? There's no truth to discover. There's
craziness.
nothing there. You're saying space is nothing, so there's no truth to discover there at all.
Hold
Either you
on.
accept it or
Can I ask
reject
a
it, and
question
that's it.
before you get into the philosophical side of this?
No, we
So
don't want to
is
hear
it-
your ad homs about me, Zanuck.
I'm not
No, go ahead,
ad-homing. I'm
Zanuck.
asking percentage questions. Seriously. So is this whole thing came about because we're saying something is being bent, and bending something, it has to be physical. Is that where this came from? Space?
No,
like
not
space
really.
time?
It came from
Partially, yes.
how Dyslow was saying that
Hey!
electromagnetism was a vortex,
Hey, Jonah, time
and I was
out. I
asking a
asked you not
vortex of
to.
what?
Come here.
What was a
Hey,
vortex?
come here.
He's talking.
Talking to his
talking over
dog, I
him.
I think he's hot micing.
Yeah, what,
Go
oh,
inside.
okay. What did he say again?
Yep.
He said that what percentage?
But it doesn't. It's irrelevant because that's just how we
Just sit
got
down
onto
on
the
the
topic,
bench.
and
Oh,
it kind of segued in between. But basically, we're talking about how things require matter for them to be physical, right? At least initially. And then after you remove the matter from the system and you've already developed the convention, sure, you could apply that to what we deem as empty space. Like after you take out the particles, after having come up with the units, like let's say we had a unit of measurement called a particle length, right? Then you could take out the particles and say that the space between them was 10,000 particle lengths, right? And then you could turn that into a new unit of measurement called like the megaparticle or length or whatever. You could take out the actual sun now, since we've come up with the system of measurement using the sun. We could and we have the seconds, minutes, hours, the lengths of them, right? You could take out the sun now and still have the same system of measurement now. We don't need the sun anymore, right? So it's just the point of like it has to be underpinned, at least initially, by physical matter.
No, not really. We can say that.
And then after that, you can just rely on the metaphysical.
I know a meter.
convention.
I know a meter is a distance that light travels in a quarter of a million of a second.
Sure, it is.
But what is it?
Easily measured. Whoa, hold on. That is hold on. That is easily. Why would you say that? That's easily measurable. Easily.
In what medium?
Any medium.
No. Light
Yes.
travels at different speeds in different mediums. So what density?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Well, let me finish. I know what you're saying and thinking, and yes, it'll take more time. Doesn't mean it's traveling any less fast. We can. It's just like saying that's almost analogous to weighing something in a pool. Well, it weighs less in the water, so it weighs less in the water. No,
Can
the
you
weight still
prove-
weighs the same in the water. Hold on. It still weighs the same in the water, but we're taking out the water's displaced weight and subtracting it because we know that. It's like an airplane flying in a headwind. We know how fast it's flying through the air because we know the air working against us has to be taken into account. It's the same thing in what I just said initially, is that
Okay.
we can definitely determine, we can determine the speed of light by taking those factors out. Always, even if it's in a different medium.
Except you can't, though, because we don't have a
You
perfect, perfect vacuum.
Dude, this is one of the
So
most
you have
understood
air. Hold up.
facets of physics
Hold up,
that there
Zach, relax.
is. I mean,
You were
this is
talking, let me
incredibly
talk.
arrogant of
Don't
you.
interrupt me.
Chill, relax, bro.
So you were saying it takes longer to go through the medium. Sure, I agree with that, right? But to say that we know how long it takes without medium is false, because we've never had a perfect vacuum. All we've had is less air. You know, a higher amount of air pressure versus lower amount when you're pumping the air out. But
No,
you don't
that's
have
not
zero
entirely
air.
true. Because hold on, there's several ways you can measure the degree of a vacuum. Do you know there's two ways primarily? Do you know how you can do? Do you know how you can measure a vacuum? There's two ways you can do this. And to address your point specifically about whether there is anything in there, even in little particles, a few particles.
Hold up. Are you arguing that we've achieved the perfect vacuum?
Well, would you argue against the fact that when we have a vacuum that's a near vacuum, that there is less particles in the environment?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Now, if
There's
there's very few particles,
I'm not saying there's very few.
Hold on.
Less.
Hold on. Can I finish? If there is very few particles, and we're talking about very few, over a very great distance, would you say that what is between those particles is an absolute vacuum?
I would, if I say we wouldn't know actually, like,
Come on.
for real, because it could be something that's something that we're not able to perceive just yet. Just like, before we could perceive non-visible light, for instance. It could be that there is something there that we just don't know and that we haven't figured out how to physically kind of analyze or see the physical properties of. That being said, you're presupposing the premise that there's very few particles amongst throughout a huge distance, and you haven't shown that whatsoever, and I contend that. I think that's absolute bullshit. I don't think we're able to pump a vacuum to that low pressure.
Oh, but they can.
I don't believe it. In
You
any
can
case,
measure it.
Hold up. In any case, it's a red herring, because
It's not a red herring. It's not a red herring because it shows that you can actually have a vacuum and measure the speed of light through it, and also the second way. So you didn't give consideration to the second way you can measure the vacuum. Did you
is
think
the
about
second way
that for a moment?
relevant, or can I address your point?
Go ahead. You can
address
just
the first one. All right. So, to your point where there's less stuff in the air, I agree with you. Less stuff, and it'll go quicker. The light will travel faster. It'll take less time to go through that medium, right? But you don't know whether or not the light is actually taking less time because it's going through a straight line and reflecting and refracting through the stuff more, or if it's actually curving and just not just going straight through this matter, or maybe it's just it's getting the matter's absorbing the light and then just reactivating another photon to go or something. You don't know the mechanism behind it because you don't have, you're not able to actually analyze it to that microscopic level.
They can, though. That's the point I'm trying to make. If you have these particles that are in a vacuum and you send light through it, you can measure the emissions and find out whether it has been re-emitted by some other types of matter, because the matter that it's making contact with and being re-emitted by will have certain wavelength characteristics. So we do know that.
So you've measured the space of light in between matter to know that.
No, I didn't say that. If there is any matter.
No, but it would have to be like this, because you're basically saying that the light always travels at the same speed outside of matter, right? So you're saying that in between these sparse particles, you've somehow figured out the ability to measure the speed of light to ensure that it's actually the same.
Yes, because here's
like
the answer, and here's why here's how they can do that. As they reduce the vacuum, they can then measure the speed of light, and it changes exactly in proportions to that vacuum. Isn't that interesting?
They've actually met.
So you're saying that they've measured.
Hold on,
the
I'm
speed
going
of light
next. I
without
interrupted
any
Xanax.
particles in between.
Let me
Go
show
ahead,
you.
Jeremy.
Watch.
I don't have to, Dad.
Move.
For hot
Watch out
mic
before I whack you in the
perspective.
head.
I got him. Go ahead.
They've actually measured light to travel not at the same speed in a vacuum. They get it at different speeds.
No, they always measure the same speed. Oh, the time, the net time it takes to get through certain types of mediums, air, for one.
No, in a
Or-
vacuum. In a vacuum. Let
me finish the sentence, and you'll have your answer.
You're okay. Go ahead. You're wrong, but go ahead.
This is how we play this. You said the questions, and I'll give the answer. So you're confusing the speed of light with the speed of light through a medium. They're two different concepts. I mean, you understand.
Okay, so
percentage already said.
No, he's
Percentage
claiming
already
the
told it.
speed of light is
Measured
different.
the speed of light.
They say that
They measured the speed of light in a vacuum. Hold on, Xanax. They measured the speed.
The vernacular says that the speed
Just
of
go
light
on living your life thinking that making light.
I can't even clarify.
Go ahead. Keep on living your
at the
life.
same time.
Your whole life.
Someone's got
Go ahead.
Yeah, Zanuck, I'm gonna mute you if you don't let Jeremy get his
No, it's
words
all right.
out.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
They've measured the speed of light going at different speeds through a vacuum.
No, they haven't. Where have they done that?
No.
They've not done that.
They absolutely have. You're going to end up losing this.
When I interject something, it's for a
You guys
purpose.
are going to lose.
When I interject something, it's for a purpose. I was just
like
going
you and Xanax did with the current, the downward current on Earth. They're going to end up losing this, just like you did with Witsit the other day. You sure you want to do this?
Yeah,
absolutely.
They didn't lose anything with Witsit, believe me.
No, you didn't lose anything with Witsit. Witsit didn't even know what a current was. I mean, you can't lose an argument about current
You guys
when
are
he doesn't
wrong
even
about
know
this.
what current
Especially
is.
if you don't specify what the vacuum is, what pressure it is, you're going to lose this completely.
No, I'm not going to. I've already gotten done telling you.
What are you talking about?
You think vacuums don't have pressure? What?
If a pure vacuum doesn't have pressure, that's the point.
There's no pure vacuum.
Well, you can get close enough to make no difference. I mean,
Guys,
if you've got one particle in a cubic meter, it's effectively a vacuum. If you have two particles in a cubic meter, it's still effectively a vacuum. And certainly if you fire a light ray through such a space, it's not going to even hit the particle. So it acts like a vacuum, as Zanuck was saying. There's so much space in there, and you fire a light ray through it, it's not going to hit anything. So effectively, it's a vacuum. As far as that light ray
and in that vacuum,
Hold on. Can I make the point real quick? Because I think Jeremy, you're missing this. You might have joined late. Hold on a second. Please don't interrupt me. Or Jeremy. God, why is he allowed to interrupt everybody?
Zanuck, you're the one that's over talking to him.
He's missing a key point here. We have to get it straight. We talked about speed.
You've been
through
allowed
vacuum.
to
We
make
talked
this
about.
point,
See, he can't help himself. You got to mute him for a second so I can get this out.
That wasn't even Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Whatever. Just let me finish the sentence.
Go ahead, Zach.
You got it right, percentage. Other people have as well. Jeremy's missing the point. We have speed measured through the speed of light through a vacuum is known. That's the knowledge that we do possess. And there's also speeds of light through different mediums. It doesn't mean the speed of light is changing. It sounds like we're double speaking, but we're not. We measure the time, we emit the light, and we receive the light.
To what Jeremy said.
Well, I just want to get this. Maybe I'm wrong, but let me just get it out so I can stop talking about it. So we'll get different values. We'll get different values of light through water or through air or different variants of vacuum. Now that is known, but it doesn't mean the speed of light is changing. It sounds like double speed, but it's not. It means that the time it takes the light to get to one point to another is changing. That's not the speed of light changing.
I think we all
Jeremy.
understand this much.
No, he doesn't understand that.
Hey, Jeremy, go ahead.
And to Rumpus's point, Rumpus's point,
no, you.
I can't make Rumpus's point. Okay,
to
go
that
ahead.
first one.
All right.
They have a vacuum. They've measured light traveling at different speeds through the vacuum. It's not a constant. It's not always the same.
It is.
No,
you're
missing the point.
Is this something you were talking about 2 months ago when you?
There's something faster than the speed of light, which should tell you that there's a fundamental primary field that everything is premised off of. Yes, it is. It's called,
as Rumpus said, if you don't hit something, the speed of light is that of a vacuum. So they can do a statistical analysis of light going through a vacuum at different levels of vacuum, as Rumpus was also mentioning. So if we have, forget about, don't confuse and obfuscate by throwing more garbage into this conversation. Wait for a second, guys, so you can make that point. I'm interested in what you're going to say, but I want to hear it after I make my point here. So Rumpus was talking about absolute vacuum or even near vacuum, which is discernible from absolute vacuum regards to speed of light because only a few particles floating around and the light may or may not hit it. Statistically, we can figure out and calculate if it will or if it doesn't hit and measure it if it does or doesn't hit. And that's what we can measure
Those
light
are two
through
different things.
Hold on, I'm almost
Calculation
done. I'm
is
almost
different
done.
from
I'm almost
measurement.
done. I'm almost done.
Go ahead.
And so what you can do statistically is measure light through a very long tube, which we have at SLAC, and varying the degrees of vacuum determine if it follows the predictions of how long it does take, not the speed of light, but how long it takes the light to get from one point to another based on these collisions and re-emissions of light. There, that's what I want to say.
You're absolutely wrong.
I'm sorry you're
You're
scientific.
absolutely. Hold up, Jeremy.
I'm absolutely so funny.
You're
All the
absolutely
world
wrong because you
scientists
can't
agree with me that
statistically
you are
measure
right.
it.
You're
It's
so
a
arrogant.
calculation.
Stop talking. I got to start muting people. Hold on.
Go ahead, Jeremy, man.
I'm not
So they've gotten light, single photons of light to travel through the same vacuum at different speeds. This is not up for debate or in question.
You got confused. This is the thing. This is the
Let
same
him
point you made
finish,
about-
man.
It's the same point he made 2 months
No,
ago. We had a
let
big
Jeremy
debate about it.
finish.
I'm asking if he's just making the same point to economise on the delivery of information. Because it's the same point, the same thing you found about 2 months ago, isn't it, Jeremy?
Yes, it hasn't changed. They did it 2 months ago, and it still holds true. They've still found photons of light traveling at different speeds through the same vacuum. They can also
Photons.
get photons to travel at different speeds through the same medium, not a vacuum, because
This was the group
magnetism.
velocity thing, wasn't it? This was the group
Because
velocity
magnetism.
issue.
Because
No photons,
magnetism.
bud.
Because magnetism can bend the medium, and if light's traveling through that medium, they can get it to go at. Anyways, that's beside the point. The point is they've got through a vacuum, same vacuum, light traveling at different speeds, single photons.
Do they know why it's like what kind of dictates the difference? What causes the difference, and can they manipulate it?
Yeah, they collapse the wave.
Strong
They
magnetic
put it through a
fields.
crystal. They collapse the wave. They put it through some kind of crystalline graph or something. It's not the point. The point is we now know that light doesn't always travel at a constant speed through a vacuum. We can change. We've changed it.
No, I can't remember.
Your
Do you
photon
want
is
to
an abstract
refer us to
concept,
the
dude.
paper again, Jeremy? Because as I remember, that was extremely complicated, the paper, and it was confusing. And I think you were. I think in the end you were wrong.
I know, Rumpus. Yeah, I know. You can look it up.
Well, I can't remember. You tell me if you. Well, okay, you remember it more than I do, because I do remember being able to dismiss it. It was something to do with group velocity. It was confusing, and certainly to someone who didn't know anything about group velocity, it would be confusing.
Single photons. They got single photons.
No such thing as a photon, bud.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
this is their claim. I'm working in their paradigm perspective. So, I mean, if you want to argue photons with them, that's fine. But
Yeah,
in their
just say
paradigm,
particles
they
of
got
light.
single photon.
If it's the thing you're referring to 2 months, which you are, you were misunderstanding what they were doing.
I know, of course I was.
Maybe Geislo can explain how the theory of how there's no photon. Can you explain that?
Yeah, light's not an emission. Light's not a particle wave duality. Mother Nature does not deal in dualities.
Yes, it
Dualities
does.
are concepts that only exist within the mind of the observer or perceiver.
We've demonstrated this.
Objectively.
Let him finish, man.
Photons have never been the output or input of any experiment ever performed. Even Richard Feynman agreed to this. It's
No, he
literally
didn't.
a term. It's literally a term to reify the essence of something.
Show
but
us
it's
where.
not.
Give us a quote where Richard Feynman says that photons don't exist.
Sure. When he's talking about virtual particles.
That's something else.
Virtual particles is the constituent understanding of what light is.
No, it's not.
And
there are virtual photons and there are photons. There are those two very different things.
Virtual photons has
What's
nothing
the
to do with light. Virtual photons has
Yeah,
to do
indeed.
with magnetism, and virtual particles is
that's
what's
to do with
said.
it. Yeah, it's the transport mechanism of the electromagnetic electrostatic force. Yeah, virtual photons. They're virtual photons. That doesn't mean to say that photons don't exist.
Photons don't
What's
exist.
a virtual photon?
A virtual photon is the interaction particle, the way the electrostatic force communicates that force from one thing to another. by the interaction of virtual photons between the two entities. But that's very different from a photon, which is well established, and that's what Einstein showed in 1905, and that's what's the basis of the photoelectric effect, where we detect individual photons, and you can actually count them as individual things
Let
that
him
are
finish. Let him
arriving
finish.
on a sensor.
So I'm gonna quote Richard Feynman. A virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The very
Indeed, and
term.
you're talking about a
Just let me
virtual
finish.
particle.
Let me
The
finish
photon
my
isn't
fucking
a
quote,
virtual
dude.
particle.
I want to hear the quote, talk, dude. Let me fucking finish my quote. My goodness. Okay, I'm going to start over. A virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they are very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out, end quote.
And I agree completely with that, and that's got absolutely nothing to do with photons, which are not virtual particles. You've got mixed up.
Look,
let me finish my goddamn
really
sentence.
quickly, Rumpus, really
let
quick,
me
just 2
finish my
seconds.
sentence.
I looked up
there are
virtual photon
virtual
definition.
particles that are used to describe how the electrostatic force interacts, and that's got nothing to do with actual photons, which are real particles. Finish.
How come when I searched virtual photon, it redirected me to virtual particle?
It is a virtual. Oh, God, you're not listening. You listen, you stupid wanker.
Relax, bro.
A virtual photon is a form of virtual particle, but a photon is not a virtual particle.
We're not
there
saying
are
that.
virtual photons and there are photons, and virtual photons are a sort of virtual particle.
Yes, but you're saying virtual photons exist, and virtual photons
I
are
didn't
virtual
say
particles.
that. I didn't say that.
So you
I
don't
said
think they exist.
photons exist. Listen to what I'm saying.
But the communication.
Photons exist. Virtual particles are indeed contested, but that's got nothing to do with photons.
Hey, Rumpus, you're gonna have to take it easy, stop yelling and freaking out, and let people talk as well. I'm not gonna listen to you yell in my ear all day.
It's getting pretty
Just
absurd.
breathe,
Yeah,
bro. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm gonna take him back off.
breathe.
Yeah, anyhow, I'm gonna take him back off mute. But Rumpus, you need to settle down a bit.
So
When someone says I've said something that I haven't said, then I get annoyed. When I've talked about photons being a particle, and then I get bloody percent saying, "Oh, but virtual photons aren't particles." I never said they were.
That's not what I said, Rumpus. You said
did.
2 minutes ago. Hold up. You said 2 minutes ago, Rumpus.
You
Rumpus,
kept on talking about virtual photons. And the subject matter is photons.
Okay.
The subject matter is photons, not
No, we're also
virtual
on virtual
photons.
as well, because you said 2 minutes ago
I
virtual
described that
photons
later
exist
because
and photons exist.
I was talking about
you
photons.
said they're different.
Okay,
You
once
said
again,
virtual photons exist
hold
and
up,
photons
hold up
exist.
percentage. Hold up percentage.
Go ahead.
Once again, Rumpus, you need to settle down a little bit and let other people get their points out. I'll take you back off mute one more time. If you come off mute yelling and screaming, then I'm just gonna put you on a timer.
Before you do, I just wanted to say
He
something.
interrupted.
Can you just mute him real quick? I just wanted to say something. There's two phenomena which manifest when we're talking in terms of light, which essentially propagate perpendicular to one another, and it's essentially these an analogy to put it. If you were to drop a stone into the water, like a pool of water, you've got two phenomena which are propagating perpendicular to one another. You've got the waves in the water, which would be the ripples, which propagate circular and radial in a radial fashion outward longitudinally. And then you've got the droplet of water, which rises out in line with the stone that entered into that water. And that little droplet is what the atomists have conflated in their ignorance as being a photon. And this is why we have this misunderstanding. Basically, the higher the power of the light, the smaller the waves and the bigger the drop. And this is why gamma radiation is so dangerous. It's literally quasi matter, but still merely light, because the smaller the space, the higher the capacitance. And that's how light works. It's a rate of induction or propagation, but this rate of induction isn't fixed for light or sound, since they both change their rates depending on well, for sound, elevation, humidity, and temperature, but also for light, depending on the medium that it's induced within. So if it's like air, glass, or water, the notions of all speed regarding light are false ones, since speed refers to something moving from A to B, which light doesn't move from A to B. It's a rate of induction within that medium, just like sound not moving from A to B. Sound propagates through the medium, right? And depending on how that medium's affected, depending on its temperature, pressure, and through its elevation and whatnot, is going to affect its rate of propagation.
Why is
hold
why
on,
is
hold
the
on.
speed of sound? Why is the speed of sound
Zach,
directly?
Zach, just
Why is it
stop
only
for a second.
temperature?
Zach,
Why is
shut-
temperature?
Okay, I'll mute you too in a second if you don't stop. Just so you know, I'm gonna let Rumpus back on mute. Hopefully, he doesn't come off mute yelling and screaming. Otherwise, I'm just gonna time him out.
Why is speed of sound dependent on temperature only?
I didn't say temperature. I said actually three different things.
But if you look at how you measure the speed of sound for airplane aerodynamics or in avionics, aviation,
You're not interested in
it's
just
based
three
on
different
temperature,
things?
not pressure.
It's sound changes its rate of propagation depending on its elevation, humidity, and temperature. So those
Why is the
three
speed
things.
of sound? Why is the speed of sound strictly dependent upon temperature?
Well, like I said, three things, and that's due to the medium that it's propagating within, because sound isn't traveling on its own. Like when you say something is being emitted and traveling from A to B, it's a false dichotomy, because it's not. It's an interaction that's propagating through the medium. There's nothing physical about light or sound that's
Sound
traveling.
is for sure.
No,
Sound
so
is
when
a
you
physical.
speak, the nitrogen and oxygen in your lungs passes through your vocal cords, and that vibration sets off this field disparity, which propagates through that medium. There's
Yes,
nothing
you're
physical
absolutely right.
coming from
Yes.
your mouth to
Yes.
the listener. Yes, it's a rate of propagation through that
It
medium.
needs light. Light does not need a medium like sound does.
Well, that's because light isn't something physical. Light is an electromagnetic radiation, essentially. And
Yes,
and
light is
furthermore,
electromagnetic. Yeah, light is electromagnetic radiation.
furthermore,
So far, so good.
Furthermore, scalar waves travels twice as fast as your light in a vacuum, which should tell you that there is a fundamental primer to what lies under the fabric of phenomena, i.e. the ether field. This is what we call instantaneous action at a distance, also known as scalar wave technology. It's virtually just wireless DC transmission.
You say a lot of mad stuff.
Can
Should
you
look
guys
into
hear
it.
me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah,
They desperately
virtual
bad, go ahead.
particles and virtual photons, man, is the quantum understanding of magnetism and light, and they clearly don't. All of quantum understanding is based off of their notions of light, and they're false. They clearly don't understand what light is. Therefore, most of quantum mechanics is just a concept.
They desperately need to have this speed of light be a constant in a vacuum, and it's just not. Like straight up, it's not even in contention. These guys
Why
are
is
the
it
only
why
ones.
is it needed? Why is it needed?
These guys are the only ones that
Why
are
is it desperately
even
needed?
contending.
Stop, dude. Let him talk.
The
Why
Globers
is it
in here
desperately
are the
needed?
only light speed to be a constant.
What I would love to know is
What I would love to know is why Jeremy keeps misapplying the experiment. It doesn't say what he thinks it says.
Exactly.
It says they got photons. It says they got single photons to travel at different speeds through a vacuum. That's exactly what
How
it
did
says.
they do it? And how did they do it? By
I don't
making
give
it
a
take a
With
longer
intense
distance
magnetic
to arrive.
radiation applied.
No,
also
not
Jeremy
even
is
that.
actually talking about some experiment that he's looked at.
They've done multiple experiments with this, and
Okay.
they've continuously. Bro, finish it up, and then I'll go. You go, and then I go.
Okay.
That's how a conversation
They
works. Go ahead, bro. We can't
shoot
because
the
we're not going to be
light.
able to do it if we're both talking at the same time. Is
They
my
shoot
mic
the
bad?
light. Shoot the light Do an
No, I can hear
arrangement
you.
of prisms called a Bessel beam, which literally makes the light take a longer distance to arrive. That's the reason it's slower, quotation marks, is because it takes a longer distance.
That's your theory on how it worked.
Well, that's what they say
they
in
have
the paper.
Yeah, well, the
sure.
problem is
That's fine.
the
That's
problem
their
is
theory. That's their perspective. Go ahead.
he's trying to say light absorption is the causality, but the problem is if you were to take that lens or prism, whatever you want to use, and
No, we're
pass
not
light through
saying
it,
that, Dicelo.
and
Bro,
pass
let
light
him
through it,
finish, man.
after it comes out of the
He's
back end of
completely
that lens.
straw manning. It
No,
didn't
just
say
let me
that
explain
Yeah, you
something.
whatsoever.
say it after
Let me
he
explain something,
finishes.
man. Yeah, just let me finish real quick, man. So when you pass light through a lens or a medium, right, it slows down, but after it exits that medium, it magically speeds back up as to keep up with the constant speed of light. And this is you kind of threw me off, but this is a farce, man. Like there's nothing that can slow down and then speed back up without breaking the law of conservation of energy.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing you're talking to a third person who doesn't exist, because I said nothing or anything you just tried to say there. None of that is what I said. So
You're
yeah,
talking about
good
light
for you.
absorption.
No, I never said the word light absorption. Didn't
Yeah,
say
you didn't
anything
have
like
to,
that.
because the premise of what you explained would constitute light absorption for the mainstream
I think
understanding. You're talking about light passing through a prism and essentially being slowed down due to the fact that it takes
no,
time to pass through this object.
no, that's not what I said. I didn't say that the light takes longer to pass through the prism. I said that the prism redirects the light so that it takes a longer path.
Okay, so because light takes a longer path, it would take longer for the light to travel a meter. That is slower. I don't know if you know how slower works.
And that
Do
You
distinction
don't.
is
You don't.
true.
That's why I start. You don't know what slower means, and that's why I started out with the conversation describing what that meant. And you seem to forget exactly what I said.
If something takes longer to travel a meter, is that slower or the same speed?
It's the same speed over a longer distance.
Wait,
So if something,
hold on. I'll
takes
explain it again.
longer,
I'll explain it again. I'll explain it again real quick. Even though
I'm
something
responding to
takes
what he said, and you're
the
not like.
average, you're talking about an average.
I'm
Say
putting
the
you on
average
mute,
speed.
Zanuck.
The
I'm
average
muting you.
speed. Why?
I'm just going to
giving-
back out of this. That's fine. I'm just going to back out of this. You
No,
guys
I
can
already
remain
gave you the
ignorant.
definition. You weren't listening.
It's fine. You can remain ignorant. It's fine.
Cancerous energy right here.
I'm ignorant. Yes, right. Sure. Whatever you say there, tough guy. Come on. I got done telling you that even though light has this constant speed, it can vary over a distance based on certain interactions. Doesn't mean the light speed changed. It means the speed it took to get from one point to the other has changed. So speed of light is still the speed of light in water. Hold on. Speed of light through a glass of water is still the speed of light through a glass of water.
We're not talking about water. We're not talking about water. We're not talking about water.
Any medium, I'm just trying to use really obvious examples, and you're just not
trying to bring
getting
it to a different
You don't
medium
want to
so you
learn
can
anything.
Hold on, Jeremy, you're interrupting.
You're trying to bring it to a different medium so you can justify this. Okay, it all happened in a vacuum.
I know,
they made light travel.
Step.
Who's interrupting now, Lori?
I don't know. You?
So you guys can try to justify this in your mind in any way you want. The point is, it took longer to travel a meter. That is slower. I don't care what word games you want to play or how you want to justify this in your mind. Something takes longer to travel a meter. That is slower. That is not a constant speed. That is a different.
If light is diffracted, if light is diffracted, is it? Hold on. If light is diffracted, is it going through a medium, a different medium? Do you know what diffraction is?
That's a non sequitur. Non sequitur.
No, it's not a non sequitur. If I have light that is diffracted, is it going through a different medium?
It can.
No, answer is no. Hold on, answer.
Diffraction is no. Imagine diffraction is like a light ray to you, but you can see the rays of the rainbow in that ray. Not stacked like a rainbow, but in that same ray. And you could see that through certain plastics, certain glass.
Yeah, hold on a sec there, but I was talking on mute. I muted Zanuck. Zanuck, you gotta slow down and let other people. You ask a question and then you start talking over the person when they go to answer it. So everybody just needs to chill and have a conversation. Okay, I'll take you back off Zoot.
Yeah,
Mute.
the point here is
Oh,
they
he
got
left.
light. The point, they're scared of this. This absolutely frightens the shit out of them.
Yes,
They got
we are.
light to travel at a difference.
No, I was making a point about diffraction. He said
"Oh my god,
rainbows through plastic and stuff." No, it's not through a different medium. It's not at all.
What is it? Explain it. Could be wrong.
So, Jeremy, to me, what you're asking doesn't really make much sense, because you were talking about light taking a different time to travel a meter. But like, if in case let's say I'm walking from my house to the bank, that's like 10 meters, and I take like 1 minute to do it. But in a different scenario, I walk to the side so that the total path is like 20 meters. I still walk the same speed, but you're saying that I slow down because, like I'm still walking. If you look at how long it takes for me to do 1 meter, that remains the same. So the speed is the same.
Okay, we're talking about the speed of light through a vacuum.
Yes.
Now,
yes,
dude, you're gonna have to go on mute for this. Go on mute. Put yourself on mute. There's a little button. It's a mute button.
I am going to remain in the conversation. If you cannot handle a person, hold on. Hold on, Jeremy. If you cannot handle a person being in the conversation, that's... Hold on, but if you can't handle it, that's your problem. But I'm not going on mute.
I can handle one person going at a time.
Yeah, but I was having a conversation, and
No, you're defending your belief system.
Hold
You're not
on,
having a
hold
discussion.
on.
Two different things.
Hold on. I was
God,
having a discussion. I was completely reasonable, and then Jeremy starts spinning shit.
Okay, I put you on mute. I don't know. You were done talking. There was a clear-cut break.
All right, just answer the question, Jeremy. Come on.
Shut the fuck up. I'm putting you on mute too. You know what? Fuck it. I can't be unmuting and muting people. You guys can just go on your lives. Go on your
Jeremy.
lives thinking that.
Cool. You're being
Jeremy,
very great,
give me my
mod
mod
Jeremy.
roll. Give me my mod roll back, Jeremy, and I'll mod
Geo, bro.
accordingly.
That's up to Geo. It's up to Geo, dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would help you right now.
I want to hear your answer. Go ahead, Jeremy. I want to hear your answer, Jeremy.
Okay,
Go
well
ahead.
then both you and Laurie go on mute. Let him get out what he has to say.
They are muted. Just start talking.
Talk. The discussion isn't even worth
Gloria,
having.
you shut up. Gloria, you shut up. You're the problem.
No, the discussion isn't even worth having. No one's in the proper mind state for it. Forget it.
Okay, Jeremy. Jeremy,
You can-
Zanek's muted, and Laurie's next if he doesn't shut up. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I went to answer, and you guys are going nuts. But anyways, if we measure a meter, if we have a meter laid out, and something takes longer to travel from the beginning of the meter to the end of the meter, that is definitionally slower. Okay, you can try to justify it any way you want. I don't give a... Dude, shut the fuck up.
So saying yes is not right. Okay, fair enough. God damn it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're throwing off his
sentence
flow,
or
man.
what?
Just let him finish.
They're scared of this, dude, and they should be, because for this whole time
You
they've been
are
saying
bloody
light
scared
travels.
because you cannot handle
Oh
a
my
single
God.
person talking.
So here's the analogy I like to give when talking about light and it traveling and all this extra shit. I compare it to a guy in the middle of a swimming pool flapping his arms, and what rises out in sync with that is the waves, right, which propagate through that medium. So to say that the waves of the water that's lapping over the edge of the pool is the guy's arms is literally equivalent to what they're trying to tell you in terms of light traveling and having this speed that's being affected by a medium. And it's an issue, man, because light doesn't have a speed at all. It's a sheer rate of induction. To say something has a speed would mean that that physical thing would be having to travel down a pathway, which it's not. Light doesn't travel. Light's not a particle. Light's not a particle wave duality. It's not the way light works.
Bro, that's fine. That's a whole nother thing though than what we're talking about. You can argue that with them all day if you want. I'm fine with that. But in their paradigm, they have light traveling at a different speed through a vacuum. Like, I don't care. They can say it's taking a longer path or something, but we're measuring it over the distance of a meter. And if it takes longer, that means it's slower. There's no way you can try to unreason that in your mind.
I say a bit on this. I mean, if you find just a link, I'll have a look. I don't know what you're talking about because all you're doing is saying that it happened, and then Globus are getting triggered. So I don't know if anything actually happened or not.
We've all seen it. I don't know. I don't have time to go looking it up.
No, we haven't all seen it. I haven't seen it.
Whoever hasn't seen it, I mean, you can maybe Google it or something. They've done a bunch of experiments.
I googled, does light travel at different speeds in a vacuum? Experiment. I typed a few things in, nothing come up. So I need you to help me, or I don't believe it happened.
Okay, I got to interrupt for a sec. Jeremy, I can't mute and unmute people all day either. So I'm going to let the dogs out and someone
fine.
else.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm done.
okay.
It's fine.
If you don't produce it, Jeremy, and you're done, that means
All
nothing
right,
happened.
look, I've been trying to talk for like the last half hour. I have one sentence to say. Jeremy, we talked about the speed of light, and I think there's been great analogies provided to you. I think what you're saying is that they've measured speed of light differently in same vacuums, same mediums, and that's what your point was. And then there was someone started talking about electromagnetic radiation or magnetic field being exposed to this same medium, and that could be the cause of this change of speed. But that's for the same exact reasons as was explained to you. So I don't know where the problem is.
No, we know what the cause is. They collapsed the wave. They collapsed the wave function, put it into a crystalline graph, did a whole bunch of shit with it. And then after that, they measured it in free space, traveling 1 meter, and it travels slower than another photon. Single photon. So
a wave of what, Jeremy? Because a wave is not a thing. It's what something does. And to say that contrary to that would be insane. So when you say a wave collapses the wave function, what are you really saying?
The thing they do to collapse the wave function, and they put it through a crystalline. They did all kinds of goofy shit. That's not the important part. The important part is they got a photon to travel slower over the course of a meter through a vacuum. So light doesn't travel at a constant speed in a vacuum. Of course, they're going to tell you that when you Google it all day. They have to, because they have a very strict paradigm where light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum, but we now know it doesn't.
How do we know if you won't produce the knowledge? You're just saying.
Dude, I can't look it up for you right now, Don. Like, I can't look it up for you right now. Maybe later or something.
Look it up later and produce it, because I'd be interested in seeing it as well. But also, I threw out diffraction as well, which was something that doesn't rely on a medium. It's just light bending. So do you understand how that works? Yes?
No one's got a link to it. What are we talking about? Just your idea that something happened.
Oh, where's your pants? Where's your pants, man? Come on, where's your pants?
You're hot micing there, tough guy. And mouth ears. They don't want to hear you yelling at your kids.
Parenting. Mute him. Another claim without even a care to look up a link and share it for us. Embarrassing.
Yeah, photons don't exist, man. No such thing as a fucking photon. Light is not fucking photons.
I mean, what if a photon's a concept and humans just like splitting nature into bits to measure? What if that's
That's literally what it is. It's an abstract concept to reify
all right, though?
the essence of something that isn't.
Like we split distance into meters, an abstract concept. Isn't that good to help us know stuff?
Well, it helps in describing something, sure.
Yes.
But when it comes to explaining something, which is supposed to be the ultimate purpose of science, is to get to explanation, not mere abstract descriptions to reify the essence of properties of something that isn't, then we have a big problem. And
Isn't that
science
the
isn't
same with
doing
all ideas? Isn't that the same with all ideas ever?
Scientists are literally nothing more than mathematicians seeking to quantize everything into discrete particle interactions, and that's not the way Mother Nature works, my friend. So that's all you guys are is counting beans, doing math, and in lieu of science.
Oh God. How about most people are happy to treat light as a wave and a particle, and they came up for a word for the particle. It's called a photon.
Yeah, again,
You
man,
failed to listen
you're
to his
speaking in
argument and
concept.
understand his distinction and differentiation that he gave. You're just defending your belief system.
He was
You're not in this to
He was
learn
insulting
and
something he
grow.
doesn't
You're in here
understand.
to defend and promote your own beliefs. That's it.
Well, isn't that what you're doing when you share concave?
No, I'm in
bits
here
every
to learn and grow as well, and also promote other things as well.
I think I do too.
God damn it.
I shared a jackass picture earlier.
So is it fair now to say something without getting bloody muted? Fuck. Fucking hell, man. You guys are fucking morons.
You kids need to realize when you get irate within your own being, it's not the problem of the other person. It's your energy. Handle it.
It actually is, because if you take look at what happened,
No, it
I was
actually
calm.
isn't.
Hold
Some
on,
people on this
hold
chat
on. Mute fucking Glory.
and increasingly
Glory, you are interrupting.
progressively
Mute your
more
fucking
rage
self,
and
Glory.
irate
Glory,
in
go
that.
on mute.
And they don't have
Fuck!
the ability to control
You
themselves.
fucking goddamn motherfucking fucking interrupter. Go on fucking mute!
Exactly.
Look
That's
at this
exactly what I
meltdown.
mean.
This guy's
What
just
I mean.
melting down. Go call your mom or something.
Call your mom.
Well, the one-sided muting is getting a bit angering. So, can you not see that?
Well, I got muted for about 10 minutes there.
So why
I'll
the
feel
fuck
bad.
does Glory not get muted for that fucking interruption? God damn it!
He was muted. You need to calm down, though, sir.
Oh yeah, he wasn't. Fuck.
He's muted right now. He's still muted. I didn't even unmute him.
Self-muted. That's
Yeah, he's self-muted. Fucking put him on mute and time out for the next 24 hours.
Dude, don't tell us how to mod this shit.
I don't mind being a mod if you want to make
I
me
don't
mod,
have a
guys.
problem if I get muted, but then that fucker has to get muted as well.
Hey, Laurie. Hey, stop complaining. Your point's been heard. Move on, and everyone have a conversation. Seriously.
All right, so can you have a wave by itself, of itself? Or does a wave only exist in what something is doing? Can you show me a wave of itself at all, Lori?
Hold on, I was in DMs. I wasn't paying attention to your question. If you can repeat it.
Oh, I was just saying, can you show me a wave of itself anywhere existent in nature or the universe at all?
Oh, sure.
I'm waiting.
I think a standing wave of water would do.
Well, you said a wave of water, but we're talking about a wave of itself.
Yes.
We all know that objects can wave. Like my hand can wave, water can wave.
Sure.
Things can wave because a wave is what something does. But it's as far as a wave being a thing in the context of a noun. Can you give an example of that?
A tidal wave is a big type of wave that becomes its own thing, pretty much. Tsunami. Tidal wave.
No. Can you explain?
But it's its own thing. That's why it's got a special name.
Can you give me an example of a wave of itself?
A tidal wave is a wave of a wave. It's a wave of itself.
Tidal wave. Are you referring to water?
Yeah, it's also water as well.
Sure. Yeah, sure. A medium can move in a wave-like pattern. An object can move in a wave-like pattern because a wave is what something does, but a wave is not what something is. So can you give me an example of a wave of itself?
Are you something that is, or are you something the universe does?
I'm asking
I would
for a
actually
wave
love
of
to.
itself.
Or do you happen
I would
to be
actually love
both?
to address Dicelo. So you're asking a wave of itself. So you're asking for a wave of a wave.
Yeah, if you're going to refer to a wave as being a thing, then you have to show me a wave of itself. Otherwise, it's not. It's just what something is doing.
Not necessarily, because there are. I think there are several categories of things. First of all, there are like material, and then there are, for example, shapes that materials make. Now, of course, a shape that a material makes always has material making that shape. That doesn't mean that the shape doesn't exist. And a wave is very much a shape, not just what something is doing.
Even if I agreed with that, you're still figuratively speaking, but you have to give like real example of what it is you're talking about. Because right now it's just an abstract concept.
Sure. So
that I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, sure. So if we take a wave of water, for example, yes, it's made of water, but it also has the shape of a wave. It's not only what the water is doing, but it's also the shape that it has. And we can see it if we see like a frozen wave of water. That still has the shape of a wave, so we can call it a wave, even if it's not waving anymore.
So if you're saying the surface of an object having peaks, valleys, and troughs is consistent with what you call a wave, then I can easily say there's nothing that doesn't have peaks, valleys, and troughs on a micro and macro scale. Meaning there's nothing that's perfectly smooth, so to speak. But again,
yeah, wave would be a particular form of that, but sure.
Well, yeah, if we want to call the unevenness of something a wave, sure. But again, it's always consistent of something, not being a thing of itself, which completely disrationalizes your understanding of particle wave duality.
Waves are just useful functions, if I'm not mistaken.
Wave is not a noun. A wave is what something does. No one can give me an example of a wave of
That's why you
itself.
label it.
Technically speaking, if we talk about language, wave actually is a noun.
Right. We're talking about natural science here.
I get very particular about language because I'm studying translation.
But once you begin to understand what I'm trying to explain to you, you'll quickly see that a particle wave duality is nothing more than a meager abstract concept to reify light.
You cut out, bro. Listen, I just want to say everyone needs to relax with the over talking. Okay, if you take a 2 or 3 second break from talking, you're done. And the other person starts, you're done. You're gonna have to just wait it out. I don't know.
I think
also, don't try to mod this shit, especially if there's mods here. There's like 3 mods here right now. There's no need for anyone else to try to mod this. Please, thank you.
It's quite calm right now, so I'm not sure.
Cut out, Jeremy. It was perfectly fine. I think it's you.
Yeah, sorry if I was interrupting. I don't know.
No, it
oh,
was
he
fine.
didn't cut out. It was me.
You just interrupted with an excuse that he cut out, basically. Hearing
Cut out for me. My bad. My bad, bro. Did you hear what I said?
Just wait till people are finished. That's how a conversation works, remember?
I know. I thought he cut out, though, but something's obviously wrong.
If he cut out, why didn't you wait for him to say the rest of it? Jesus Christ.
Because he did finish. He cut it on his
idiot.
end. He cut out, so it finished for him. So that was his turn to speak.
No, he's being an idiot. That's why he's left.
Say how you feel and quit the bullshit. Quit your bullshit and just say you're an idiot.
Calm down, Concaver.
Yeah, let's all relax too. Sorry, I overtalked you there, and I made a speech on people not overtalking, so it definitely wasn't on purpose. Yeah, Glory, just relax, bro. Relax.
Yeah, everyone's cool. I think right now. He was talking with me, but I'm still waiting to see a wave of itself, and I don't know. No one's provided that.
I gave you an example, a tidal wave. It's its
Yeah, but
own
that's a
thing
wave
as
of
well.
water.
It's its own thing as well as being part of the ocean. That's why we
No,
gave it a
dude.
name.
No, sorry. That's like saying I saw happiness walking down the street, right? Like, yeah, I saw somebody that was
No,
happy,
it's not
but
like saying
happiness
that.
doesn't exist on its own. Like, just like waves. Waves do not exist on their own. They only
Happiness
partake
is a
in what
concept.
something is doing.
Happiness
Why
is
are
a
you over
concept.
talking me,
Wave
dude?
is a word to describe a thing happening in a way.
Oh,
a certain
boy.
way.
Right, I agree. A wave is a way to describe what something is doing. It's not what something is.
It can be and is too, just like anything.
But you've yet to give an example of a wave being
gave you one.
something
You just
of
keep
itself.
lying,
You
saying I
you
didn't.
show me a wave of water.
I showed you a wave of a tidal wave. A wave of
It's a wave of
itself.
water. That's the water waving.
Yeah, but that you can say that for anything. What's a human? It's just a bit of the universe doing a thing, right? It's not human. It's not even
We're
a
not
thing that
talking
is.
about humans. We're talking about waves,
You can apply it
i.e.,
to
particle
anything. It's
wave
infinite
duality.
regression.
Particle wave duality. What is your wave?
They're concepts, dude, for describing light.
Exactly, concepts. And concepts are nothing more than meager descriptions, but they never really get to the heart or the crux of what something is, and through explanation, right? You're talking descriptions, right? Which could be loosely, subjectively interpreted. Like my small child can explain, or sorry, could describe things, but when it comes to explaining things, has a lot of difficulty. Why? Because he has a lack of understanding. Why? Because of his age.
But what are you
See?
saying? You just want to come down with the field and the wave, no particle, right? That's what you want for the light.
No, I'm telling you that light is not a particle wave duality. It's not an emission. It's not a photon. Excuse me?
Is it just a wave if it's not a particle wave duality?
Well, what you're miscategorizing is the diffracted wave pattern, which is light, the way light induces through the electrical and magnetic field, and it's kind of like beads on a necklace, right? As it goes down the pathway, it manifests and demanifests, and this is where you get your particle wave duality.
What I'm asking you is, what is your better way to describe light than a particle wave duality?
It's essentially just a coaxial circuit, to just simply put it.
A coaxial circuit.
Right. Like if you were to take a cross section of what you know a coaxial circuit to be and how it induces longitudinally down that pathway, it follows this coaxial geometry and how it propagates, and that's essentially what light is. And that's why I say it's a shear rate of induction, not this photon emission. Light doesn't emit. It's not this material emanation or projection, rather this shear induction containing two axial and one longitudinal components. And by true definition, the very nature of all electromagnetism is split like a wheel, kind of like a vortex antenna, and is the coaxial geometry of light, being its spatial electrical and its magnetic components induce each other via this dielectric center axial and radial point.
Just wow. How did you come up with this? Do you have a lab where you do light experiments?
Yeah, this is what Tesla said. This is Steinmetz. This is Heaviside. This is Tesla.
I mean, if it's from Tesla, some of it might be true.
So here's a quote from Tesla. I consider this extremely important. Light cannot be another else but a longitudinal disturbance in the ether involving alternate compressions and refractions. In other words, he's saying light cannot be nothing else than a sound wave in the ether.
So you do think it's a wave?
Everything moves, like I said, in this like oscillating wave-like pattern.
When did
it is what something a wave is what something does, not what something is.
This is going to be a weird question for you. How long ago in your life did you start trying to crush dualities and just decide which one is true?
Here we go. Here we go.
What?
This is constructive right here.
Yeah, it sounds like a slide disc, man.
Do you
So
believe
A
black and
could
white? Do you
ultimate.
believe black and white are opposite?
No.
Okay, well, they're both just grey.
What's
They're
that?
different intensities.
All black and white is all white. You're seeing it
I would
different for some reason.
say white is all colors and black is the lack of color, not the
John, do you
opposite.
think photons?
the
Do you think
opposite?
photons can push each other?
Just like life and death are not the opposites of one another either.
That's right.
I mean, what I'm trying
It's
to
a
get
hard
to is
concept for people to understand.
what I'm trying
but
to
yeah.
get to is that the non-duality exists between the opposites, but the opposites still exist.
Dualities are only concepts. They don't naturally exist on their own. Can you
Yeah.
show me
When
a
did you first
duality
come?
being existent?
When did you first come to this idea?
Does it matter? Is it relevant?
Yeah, no, not that relevant. I'm just interested myself.
Well, I would say maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago.
What about good and evil?
I would say those are concepts.
Ooh, so
I would say chaos doesn't exist. It's just
what
a
is it? It's
concept.
all just action.
I don't want to get into philosophy. We're talking about science right now.
John, that's all Don want.
Big
Why you
path
hate
working. That's when you
Why
crush
you
all
hating on
dualities. I think I would say light is probably mostly one rather than the other, but I think it will always be looked at as both because humans are only humans. They're like monkeys trying to study what a piece of sand is.
Well, I would say all matter is literally just hard light. And
Yeah, I was going to ask about that earlier. How do you know? How do you mean that solid things are light? What do you mean by that?
well, it was proven, I think, about a year or so ago in a laboratory using ultra high powered lasers. And they pointed these two lasers at one another, and at the apex of these lasers, a small amount of matter was created, proving that that matter is just essentially hard light.
Like it's
Essentially,
created
there's
by
only
light.
one fundamental particle.
That's created by light interacting. I mean, that's a cool theory. I don't know. I do wonder where matter first came from. They say it all exploded out of.
Well, it's not a theory.
Tiny
It
point,
was
don't they?
proven. It was shown to be so, and like I said, an experiment.
But I mean, that shows that lasers can create matter. It doesn't show that all matter is light. It shows that somehow two lights have created a piece of matter.
Okay. So, what do you think comes out of the back end of a black hole?
Yeah, I'm imagining now two big simulation alien space lasers hitting each other and the Big Bang happening in the middle and all the matter being created and blowing outwards.
Oh, you think something can come from nothing?
Yeah, through disorder and
I'm
just
saying
boom
something
and
came from two lasers hitting each other.
disorder and booming and bombing. You know, we have this orderly universe down to the macro scale. Yeah, sure.
You're saying something comes from light.
Do you think something can come from nothing?
I'm saying maybe it came from two lasers.
Well, I'm asking you, like, honestly, do you think something can come from nothing?
It really depends what you mean by nothing.
Nothing, just emptiness, the
But
void.
could it be nothing with the potential
Privation.
for something hidden in it?
Well, it depends on
And
what
even in
what you subscribe to. Like, if you're an ether field theorist, then sure, there's always going to be a fundamental field of this 0 point energy, if you will, this potential. But if you're not, then you're left with the only other proposition, which would be your atomistic, curved space time.
There's loads of different creation myths. Like you just said, two lasers could hit each other.
If you go with the E equals
I'll
M.
quickly say it, Jeremy. What I subscribe to is a sort of nothing that has potential for something that we could never understand, and then the something did happen from it. But it's not a nothing. It's just seems like nothing, but it's actually everything hidden in the nothing.
Well, there's two concepts.
If you go with the, go ahead, Lemon.
No, Jeremy, you were saying?
No, just to what they said before about light being matter or whatever. And if you go with the Einsteinian paradigm, essentially matter is just light moving, or light is just matter moving fast, and in the E equals MC squared thing. So.
Well, we already have precedent for light being able to somewhat move matter with, I think they're called laser tweezers or optical tweezers. Basically, they call them tweezers because you're taking two light rays, like, two, ends of a tweezer, and you're shooting them and intersecting them in a way that these hollow balls just float in the laser light or whatever. And basically, these two, lasers, intersect in a way with their waveforms or whatever they say, that these small little hollow glass balls just float in the air in the laser. So right there you have, a laser quite literally at least causing something to be suspended in the air as far as I can tell. So it looks like we already have, some sort of, precedent for light being able to move matter, shape matter, organize matter, maybe even become matter. So I just don't see what the problem is here with saying that light and energy and matter, basically have a relationship that's very close at the very least, if not aren't, one and the same thing.
Yeah, I think he referred to it as frozen light.
Yeah. And so there's two conceptions about what, if anything, space is. This light is going through space. What is space? Is it an Epicurean nothing with nothing in it, or is it infinite potential? Is it something that doesn't appear to be anything right now, but has the potential to metamorphically change into something else, under the right conditions? Some people say that it's nothing. Some people say that it's infinite potential to become anything. That's what, quote unquote, space, the nothingness is. So I'd go with the second definition, that space is infinite potential, that under the right frequencies, space can become any matter that you need. Space could become any solid thing that you need. Yeah.
Space can only exist within a field, not outside of it.
Space itself is a field in the ether. Would that be right?
Well, in the heliocentrist paradigm, they've reified nothingness to be something, i.e., space, as having properties, but no one's yet to identify them.
By properties, do you mean that space is permanently this thing without changing into something else? Because I would agree with you then that space has no properties yet. But under the right conditions, it can become just about anything you need it to become with the right vibration pattern or the right frequency.
I would say space is not a thing rather than the absence of a thing, and that thing being a magnetic field.
Okay, so basically, space and a magnetic field go hand in hand. Like they're both required.
So this is why I clearly define the difference between volume and space, and space being a concept and a volume being essentially a unit of measure.
So would it be right to say that if there's space, there would be a magnetic field for that space?
Right, like space only exists within the field, not outside of it. So, yeah.
So say you have the ether, and then you initiate a spin interaction similar to that of a hydrogen atom, and then would space then become created with hand in hand with the creation of the hydrogen atom? Within the ether? So it's like, imagine if the ether is counter space, right? And then there's a spin interaction that within it, and then from that spin interaction manifests in this small example the hydrogen atom, and that in that hydrogen atom with is also space as its background. Would that be right?
Trying to wrap my head around what you're saying, dude.
Yeah, I'm just making things up and brainstorming. So I'm not trying to prove anyone wrong or prove anything right. I'm just Oh, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Well,
like leery to answer because I'm trying to wrap my head around what you're saying.
Yeah.
well, the way that I wrap my head around space counter space is, I guess the objects in the space would be the car. The space counter space or whatever would be the garage you're trying to fit the car into. If the garage is too small for the car, or rather the space is too small for the object in it, then space is going to need to change. That's where that space counter space interaction is going to come in. How are these two things going to interact with each other, space and or counter space? They're going to, basically work with each other to try to get the right structure so that this car can stay in this garage without breaking the garage down, or this matter will fit in this space without breaking the space down. So it's like space is this fluid thing that can change depending on what objects are in it and vice versa. That's the space counter space thing as far as I can see.
All right,
Space
Lemon.
pushes on the object pushes back and reacts to this push with another, vibration. And these two vibrations together are going to give you a space counter space dynamic where space is flowing this way, space is flowing this way, counter space is flowing this way, whatever, to give you quote unquote the full interaction of matter and or space.
So counter space is just the null point opposite to Cartesian forms and masses and magnitudes and phenomena. Being that there's only two dimensions in nature, spatial and counter spatial, or
Yes.
more accurately, dimensional and non-dimensional.
So then the 0 point energy would be counter space, which would be ether. Was that a check to all three of those? So
Yeah.
within, sorry, I cut you off.
Can I say a working device?
Yeah.
So
Essentially, you just got these two fields that are they're conjugate fields. They're synonymous with one another, and it's the dielectric and the magnetic field. And then these two fields create the ether field together. So the dielectric is the capacitance potential of counter space, and the loss of dielectric is defined as magnetism, being increasing potential terminating towards and into counter space. This is defined as increasing of the dielectric inductance or the charge.
I have a question. Isn't dielectricity ether under strain?
Yeah, or torsion.
Okay. So I thought earlier I heard you say ether comes after that. So ether would come before all of this.
So again, ether is these two fields together, creating one field, one primary field.
Yes. So basically, both of these are the. It's like yin yang. It's like ether turning yin yang. They're creating this.
Right. And space is the attribute of the magnetic, which itself is the absence of or discharge of the dielectric.
Yes.
So counter space is the medium of the dielectric, which is the presence of the ether under torsion, or is meant dielectric charge. And so this is where you get an electron being one unit of dielectric inductance, or is conceptualized, by the atomistic ignorance. And
No
this is
such
why
thing as dielectric inductance. You just made that up.
This is why J.J. Thomson considered the electron the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction.
He didn't think that. You just made that up.
When upon his discovery, this is what he called it, and it was only
He didn't call it dielectric induction.
Yeah, he called it he called the electron a unit of dielectric corpuscle of capacitance. That's what he referred to it as, and only when he was persuaded with a Nobel Prize award did he change his stance on the subject.
He got it right in the end. Yeah, so he had one opinion which was wrong, and he realised it was wrong. And
no,
so
he was right.
Changed it.
He was right.
He said no. He accepted himself what the correct interpretation was, and he certainly didn't call it dielectric inductance. You just made that up.
Yeah, he was
guys,
paid
so
off.
with this guy, just leave it out there. Just make your claim and leave it out there. His counter is irrelevant to when you said it. You left it out there. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. So the
he just strung a load of random words together. They got off Ken Wheeler that that absolutely not supported by any experiment, by any observation, or by any theory. None
Yeah, that's
whatsoever.
nice.
It's
Wait,
just
what did
supported
you
by
say? Hold
Ken
on,
Wheeler
Rumpus.
drawing stupid little diagrams on a whiteboard with no numbers, no maths, no supporting theory. That he's caught off this. I can't remember, some bald-headed idiot. And the idea of counter space, which is
God,
the
we gotta
square
listen to
root
this
of
baby fucking
minus
Let him
time.
say it so he won't cry about it. And once
inverse
he's
power
done,
of
you can
minus
move on.
one, because he didn't understand the maths. The idiot who he got this off doesn't understand what powers are, and
Let's
thought
not
the
insult
minus
people.
Let him
something to
finish.
the power of minus one was something called counter. And he decided to make up something called counter space, and he's just spouting the word counter space. And there's an idiot here who seems to be taking this on board. He might as well be talking about pixies.
Great.
Okay,
Okay.
Rumpus, what did you say doesn't exist?
Almost everything that
Dielectric.
dielectric, induction, counter space. What else did he say?
Is dielectric, hold on, one at a time, man. Is
Dielectric
dielectric
induction.
induction or dielectric induction?
Yeah, it's just made up. I don't know. Almost every other word that Dyslow offers is just made up.
Is dielectricity a made up thing?
Dielectric
There is no
induction. Let's have a
dielectricity. There is a
Google.
dielectric, which is a substance you have in capacitors. I mean, for instance, I don't think Dyslow knows what a capacitor is or capacitance.
No,
even though he
stop
talks
telling
about
us
that.
what you think other people don't know. Tell us what you know. Stop
Hold
running
on,
your
hold
mouth.
on,
Tell us
I
what
know
you
what a
know.
capacitor is, and I know what capacitance is. Those two things, Dyslow does not know what a capacitor is or
He's
what
constantly
capacitance is.
gaslighting. Every word he speaks, he's gaslighting the whole server every time. And then when he gets countered, he cries about it in escalating fashion.
I haven't been
Until the
countered. When have I been countered?
That's
I mean,
true.
just half an
Apparently
hour
this guy
ago.
yells his ass off.
Half an hour ago, I mentioned Dyslow
You know
made
what
the
they
claim
call
that
it? You know what they call it over there, sir? They
photons
call it a
didn't exist,
rumpus.
and he did so by
And he's
quoting
famous
Feynman
for it.
talking about
He's
virtual
famous for this shit.
photons. So
Hold on, Noah.
he tried to disprove the existence of photons by disproving the existence of virtual particles, which have got nothing to do with photons. I mean, it's just incredible how you can misunderstand simple sentences. Photons are particles that are detected. There are machines that detect them, and Einstein proposed them. And then ever since then, they've been established in fact and used in devices you use all the time. The particular properties of light.
Rumpus, they've been used in devices. They've been used in devices to measure light taking a longer time to travel over a meter in a
No,
vacuum.
you haven't. You got confused with that.
Yeah, I know.
I tried to address that earlier.
Well, if you want to give me that link again, Jeremy, I'll give it another look at.
Dyslow's explanation of what light is. Could you steelman that? He did explain it, and you weren't
hasn't
here.
got
You
an
were listening,
explanation.
right? Could you do that?
No, I missed that. No, I haven't been listening. I don't know what he said. What his explanation of light is. But if it's anything to do with Ken Wheeler, it's just complete gibberish.
But your opinion of it. But your opinion of it. What you just said earlier.
About what?
So you have an opinion of it, but you can't steelman it.
Of what? What are you talking about? Which
of
opinion
Ken
of mine are you talking
Wheeler
about?
and everything he's saying doesn't make sense. Do
Correct.
you know his argument or not? We know you have a belief
He makes
system,
lots of arguments,
and
but he
what
never
you
makes an
believe.
argument. He just draws things. He never makes an argument. He never draws
That's what
any.
it sounds to you because you don't even know the words that he's using.
Oh, I know they're gibberish. I know they're made up.
Steelman his argument.
He has no argument. I mean, it can't even do that because
Steelman what he thinks light is.
anything. He does not base anything in experiments.
You don't
or
even
in
respect
science.
the people. You don't even respect their opposition. You don't even give them the respect.
No, Ken
hearing
Wheeler
them out.
is not opposition. He's just making up words. Like he might as well be talking about pixies. He offers no scientific basis whatsoever for anything he says.
Every word
None.
he's using is scientifically based. You just don't know them.
What word?
You're ignorant of it. And you're coming in here and disrupting the conversation,
what the words mean.
gaslighting with every word you
mean,
speak.
And I can tell when someone is just making stuff up. And you can tell by the fact that he doesn't know what he's talking about because he never puts equations up. He never makes a prediction about anything.
Gaslight him with every word you speak, and you don't even know what he's talking about.
That can predict something. So, for instance, he couldn't tell you.
This guy's toxic as fuck to the server. Every time he's here, the server's toxic.
He couldn't show, for instance, what the speed of light would be, for instance, something like that. He cannot use any of the things he's got because he now has no maths. He has absolutely zero maths.
All he has
He
is
can't make any quantitative predictions about anything.
Like a
All
monkey
he can
at
do is
the
draw
zoo throwing
Everything
everything.
Is there any moderation here at all?
This is why I asked for the mod roll back because you know what I'm saying. This is what happens every time I come into the server. That's why I'm hardly ever here.
You can't stand to be here because they allow people like Rumpus and Kosho to come in here and just ramble on for hours.
Yeah.
I know. I was busy doing
hours and
stuff.
take over the
Rumpus.
whole and make everyone
So,
here.
so if someone does take a long time to speak, which Rumpus did.
Please, you're defending Rumpus.
Hold on, Rakia, you're interrupting me.
Are you defending Rumpus?
Hold on,
already?
Rakia. Hold on, Rakia. If you want me to answer, maybe Rakia,
Guys,
you're being rude.
come on, guys.
Jeremy, can you
Rakia,
stop
stop.
Rakia interrupting?
Everyone, shut the fuck
Everybody
up.
will leave.
Sorry,
Shut
guys.
the fuck up.
Everybody leaves when Rumpus comes, or
You've got to
anybody
stop
defends
Rakia
Rumpus,
interrupting
and they'll make a
Rakia,
change.
you need to be
Until then,
muted.
peace
Surveyor
out,
was
brothers.
speaking, and Rakia decided to consent to him, in effect.
I exposed your toxicity, Rumpus. I explain exactly what you
Yeah,
do.
you kind of did
I
get
just
exposed, Rumpus.
exposed.
You're
You
interrupting.
didn't
Surveyor
listen
was
to his
the one.
argument.
Surveyor's the one
You
with the
don't know his
mic.
argument, and you
I gotta
came
mute
in
half
here
the
and
room right now.
gaslighting
All
me,
right, I got
talking
Surveyor
about
was the
Ken
one who was
Wheeler.
speaking and who was
Hold on.
interrupted. Why can't he be allowed to finish?
Going on fucking mute, you son of a bitch, motherfucker. Can you not spaz out and I'll go one at a time, please?
Well, Surveyor was speaking,
man.
and he was interrupted repeatedly by people.
Like, I'm trying to do shit around my house, man. I can't sit here and fucking moderate grown adults.
This is a function of bad motor.
Shut up.
Well, maybe I
Fuck
shouldn't
you.
say that.
It's a function
Maybe I
of
shouldn't say.
nerd cunt like yourself.
Hold on. You're being
It's a
interrupted.
function of nerd cunts and
Hold
mentally
on,
ill
mute.
cunts like Rumpus.
Hold
You're not
on,
being
Glory.
allowed to speak, are you?
Hold on.
Dude, like,
Yes,
Rumpus,
yes.
Rumpus
And then
did
I
get
get muted
exposed.
because people interrupt me and
Hold
it's
on-
bad,
hold
so
on one
I get
second.
muted.
Shut up.
No,
Surveyor's
do
got
not
about
unmute.
5 words out. He's only had about
Rumpus,
5
you hear
words,
me?
and he's been stopped and censored from actually
No, I'm trying
finishing.
to moderate. Shut the
You've
fuck
had
up,
like
guys.
fucking 10 minutes.
Yes, what's that got to do with Surveyor?
You guys not hear me? Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jeremy.
Why are you still talking over me? I'm clearly trying to gain control of the room.
I'm not trying to talk over you.
Just guys, one at a time. Don't unmute Glory.
Surveyor was speaking, and he's not been able to finish his sentence.
Okay, let him finish. I'm letting him finish. The Glory's muted.
I was simply saying that, yes, Rumpus did take a long time to speak, but what is the cause of action then? Is it for everyone to overtalk because half the room was overtalking, Rakia and Glory and like half the room? No one got muted because it wasn't me who interrupted. No one got mutes, but everyone's overtalking. So what's the
No one
cause of
got
action
muted.
then?
Okay, no one got muted because I was busy doing shit around my house. Okay. If you have a problem with the moderation, take it up with Gio. I don't want the chat interrupted. What was the topic? Get back to the topic. If you got a problem with moderation,
I think
Gio,
the
you know who
topic
Gio
was an
is.
accusation that
I think the topic was that Rumpus has no idea of the Ken Wheeler arguments, yet he decides
Oh, I
to
do.
say they're wrong.
I do. He has no argument. You can see anybody who's got any understanding of any bit of science or physics can see through the fact that he's
Well,
just
what exactly
making
is the
stuff up.
argument?
He
What
doesn't
exactly is his
quantify anything. He's
argument?
interrupting me. You're not
Hey,
letting me
can you
finish.
tell me his
You
argument?
can tell that he has
Oh,
nothing
there goes
to
the
offer
rambler.
because he never quantifies anything. He can't tell you, for instance, what the magnetic field of a place at B would be a result of
That doesn't answer my.
A. Exactly. You see, that's you don't understand science. Science is about quantifying things and making predictions. None of the stuff that he ever says has a predictive quality. Anything you can analyze, anything you can apply. None of that.
That's
And
not what
those are the
science is
signs
there
of
for.
someone who knows nothing about what they're saying. They're just making stuff up. It's a key flag.
I literally had to mute 3 people just now while you were talking. Maybe 2. I don't even remember. Just guys, why are you guys spiraling out of control today? Everyone needs to relax. Rumpus does tend to go on for a little bit. Let's try to be more concise. Rumpus,
Yeah,
please.
man, I was in the middle of answering somebody's questions, and Rumpus came in here and actually interrupted me with all the ad hom and his feelings.
I
and his,
do admit to that.
And
Actually,
here he is.
I do admit that I did
Here he is
actually, when you
interrupting me
admitted
again.
something, I did overtalk you. I admit to that. Sorry, Dicelo.
Yeah,
But you
man.
do
And then,
spout a constant stream of drivel.
but bro, this every time I deal with you, this is what I have to go through is hearing your feelings, your biased
No.
feelings on the matter,
It's
instead
one
of
of their
like.
tactics.
But you
It's one
never
of their
justify
tactics,
anything.
dude.
You talk about
Their
you
tactic
just
is to
scream a load of
interrupt,
words, and you never justify
tell you
any
you
of
don't
them.
understand, confused, say you're taking it out of context, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but you see, for instance, when I ask Dyslow to explain any of the terms that he ever offers, he can't do it, and then he'll change onto another subject. So, for instance, something like
That's not
capacitance, I
true,
don't
man.
believe he understands what capacitance is, or a capacitor, or a dielectric. Those are 3 words. Or induction. I don't think he knows what induction means.
Like, I mean, if you guys want, we can make another. We can make Livestream 2 be just flat earthers or something. I don't know if you guys got like issues with these guys.
I mean, I would like Dyslow to explain those 4 terms. I'd like to tell me what a capacitor is,
Man,
what capacitance is,
I've
what
been.
an inductor is, and what a dielectric is. If he could do
Why do
those
we
down
have
this
to do
road.
what you say? Why don't you do what I say and explain Ken Wheeler's theory since you know it so well?
There are no theories. He's just talking gibberish. I can't explain something that's gibberish.
Can anyone
I've already
explain
been
this
down
guy's
this road with
theories?
you, man.
He just makes stuff up. How can you explain what an idiot thinks?
All right,
You
dude.
derail
You can't
everything
explain it. I'm
I say
asking someone
constantly
else
with your
now.
feelings.
I noticed
Anyone
Dyslow's not
other
taking up
than
my
Rumpus?
challenge of explaining those 4 things.
Rumpus just admitted he
could
can't
easily do it.
explain. Can anyone else explain this shit? If not, why are we even talking about it?
Rumpus, Ken Wheeler isn't here. Stop calling him names. He's not even if he was here. Don't call
Dyslow's a
him names,
parrot
please.
for Ken Wheeler, Jeremy. He's just repeating Ken Wheeler drivel. That's all he's doing, and he doesn't understand.
I don't care. I don't care. You
Well,
don't need to call Ken Wheeler
I'm
an
just
idiot.
pointing out
There's
where
no reason.
Dyslow's getting his stuff from.
Okay, you don't need to call Ken Wheeler an idiot. Please don't call names, guys. That's very hostile, and you're attacking people. Just relax, dude.
Well, I've given Dyslow a challenge. He's used several terms, and he's used the word capacitance, he's used the word capacitor, he's used the word induction, and he's used, I've forgotten what the other, dielectric. If he could give us 4 explanations for those 4 terms in quantified manner, then we'd think, aha, he actually knows what he's talking about. But he won't be able to do that.
I could easily do that, and I've done it before in the past. And
Well, I'm doing it now.
You tend to interrupt me every time I start to speak.
I know you're deflecting here.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if he starts explaining the 4 terms, you have to promise to go on mute and not interrupt him.
So yeah, if he explains, I won't interrupt him if he's actually giving an explanation.
Okay, who wants to take bets on he's actually just going to interrupt?
Yeah, just go on mute for 30 seconds and let him explain it.
Maybe 1 term at a time, because
Yeah,
if
1
he
term at a
has
time.
to
Yes,
explain all 4 of them in 1 sentence, or like.
Yeah, how about we just do 1 term? How about we just do 1 term? Which one term do you want to
Okay, let's do let's do capacitance.
All right, Dyslow, you have the floor.
So capacitance, essentially, in his understanding, is just the belief that inductance and capacitance is the storage of electrons, which is a pure farce. Being that capacitance is of a dielectric medium, such as like transformer oil, glass, air, etc., under the influence of dielectric induction. So capacitance is just the threshold a medium is able to absorb of units of dielectric induction before discharge.
Hey, was all these papers on the floor garbage?
Right, that was utter drivel of the first order. Capacitance and induction have nothing to do with one another, and he noticed he didn't give me a formula for the capacitance of something, whereas anybody who knew anything about capacitance would be able to tell you the formula for the capacitance of a capacitor. But he can't do it because he knows absolutely nothing about this subject. And Ken Wheeler couldn't do it either. He never applies
what
formula.
I've got to go through is the questionnaire game.
Well, don't make stuff up.
I'm not making stuff up. I'm telling you.
You did. There's what you said about capacitance was completely and utterly wrong.
Interrupting me again.
Okay.
Bullshit. Bullshit. What is capacitance then? Tell us.
It's the charge on a capacitor divided by the voltage of the capacitor.
Potential.
The charge on the capacitor is equal to the capacitance times the voltage across the capacitor. That's what you need to know.
What's a charge?
What's a charge? The charge is, well, that's defined. It's the electron has what we call a unit charge. A proton has another, what we call a charge. Charges attract one another with opposite charges attract with electrostatic forces.
Oh, really?
So current makes up charges. So
attraction.
The charge on the capacitor. I mean, you're going to go to basic. This starts to get a little bit philosophical because the concept of charge
now it's going to get philosophical.
Well, no, but I know I can apply
you
it
don't
and
know
use
what the
it.
Fuck you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
So what's the difference between
it's an
a charge,
inherent property of matter.
a charge, and a fucking electron, dude? When you're talking about an electron,
a charge.
Yeah,
an electron
so
has a charge, and that exerts a field. Things with charges exert electrostatic fields. And what's more, if you then move those, if you then
electrostatics.
move those electrostatic fields, you can then induce.
You're talking circles.
You create magnetic fields.
You're talking in circles, dude.
You see, that's because you don't understand anything of this subject. You know nothing about this, and you just make up someone who just draws the silly little diagrams and just makes stuff up. You can't. You didn't know. You do not know a single equation for what you're talking about. Do you? You don't know a single equation. You can't apply anything you're talking about in a practical sense that we could test or measure. None of that. You could not do that.
The dielectric equals Q and Planck of electrification.
Can you please be like less?
What was that? Hold on. He just gave a formula there. Could you say that again, please?
I said the magnetic times the dielectric.
Magnetic what?
Equals the magnetic field times the dielectric field.
The magnetic field, okay.
Equals Q and Planck of electrification. Being that electricity is not a thing in itself.
Okay, I want to type this in. Can I just type this in?
Electricity.
I want to type what you've just said.
Is electrons, but then you're trying to say an electron.
What you've just said. I want to type the equation you just said.
An electron isn't a thing in itself, and here you go interrupting me. This is why we can't have
I'm just trying to get you to repeat so that I can type in the chat what you said.
Child with ADD who can't control himself, dude.
Well, I haven't caught what you said.
It's like pulling teeth trying to have a fucking conversation.
I'm just asking him to repeat what he said. No more.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to fucking mod this guy, dude.
Can I just? I'm all asking you just to repeat what you said, Dicelo.
It's like a fucking nightmare dealing with this kid,
I just want you to repeat what you said.
You're a fucking baby.
Oh, don't you want me to remember what you said?
You're a baby,
I'm trying to remember what you said.
There's no point in talking to you. You're impossible.
I'm trying to write down what you said. How much more respectful can that be?
That's what I said, dude. Write that down, bro. You're a baby who doesn't
I've got B.
So
I've got the word. I've got in the chat. I'm typing B is equal to, and you said something else. I'm trying to write that down. You said the magnetic. Well, you called it the magnetic field.
Bro,
I think.
I'm out, bro. I ain't dealing with this bullshit.
You see, this is it. When you time.
Yeah, you're a fucking baby, bro. You just interrupt. That's all you do.
I muted him. Go ahead, finish it up, and then start over.
Cool, bro. Wrap it up yourself, bro. I ain't dealing with your fucking. I ain't gonna tap dance for you, bro.
I mean, you don't have to tap dance.
You're gonna let this fucking idiot.
I muted him.
Rumpus me,
I'm
bro.
not gonna. I muted him.
Yeah. How long's it gonna take, bro? How long that fucking take, bro?
Listen, I'm not
go do your
sitting
things
at a
around
computer.
your house, bro. Just go clean your house, bro. Cool, bro.
All right.
I'm done with this kid.
Holy shit.
You don't want to give me my fucking mod roll, but you want to let this fucking moron come in here and destroy good conversation that we were having, bro.
I told you to ask
bro.
Gio. I don't give out mod rolls. I told you to ask Gio. Second of all, I was doing something. I muted him as soon as I could. I mean, what do you want, bro? Come on.
I was just trying to write down what you said, Dicelo. That was all I was doing. I wasn't contradicting
Rumpus, run it back onto YouTube. Run it back onto YouTube.
It's gibberish,
Rumpus.
bro. It's gibberish. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah,
bro.
it was gibberish, but I was going to write
gibberish.
it down nonetheless. I was going to write down what you said.
Rumpus, you can run it back onto YouTube.
Bro. It's the Rumpus Show. Go ahead, Rumpus. Teach us everything.
Sorry, Jeremy, what were you saying?
It's the Rumpus Show.
I was just trying to write down what Dicelo said. That's all I wanted.
I said if you missed what he said, you could run it back onto YouTube. Or you subscribe to Earth Awakening.
Well, yeah, but why can't you just repeat it? And then so I can write it down and check what I have understood it correctly. All I wanted to do was to commit to text what Dicelo was saying so that we could then have a focus and say, let's look at this, let's look what he's proposing, and then we can discuss it. That's all I was trying to do. But he won't do it because, of course, he knows he doesn't have an equation that works because Ken Wheeler has no equation.
People just don't want to get interrupted.
Here we go with the fucking feelings, bro.
Dude, yeah, it's like...
It's objective.
People just don't want to get interrupted, Rumpus. You know how it is. You know how it is. You never let anyone interrupt you, Rumpus.
And then claims fucking victory, bro.
Yeah.
I was just trying to write down what you said.
You basically shut him down by overshouting him and not letting him speak. And
I wanted to repeat. I wanted him to repeat what he said. I wanted him to repeat what he said. I wasn't trying to stop him saying it. I wanted him to reiterate it for me so that I could write it down and understand it. How more respectful can I be when I wanted to make sure I understood what he was suggesting?
Rumpus, here's the problem.
Rumpus, I have it all written down.
Rumpus, here's the problem is that you don't let fuckers complete their sentences. That's the problem.
So here's what he said is magnetic times the dielectric equals the quantity of electrification. Electricity is nature's more simplex circuit in its own field conjugate, and so on. And the reason I know exactly what he's saying is because he's reading straight from Ken Wheeler's PDF.
Good one, Pip. Right, Gummy Bear. Well spoken, that man. Very good, very good.
That's what Dicelo always does. He reads straight
indeed.
from the PDF.
And then Jeremy complains that I refer to Ken Wheeler, and Dicelo, as you say, he's just.
So what?
And I've noticed him do this before. He just reads out stuff that from I didn't know it was
And
actually
you're
from the actual
regurgitating
Ken Wheeler
mainstream.
PDF. So well done, Dicelo. So you're just reading out
think
what Ken Wheeler
science-
said,
you
and you
think
don't
science is
understand a word of
quantification
what
and
you're saying, do
predictions,
you?
dude. That's literally what you think science is. That's what you told us all. It's
So here you are
quantifying and
deflecting.
prediction.
So do you admit to
It
what you
goes
were
to
doing?
show
You were
you
just
don't
reading
know
off the
anything.
Ken Wheeler PDF. You see, Jeremy, this is
Goes to
why
show, bro.
we've exposed what Dicelo does. He just
Yeah,
reads
so
off the
let's
Ken Wheeler script.
let's parrot Einstein. That's what you've done. So, all right. So Rumpus, have you ever created, invented, or discovered anything? Because if not, all you do is parrot mainstream bullshit, and we already know what to expect from you. We can Google everything you think and everything you're going to say because you have nothing of your own. All you do is parrot mainstream. Correct. So with that being said, I choose to parrot the ether because it's the only other postulate as to what the cosmos is predicated upon.
But the thing is, I
postulations.
understand
Just
what I'm
shut up for a
talking about.
second.
You
Shut
don't.
the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. There's only been 2 postulations in the history of science. Okay, that of ether and your belief system. So there's 2 opposing beliefs here.
If you think there's only been 2 postulations in the science, I mean, you're just ignoring the fact. There's a postulation by someone, I imagine, the world every few seconds in science. So that's just a ridiculous statement. The point is, I understand and I can apply the rules. I can apply. I can use the thing I said about capacitance, and I can work out what 2 capacitors in a line will do, or in a series, or in parallel. I can apply them to.
All you're doing is parroting mainstream.
You know what? You're interrupting me now.
Anybody can Google
you're interrupting me. You
Anybody
won't let me
Google
finish. I was trying to describe how you actually use the stuff that I know, and I can create
Anybody
electronic
can Google
circuits,
that, bro.
and I can design them, and I can get them to do things, and I can describe. I can then measure them with an oscilloscope. I can show what they're doing. I can measure them and say, look this signal, and I can say, I'm in the middle of speaking. I'm in the middle.
Hold on. Thank you. One at a time, for fuck's sake. Right?
The entire electrical grid that we use, man, came from.
Hold on, Dicelo, hold on. You both can hear each other speaking, right? One of you have to give way. All right?
I'm just gonna.
I was in the middle of explaining something, and he didn't like the fact that I was doing that, and so he decided to interrupt me. And I was explaining how practical.
Stop your whining. Right, get back on with
But
the
stop muting me then when I'm in the middle of an explanation. I was trying to explain why. Well,
stop your whining, Rumpus, and get back on with the conversation.
Right, so I was explaining how I'm able to apply these things that I've learnt parrot fashion, as he was claiming, and how I can apply them in the real world, and how I can measure the results with an oscilloscope, and I can detect the charge on a capacitor, and I can do all of these things, and then I appreciate how electronic circuits work, and how computers work, how chips work, and they all conform to these equations that have been invented by other people. There's none of that Dicelo could do. All he can do is copy diagrams that have been drawn by Ken Wheeler that are completely not quantifiable, cannot be applied in the real world, and he just parrots them or reads them off from his PDF. That's all he does. He could be about fairies for all he knows. He understands nothing of Ken Wheeler stuff because Ken Wheeler doesn't understand anything. There's nothing quantifiable or applicable in the real world that Ken Wheeler has. The stuff I'm talking about is backed up by experiment, science, documentation, and we actually use this stuff in the real world. Finished.
You let him explain something to you.
So I missed that, Jeremy.
You never. I said let him explain something. He can never explain anything if you're constantly interrupting.
I asked him to explain 4 terms: capacitance, dielectric, capacitors, and induction. And he didn't. He talked about capacitance, and he started talking gibberish, and he couldn't quantify it, of course. So he failed the first hurdle. I asked him to explain. I asked him to give me a formula, which he did, and then he wouldn't reiterate it. So it's not as though I'm saying don't explain to me stuff, Dicelo. I'm asking him to, so that I can then demonstrate it's absolute bollocks. I'm not trying to censor him, I'm trying to expose him. I want him to say more. I want him to be more explicit about what he's saying. But as Gummy Bear pointed out, the guy's just reading off a script of words he has no understanding of, and neither has the person who authored those words. And in fact, Ken Wheeler's got it secondhand off some other guy. The guy invented this term counterspace, which he got from misunderstanding how to... Anybody who's seen the original videos that the Ken Wheeler was basing this on, the guy has no understanding of basic maths.
Oh. Hey, Jeremy, is Glory muted for any reason? Can he come off unmute?
Or he's been on mute for way too long. Like fucking.
Yeah, we can unmute him now.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, I had to mute him like 4 or 5 times a day already. So I mean, you know, you got to draw the line somewhere. I can't. I got shit to do. I can't
I was
fucking.
spending dice flow and it's gaslighting, but I'll drop it.
Why? I just didn't know why, Jeremy. So anyway.
Yeah, it's fine.
Carry on.
Calm down, Glory, please, for the love of God, man, guys. You made
Well,
why you? It's like
left.
you.
So
I wouldn't. I mean, Rumpus wouldn't let him finish a sentence. I don't know.
Yeah,
we
I mean,
give
no,
Rumpus
guys,
we give
let
Rumpus
him.
time to talk, and then when
Jeremy,
it's other
he
people's
interrupted
turns,
me.
like
He
right
didn't like
now,
the fact.
he's not letting them finish their shit.
Jeremy, I was the one who started speaking, and then I got about 6 words in, and then he interrupted me when I was pointing out how the stuff I know is practically applicable. And he didn't like that because he realised I was such a powerful
The stuff
argument I was
I
making.
know.
Back to
You
a
notice the
conversation. All right.
He'll
Please,
be back.
To a conversation. Stop
Yeah,
whining.
Dysel will be back once Rumpus is gone. That simple. You'll get everyone else will get to hear about these ideas, Ken Wheeler and someone who really studied the topic when Rumpus is not here. It's that simple.
Well, here's the thing, though, is the equivalent what Dice Law was doing, I could do for you. I can read off the definitions from the PDF.
Whining about what
Yeah, but
people
I could
do.
say the same
Have
thing
a
about your
conversation.
I could.
For fuck's sake.
We are.
I could
But
say
the
the same thing about your
conversation, the topic
capacitance.
is...
I could go read about the capacitance right now on a PDF on my computer, right off into the chat. So you saying that you saying that it's bad for fucking Dyslo to do the same thing when we're essentially doing the same thing ourselves? I don't know. I think you should just let the man talk a little bit. Then you could have pinned down the fucking. You could have pinned down the details and then got him, but instead,
I asked him, Numpty. I asked him for details. I asked him to give me an equation. I asked him to give me 4 definitions of the terms he was using. I was not trying to censor him. I was trying to get him to explain what he was talking about, and of course, he failed to be able to do so.
The big difference,
Rumpus, that's not quite true. You were peppering him with questions, but you weren't really trying to understand him. You were trying to interrogate him, Rumpus. There's a difference.
That's
but the
correct.
thing is, guys, just go to the freaking dictionary and figure it out, for God's sakes. What he says makes sense to me. I don't know what your problem is, but whatever.
Dyslo
and Ken Wheeler have their own dictionary.
Talk about the topic, but what Dyslo does is literally read off word by word from the PDF. He said 2 different things. Whether you get your
someone
information
have this
from the
PDF?
internet, and then
Someone give me this PDF?
I can link it in chat.
Yes, please, Gummy Bear.
It's a
You
website
tag me.
version of the PDF. Reading it off word by word.
If you just slow
not
down
the
with
same
him.
as getting information from the internet. The same.
That's hilarious.
Okay, if you just guys slowed it down, you could have got Dyslo to actually explain it to you. But you guys want to be all crazy and hectic and shit. Just let everyone finish their sentences. That is the bottom A1 priority. Everyone gets to finish their fucking sentences.
Jeremy, if I give a formula,
explains it with his own words.
Jeremy, if I give a formula, or someone asks me to explain something, and I give a formula or some explanation, and someone says, "Hold on, I didn't catch that. Could you get that down? Let's write that formula down." Immediately I would stop and say, "Right, okay, here you are. Here's the formula I was talking about," and then I would go through it with them. The fact that Dyslo doesn't want to do that sort of thing is another huge flag to indicate to anybody that he doesn't want to go into the detail because he doesn't understand what the hell he's talking about.
Okay, could you not have asked him?
Provide you a fucking formula, bro. You could just hear him out. It's a discussion.
And then I wanted to go
He's
into
here
it,
to
but he
discuss
wouldn't
these
do it.
ideas. You're here for something else.
Hey,
I
I'm so
wanted
sick
him
of
to
it,
explain
man.
it. I didn't want to try. I
And
didn't
you're
want to skate over it.
too. And I get muted for pointing this out.
Guys, hey, enough. Have a conversation about something constructive, otherwise I'll mute all of you.
Mute them all.
And then I'll go to bloody bed and you won't get unmuted.
Mute them all. Listen, we had a great conversation last night about ancient civilizations, all kinds of cool stuff. We were all over the place. Soft tissue and dinosaur bones. I'm sure Rumpus will tell me I don't understand that.
That was crazy.
All kinds
Fossilized
of stuff.
tissue.
Yeah, well, I think the problem is like we need to let people even if you didn't hear it. I mean, the rest of us heard it, so you shouldn't be able to just interrupt someone in the middle of what they're saying so you can hear specifically what they said when the rest of us did. You should just let people fucking continue till their sentence is over, and then you can make your response after that, or you can ask for clarification after that. You gotta realize, you're doing it to me right now. First off, and second off, you gotta realize that like when I mean, if you don't hear it, that's fine. We can repeat it later. But if you insist on interrupting someone in the middle so you can hear it, it's kind of disrespectful to the rest of us trying to
Well,
listen.
no. If I'm explaining something and someone says, "Sorry, I didn't
Jesus,
understand
bro.
that," it's
Brushed off
normal
everything
for
you
people
said.
to then explain what they're talking about. If they're confident in what they understand, they then stop and say, "So, for instance, if Jeremy says to me, I didn't understand what you just said," I immediately stop and then I repeat what I said or explain, and then respond to Jeremy's question. Say, so that I then try and get through to them. If I'm trying to explain something, you want to communicate with your audience and get it through to them. Clearly, Dicelo doesn't want to do that because he knows he's on a foundation of jelly.
Yo, I want to talk now because every time I talk, I have to interrupt and I get fucking muted. Let me talk now. Dicelo, we were having a discussion. You jumped in the server and you started gaslighting Ken Wheeler, telling him everything he's saying is fake. He doesn't know what you were talking about. Then, in his act of defending himself, you started your game of ever-increasing escalation and sociopathy.
I just asked him to explain himself. That's all.
Yeah, I
I've
wait,
got
I thought that was Rumpus.
enough. Have a conversation. Anyway,
Yeah.
anyone here play golf? Anyone here play golf?
Oh, that is literally the worst. One of the worst games ever.
Out of
That little
Exactly.
tiny ball.
Did you know, Jeremy, that if you knew about the Coriolis, how many Master Championships you would win if you were Tiger Woods? Not 21 odd. You would have won 201 if you had known about Coriolis.
That's why they're not. Yeah, you would have had a really good guy. All you need is a math nerd out there. Do some maths and bing bong, hole in one.
That's right. Right. These golfers will worry about where the sun is pointing on the green, so the grades of blast are pointing one particular direction. Like, these are the minute details they take into consideration when they're playing golf, but not Coriolis.
Fun golf fact. The longest golf shot ever hit was from the ISS, right?
Oh,
and
damn, yeah.
we couldn't. Jaron tried to get that footage for the longest time. They gave him the runaround. He wanted the whole. We have the footage of the golf shot, sure, but he wanted the whole spacewalk. They record everything out there, and he just couldn't get it for. I don't even know if he ever even got it.
Who knows? Who knows?
That would be easy. Some easy shit to get. Just send us the fucking tape or I'm sure it's all digitized and everything. This wasn't that long ago.
Like, it's quite easy. It's quite easy to allow for a couple of little. I'm sure they could have had one of those little calculator watches in, punch the Coriolis into their watch, bang, 10 centimeters there, 15 centimeters here, boom.
Oh, your caddy would be walking around with a laptop punching it. Okay, you're shooting. You got to shoot the ball south, southwest, or whatever the fucking thing is. The wind's blowing at 7 miles per hour. Coriolis is going to be, whatever miles per hour for the, you have it all figured in. Yeah.
You really think a golfer side his shot 10 centimeters to the left, to the right over these distances that they shoot their first shot at? You really think that's viable?
Oh, 100%, Gummy. You know how accurate these guys can hit a golf ball? Oh, my goodness gracious me. And especially on their second shot. Especially on their second shot, too.
Sure.
I mean, 60 yards for a field goal is make it or break it for the Coriolis.
These guys are punching their second shot anywhere between, 200 to 300 yards, sometimes their second shot. And they're always
What if it's
going
not
to the hole.
What if it's not Coriolis? What if it's just a magnet in the fucking ball?
Well, you'd still want to know about it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, like you're Tiger Woods. You give a wink to the crowd. The guy with the magnet turns it on. You whack the ball, and the magnet fucking sucks the fucking ball into the hole. There you go.
Exactly.
And
But
you can just
Gummy,
blame it on Coriolis.
I know.
You can be like,
I know,
it curved because it was Coriolis effect.
And now he's gone because he thinks it's irrelevant. These minute details.
I mean, yeah, the golf. If a football field goal,
we can come back.
If a field goal kicker it's make it or break it over just 60 yards. I'm sure when they're teeing off, what do they tee off at? 400 plus yards? I don't know. It's definitely going to matter. They want to get it as accurate as possible. You'd have it. Your caddy would be walking around with a laptop, going, all right, the wind's going this fast, you need to hit it in this direction. Because them guys can't hit it in the direction they want. If you have all the factors accounted for, boom.
The problem is, Jeremy, is that my friend who's in artillery, who has confirmed kills with his unit, don't even use Coriolis in Afghanistan.
Oh, I've heard contradictory things that they do use Coriolis calculations in the artillery.
Dude, no, they don't. My friend, literally, his unit has like 60 confirmed kills in Afghanistan. He said they've never used Coriolis.
Is he the guy that just Is he the guy that just puts the munitions in the thing, or like what is his job? Is he the guy that just pulls the fucking string, or like what? Because I'm sure there's a whole bunch.
He's in charge of it, dude. Because it's his unit. Like his dudes are the ones. He sends me videos and shit of them all putting the shit in and like.
Yeah, but do you know how often the bosses don't know what the workers even do?
Because Doofus will testify, will give evidence to the contrary of that. I think he will.
They all will.
Who will?
They all will. All the Globers.
Oh,
yeah, but here's the thing. My friend's not a Glober or a flat earther. He's not. He doesn't even know about this debate. I fucking asked him because I know he's in artillery. There's no.
I hear you. We've heard snipers say they don't account for it, and some people in the military. And shit.
They don't. No one who shoots a gun accounts for Coriolis effect. Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, I'm currently actively looking to get Coriolis insurance just in case like a tree falls and the Coriolis drifts it over.
I told you.
You gotta be. What's up?
Wake up with a tree growing in the middle of your lounge room because of Coriolis. It's going to shift in the middle of the night.
Would they need to account for Coriolis when they shoot a torpedo out of a submarine to another torpedo, to another submarine?
That makes no sense because it's in a medium that should be moving, right? Because they say that the oceans stick to the outside of the ball and move around with the ball as one unit because it's stuck to the outside. So there should be no Coriolis for a torpedo.
Oh, I don't know if there is or not, or if they claim there is or not.
But there shouldn't be. They literally claim that the water sticks to the side of the ball and spins with the earth. So
it doesn't matter. They claim the same thing about the air, but all you have to do to get Coriolis effect is go to a new area of tangential velocity or tangential speed.
Yeah, I don't know. Like outside of the pendulum, where do we actually observe this Coriolis? Because we don't fucking observe it with guns. I've shot guns before. We don't fucking observe it in airplanes. We don't observe it in artillery unless it's a Glober who's actively in this debate. So, like, where are we supposed to observe it outside of a pendulum is my question.
Well, the pendulum has its own issues. The pendulum swings. The pendulum deviates clockwise in the northern hemisphere, but everything else deviates counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere.
Seeing as the gases,
what do you mean by that?
Majority of the gases are produced here on Earth, right? And they rise up, right? So as they rise up, they're losing tangential velocity compared to the Earth's surface. They're always going to be lagging behind, aren't they? And kind of pulling. You're going to have this pulling motion.
You have drag.
Exactly.
Drag.
You know what I'm saying, Jeremy.
But do you get up high enough and there's a super rotation? It's the exact opposite of what you would think. But I mean, it's been going for billions of years. Listen, you're on a bicycle, okay?
Get me off the bicycle, please.
You're on a bicycle. That's all you need to know. That light speed, that speed of light thing, I totally understand these guys. The point these guys are making. Yes, I'll even go with you and buy that. All right, it doesn't take a straight line path, and it takes the longer path. That's fine. The point is, it's not traveling at a constant speed through a vacuum, because a constant speed would be X for 1 meter. If you get X minus any number, that's not constant anymore. Like, it's pretty simple. I'm willing to agree to their premise. It takes a longer path. Fine, okay, but that means that light traveling from the sun, if it is going in the straight line path, or if it isn't going in that straight line path, you know what I mean?
Well, and that leads on to that other thing that I showed you with the electromagnetism. Now that can slow down the speed of light too, Jeremy. Now we know Earth's in a magnetic field. Now, even if that magnetic field is only affecting the medium itself, that's going to have an effect on the light. Oh, so how do we know what is doing what, where, and how much at any one particular time?
I'm not sure if I still understand this question because to me, if let's take the light path of, let's say, 1 light year, and let's say the light then gets diverted and travels a different path with his 1.5 light years. Yes, it travels slower, but during all of that time, it travels the 1 meter in the same time because it travels a longer path. So I'm not sure. Maybe you guys didn't understand what.
Yeah, no, it's taking a longer time for it to travel the meter.
How can it do that? Because if you follow the light throughout the path of the 1.5 light years, each single meter is going the same exact speed that it would have in the other path as well.
If I have a meter stick, hold on. If there's go ahead.
I'm certain you did not follow any photon over any fucking distance. But go ahead.
Yeah. So if there's a meter stick in between me and you, and in one instance the light travels X, and then in another instance it takes the light X minus something, then I don't know what's your problem of saying it takes a longer time, aka slower.
Are you saying like we have some object at point A and then an object at point B, and if the like if the path is longer, then it takes it's slower in some sense?
Yeah, there's a meter stick. There's a meter stick in between me and you. In one instance, the speed is X of how long it takes to get from one end of the meter stick to the other end of the meter stick. You have X for one instance.
Sure.
Then there's another instance where it's X minus something, right?
Sure.
So slower, not constant.
So if I'm not sure why this is. Yes, but what I don't understand is why is this a problem for the, because no one is actually saying in the current understanding that light always, irrespective of what path it takes, it always, like, let's say there are 2 paths of light, like I have an object right in front of me, it's 1 meter away, and then one path of the light is from it to straight into me through that 1 meter, and then another path of light where it goes to Mars and then to my eye. The current understanding is not that that those both paths have to take the same equal amount of time. So I'm not sure why this is a problem.
Well, it's a problem if you're trying to say that light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum, after knowing that this thing that we know that it doesn't.
Well, if that's what you think that phrase actually means, then that's a problem in your understanding.
No, see, the understanding, I understand it. You guys say that this sun is X distance away, 93 million miles. Therefore, light comes to us in 8 minutes. You don't know that because we now know that light doesn't travel at a constant speed in a vacuum, right? It's pretty simple. I mean, if you don't understand it, I don't know why.
It does still. Let me ask a question. So we take my example. There's this object like 1 light year away, and then the short path is 1 light year, but then the light gets diverted to 1.5 light years. Now, the first meter of that 1.5 light years, the light goes the exact same light speed. So is that a problem?
Maybe it goes the light speed you think it does. Maybe it's going slower. You don't know.
No, it does. It goes the in this scenario, it goes the exact same speed. So is that a problem?
If it goes this presupposed speed, the constant speed that you think it does, no, why?
No, okay, so we established that in the first meter of that 1.5 light years, there's no problem. So how about the next meter? It goes the established speed of light there as well. So is that a problem?
No, I don't. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's back it up. It's not a problem, but let's back it up because I don't think you understood. Maybe you might. You didn't acknowledge. I know for sure you didn't acknowledge the first premise I made. We have a meter stick in between us. In one instance, it takes X for the light to go from one end of the meter stick to the other end of the meter stick. You got that, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then there's another instance where it takes X minus some time to go from one end of the meter stick to the other end of the meter stick. Do you understand this one?
Sure. So X minus is like X must be then the slower path, right?
X is the constant that you thought it was, and X minus something is showing us that it's not the constant you thought it was, right? Do you acknowledge?
But how can it be X minus? Like it should be X plus something, right? Because it's fat, it's slower.
Yeah, my bad. X plus. Sorry. So do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that not a constant speed? It can be a different speed.
Yeah, that's not what they like. No one is saying that the speed of light, like it doesn't matter how long the distance is and how long the actual path is. Like that doesn't count anywhere. No one is saying that except you. So this is definitely either a problem in your understanding, or it's a deliberate misrepresentation of what people say and what people think.
All right, so you're saying no one says light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum?
No, that's not what I said. If
okay,
that's
so they
what
are
you
saying
heard, maybe you didn't follow me correctly.
Okay, hold on. So they are saying that light travels at a constant speed in a vacuum, but from what we just went through, we know that it doesn't travel at a constant speed in a vacuum, right?
We don't actually know that from what we just went through.
Remember the meter stick, X plus.
Hold on. Yes, but you need to remember what I was establishing with my 1.5 light year travel. Now we can establish for each and single meter length there that there is no problem. Light travels always for that 1.5 light years. The speed of light that we've established. Now, you said that there's no problem for the first meter and that there's no problem for the second meter. We can establish that there's no problem for the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh. There is no problem throughout that whole journey. Light travels exactly the speed that it's supposed to. So where does the problem arise, Jeremy?
Okay. I don't know. In your scenario, light's traveling at a speed that you already presuppose that it travels at, but we've shown that it could take longer for it to go over the distance of a meter, and that's not. I don't understand what your malfunction is there.
My malfunction is simply this. If you take the actual path that the light travels, and don't talk about some hypothetical path that it's not actually traveling, then light goes the speed of light. You're talking about, when you're talking about that 1 meter, you're talking about the beginning and end of some hypothetical point, but you're not actually following the path that the light takes. So you need to follow the path that the light takes. Then throughout that whole path, it actually does follow the speed of light. Like, no one is saying that light cannot get diverted between point A and point B in such a way that there wouldn't be, like, light doesn't always travel the optimum distance because it bounces around. For example, light in a mirror, it's bouncing around. That's technically speaking a shorter path to some point. But no one is saying that light doesn't refract.
So
to me, this is a deliberate. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
So kind of like the car is going the same speed, it's just taking a longer path. That longer path doesn't mean it's going a different speed, it just means it's going a longer path.
Yeah, and technically speaking, yeah, I understand Jeremy's point completely. Like, technically speaking, if you, let's say I travel from my place to New York and I go straight one time, but then I go through like Calcutta the second time, of course it takes me longer, so you can you can complain about, oh, it took you, you were slower coming here. But technically speaking, throughout that whole path, I could be moving the exact same speed.
Okay, so I don't know what the analogies you're making are, but you have light going at X speed. But in your analogies, light could be going at X speed or it could be going at X plus. So, what's your point?
My
In
point
his
is simply
analogy,
this.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Jeremy, in his analogy, light is going at the speed. It's just it's in the end, it's having to go different longer paths, which is ultimately
yes,
being
which means
used.
in the end, it didn't go X per meter. It went X plus per meter. That's a different speed, slower. I don't know what the problem is here. This is like a real simple thing to grasp. I could probably explain it to a middle schooler and they would understand this.
Yes, they would understand how you're mistaken on this.
Shut up, dude.
So, like, you have a car. You have one path A to B. Then you have another path, C to D. The first path is a straight line, going the same speed. The second path, it's a bent line. It's still going the same speed, but it arrives later because of the extra amount of path it's got to take. It's still going the same speed, though.
You can say this all you want. In the meantime, light doesn't travel at a constant speed through a vacuum because we know that it's taking different times for it to go 1 meter. So, I mean, you can reconcile this all you want. You're on a bicycle, whatever you want to do. But the end result is it's not traveling at a constant speed over a meter in a vacuum.
Well, if we actually follow the actual path that the light takes, we can establish that it actually does follow a constant speed through vacuum. So we can establish that, and that has been established now.
No, it's been established that it takes longer for it to travel a meter. That's been established. I don't know what the fuck you just said. I mean, if you can't understand it, it's fine.
Well, I can understand why you're wrong, but you just don't want to accept that. That's fine as well.
I mean, I'm not wrong. It takes light a different time to travel over a meter in certain circumstances. That's what do I not understand about that?
Yes, that doesn't debunk the constant speed of light through vacuum. Like, you need to actually follow the path that the light takes. You're not doing that, Jeremy, which is why you get confused.
Okay, what do they use for the constant speed of light in a vacuum? Do they use a meter?
The actual path that the light takes.
Do they use a meter? How long it takes light to travel over 1 meter? Is that what they use?
They use the actual path that the light takes. They don't take some path that the light isn't going through.
Which unit of measurement are they using to determine that light is traveling at a constant speed? Are they using an inch, a foot, a mile, a meter? What are they using to determine the speed of light?
I don't know if that's even a question that can be answered. Like,
keep telling me I'm the one that don't understand. No, it's cool. Keep telling me I'm the one that don't understand.
Yes, you are the one that don't understand, because that's factually true. You don't understand this. Or here is the even worse version of it. You understand exactly, but you're deliberately putting it in a dishonest way in order to make a case. In other words, you're deliberately building a straw man. And I do think that that's what's happening here.
Okay, which unit of measurement do they use to determine the speed of light?
What do you mean, which unit of measurement
Meters
are they?
per second.
Like,
I mean, you don't even know that you don't even understand the
meters per
basics of the concept. You don't even understand the basics of what we're talking about. I mean, no wonder you don't understand.
Jeremy,
there's
no need to attack persons here. If you cannot stop doing that, then you need to get muted and leave the server.
Yeah, I know. The thing is, you've told me about 10 times. You've told me about 10 times. I don't understand already. I'm just giving it.
Yes, but you did
the
the same as well to me. Like, you used the same kind of language.
Yeah, after you did it to me multiple times, I'm giving it back to you now. Don't dish it out if you can't take it.
I'm pretty sure you started.
Okay, well, we can end it, and we can end it with the fact that light is taking different times to travel over a meter in a vacuum, and you still think it's constant. You don't know which units of measurement we use to determine the speed of light. It's fine, though. I mean, People could walk away thinking what they want.
Sure. The point is, if you actually follow the actual path that the light takes, it still is taking this exact same time, which means that it's still constant.
How did you determine the path? You know, the one that it's actually taking that you keep invoking. How did you determine that?
We're talking about hypotheticals, which means that no one is actually
determine it.
Yes, and Jeremy. Yes, and Jeremy didn't determine his path. Like we're talking about hypotheticals. Jeremy
He said there was
doesn't
a
actually
meter
have.
between two objects, and he said it took 2 different times.
Yes, but how did he verify that there's like we're talking about hypotheticals here?
Directly, what we're doing.
You're
I'm not
asking
making
a
a
question.
claim on
saying that. Okay, so
Yeah,
Jeremy
I'm not
said
making
that.
a claim on the path.
Now
You
you're
are.
saying, wait, sir, let me speak.
You
So
actually
Jeremy
did make a
said-
claim
wait,
about it,
dude,
Jeremy.
Fuck me, really.
Go ahead,
Listen,
Noah.
Jeremy said there's 2 points. Light goes between the points. 2 different photons take a different amount of time. That's his claim. Your claim, now just to clarify this, is that those 2 light particles took 2 separate paths. Now my fucking question is, how did you verify your claim? Not go back to Jeremy's claim. Not go back to Narnia Land. Just how did you verify your claim?
So how did I verify my claim that the light took two particles of light took different paths?
Yeah, how did you verify your claim? If you can't verify it, then why are you even making it?
So that's what we were talking about. So if I'm not misunderstanding things, the earlier conversation arose from a paper that Jeremy has read, where they were talking about a light traveling through a different deviated path. And Jeremy then took that paper and misrepresented it as them saying that light doesn't travel. So that's already part of the question. Like it's the underlying framework of what we're talking about. It's the underlying framework. So how did I verify it? It's on the basis of what we're like it's the question. It's the paper that Jeremy was talking about.
Okay, you misrepresented me. I never said light doesn't travel. I don't know where you even got that from. I'm telling you that
I may have spoken inaccurately because English is English is not my first language, and I'm tired.
Noah,
I asked you a direct question.
Yes.
Noah,
you haven't directly answered it. So can you answer it instead of going off into the weeds about some paper?
That was me addressing the question.
Yeah, no,
because you're asking me to verify something that doesn't even need my verifying.
Yeah, they have an idea that the reason for this is probably because the light took a different path. They don't know themselves. I'm willing to give it to them that it did take a different path. It's fine. The overarching point is it took light longer to travel a meter in some circumstances, which means it's not a constant speed through a vacuum, because if it was, the speed between the meter would always be x and not x plus anything.
So
x plus is not constant.
Let me get this straight. The people who did the experiment themselves proposed the idea that it's taking a different path, but not even they could verify that.
Yes, they don't know. They don't know. Lori doesn't know. I'm willing to give it to them though. That okay, fine. Let's say it did take a different path. It doesn't change the point. We don't know that, but it doesn't change the point. It doesn't change the point. Like you're distracting from the overarching point that we have them on, is that light doesn't travel at a constant.
How do you know that they didn't verify? Like Noah, you just made the bold jump that they didn't verify it, but you haven't even seen the paper yet.
Just clarify. I was just
we're derailed.
I was just fucking clarifying. I didn't make the claim. I was clarifying your guys' claim.
Sure. So have you read the paper, Jeremy? And can we actually, because I would love to have a look at it. Because if we're talking about the paper, then maybe
how did they? So
take a look at it.
I mean, when I asked that, are you agreeing or not agreeing with what I tried to sum up of what you guys are saying? Did they or did they not verify the path of the light, sir? Right now, yes or no?
I don't know because I've never seen the paper.
You don't know, so then why are you fucking telling me shit?
I'm telling you shit because you seem to be jumping to conclusions that they didn't verify it when you don't know either. Because
I'm trying to clarify
the
what
paper.
You're saying, but you told me right now that you don't.
Hold on, Noah.
Yourself.
I didn't say.
And then you're
Hold
telling
on,
me
Noah.
I don't know about the clarification.
Sure.
So I ask you about the clarification, and you tell me you don't know. So
I didn't.
Let me clarify with Jeremy.
Hold on, Noah.
Instead of trying to say that I'm wrong when I'm trying to clarify with Jeremy, the one who actually read it, Whereas when
Hold
I
on,
try
no,
to clarify and ask you, you simply say, "I
Sure.
don't know."
I don't know why there's a problem with me saying I don't know. Like I never claimed I hadn't
Yeah, but you're
in-depth
claiming
knowledge.
you're
So,
claiming that what I'm
hold on,
saying
no,
is
you're
incorrect.
being rude and
And
you're
when I ask
interrupting.
you
So
about it,
maybe
you say, "I
stop.
don't know."
Yeah.
You're claiming
Hold on a
I'm
second.
incorrect. You're
Hold
claiming
on.
I'm incorrect. And when I
Noah, you
ask
gotta
you about
relax.
it,
I'm just
you say, "I
temporarily
don't
muting
know."
you, Noah. I'm temp muting you. Go ahead. Finish it up. So maybe when it gets tense, say over and out when you're done or something.
Did you
Lori,
have
were you-
the? Yeah, I would actually love to see the paper if you have a link to it. If you
That's all
don't,
you
or
want?
if you cannot post it. Yep.
That's all you wanted to say?
Yeah, I didn't currently have anything else.
All right, there you go. Noah, go ahead. There's
I
multiple
already
papers,
said what
so
I
I
had
don't
to
know.
say.
There's multiple papers on this because it's been done multiple times. They've showed over and over again that light doesn't travel at this X speed through a vacuum. Sometimes it goes X, sometimes it goes X plus something over the course of a meter. Now, if you want to say it takes a different path, I'm fine with that. It took a different path. That means it went slower over the course of a meter. That means not constant in a vacuum, because if the sun's 93 million miles away, it could take 8 minutes for the light to get to us, or it could take 8 minutes plus something. If it's plus something, that's not constant.
That's a good
Oh, sure.
point.
Bob, what's up, Bob? I sent you a DM, Bob. I don't think you responded to it.
Okay, I'm tripping. I could have sworn Jeremy's in the middle. What's up, y'all?
I mean, there ain't nothing even. There's no debate on this for the things I'm saying. Like, I don't know. These guys be trying to debate weird shit, but it's like there's no debate. Light takes light takes longer in some circumstances to travel over the course of a meter.
So if there's
That's
no
not even in
debate, then
contention.
why is there debate?
I don't know what you're arguing. You're arguing that it doesn't take that it takes the same time to travel over the meter.
Sure.
I don't know what you're arguing. What are you even arguing?
Like, it should be quite clear from what I was saying already earlier. Like, sure, you can establish. I'm basically saying that the constant speed of light doesn't rely on light never refracting, which is what you're saying that. This means that light can never refract or go on different paths. Like this is always like, for example, speed of light from me to you is always the same, no matter even if it goes through Jupiter, it has to go the same time.
Do you know? Yeah. Do you know the how we figure out speed?
Sure.
What is it?
Dividing distance by time.
Okay. And do you know the distance we're going to use for this light speed thing? What would the distance be?
What's the path of light? How long a path does it take?
So you don't know the distance they're going to use?
Let's look at the path of light. Let's say it takes 1.5 light years. That the
We're looking
distance is
for
1.5 light years.
Yeah, we're looking for a unit of measurement.
Yes, 1.5 light years.
Yeah, we're not going to measure light over 1.5 light years. Obviously, we're
Why
going to
not?
measure it.
You
over
were
a
asking me, but then you don't accept my answer. Why?
I might have phrased it wrong. My bad. Do you know what unit of measurement that we would use? Humans would use to measure this how the distance to find out the speed. What unit of measurement would we use? Humans use, and maybe in an experimental setting, in a lab.
See, this
or
is why I
something.
got confused earlier, because you were asking questions in a weird way.
Yeah. So what unit of measurement would we use to measure the distance?
Light years.
In a lab, we're in a lab. We're trying to figure out.
We
the
actually
speed of light.
do use light years. That's why it's a concept.
All right.
If we
yeah,
didn't,
we're in a
then
lab. Hold on, we're in a lab. We got all the Bunsen burners and microscopes and shit right around. There's all kinds of science stuff.
Sure.
What unit of measurement do you think they're going to use to determine
I think the
distance?
I think the answer that you want is 1 meter, and even you're gonna wait until and repeat the question until I say 1 meter. And it doesn't matter if there are other possible answers. So I'm gonna say 1 meter because that's what you want.
I mean, do you think there's other possible?
Of course, but you want 1 meter, so let's go with that.
I'm just saying, what do you think they used in?
Let's go with 1 meter.
You think they used a meter? Okay.
Yep.
So we've got our meter. Yeah, we got our meter. Right. Then what else do we need to know? The time.
Time, and then then we would need to know.
So they got the time. Yep. One was slower, so they got their time.
When was it slower? How did you establish this?
How did we establish it was slower?
How did you establish it's slower?
We know how to tell time. What are you talking about?
No, but how did you said that it's slower. How did you establish that it's slower?
They use photon detectors.
You use photon detectors. So how does photon detectors help you establish how it's slower?
Because it hits a detector when it enters, and then it hits a detector when it leaves, and there's a time that it took it to do that.
Okay.
So we now have our distance and our time. We're going to figure out the speed, right?
Do we actually have our distance though?
Yeah, 1 meter. 1 meter. Yep.
Oh, okay. See, so it's 1 meter, right?
Well, that's what they used in this. I mean, they might use inches in other labs.
Sure.
Yeah. So we got our meter and we got our times.
Yep.
And now we can just do it and see what the speed was. I mean, this isn't difficult. I could explain this to a high schooler. They would get it instantly.
Sure. But here's a difficult question. Or maybe it's not even difficult. If the light gets refracted and goes to a different path, doesn't that actually change the distance that the light, like it changes the path, therefore it changes the distance. So we actually need to take that into account in how we calculate the speed. Yes?
If you wanted to use a smaller unit of measurement, maybe they used a meter. That's how we determine light speed.
No, hold on.
The meter was defined.
Why would we use a smaller, like if the light path gets deviated, therefore it takes a longer path, why would we use a smaller unit? What are you talking about? It's a longer path. We just need
I don't know.
To
you can do whatever you want.
We just need to account in the speed for it being a longer path than a meter. Jeremy. We don't need a different unit. We can still use the meter, but we just need to account for the fact that it got refracted, and then we need to take that into account in the calculation in order to find the actual speed. This is what you're not understanding.
In a vacuum.
That's fine, but in the course of light years, we're not going to need to use a smaller increment of measurement. We're just going to need to know that light doesn't travel at the same speed over a meter, and I mean that's the end of it. You're talking about light years earlier. If you have it going one speed over a light year and a different speed over a light year over the meter, then it's gonna be different.
Yeah, but it's not different because it's still going the same speed like we established. Like you just if it gets refracted, then you just have to it takes a longer path, so you need to take that into account in the calculation. But if you do, then you find it that it's the actual same speed.
Yeah. And in the meantime, between all that, in the meantime, maybe the light takes 8 minutes to get to us from the sun, 93 million miles away. Maybe it takes 8 minutes plus something.
Sure, because it takes different paths.
There we go. Because light doesn't travel at a constant speed through a vacuum. If it did, it would be 1 meter.
Hold on, where did you get that?
From the meter stick, and it not traveling the same speed over a meter.
So you're now extrapolating that into the emptiness of space and like light years. How the fuck are you doing that?
They got it to go a meter.
Okay. Well, that makes no sense whatsoever, Jeremy.
What makes no sense?
So something takes longer.
Anything of what you're saying.
So something takes longer.
I know, what a generic.
Takes shorter to go over a meter, yet it wouldn't over a longer distance than a meter. It doesn't make that. Well, if you observe a phenomena over the course of a meter, and it continues past the meter, why would the phenomenon not get bigger the larger the distance?
Deep. So I think we established that light travels in a constant speed.
No, you didn't establish anything.
If by
hold
constant,
on. Didn't we establish that? I think we established that.
If by constant you mean a different.
Yes, I mean the same. Yes.
No, you didn't. I'm
right in the middle, bro. Relax, guys. If by constant you mean a different time to travel over the course of a meter, I guess that's weird, but
it's not constant though. It's the opposite.
Why would anyone mean that by constant? That would be weird.
Sir, you're a retard.
Hold on. No name calling.
Don't call names, please.
See, if you name call, you lose the conversation. Thank you, Noah. You just lost.
Lost what?
The conversation.
No, I didn't lose shit.
You lost. You lost your shit. You lost your shit. You had to name call.
What did I lose?
Stop calling names, please. Come on.
But this guy is the guy claiming that I'm a loser or something. Isn't that name calling?
Even if it is, it's.
I
didn't say you. I said you lost. First of all, I said you lost. Secondly, you started. So
Nobody
shut up.
Lost shit. Nobody
guys,
lost
come
shit.
on. Can we act like adults, please?
I don't know. I just find it hypocritical that I can't say anything, but this guy can make like underhand comments whenever he wants. Yet I have to be corrected.
What underhand comments have I made?
Anyways, motherfucker,
God
you
damn
haven't
it.
established shit yet.
Well, I can establish it. Hold on, let me get to a
You haven't
toilet.
established anything. You literally have an article of light taking a different fucking amount of time to go over a meter, right? That's all we have.
Do we actually have that? I don't think we established that because you haven't read the article. I haven't read the article, and Jeremy has. Hold on.
It's not what happened. Jeremy, what happened in the article? Did light take?
No one knows
longer
because
to
Jeremy
go
isn't
over
giving
meter?
us the article. That's the problem.
I'm asking Jeremy real quick. Did light take longer and shorter to go over a meter? Yes or no in the article, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's not only an article. It's paper. They have papers on this. Multiple people have done this. It's not like it's just something somebody wrote in an article.
So there's not an article written about it. Thanks.
Yeah, well, there is an article.
Anyway,
but there's
so
also
that's
papers.
what we've established. What we have established is that light in a vacuum takes longer over a meter, right? That's what's established. Nothing else.
I'm not
so
sure.
far.
I'm not sure if that's what we established. Like I would
That's
actually
what we're
look.
describing. That's what the whole article is on.
Isn't
Yes,
this
yes, you are.
That's the axiom.
Jeremy already tried to pull this
basing
once
our
already.
conversation.
Isn't this the thing where the light passes over a surface and then it takes a little bit longer pass?
I have no fucking idea because Jeremy isn't giving me any articles or anything to look at. So all I have to rely on is on
I
his
can only
word.
imagine why he's
And
not
we know that
presenting that.
Jeremy is.
Can I defend myself, please? They passed the light through a crystalline graph, and then in free space, they measured the meter. They didn't measure the meter while it was going through the thing.
Right, it passed over the thing as they were measuring it.
It passed through a thing, and then while in free space, that's where they made their measurement, in free space.
Okay.
So
they didn't the last time that this was presented, so I would like to see that.
Yeah, I'll get it for you guys later. I mean, maybe I'm very busy.
I started looking, but it's kind of, based on just this conversation, it's kind of hard. All I did was put in my university library like light speed measurement, but I'm not sure if that gives anything close to what we're talking about here, because I don't even know what the fuck of kind of search words to use for this.
So why are we talking about something that nobody knows anything about?
I know about it. I
That's
don't know.
sort of
These
my
guys
point.
might not know.
Okay, so why are we talking about something only Jeremy knows about?
That's fine. We can move on.
It should be only Jeremy talking about it if he's the only one that knows about it. Like, none of us should have any fucking opinion on something we have no fucking clue about. It's like if I went into a dark forest and saw a bear, came back and told you guys, and you guys were like, no, that wasn't a bear. Fuck, you guys weren't there. You didn't see it.
Sometimes I think if you said, like, I like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, they would be like, you're lying.
Well, in this particular
You
case,
don't
this
understand.
was brought up
You
once
don't
before this
understand peanut
exact
butter and
topic.
jelly.
Yeah.
You don't understand peanut butter and jelly or how bread works.
Yeah, totally.
You're taking bread out of context.
Yo, it's not even a sandwich. It's not even a sandwich. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, you didn't go to
Right, but in this
fucking
particular
sandwich
case, this
university.
exact subject and exact experimentation was brought up once before, and it wasn't what he said it was.
It's been brought up multiple times, and I've never claimed.
So hold on. So you admit that he would make an argument about whether or not I like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? He's like, yeah, but in this instance,
like, I do know about the peanut butter and jelly. Like,
No, I'm just making an argument about the claim that he made about light in a vacuum.
I don't think any of us have seen the article, so nobody can make any fucking shit
Doofus saw
about
it.
anything. Doofus. Oh,
It's
really?
been posted in here several times.
Wait,
you guys
Doofus,
can't...
why don't you post it then so we can see it?
Scroll up, search the chat in Geos. It's been posted several times in Geos. I can't be looking for. I don't have time for that shit right now. If no one wants to believe it, that's fine. I don't care. If you want to think it wasn't moving through free space, and and I know it was, that's fine. You can go on thinking that. It's not a problem for me.
Yeah. I don't know. My problem is just like people arguing shit when they don't even know what they're arguing yet. Like they're already arguing it before they even seen the article. How can you argue something you haven't even seen before?
I was sort of making that point.
I don't know. I came in here trying to clarify shit, and then I quickly realized nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about, and there's no clarification to be had.
I would say Glober's like taking it into the weeds and avoiding the stuff that destroys them.
It would be nice if we had the thing that we could verify actually occurred.
Yep. I did find one article that actually measures the speed of light in 1 meter, but I'm thinking this is not the exact same thing because they are actually measuring the speed of light in air and then taking into account the refractive factor and calculating the speed in a vacuum.
You don't understand bread is probably the best line in a minute, dude. I'm dying still on that. You don't understand bread.
Yeah, who's running away now?
You playing a video game over there, bud?
Now, this Northern Rebellion dude said Glober's run away from topics, and he's running away from his own topic.
When did I say anybody's running away?
Glober's run away from inconvenient topics,
I
right?
said,
Those are the words you used.
yeah, I said that. I didn't text it.
All right. Well,
You would
the fact
rather
that you
talk
said
about.
that, and now we're talking about this flight, which doesn't go north, and you say it goes north. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, like this. You want to talk about this weeds instead of your lack of evidence of gravity, your lack of evidence of curvature, your lack
Who's
of
running away now?
evidence of Earth
This is your
spin.
topic. You brought it up. Who's running now?
I'm bringing up the real topics right now.
You said there's no flights, no
And
direct
who's
flights
going to run?
from there south
You're
of the
going to be
equator,
locked
or
on
they
this
all have to go north.
flight
Now
path
that you brought
bullshit
up this topic and I
when I
present
want.
something that shows you that you're wrong, you want to go to other topics. Who's running now?
This topic doesn't prove anything. It's just
Okay, so why did you say
speculation.
to go north?
Yeah, they go north. Yeah.
Hey,
My
Okay,
word versus
when you're
yours.
wrong,
My word
I
versus
show
yours.
you that
Let's
you're
talk
wrong. You
for 2
say
hours.
that
My
they go
word
north. Is
versus
that
yours.
correct?
Okay. Or we could talk about your lack of scientific evidence of gravity, which destroys your globe model.
Who's running from the topic? I want to know who's running from the topic here. Is it me or is it you?
Address the issue. Yeah, you should address the issue for sure. What is the argument? I'm not reading chat.
I'm
If
not.
you don't,
Like I
Okay,
said,
so
I'm not going
Northern
to talk
Rebellion
about
says we got
an
these
hour
flights.
of
We don't
flight
have direct
time
flights south of the
bullshit
equator
when
that
I
go
can
north,
destroy
but
you
they
in
always
2
go
minutes
north.
of
But now we
gravity.
have a flight that definitely doesn't go north. It only goes south to get to its destination.
Do you have any scientific evidence of gravity? No.
All right, who's running at this point from the topic that they brought up?
So your pictures versus mine. Let's talk about your pictures versus mine for an hour.
Right. But you said that they go north. I'm showing you one that doesn't. Is
You're
it time
showing
for
me
you to change your
pictures.
position? Is it possible that you could be wrong?
No, I know it's flat. I'm never going back to the globe ever.
Right. So you hold an
I don't
unfalsifiable
trust the
position. You're
government.
not here to learn truth.
I've done the research. It's been 7 years. I don't trust the
Right.
government.
Great.
Anything
So when you
connected.
say something
There's no
that's immediately
curvature.
falsifiable and you don't accept it by the evidence presented to you, then you should just exit the fucking conversation.
So your pictures versus my pictures. You win.
Pictures don't prove things, dude. That's not how that works.
Okay. So when somebody tells me that a flight must go north to reach its destination in the southern hemisphere, and I show that that's not the case, what is the correct course of action after that.
Oh,
What did
well,
you
okay.
show?
If you
How did you show?
showed that that wasn't the case, then the correct course of action would be to accept that that isn't the case. But you haven't done that. What you've done is you've pointed to basically your computer and said, "See, there's a picture, and so I'm right." That's not the same as showing that it's not the case.
All right, so that map is showing you where that track for that flight is going. That is
picture
part
that
of the
somebody
flight
drew is
plan.
showing you exactly what they tell you.
From that point forward, the flight follows the flight plan. If
Yeah,
you
the
tell me
cartoon
that the
does
flight
exactly what
no
they say it
longer
does.
follows that flight plan because convenience, then what you're doing is you're just making shit up.
The cartoon does exactly what they say the cartoon does. That's correct.
The flight follows that path.
But you haven't shown the plane doing the path. You've shown a cartoon representing the plane doing what represents the path. So like I said, the
So now you
cartoon
want to
does
take
exactly what they
Sapien's
claim
word
it
for
does.
it since
You
he
haven't
took
shown
one
a
of those
flight yet.
flights?
You haven't shown a flight yet. All you've done is shown a cartoon so
So
far.
would you take Greater Sapien's word for it?
What's that?
If he took a flight, Greater Sapien, if he took one of those flights, would you take his word for it that it doesn't follow some other path that you want to make up?
No.
Why would I take his word for something? I don't even know that guy.
Great. Okay, so there's no evidence that anyone can present to you to falsify anything that you say. Therefore, you hold a
Yeah, there is. There is
non-falsifiable
one piece of
position.
evidence. There is one piece of evidence. If they show me the flight actually doing that, that would be the evidence to show me. If they were trying to convince me. But no one's showing that yet. All we have so far is a cartoon doing exactly what they claim the cartoon does, and no actual real flight happening at all.
Okay, so what you're suggesting in that is that the flight will not follow the path that the flight plan sets out ahead of it.
No, what I'm suggesting is that the cartoon does exactly what they claim the cartoon does, and that doesn't tell me anything about reality. Who knows what the flight's doing?
Let's try this one last time. Since the flight plan comes from this path, what you're saying is the flight that actually occurs along this, the starting point and the destination, that the flight follows some other path.
No, I'm not making any claim like that. What I'm saying is your cartoon doesn't tell me what reality is, so it's not useful for that.
All right. So if the flight does not follow this path, then what path does it follow?
Here's the problem. Good question.
Is that
what
flight
path does it follow?
Wait. Here's the problem: is that no flight path has actually been physically proven in reality. All this guy has is a cartoon, and you're asking him, "Is this cartoon real?" That's basically what's happening.
No, what I'm asking is about the flight path.
I don't know the flight path. All you've given me is a cartoon of the flight path.
Circle, which is plotted on the Earth. Okay.
I don't
when
know
they
the flight
take this
path.
great circle and they plot it out, the flight plan is directly derived from that great circle. If you say the great circle is not correct, what do they follow?
What's the name of the flight?
QFA 63.
Okay. And if I took QFA 63 and I wrote that on top of a piece of paper and I drew a picture representing its flight path and I asked you if that's the correct flight path, what would you say?
I would say I would check it with the software that generates the flight path, which is the one that I use.
You would take my cartoon and compare it to your cartoon, and you would see if they match. Now, has that told you anything about reality, or do you just have two cartoons to compare?
It sounds like you're comparing software to a cartoon.
Right. So the software that they use to generate these flight paths, and these flight plans is the software that I used to generate the path that I showed you. So what you're suggesting then is that the software that they use does not give the correct flight plan.
What I'm saying is that the software is not reality. So it can say whatever it wants, and I'm not saying nobody can use it. They can use it for whatever they want. But if you're going to try and prove something,
when you say that it's following a different path.
You're going to try and prove something to me in reality. You don't get to use a cartoon to prove the reality. You got to use reality to prove reality.
Okay, so what path do they follow if it's not that path?
Yeah, good question. What path do they follow?
All right, so you don't have any evidence that they don't follow this path.
No, I don't have any evidence that they do either. I just have your cartoon. I could draw a cartoon.
So the software that they use to create the flight plan before they lift off generates this path. What you're saying is they don't follow this path. I need evidence that they don't follow this path.
So the computer that they use to draw their cartoon draws the cartoon exactly how they said it should. Congratulations, the program did its job. It still just drew a cartoon. It still hasn't verified reality.
Are you sure?
So what you're suggesting is that they don't follow their flight plans.
No, I'm not suggesting that at all.
That's exactly what you're fucking saying.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Listen to what I'm saying. All I'm saying is if you're going to try to prove reality to me, you'll have to use reality, not a cartoon. You haven't presented anything that proves that the flight plan is even real. You've just shown me a cartoon. So if you really want me to believe that badly that flight plan is real, you're going to have to show me the flight taking place. The flight plan doesn't help me determine what reality is.
Was Doofus
Right, so what
actually
you're
showing
saying
a
is
cartoon?
they don't follow their flight plan. That's what you're saying. Don't tell me that you don't say that, and you're not saying that because you fucking are saying that.
No, I'm not saying that. Not at all.
Yes, you fucking are.
No,
if
I'm
they
not.
don't follow their flight plan, then they don't follow their flight plan.
Okay.
You're
Well,
saying
here,
they don't follow this path. Therefore, they don't follow their flight plan. These are the things that you are saying, even if you say you're not saying it.
Let me explain it like this then, okay? Let's say that you just meet me on the street randomly and you say, I own a Lamborghini. I can say, I don't believe that. That's not me claiming that you're a liar, that you don't own a Lamborghini. That's just me saying that I'm not going to act on that information as if it's true. I don't believe it's true. I can't prove to you that you don't have a Lamborghini. I can't go point to a bunch of empty garages and show you no Lamborghini and say that's proof you don't have one. That doesn't even make any sense. All I'm saying is you've presented information. I don't take that as reality just because you said it. That's all I'm saying. I haven't made any claims
So
about
why
what they
don't
do
you
or
go
don't
ahead
do
and
that.
give me the great circle between those two places?
What's that?
So why don't you go ahead and verify what I presented? Find the great circle between those
I don't
two
need
places.
to. I don't care what path it takes.
Great. You don't want to verify anything that I say. I get
don't
that.
need to. I don't care if it
You
goes up or
could,
down.
you could
It doesn't matter to me at
independently
all.
verify what the great circle is that they make their flight plan off of.
Why
Not
would
even
I
have to
care?
take my word for it. What
Why
flight
would I
plan,
care?
what flight path do they use to plan their flight? You could then find
would I
out that
care?
what I'm saying is correct.
Why would I care? Why would I care all
Exactly.
what
Why
they
would
say
you
is the flight
fucking
plan?
care if anything is correct? If anything is true, why would you care about the truth? Why would that matter
I care
to
about
you?
real stuff. I care about real things, not your cartoon.
Right. So it's not a cartoon. It's
It
a
literally
flight
is.
path that's designed
cartoon.
to make the shortest possible flight. The software that they use to make these flight plans is not hidden from the public.
It's a picture story.
Could I make a flight plan for Santa's sleigh to hit every city in the world? Yeah, I could.
Sure.
Does that mean that that's reality?
Wonderful input. That did not help anything.
Does that mean that it is reality? Just because I could write an all
Nobody says you can use the software to plot paths for Santa's sleigh. Your entire interjection is completely pointless.
No, you really don't understand what he's trying to say when he says cartoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
trying
do
to make
actually
you guys
understand what he's trying to say. He's trying to say it's a cartoon and not an actual path that is used to create a flight plan. However, that's not true. That's the path that they actually use to create a flight plan. So
Okay,
from
wait,
here,
hold up.
where
Hold
we're
up,
at
hold up,
is,
hold up, hold up, hold up.
what is it that they follow? Do they follow the flight plan that they generate from this path, or do they not follow it? The suggestion is they don't follow it.
Good question.
Right. So what you're suggesting is the software they use to create flight plans, they don't follow these.
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying that your
Yes,
cartoon
you
doesn't prove that they do.
are.
No, I'm not. Just like me saying I don't believe you have a Lamborghini isn't me saying you absolutely don't have one. It's just me not believing you. That's all.
He
I
doesn't
don't
said
take your word as
absolutely.
true.
He said suggesting, and you are suggesting.
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
hey,
suggesting that at all.
You're just no. I'm just pointing out that you misphrased him because he didn't say.
Yeah, suggesting would mean that I'm offering up that to somebody else. I'm not. All I'm saying is that your cartoon doesn't prove reality. If you want to prove reality, you got to use reality. You don't get to use a cartoon and then say, "See, there's reality."
Cartoon, now, is it? Is it just a cartoon, or is it actually a flight path?
It is a cartoon. It might be a cartoon that they
Is it
make
actually
inside of
a flight
program,
path
but it's
or
still a
not?
Objecting to the to the drawing to be the flight path is suggesting that it could be different. I don't get why you're just denying that.
Yeah, and even if it's a cartoon, if it actually accurately describes shit, then it's a bloody good cartoon, and it should be, you know,
for sure, absolutely,
Yeah.
it can absolutely be useful. Like I said, I
So
didn't
you
say no
don't
one
have
can
an
use it
actual
or they
point
can't.
about calling it a cartoon then.
Oh, that's
think
just to
the po- I think the
differentiate it from
point
reality.
is
That's
that-
all.
yeah,
it's just
the
a
point is that-
differentiator. One's a
here's
cartoon, one's reality. You don't get to use a cartoon to prove reality. That's not possible. You got to use reality to prove reality.
Now
Yeah,
you're saying
like-
that it could
like,
be a
it's
different
kinda
path
like-
than the
it's
path
kinda
that they have
it's kinda
outlined here on
like-
this
it's
map.
kinda
So if
like-
it's a different path, I would like you to
you know,
give me
back
that different
in-
path.
back in the days.
Oh, I don't have
you
any
had-
suggestions for you. I don't care about the flight.
Yeah, wait. Okay.
Okay,
it's
I
like
know.
back in
Obviously, you don't
fucking-
care.
Holy
No,
Your
I don't-
entire
I don't care
purpose
about
here
that.
is to just deny things, not to care about things.
No, not just deny things. I'm just pointing out that your insistence that your cartoon means reality is just stupid. It doesn't mean reality. It's just a cartoon.
All right, so it's a flight plan. It's a flight path that flight plans are built
called a
from.
flight path.
What you're suggesting is that they don't use the software that they use to generate flight plans.
No, I'm suggesting they don't have to take the way that you say that they take. That's really
So
if
what's
you're
the
going to say anything
that they take then?
Yeah, good question.
Dude,
What path
wait,
do they
okay, wait.
take?
Can
Good
I
question.
can I just say something real quick? So basically, back in the day, they thought that some fucking god would block the sun out, and that they could predict fucking eclipses. Are you saying because they could accurately predict eclipses that they were right that some god came and blocked it out? Because your cartoon accurately predicts some sort of path, and now you're claiming that cartoon is reality. Well, they had a cartoon back in the day that some god would come and block the sun during eclipses. Are you claiming that's true now?
This is not a cause and effect discussion. Thanks for interjecting that randomness, though.
No, what you're saying is that because of the existence of your cartoon, it must be reality, which is absurd.
What I'm saying is I'm using the same software that they use to generate flight plans, and I'm suggesting that the flight plan, once generated, is followed. What I'm not getting is some information from you that says that they simply do not follow these flight plans that this software generates, even though it's used everywhere else.
No,
So what
I'm
you're
not saying that at all.
So what you're saying is it's a good guide, right?
Didn't they used to have like?
Does it predict all of the different?
On the map?
Does it predict all
the
the?
serpents on the map and shit? What is the map now accurate because people sunk because they went
Here,
over where the
maybe this will help. I could explain it a different way. I could draw a map right now to help somebody navigate from one end of the town that I live in to the other end of the town. Okay. But I could draw all of the buildings as little squiggly lines and stars and different shapes that don't match reality in any way whatsoever. And none of the distances are exactly right as the way I drew them. But my instructions are clear enough that they're able to get to the other side of town. So it's a tool that works. They were able to use it to navigate, but it actually technically has no real bearing on reality itself other than the starting point and the end point. Does that mean that my drawing is accurate or real?
This is not an analogous comparison since the map used shows you the outlines of the continents.
Yeah, so like I said, your cartoon doesn't prove reality at all.
Just whistle what I said. Yeah. Ignore what I said. That's fine.
Just like my map doesn't prove reality. I could
So the
say
map
that
that I showed you
what the town
has
looks
the
like. I
outlines
could
of the
say that
continents.
town is
It
made up
shows
of
you
all
which
kinds of
continents you fly
random
over.
objects that aren't shaped properly. I could say that,
Right,
and then I
right.
could point to the map
If
and
the
see,
map is showing you that you'll fly over the coast of Antarctica, and you're saying that it could be possible that the flight is passing over another continent to the north, which one of us is correct if it flies over the coast of Antarctica?
like I said, I could point to the map and I could say, look, I drew all these weird random shapes, and that's what the
Ignore
town
the problem.
actually looks like because I can navigate across the town. See? So the town must look like this, how I drew it, because I navigated across it just fine. But if you looked in reality, the town wouldn't look like those random squiggles at all. It would look like houses and stores and roads and stuff. So you can point to your cartoon all day and say, see, it must be reality, but that's not how it works. That's not proof. That's just your cartoon and you believing it.
All right. In this cartoon, it demonstrates that the flight path is going to go over the coast of Antarctica.
Doesn't demonstrate
If the
anything. That's not what a
passengers then
demonstration.
take that flight and they don't fly over the coast of Antarctica, they'd be mightily confused, wouldn't they?
You might want to look up what the word demonstration means because you just used it incorrectly.
Did I?
Yeah, you didn't demonstrate
Okay.
a flight whatsoever at all. Not even a little bit.
Okay, so this flight path that's on this map does have a path over the coast of Antarctica. So when all of the passengers on that flight don't see the coast of Antarctica, they'd be mightily confused, wouldn't they?
If they're expecting to see something and don't see it, then yeah, that might confuse them.
Yeah, wouldn't that be weird if we suddenly started hearing from people on that flight that it didn't go over Antarctica?
And?
Nobody's ever said that, huh?
Don't know. I don't take a lot of flights myself. I haven't been talking to a lot of people who take flights. So I don't have access to everything everyone's ever said on the earth, so I don't know if people have said that after getting off that flight or not.
I thought it was too cold to fly over Antarctica.
It doesn't help us to just assume that random people on random flights are saying things or not saying things. Are you trying to hold that up? Your lack
of
of
Antarctica
hearing
is what I
those words as
specified, by the
proof,
way.
or would you argue that your lack of hearing people say that is somehow a proof to other people?
I would expect after thousands of people have taken that flight that one of them would have looked down.
But you have admitted,
and you would have expected those people to come specifically to you and tell you about it.
I've definitely be hearing about it on social media because as everyone is aware, everyone is aware,
sort of like narcissism?
I'm still in the middle of talking. As everyone is aware, flight plans are something that people that take flights actually know about. Even if it's not all of the passengers, a very good portion of them know what path their flight is taking. And there should be some kind of stink somewhere on the internet if the direct flight that they took went somewhere that it wasn't supposed to go.
Hey, buddy, you're in the stink.
Cool.
Great response. Thanks.
Well, you
So-
said
Welcome.
somebody
Go back to
somewhere.
James.
It was a fantastic response. I'm sure that it was such a logical and well-reasoned response that you had something more important to say.
We're right here. We're making a stink. We're saying it doesn't
Yes,
match
we're-
up.
we're
So now
here.
what's your problem? You're
Okay.
saying it exists.
Would
We're saying
we
it doesn't
get,
exist.
I would like to actually hear from people who took the flight that it didn't go where it was supposed to go.
Can you demonstrate that, Bob?
What's that?
Can you demonstrate that, Bob?
Can I demonstrate what?
That we're in
The
the
light
stink.
not going where it's supposed to go. The
Oh,
passengers
absolutely
saying
not. I
that
didn't
this
say it
doesn't
didn't
go.
where it's supposed to go.
There you go. I rest my
Right,
case.
so we're not in the
I
stink
didn't
then.
say that it did. I didn't say it went the wrong way. Not at all.
All right, so now we're not in the stink then.
No. Somebody here was saying it. Weren't you just talking with them a little while ago saying it doesn't go that way?
Somebody saying they took the flight doesn't prove anything either. You can
No,
make a
of
video. I
course
can
it
make a
doesn't.
video
I'm not
right now
saying
saying
that
I
it
took the
does. I'm not
flight.
saying that proves it. No.
Right,
I'm
so
just saying
all evidence
no.
that could possibly be presented to you is fake before it's even presented.
Oh no, there is one piece of evidence. I already told you. There is one way that you could prove it, but you won't do that.
Right,
And I
to
don't
get
expect
Greater
you to, by the
Sapiens
way. I'm
video,
not
right?
telling you that you have to. I don't expect you to prove that to me in any way because I don't care. Like I said, I don't care if it goes that way or not. You don't have to prove that to me. But I did provide you a way to prove that if you wanted to.
How can he do that, though? How can he provide any kind of evidence?
Yeah, I haven't worked out details on how someone else would be able to do that because I don't care. So
Right, so if somebody had a video of being on the flight and recording a coast of Antarctica, would that be of interest?
it would be. I would say it would be of interest. Personally, I wouldn't take that as absolute truth or anything, but I would certainly be interested to see it.
Okay.
I don't take other people's word for it, even if they have a video for it,
satellite,
especially
let me
after
see
like
the flight
2010.
from satellite, live streamed without editing, without cuts, live stream.
I mean,
we
Right,
can
right.
we can
So
move
let's
that
just
to
add
Santa.
more and more goalposts shifting onto, right. It needs to be from a satellite, it needs to be live streamed from a satellite, and it needs to be uncut, right?
even if you like believe
Let's get all the goalposts shifting out of the way before we even get started.
Right. No, I'll take care of it basically with what I'm saying. Even if you believe that like we went to the moon and all of the missions happened exactly how they said they did and everything, it was live or it was on TV and stuff. Even if you believe all of that stuff about video and there's no way they had technology to fake it, they didn't have the CGI, none of that could have happened because they didn't have the technology. Even if you believe all of that's true and accurate and real, okay, you should still be able to honestly, if you're intellectually honest, agree that after, let's say, at the latest 2012, anything on video, we have the technology to make it look real. So anything after 2012 can't by itself be proof of something because at that point we had the technology to make it look real, right? Can we agree on that?
Everything could be fake, therefore I can't present anything to you.
No,
Got it.
not you can't
No,
present
no, no.
anything. I'm
Every
just
single
saying,
thing could be
can you?
fake, so I can't
No,
present anything to you.
not
I
saying that at all.
already
I'm
knew
just
that
saying,
this
can
was
you
where
at
it was
least
going.
agree?
So if I
I'm just
present a
saying,
video of somebody on that flight looking down and seeing the coast of Antarctica, it could be fake to you.
yeah.
So therefore, it's impossible to present you evidence.
No. See, now what you're doing is you're saying that video proof is the only kind of proof that exists to all humans ever, and that's a really stupid thing to say. I'm saying that one type of evidence isn't going to be good enough to prove it. And I think anyone who's intellectually honest should be able to agree that at the very latest, after 2012, video technology
You can
is
fake a video of
any
anything,
of it
dude.
is suspicious.
What
You could
what
literally
would
fake
you
a
add?
video of anything. You can make fake humans with fucking
What would you add?
algorithms.
What would you add to the video, or how otherwise you would do this?
Well, I
We
think
could do
I
it
someone,
don't
late
I
spend my
think someone,
time
2024.
making fake
I think,
videos.
I think someone made the point of doing it live because it would be harder to trick. I mean, there is still possibilities of that, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but
They did do
somebody didn't
something
like
live
that idea
similar to that.
apparently
That
or
was called
something.
One More Orbit, but
Yeah,
none of the flat earthers accepted any of that.
live,
Maybe not.
uncut, unedited for days straight, so we can go back and verify it, watch it live,
Isn't there
no
supposed to be
cuts.
like a live stream of the ISS
Right.
right now?
I note that you're a troll already.
Harsh.
The hardest
Can I ask you?
by
For
yeah,
5
yeah.
days, uncut.
Hey, how about this one? I was just looking up analemmas and stuff. It always seems like the larger part of the analemma, whether it be taken from the below or above the equator, the larger loop is always towards the south, right? Like, you know, our larger loop is like always when the sun is in the south. And if the Earth were tilting 23 degrees in each direction, let's say off of the equator, like how come the one side of the analemma is larger than the other from both, like, let's say Australia and like New York?
Because there's two components
The
for the
Earth's
analemma.
elliptical orbit causes that.
Yep.
And
The
what
tilt,
causes the difference?
the tilt only makes the sun go north and south. What makes the sun
Right.
go east and west is the elliptical orbit, and that's asymmetrical.
Well, what I mean is, like, but the larger portion of that, you're explaining that away because of what? Like, how come the
Not explained
like,
away.
The elliptical orbit.
because the equator, the idea of the equator would be like, or, you know, doesn't it line up? You know, you have your, you know, we're constantly moving from 23 degrees north of the equator to 23 degrees south of the equator throughout the year, right?
Right. The middle of the analemma is not when the sun is over the equator.
It's when it's over the celestial equator.
It's
Right.
no, neither of those. The place where they cross, it makes a figure 8, right? And the middle of the thing where it crosses is slightly higher of center. Where it crosses is not the equinoxes.
So when is where is that in the is that the? Let me see. I just was looking at one of the charts.
The equinox would be when the sun is in the middle between the northest point and the southest point, which is not where they cross.
Actually, but it's only like it looks like it's only like, I mean, slightly below it though, right? Spring, fall. Yeah, it's only slightly below it. So it's like at this, but my point is that at this, well, actually, it's interesting because when it goes into the into this, like, well, I'm looking at it from an Australian thing, I think. It's like, it's just it's interesting to me that it's always wider at that southern part of the
Yeah, because the Earth is closer to the sun, so the
And
days are longer.
that's how you explain the difference in the size of that.
Right.
It-
It's the December solstice is at the very tip of it.
Right.
And
yeah,
And then
that
you have
wider
the
section that's at the December solstice is
right. Oh,
when the
that's
Earth is closest to the sun. Therefore, the rotation of the Earth and the orbit around the Earth are,
so, but let's say
making
like
the days a little bit longer.
if you look at the analemma from like the I was looking at this thing and I see where you're talking about. It's a little bit below where they cross as the equinox or whatever, right? But like at the same time, it seems like from let's say from our perspective up here in the northern hemisphere, the analemma is smaller when it's in the north, and then it actually gets to its greatest size in the north. It equals that on the equinox of the analemma. Then after that, when it heads towards the south, the loop is bigger. And I wonder and you're explaining that because of the distance between us and the sun.
Right. It follows the orbital velocity is a little bit higher when you're closer to the sun.
which makes
And
days longer.
It's one of the Kepler's law things.
how come the moon stays roughly the same size?
The moon has its own orbit around the Earth. It's irrespective of where the sun is.
Right, but then like how does it still manage to have that same size capability?
Oh, they don't.
There's
There's solar analemmas are a thing. So when you or not solar analemma, what I mean is an annular eclipse. So when you notice that some of the solar eclipses are annular eclipses, then the sun and the moon are clearly not the same size during those events.
Right on. Interesting.
Yeah, annular eclipse. Anular, I guess.
Do you think it's also possible, like let's say the idea like the tightening of the sun around kind of like an azimuthal projection during the north, and then like a widening of the travel of light in the south, at all possible? Like let's say over at Gleason or some kind of azimuthal projection.
There's a number
no
of
with
problems before we get to that point, which
yeah.
involves how the sun is there in the first place. But if no, because the crossing point should be the equator, if that were the case, and if the sun were trying to maintain the same angular rate throughout the year,
Well, not
the crossing point
necessarily
should be
because
when it's over the equator. But in reality, that's not where the crossing point is.
right. Well, I mean, like, why do you say that it would have to be? Because I mean, let's say it could, whether you're looking at it from the north or the south, it might. I mean, I just wonder if there wouldn't be
Right.
if it wouldn't match.
The
If it wouldn't match
velocitightness of it,
the
the
analemma.
analemma is a little bit bigger on one side than it is on the other. There's an explanation for that in the globe model. There isn't actually one for that in the flat Earth quote
Well, the
model
idea would be
currently.
it's traveling a further distance. That would be the idea. It's
Well,
like
then
it's
you
like
wouldn't have the solar mean match up through different parts of the year. Because if it has to deal with this larger distance causing the analemma to distort, then the solar mean rate of 24 hours per day would change toward December.
Well, see, I've often wondered even if like the sun is actually not just some kind of reflection versus like a ball of gas. You know what I mean? So it would like kind of eliminate the idea that it couldn't travel because it's maybe not physically traveling. What do you think about that?
I don't speculate on that.
Fair enough. I was asking eggshells earlier. Maybe you'd be interested in answering these questions. Like, what do you think is the weakest of all the flat Earth arguments? Not the people that you argue against, but the theories and shit. And then, what is the strongest for the flat Earth theory?
Well,
Do
the
you think?
competition for the weakest is pretty good.
Yeah,
Well,
I can actually start with the strongest. Like the strongest argument would be that we don't feel it moving. Of course, there's a biological reason for that, and I have papers to present that would show, obviously we shouldn't feel it if it's as slow as we say it is. But you don't feel it moving. Sure, that's a solid argument. You see, when you're close to ground level, the horizon does appear to be flat. that's another solid argument. However, everything after that is, if you measure it, things are actually different. The worst one that I keep railing on and telling people, well, this is how things go, is, and I still hear it to this day, that the horizon always rises to eye level regardless of altitude, which is so easy to falsify. I don't know why flat earthers still say it.
I think the strongest is the selenium.
The eclipse.
Yeah, actually, that's not even wouldn't be a flat Earth evidence. Would be a known evidence against heliocentrism. But I mean, you just have to think about it for a while, and then it falls apart. But I think for most people, that would be hard to answer. For people who don't spend a lot of time thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I appreciate it. Those are good points. I mean, I agree. And I think both sides just have elements of too much mystery to some extent to really, go fully one way or the other. You know what I mean? But
yeah, what do you guys think about how all these like distances between objects, how big their diameters and all this shit, they all have weird numbers. They're all like numerologically encoded. What's with that? That's my problem. Is it seems like this shit is round, but when it comes to the heliocentric model, there's a lot of spooky maths.
What do you mean?
Like for instance, just the diameter of the sun is 864 million miles or something across. There's like a bunch of relations basically between the distances of shit that they claim are out there in our heliocentric solar system. I don't know.
Right.
You probably won't. You
Right,
probably won't
change
get it
those
'cause you-
distances to other units and those conveniences disappear. Like, for instance, if you try to measure the orbital velocity of the Earth, you get what is 66,000, you think is also 600, but it's closer to 500. But if you change the units, it's not miles per hour, into kilometers per hour, then it doesn't have that spooky convenience. So the units matter.
Right.
Well,
So
but
why
if
would
he's
why would a
comparing,
model have all spooky units when it comes to or I guess all spooky numbers when it comes to the units we use in our everyday life?
Well, we don't use scientific
Do you
units
think
in our
they
everyday life
took
because
that they
nobody
took
in
it?
science ever measures anything in miles.
oh, if you're comparing like ratios, if a
I
ratio
said everyday
between the
life. I said everyday life. So I mean,
Right.
I live in America where we do use miles.
well, no, you have an
everyday life.
imperial system. The thing is, you have an imperial system. I always found this history so interesting. The imperial system and the metric system. And the metric system was founded off of everything that was against anything to do with imperialism, meaning the King of England. And so, like, the French revolutionists created the metric system in opposition to imperialism, which is foot and inches. And so that's where they came up with the metric system. It's really interesting history, actually. But that's all he's saying is that, and the thing is that the thing is this, though, it's like there are these numbers in this particular system that whether or not they almost correlate to the metric system innocently. Whereas if you look at it through the lens of an imperial system, you're like, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
And I
And
think
they have
that's what this
something.
gentleman's.
You know what a royal mile is? Do you know what that is?
No.
It's basically, I think it's like 7/8 of a normal mile. It's the mile that they used to use back in like Egypt and shit. And we can't hear you, doofus. You're muffled. Basically, there's something called a royal mile, and it's what they used back in Egypt, and it's like the measurement they use for, like the royals of England, I guess, used this instead of normal miles. I'm not really sure why, but apparently, like when you start converting shit to the royal miles, the fucking numbers get even way more freaky with the heliocentric model. That's kind of my problem, is that like all the evidence kind of points towards a globe, but all the fucking evidence for a heliocentric model points towards some sort of numerological fucking mystery religion bullshit.
at least some of the coincidences have like they should happen because of how physics work. For example, the orbit of the moon around the Earth and the time it takes for the moon to rotate once. I mean, they're the same time exactly. and so the moon's always facing the Earth. This is always like a weird coincidence to me. But actually should happen because of like tidal forces are going to force that to happen with time. So this is actually not a coincidence. There's like a
I don't know,
physical
man.
reason why that happens.
The
And
thing is, all that orbital mechanics sounds like a bunch of fucking mystery bullshit, dude.
oh,
So
it's mystery if you don't
it's not about the
know how to
mathematics.
deal with the numbers because
Even
Listen,
if
I
you
know how to
deal
do
with
a
the
conic
numbers.
section, Bacon. I know what a fucking conic section is. I know how to do Kepler's bullshit.
I'm not
What
I'm
I'm
not
saying
I'm not
is
saying that to
the
you. I'm saying
fucking
that to Isa.
if you study
Yeah, but you
fucking
can't say
any
that even
sort
to me, bro. It's stupid.
yeah, whatever. Either way, if you study any
Do that
sort
to
of
any of
fucking Jesus Christ, if you go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
no,
never mind.
just Grim. Just Grim.
No, carry on, bro. You're making a good point. Go on, brother.
Well, I'll
Go
say
ahead.
if you study any type of fucking esoteric knowledge or numerological fucking shit, and you look at it and you look at all the numbers in that and what they consider to be like holy numbers, and look what they relate these numbers to, then you go and look at the fucking heliocentric model. You're like, wait, these are all the same numbers. Why would these numbers and all these mystery religions before the heliocentric model have it, and then all of a sudden the fucking heliocentric model has it after? Like, it just something really sus is. It seems really sus to me.
But
Hey, yo,
I wasn't trying to address that. I wasn't trying to address that. I'm just pointing out that some of the coincidences are justified. Like, I'm not saying all of them are.
No, you're right. You're totally right. But Bacon, he's talking about stuff like where, and it gets into Christian shit because it's like if you minus like what is it? What's the degree of the Earth? The tilt? What is it? You know, like
23.4.
23.5, and that's the fun part. It's not
Right.
23.4.
Well, fair enough. So they say 23.4, and if you
I think it was
subtract
originally.
9,
They don't say it's 23.4. That's the fun
but
part.
I'm not doing okay. But people say this is what I'm trying to say to Bacon is that people say it's 23.4, which isn't that far off from 23.5, to be honest. But the point is that and if you subtract that from 90, right, you get like 666, which is a terrifying number for a lot of Christians, right? And that's all he's getting to. That's the only. I'm just trying to make the point, bro. I'm not trying to argue that it's 23.4 and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm not trying to go there.
Right. So the convenience ends because we have
Fair enough. I
it's
think it's a weak point.
23.5, and that actually comes out to 66.5. When the
Right, that's
convenience
not the
really
original
ends
number,
is that
though.
we
That's
actually use
really
radians for any scientific measurement, so that totally doesn't fit anyway.
That's not the original measurement, but yeah, you can use a new measurement now that's off by 0.1 degrees.
the point is that these are some of the ideas that like for this gentleman, it's fucking changed his or, opened his mind about some of the shit. That's all he's saying, right?
Right. I don't go off of numerology. I
Is the first
We're not
specifically
saying you
forbid
do.
numerology.
We're not
Hey, who
attacking it. We're
cares?
just
Is the
saying
force
this
of
is
gravity really 666 newtons on Earth?
Say that
It's
again.
it's not measured in newtons, right? The amount of newtons are going to vary depending on what object you're referring to.
Right. That totally is a nonsensical question.
I think the issue is just that some people have seen this stuff and are it's piqued their curiosity about any of this.
Right. But as
It's
this
not like
example just
how about
brought,
this?
which was
If you just how about
666
this?
newtons, was
If this
completely made up.
this could be your new argument against when somebody asks you, "What do you think Flat Earth's weakest argument is?" This is it. You know what I'm saying? There you go. I'm just saying that it's one that's out there. But who am I to argue about 1 degree of the axis of the fucking Earth, right?
Earth's circumference 60 times 6 times 6 miles. Nautical miles, my bad.
But I mean,
Right.
that's where the
Nautical miles were
nautical miles come
specifically
from.
chosen. Yeah, nautical miles were specifically chosen to be fractions of 360.
Distance to the moon 6 times 60 times 666 miles. Diameter of the moon 6 times 6 times 60 miles. What else?
It's not like boom, globe Earth debunked or anything, but it's just an interesting point.
The distance from the tip of South America to the tip of Africa 660 kilometers. North America being 66.66 degrees wide on a globe at its furthest tip. Key Largo, Florida.
By the way, some of those numbers like are not made up, because like 23.4, you can just measure the north and south angular size of the Lima, right?
Is it
That's going to
23
give you
or 23.5?
Sorry.
Is it 23.4 or 23.5?
Yeah, regardless, can't be something we made up. It's something in the sky. If anyone, Issa, it's something in the sky. It's there. We didn't put it there, right? And you can measure yourself. You can get the elevation angle of the sun in the highest peak of the year and in the lowest peak of the year. You can get the angular size of that, and that's going to be
Kepler's third calculation, third law calculates the planet's mean distance from the sun, given the planet's orbital period, raises to the power of 0.66626.
I'm not sure.
I mean, you guys can fucking deny it or do whatever you want.
I'm not denying
it's
that.
There in the heliocentric. I mean, what is it? 108 diameters of Earth is one sun diameter, and then 108 diameters of the sun is the distance from the sun to Earth, and then 108 diameters of the moon is how distant the moon is from the Earth. Like, you can say whatever you want about whatever you want. Maybe you're correct. Maybe it is a heliocentric model. Why does it have all these fucking numbers that all these esoterics write about in like fucking 1200 AD? This is way before the heliocentric model. It's before Copernicus was even born. They were fucking venerating these numbers.
It's so that when they come across ancient structures, they can go, "Oh, look, these people believed that the Earth was a globe. They've got it incorporated in their monuments."
Oh, it's all over the Great Pyramid and shit.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And it's not. This is not an invalid point. If you think this is an invalid point, you're just ignorant of the fact. That's it.
Ignorant.
I mean, you could be right. You could be completely right that your fucking heliocentric model is correct. But then why do all these fuckers before the heliocentric model have all these numbers before it was discovered, before Copernicus was born, before Kepler was born?
Let me tackle just a few of them, because specifically the one about nautical miles. The nautical miles around the Earth was specifically chosen to be 60 times 360. They defined that to be what they wanted to use, that 1 degree would have 60 nautical miles in it. That's not something that's just like convenient or it happens, just happenstance. They actually defined it that way.
And I still think the 23.4 for the 22 degrees of axial tilt, it can't be blamed on heliocentrism. It can't be made up by heliocentrism because it's in the sky and you can measure it yourself.
They were mapping the celestial sphere, though, not the Earth, right?
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that the number didn't come from heliocentrism. The number is already in the sky. No one can change that.
I'm sorry. Don't mind Issa. He's still trying to figure out how bread works.
And if you guys watched that Carl Monk, The Code.
Yeah, I posted that in here 2 nights ago. That thing's fucking awesome, dude. Absolutely awesome. Carl Monk, The Code. It's like 5 hours fucking long.
Yeah,
it's the most boringest thing you'll ever see. But it's packed. But it's packed full of just insane math, geometry. My man is figuring out where other ancient megalithic structures are based on other ones. It's crazy.
May I possibly add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
After Jeremy
I
tells
have
me his
to.
joke.
I gotta tell him how bread works. Hold on.
Anyway, I have to defend Noah's statements he made before about pseudo-religious and esoteric implications in the heliocentric model. Maybe not by his...
Flirt, can I say something really, really quick?
Go ahead.
I think this Sean Hawkins guy, I don't know who he is in the chat, but he's definitely listening somehow. You're fucking strawmanning me, dude. I don't know how else to say it. I don't need you tagging me with your strawmans.
You care about what Sean Hawkins has to say?
I'm wondering how he's listening to us. Actually, I'm curious.
Yeah, YouTube live
Guy has
stream.
like stock accounts in here. It's kind of creepy.
Guys, we're
Yeah, I
live
was listening
streaming
on
on
YouTube.
YouTube.
When I was listening on YouTube, I heard somebody say
Oh,
that
I
you can
see.
look up in the sky and see the 23.5 degree tilt. Where can you see that looking up in the sky? What?
Well, can I ask everyone to go subscribe to Earth Awakening's YouTube? Thank you.
I mean,
Just
Fuzzy,
throw us a
if you
sub.
don't
Throw
mind,
us.
I would like to make my
Sure. I
statement
didn't
before.
know. Did I mishear that, or did someone actually say that?
No, it's that Bacon said that this tilt of 23.4 degrees is derived from reality and a measurement from arc there.
He said you could see it in the sky.
From the equator, you potentially could, because you could measure the angle of the sun at the top of the yeah, whatever. It's all good. What was I'm curious what Flarik was saying. Forget
Yeah,
the
my point would be that I agree with Noah about esoteric and pseudo-religious implications in the heliocentric model. Maybe not from the examples Noah tried to give, but I would like to provide another one. So, it is even a well-known fact by the most authoritative and renowned historians of the history of science, that the heliocentric model didn't came up from scientific reasoning. It came up from esoteric metaphysical reasoning. And one aspect which confirms this, and I'm able to give hundreds of them, but only one aspect which is really indicative for this, is that Copernicus included a passage of the Corpus Hermeticum from Hermes Trismegistus in scientific terms in his De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium. Because in the Corpus Hermeticum, an ancient text from this Hermes Trismegistus, he writes about the special position of the sun in the cosmos and says that the sun is the ruling body and every spirit is like subject to it and it rules and governs all this demons of the world and so on. It's a really ancient text, right? And Copernicus, it is known that he knew about this text because he learned it from another esoteric priest who was called Marsilio Ficino, who translated this work into Latin. And he studied this work and he was pretty familiar with it. And he included in a aseptic way this passage from the Corpus Hermeticum where it says about the demons of the sun and so on in a scientific terminology, and he converted this passage into an astronomical model, which should be really, really, I mean, this is often overlooked in the history of heliocentrism, but this is confirmed, and I can show you the passages and everything in his work, for supporting my claim. So this is definitely a confirmation for no science in heliocentrism, but metaphysical, pseudo-religious, esoteric bullshit.
The problem with all that is we have such ways to measure certain aspects of our reality which disagree with any sort of geocentrism or stationary Earth. As I was mentioning
politely
before,
disagree.
this sort of thing like the mechanical gyrocompass, that sort of device, the only way that we can experimentally verify that it performs its function is due to the rotation of its reference frame. We don't have any alternatives available.
What is it? Wait. Can you go back? What is that thing called?
A mechanical gyrocompass.
Use the rotation of the Earth to point north.
Yeah, to true north.
That's pretty interesting. Anyways, I'm not denying the heliocentric model. I'm just saying that the numbers in it are the numbers that people are talking about in esoteric circles before Copernicus is even born. That's it. That's my point. End of story. Right. And you can deny that, but that either way, you can deny whatever you want. It is what it is.
Right. I don't assign special meaning to any particular numbers just because they're numbers. So I typically avoid that kind of conversation.
Right, but you accept them wholeheartedly.
That's nice. That's nice that you don't believe in it, but they do. So
Yeah,
Okay.
another thing about this mysterious numbers would be the 666 displayed on Galileo's dialogues of the highest systems.
Right, because it's the number of man, not the number of the beast.
Well, man and beast are created on the same 6th day in their book.
That's why,
Okay.
to go down that line of thinking, that's why there's a distinction between the term human and man.
The Bible's totally incompatible with heliocentricity.
Yes.
Not quite as incompatible as some people make it out to be. There's a phrase like the circle of the earth mentioned a few times. What is that? Isaiah 40:22.
Right.
Where that phrase is translated from a Hebrew text, the word is, I'm going to butcher it, kug. That word in Hebrew also means sphere. So that's
Bro,
interesting.
we are not talking about the shape, but about the cosmological system, the heliocentric model versus a geocentric model. But yeah, I agree with what you said.
Okay.
I'm not
So
talking about
a
geocentric or
spherical
heliocentric.
geocentric Earth then.
I'm
The
just
bigger
saying.
problem is.
I'm just
Go
saying
ahead,
the
Noah.
sacred numbers they use in esoteric circles before mainstream history says the heliocentric model came about are the same numbers in the heliocentric model. That's it. That's all
Right,
I'm
we heard
saying.
that already.
Sure. You will also find passages from Alpheus Levi, who says that the ancients discovered the heliocentric system by the modus operandi of gematria, right? So it's undeniable so this esoteric metaphysical pseudo-religious implications in the heliocentric model cannot be denied at all.
Right, but again, you're assigning special meaning to numbers when if I go outside and I use an inclinometer to measure up to a celestial object and it's 33 degrees, I don't suddenly say that star is a Freemason. There's
No
really
one
no
does
point
that.
in doing that.
No, but that's not what is done here.
Yeah, see, that's a fucking straw man right there.
No, that's
Like,
It's
fine.
if
not.
we do shit like
You're
that
just
to you,
assigning special meaning to numbers.
here's
I
the
get it.
thing.
That's
Here's
what
the
you
thing.
want to do.
Here's the
There's
thing,
no
dude.
reason to
Here's the
assign
thing,
special
dude.
meaning
Here's
to
the
any
thing,
numbers.
Dude, here's the thing. If I went outside and I said, you look at an orbit and you see a fucking Freemason, you'd get all up in your panties about some shit. You're using a fucking ridiculous straw man to try and put us down. There's no fucking value.
There's no reason to assign special meaning to any of those numbers.
Except for the fact that there is a tradition of it and an established tradition of it. So, I mean, that's like saying there's no reason that people should go to war. Well,
Yeah,
that's
well,
nice.
no.
There is
Here's
no
the
reason
thing.
people
Here's
should
the
go to
thing.
war.
Here's
But
the thing.
the fact of the matter is they go to war either way, so you can say what you want.
Right.
You
It's
can
totally
deny that
irrelevant.
people go to
Right.
war, but they still go to war.
The importance on those numbers has already been put on them.
Okay, what does it do when, say, I measure something to be 33-degree angle? What does that do?
No, it's we're not talking about that.
Does a
We're just saying
Freemason suddenly
the
spawn
numbers
and get its
in your
wings?
model- the numbers in your model have
Look,
already
there's
been
another.
used
See,
in
there's
this
another
way.
straw man. He's not actually.
He's
trying to
just being
contribute to the
funny, dude.
conversation
He's
with that
actually
kind of
pretty
a
funny.
convo.
No,
Bro.
but
You
that
gotta
was
relax.
funny.
That kind of a
That was
comment doesn't contribute anything to the convo. Straight up.
that stars the
This
free.
is not even about
Hey,
the
yo,
convo.
can I say this too?
Topic. Not
Hey,
even
bro,
about
you
the
know what?
topic. But that comment
Brother.
right there specifically does nothing to help us.
Yo, brother, you know what? You guys are both smashing idols, but you have to recognize that you're both smashing idols. Like, you're both doing it. You're both on the same team on this. No one's describing importance, but the interesting thing is that there's people that do.
Okay.
You know, that's the point.
Right, but the things that, for instance, we'd see the tropics are a certain distance from the equator, an angular distance. That's not like that number is conveniently something close to 90 minus it turns into something else that's conveniently close to a number that means something to somebody. It's what we measure it to be. So whether or not that number holds special meaning to some other group of people is completely irrelevant to what that number actually is.
I'll tell you a number that keeps
It was
popping up, and
before.
you don't have to do no goofy math
I think it
or
just makes
nothing
it
on
so
it.
interesting.
The
It just
number.
makes it so. Pardon me, but I was just gonna say, yeah, that's what makes it all intriguing. Like, nobody's really Can't be right or wrong about it. It's just the idea that wow, it's fucking interesting. You know.
I mean, Doofus, in a way, I agree with what you say, right? If we just measure these angles that are derived from reality, it's just no special importance with it because it's just reality, right? Sure. But what would you say about another example I can give when Johannes Kepler says in his Somnium, for a confirmation of the heliocentric model, that the number of letters consisting of Astronomia Copernicana is 21 letters, which is a trigonal number with the base of 6. And he uses this as a confirmation of the heliocentric model because in his work Somnium, he imagines summoning a demon with 21 letters and flying people to the moon. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay,
what
that
about
dude
that?
can do
this is the
whatever he
thing,
wants with
dude.
his numbers. I don't really care if he does or doesn't. Doesn't really change what we measure.
Yeah, but no one is talking about measurements. We are talking about some maybe occult implications in the model itself because it has been derived from occultism.
The model is based on measurements. That's the whole point. So, for instance, if we take a ham radio operator, any ham radio operator, and have him perform an EME bounce to test the distance to the moon, anywhere in the range of 220 to 270,000 miles is what they'll get due to the, timing of the equipment. Probably not that very precise, but that's something that we can measure to exist. It's not based on occultism, or the model is not some other, it's not made up or anything. That's what we
but
measure.
it's based on the speed of light or something,
There's
right?
a presupposition in there in this whole radio bounce to the moon thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I know you want there to be other media up there. We
Yeah, but
don't have
even if
evidence
there is,
for it.
There is a
even if there is,
presupposition on your
it doesn't
thing.
change
So.
that
Yeah,
that's where the number is coming from.
Right. If the number itself is the problem, well, the measurement that we make is that number. It's not like it's some built on occultish whatever. It doesn't matter. That's the number.
On a presupposition.
Whether it's a presupposition or not, if the number is the problem, the number that we measure is what we measure.
No, a number that's way more interesting than 66.6 or whatever is 273. Anyone that's looked in depth into that number, that shit is crazy.
Oh, yeah. Like the percentage of the area of a circle inscribed in a square.
Dude, there's tons of them, bro. There's
What?
tons of them. That list is huge of 273 numbers, and you don't have to do any goofy math or multiply and add this. They're just there. The square and the circle thing. It's also the 2.73 is the Kelvin temperature of intergalactic space.
Synodic month of a moon.
The moon's, yeah, that's the sidereal period of a moon. It's also.
Oh, sorry, sidereal. Yeah.
It's also the moon's size in relation to the Earth. When you compress gases, there's 273 in there. There's tons of them. There's 273 days between a vernal solstice and an equinox, or I don't know. There's 273s everywhere.
Yeah, 37. Yeah, I don't know.
Absolute
It's just
zero. Absolute zero.
It's just a fact of the matter in that when you look into it, the numbers are there, and I mean you can say whatever you want. The numbers are still there.
Noah, check the
Which
ends.
wins?
Check.
What can I say on it?
Check.
2/3 split, roughly 6.6. 2/3 split happens a lot in nature, I believe. Sometimes it's not exactly 66.6, but some people pretend it is or say it is because it's cool. And then it's also an occult number that's worked in after we find out that it's in nature, and we decide to use base 10. And then the occult meaning is worked in.
Well, ancient Sumeria used to use a base 60 number. What did he use in that Carl Monk video? Who was that? Realm? Realm, you still in here? He might have left.
Are you talking to me?
No, somebody said earlier that when they saw the Carl Monk video, I was wondering what kind of units or base system he used in it. Because he had some weird math going on. He didn't change pi, but he used like a different number for it or something, and he said it was better.
This is the problem is that like we're trying to like get into this shit and like establish something, and it's just simply trolls in the chat over here.
Some people are trolling. Some people are here because it's a good conversation topic. Some people like to debate. Some people, whatever. You know, we're all here for a bunch of different reasons. If you're paying attention, you could tell who's who. I'll be right back. I got to teach people how peanut butter and jelly combine.
Good luck. Don't lie to them.
The fluid dynamics of the peanut butter and jelly mixture.
Yeah, man. Is there more peanut butter? Is there a hidden? You know, there's no such thing as a fluffernutter.
You could make Santa out of peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter and jelly are fake.
Yeah, man. That'd be an abomination.
Blasphemy.
Have you ever had fluff?
Right here. Hold on.
You ever had fluff? Nobody's had fluff here.
Yeah. No, we have fluff. Hell yeah, marshmallow in a fucking jar, baby.
That shit is so.
It's a giant jar of marshmallow.
Oh my god.
It's like liquid marshmallow.
That's so great. Thank
It's
God
like the
for
steak
America.
puff after they roasted them.
Thank God we made that. Oh.
27.3 is roughly 6 less than 33. Maybe that means something, maybe it doesn't.
Not the number 6 again.
No, 273 pops up naturally all over the place. So a lot of people argue every little point, you know, because some of them have some crazy numbers in it. Like they say the circumference of the sun is 2,730,000 whatever thousand miles, and you know that's off by 100,000 miles, depending on who you check with.
What if the scientists claimed that the sun was exactly 100 million miles? Would you all be freaked out that it was exactly 100? Even more than freaked out now that it's 93?
I mean, it's been going up consistently. The data suggests that it will go up. Unless did it go back down a little bit? Did somebody ever claim?
I don't know.
I think maybe in the past somebody has claimed over 93 million miles, but they brought it down.
Well, yeah, it wasn't like the Earth's rotation slowing down too at some point.
No, it's getting faster. We had the fastest year.
Yeah.
We had the fastest year yesterday.
Or
no, not that. That's not rotation. That's due to the orbit.
No, it was something about how like the Earth was slowing down.
Well, they said when China built that dam, China built the biggest dam in the history of dams, and they said that slowed the Earth down by like 0.00 something seconds.
Yeah, dude, did you ever see that the politician who thought that Guam was going to flip over because of what was it? Just I know it's out of left field, but it just made me think along those lines. He was saying how it was going to flip over. You know, Guam like doesn't have any fucking birds because of snakes. Killed them all. Somebody
I
brought
mean, yeah,
snakes.
there's too many predators.
Somebody brought snakes and killed them all. There's like no
El
birds.
Satan.
What was that?
El Satan.
There you go. Yeah. See, that's why numbers matter, guys, because you got people like Don out there that take it as fucking take it all for real. Start painting their nails, walking around in fucking leather boots and shit. You still doing all that, Don?
Hey, Jeremy, did you just say that we had the fastest year yesterday? Yeah, he actually did say that. I'm not
Say we
lying.
had to what?
Oh, you did. That's why I thought it was so good.
Yeah, from spring to spring.
He backed it down. The orbit was the
You had the
fastest.
we had the
Well,
we had the fastest year yesterday.
No, last year. I meant to say last year.
Yeah, I know. It's just funny.
What does it mean, the fastest year day? I mean, shortest.
But they say the days are slowing down. China built a dam, supposedly, that slowed down the rotation of the Earth.
Oh my God, that's a weird story, isn't it? Building dams affects rotation speed now.
Checks out.
So depending on who builds too big of stuff, we could just fuck ourselves up again.
So we'll know if someone's building something big in secret.
Yeah, more wind or something will happen. But space will go past faster, won't it?
My bad if I'm making hella noise.
Jeremy, I need you for a second, Jeremy.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, so Gummy Bear is basically harassing me. I blocked him in the text chat, and now he's basically followed me into a private chat where me and Frederick were trying to discuss some shit. He's trying to taunt me in that chat. Can you do something about that, please? Because, I mean, I am not texting him on text chat. I blocked him, and he literally came into the voice chat and started trying to taunt me while I'm having a private conversation with someone else.
Where's the text chat you're in?
I didn't know Livestream 2 was
No.
a private channel.
Not.
The text chat. Like, I was in the text chat texting. Then I decided I'm not gonna talk to this guy anymore because he's wasting my time. So I blocked him. Me and Frederick were having a private conversation in Livestream 2.
Livestream
And
2,
Gummy
which
Bear,
is not a private channel.
Gummy Bear came in, and the first thing he says is like, "Are you scared or something?" He's like, just comes in to taunt me. It's like, why is this guy
Livestream
here?
2. I'm
Yeah,
in
he's
Livestream
not.
2. I'm not seeing what you're saying. I'm seeing
No,
chat.
okay. Where's fucking? He left, dude. Frederick and me were having a convo, and Gummy Bear came in.
What's the chat?
VC, bro. VC.
Right, it was voice.
VC. Just to taunt us. Is that what we want here in Earth Awakening? People going to chats just to taunt them? Like, nothing was said of value, just taunts. And unprovoked too. I was by myself with someone else.
Yeah, we might have
just
to make
taunt us.
a flat Earth only room. So I'm gonna talk to Gio
Well,
about
it's
that
not
later.
even that. It's not even that, dude. Me and him are having a private conversation. He came in with only taunts off the bat, without even.
You're having a
being asked
private
for anything.
conversation. Don't do it in Livestream 2.
Look over here. Look over here. He came in just to taunt. There's no other reason. Nobody else was in the chat. Nobody came to the chat for any reason. He just came into the chat just to taunt me. That's it. Period. Point blank.
That's your claim that I only
That's
came
the
to
characters
talk
you want. Flat Eric saw the whole thing, dude.
That's exactly
If
what
you
Gummy
think
Bear
I
did to
came
me.
in only to
Flat Eric
taunt
saw
you,
the
then
whole
could you
fucking
back that up
thing,
with
Gummy
anything?
Bear. Listen,
It's the
shut
same
up.
thing you
Let
did to
Flat
me,
Eric
dude.
talk.
When I was dealing with Rumpus, you came in and just threw salt on my
Flat
game,
Eric,
dude.
were we in Livestream 2 having a talk with nobody else, and Gummy Bear didn't want a part of it?
I literally just talked with Noah about like the Pythagoreans, and I mean I'm not being mean here, but Gummy just came in and like trash talked. I
Start
mean
taunting
that's
for
not
no reason.
necessary, right? I mean you can
Completely
listen to our
unnecessary. Is this what you
conversation, but
want? Is this what you want in this Earth Awakenings type of character and behavior you want?
I can't
All
mod
right,
too.
I take it as noted. But what topic were we on before? We've just gone way off.
Well, yeah, you should have told Gummy Bear to stick in this room and not go places
then
just to taunt people.
What do you mean stick in this room? Why would you think they could force
Like
me to
if I come
stay
in here
in
and I
one
just start
room?
yelling, you would mute me, right, Jeremy?
Guys,
no,
we're
Gummy,
gonna.
feel free
If
to
I
be.
came in here and I was interrupting the
Just
convo,
just
Jeremy,
pick a
would you
topic
mute me?
and
Wouldn't you mute me if I
good
was
call.
interrupting the convo? So Gummy
here's
Bear
what-
came in with the sole intent to interrupt the convo.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Here's what we're
I
gonna
mean, Gummy, feel free to stay
Well-
where you want. You can come down with us and listen to the conversation, but please just don't destroy it, right?
Right
Here's what we're gonna do. It's been duly noted. I can't mod 2 rooms at once. Is there another mod in here? Maybe you can go mod the other room. But I am going to talk to Gio about making like a flat Earth only room, possibly.
Yeah, because me and Flat Earth were trying to mind our own business and talk about the topic because you guys had a problem with this topic, so we went somewhere else to talk about it. And we were followed by someone who was just there to harass us. It's kind of weird.
You say followed, you imply like
There's no other people in the room except for me and Flat Earth. You loser! You followed us.
Yeah, so if I see a room like Livestream 2, I'll go in there and see what's going on.
No,
Okay,
there's
nothing wrong with
the first thing that came out of
But
your mouth
can we
was a
move
taunt
on,
towards
Numpty?
me.
Yeah, hold on a
Because
second.
the first thing that came out of your mouth was a taunt towards us.
You're
We've done
muted.
enough
Stop
destruction
talking,
here.
Gummy. Stop talking. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. It's been duly noted. We're gonna move on. All right. I don't know. I can't mod 2 rooms at once. So I'm gonna talk to Gio about making a flat Earth only room, and we won't have this problem.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I just got muted for interrupting combo. This motherfucker didn't.
Yeah,
That's
I was
all.
trying to gain control of the room. That's all, bro. It wasn't personal. I just want to move on with the topic.
All right, I'm gonna go back to live stream too.
If there's a problem, send me come get me in this VC.
Okay.
And I'll shoot right down there.
And I am
Thank you,
allowed to be
thank you,
there,
Jeremy.
right, Jeremy?
You can
Well,
go
they
there.
could
The
just
first
be
thing
here.
that comes out of
It's
your
better
mouth
here
can't be an
because-
insult. It has to be something contributive. It just can't be
Well,
the
yeah.
insult
I'm not
off the
break- I'm
bat
not
with
gonna-
no fucking reasoning behind it. You can't just enter the room and insult people out of nowhere. That's not how you do
I didn't
shit.
insult anyone. Either way, let's move.
What's the ETA on how long it takes for him to come get me and tell me there's always back already? All right, that didn't. All right, that was quick. What's the problem, Noah?
Nothing. I'm just over. I'm not even gonna
Get
be in the
over it.
room with her anymore.
Listen,
I'm
here's what-
really over that Gummy guy. Literally,
I'm
I
gonna-
tried to
Topic
block
here.
him. Okay, now he's here. I'll be gone.
I'm going to talk to
Wait, no,
Gio.
there's no point.
I'm going to
Don't
talk
run
to
away
Gio.
from him. Just
I'm
chill.
gonna talk to-
Hey, he's chasing me. He's chasing me around.
Fluric
chasing
had
me
to
around
head
like a
off for a
lost,
second.
like a lost girl.
Numpty, Fluric had to head off for a second, so he left Livestream 2. So why would I stay there alone?
Well, real
Because
quick,
you're
Gummy,
chasing you.
just so you know, Gummy.
You're chasing me.
Well, I know Rumpus isn't in here, but I just wanted to clear the air on my name because you guys were trash talking me all over the place, and I couldn't do that. But everyone's parroting somebody, man. It's just who do you choose to parrot, and who I choose to parrot is who designed the entire electrical grid that we still use today, and the words and terms they used upon their discoveries and inventions and designs were the same words they used to create them. So just because you're not aware of those words, right, and I am, doesn't mean that I'm either right or wrong, but you would first have to unravel what I'm saying before you want to choose to discredit me in any way. So just to put that out.
So that's
Those
fair.
engineers that built the power grid that we're using didn't use the terms coaxial dielectric acceleration.
They
Those
did.
are the kinds of terms that they did not use.
They did. Read their material. And
The
after you
engineers
do,
that
you can
built our
apologize, die
electrical
slow,
system
for
did
claiming he's
not
trolling.
use the terms coaxial
What do you
dielectric
think?
acceleration. Those terms were never used by the engineers that built the electrical grid that we use.
Okay, well now Dyslow will have to go and prove it to shut him up. And once he provides you the proof, he owns your fucking soul. Understand that. Once he provides you the proof, you'll be his bitch.
You have
Okay,
to calm down, dude.
settle
You are
down.
way too intense for every single conversation ever.
Settle
On top of
down,
that,
bro.
the point that Dyslow was making is that I, in his words, insulted him. And the thing is, I'm not saying that you're bad or whatever for following what Ken Wheeler said. The thing that I'm complaining about is the fact that you often read verbatim the definitions from Ken Wheeler. You don't talk like a normal person with your own thoughts. You read verbatim what he wrote. That's the one criticism I
He's
have of you.
avoiding fluff, bro. Giving you direct, straight words. He's not giving his feelings about it. He's not giving you fluff. He's not giving you bullshit. It's
Yeah,
straight to the point.
What's a
Right,
citation?
he's not
if
giving
it's
you his
reading directly
understanding.
the words.
It is his understanding. He's using the correct words. To you, it sounds like he's reading off a paper.
Oh, he is
No,
reading
he is
verbatim.
actually directly reading off the PDF.
Good, he should.
What
The paper is written with specific words. No fluff. Straight to the point.
If a citation isn't reading directly from the words, then what is it exactly?
So
If
we're
we're
not
talking
talking
about topics, the
providing
scientific,
citation.
like actual principles for things, the principal nature of how things work, we don't always read word for word what another source says. We actually say what we think in our own words.
The words he's using is his own words.
Who's
the
we
word
there?
he's
You're saying
using
we
is
like
the very word of the phenomena, bro. What you need to do is learn these words so you can stop crying about it. He's using
I know what
words.
coaxial means.
They
I
have
know what
meanings.
dielectric means. And I
They
know what
have
acceleration
meanings.
means.
I don't see that.
When I
I
take
don't
those three words
understand.
and I shove them
Can you guys hear
together,
me?
I don't suddenly form a
Can you guys
concept.
hear me?
To be
Hold on
honest,
one
to be
second.
honest,
I'm going to have to start muting people. Hold on.
Maybe not.
All right. I'm going to need Glory to stop yelling immediately. Thank you.
I was just going to say quickly that if you guys have been in this arena for long enough, you would have heard Dyslow say it in his own words enough times. So I don't get what you're on about.
What the problem is
very
when
rarely
things are strung together, well, as was mentioned a moment ago, what if I don't know the names or the definitions of the words? I know what coaxial means. I know what dielectric means, and I know what acceleration means. When I string those three words together, I don't suddenly come up with a coherent concept. There's no way to do that.
You're misrepresenting him now. He doesn't just string those words together.
literally
He uses them when it's appropriate. I don't understand this constant disrespect and gaslighting. You're the ignorant one. What
Right. So
what
when
you
you put
should
those three
do?
words together,
Wait.
what is the concept that's
No,
actually being
you're
described
cutting
with
me
those
off. And
three
listen,
words?
listen. What you should do is learn the words he's using and prove him wrong with his own words. You're stuck
As
at
I
step
already
one.
mentioned, I already know the definition of all three of
You're
those
stuck at
words.
step one. Step
Problem
one is
is with the
ignorance.
words
Hold
being
on.
used
All right.
and not the definitions.
Hold on a second. Glory, last warning, dude. Seriously,
Last
bro.
warning. He's cutting me off, bro. I have
You're
no freedom to
screaming.
speak.
I know, but you're
Is my voice output too loud, or are
Yes.
you bothered by my passion?
I muted you. Your voice output is too loud. Your voice output is too loud. Yes, that was, you hit the nail right on the head with that one. Just stop
You're being
yelling
very
at it.
loud, and the guy that you're talking to is obviously not worth that amount of effort in your speech.
I mean, maybe you'd like to tell me what coaxial dielectric acceleration means.
I never use those words in conjunction.
I have no idea what that.
You're creating.
Slow. Don't explain it.
Yeah, nobody has any idea what that means.
I
but Ken Wheeler does.
know whatever those words are together. I don't have to know what they mean to know it's a really dumb argument to say that it doesn't make sense because you don't understand it. That's just
he's not gonna. Yeah, he's
Right.
not gonna explain it for you.
Tell
You're gonna
me
have to
what it
foot the
means.
work and fucking learn
Not a
yourself.
single person has ever told me what that means.
That's your bad.
that
Your
doesn't mean
problem.
that it's not real or that it doesn't exist or that it doesn't have a definition. That means you don't understand it. That's not our problem. So if you're
Let me
arguing,
try
you don't
for you
understand
simply,
it's not
very
real.
simply, but very simply. Nobody has ever told me what it means. Not even the people that purport to know what it means has ever told me what that means. The problem's
What
not
has
with
what
me.
has science
The
ever told
problem is
anyone?
with the people using those three words together.
Yeah, the problem is
Truth
nobody
seekers,
used those
truth
words.
seekers in this
Man.
chat. Understand what people like Doofus are ultimately doing when they
You are
join
still
chats
talking
like
very
this.
loudly.
They're convinced with the reality and they're coming in here to
Maybe not.
further reinforce their
No,
own
he is.
ego.
He is. Glory,
Correct.
relax. First of all, I don't think it's unreasonable for Doofus to ask what it means. That you guys are
Creating
saying
a
this
straw man,
phrase.
Jeremy.
You guys are
I
saying a
never said
phrase, and
that.
he's like,
I never said that phrase, bro. I never
"What, the
said coaxial,
coaxial?"
dielectric, fucking whatever the fuck he's trying to
Oh,
say.
all
I've
right.
said those words, but I haven't said those words in conjunction with one another to try and reify something. So
Okay.
he's making a false straw man.
Well,
Right, search your PDF for acceleration. Perhaps you will find coaxial and dielectric right next to it at some point in the PDF.
That's nice. What did I quote that?
I mean, you read it.
Did I quote that? You're creating a straw man, bro.
Yes.
You
Fucking
created a
yes.
straw man.
You read that PDF to us all the fucking time.
And when did I cite that? That particular part. Where
Do
which
I have
part
to
is it?
come up with a date and
Which
time
part
for
is it?
you for exactly when
I
you
never said
cited that part of the
Yeah,
PDF?
I've never
Or
cited
do I
that
have
part
to
of the
just
PDF.
mention that it's in the PDF that you
Show
constantly talk
me
to us
where.
about every
Show
single
me where.
day?
Show me where.
Show me where.
Under what term?
Jesus Christ, dude.
Under what term is that? Let's see.
Next time he
Die
says,
slow.
something that you don't understand, when he's done speaking, just say, "Hey Ed, what does this term or what does this phrase mean?"
I've asked it several times.
Show me where.
He
Show
says
me under what
he's
part
never
of the
said
PDF
that.
it says that.
Dyslow saying he never said that. So if somebody else has said that, I mean that's their thing. You know what I mean?
I think
Where you at, dude?
I think coaxial dielectric acceleration is actually quite important. It actually debunks flat Earth.
You guys are the only one that said that phrase so far, from what I've heard.
Right.
Yes.
That's it.
But I now built an argument around it, and
Well, what is it?
Coaxial dielectric acceleration debunks
Yeah, what
flat
is
Earth
it?
by
What do those words mean when used in conjunction together?
they mean what they mean. Look it up in the dictionary.
I don't. You're using a phrase. I can't find anything that has a definition of that.
Yep, cool. So I need a flat earther to actually be able to Ironman my argument and explain what it means.
What? No, you're using words that I don't know what they mean.
Yes.
When used in conjunction together, it's like you're just making
that
mouth
means that
noises.
I have a strong argument that you cannot.
You're just making mouth noises.
Well,
Exactly,
Gummy
and
Bear.
that is how it sounds like when
Hey,
Dyslow
Gummy
speaks.
Bear, but who's to say
Mm-hmm.
coaxial dielectrical inertial acceleration couldn't be caused by dark polarity? Boom.
Could be dark energy.
That's dark polarity.
Well, I mean, I'll debate you on it.
Well, it's obviously it's not dark energy; it's dark polarity.
Okay, no.
Everybody knows that by now.
It's perfectly okay to say like something isn't like real or it doesn't make sense for yourself. Like if you don't understand it, it's okay for you to say, "I don't understand that. I don't want to worry about it." Totally okay. But if you're going to try and convince somebody else that a thing is or is not, like if you are insistent on convincing them of it, just making the statement of "I don't know what those words together mean," so you need to get my side. That's absurd.
We're beyond taking it seriously. That's all right now, as we were just saying now.
Yeah,
I like Gummy Bear's theory. How what is it? Coaxial.
It debunks
dielectric acceleration.
It's actually Laurie.
Confirms the globe. I like that one.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I mean, what's your contention with what Dyslow is specifically saying himself? Do you have any problem with what he's saying? There you go. You guys are good. Good to go. I'm working on my peanut butter and jelly theory, and I'll get back to you.
Hey, Jeremy.
I'm trying with crackers. What's up?
Does your peanut butter and jelly theory include the theory of peanut butter and jelly time?
There's a lot of stuff to go along. It's expanding. There's expansion, rapid, not so rapid
It's
expansion.
relative to how hungry you are.
I hope there's no spaghettification.
A lot of fluid dynamics going on with it. A lot of stuff going on here. I got formulas written all over the walls.
It's going to be the tastiest model we've ever encountered.
So listen, I don't think there's an actual problem with what you're saying, Dicelo. It doesn't appear they have any issues with what you're saying.
It's actually the same thing that no one had a problem with what I was saying.
No, I do have a problem with what you're saying. I'm asking you to define.
What's the problem?
I'm asking you to define dielectric, incoherent, fucking magnetic flux, whatever that phrase was that you used. I need you to explain what that means because I don't know.
Sure, and if I for example, let's explain coaxial. Coaxial is matter changing in spatial dimensions and in our reference points gaining some cooperative.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
That was good, though.
Coaxial is a cable that you can use to connect devices. Okay.
That's the what would
That's
you
a
say?
layman's
That's
definition.
Yeah, that's the referential. That's the
problem is
that's the
problem
connotative, not the denotative.
is modern science will try to have you believing electricity is a thing in itself, but the problem is you can never separate the magnetic component from the electric field, and thus you can never separate the dielectric field from the magnetic field because all three of those are conjoined. So essentially electricity is a hydra containing these components, and there is no discrete charge carrying particle and certainly none that terminate in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, that's due to the medium it's propagating within, and the space is the.
So where's your medium? Where's your
Yeah.
medium in a vacuum?
My medium is metaphysically present in the granular voltage right there.
Yeah, sure thing, bud.
Well, the vacuum state of space is above zero, and therefore the medium is energy itself. It's the energy field of existence itself that
So then
coherently spreads throughout all of existence.
Explain wireless power induction within a vacuum to me.
So the induction would happen from a magnetic field to a magnetic field, and the actual transference between that happens between the vacuum state of the energy. So the
Where's your
energy
magnetic
itself
field?
of the vacuum state is above zero in energy. So the energy itself is being moved from the magnet to the other magnet in order to induce a current.
Yeah. Nice try, bud.
I mean, nice try. What about that was wrong?
That
I
sounded
asked
pretty
you for
good.
wireless,
I don't know what he
wireless
said, but
power induction in a vacuum, and you tried to use magnetic induction to reify something that wasn't part of the.
Induction happens through
part
the
of the
magnetic
equation.
field in interacting with the other magnetic.
Where do you get your magnetic field from?
From either an electromagnet or a permanent magnet.
But I
Either one
thought
works.
electricity was just the flow of electrons. So where's your magnetic component within your flow of electrons?
Within the flow of electrons, have moving current, moving charge. You'll get a discrepancy
that's
between
what
the
charge
amount
is.
of charge. Between the amount of charge, what you have when you have a discrepancy between
is
the amount of
charge?
charge is
What is charge?
magnetism. So you get
What is charge?
magnetism from charge.
So what
is
is
an
charge?
inherent matter of property.
So charge and
It's
electricity are different.
inherently.
Stop interrupting him, Dicelo.
Yeah. I
Because
got it. Thank you.
he's obfuscating, dude. So charge and
Yeah,
electricity
but
and electrons are
can't
different.
you
Just
can't
I'm
ask
gonna
a
mod this.
question
Yo,
and then
yo, yo.
interrupt him in the middle of the
Hello.
answer.
I'm gonna have to mute you.
He's obfuscating.
Dicelo, let him finish.
Okay, so charge, electricity, and electrons are all three separate things, right?
Dude, listen, the number one priority here is to let people finish their sentences. All right, if they're wrong, if they're lying about
Okay,
you,
go on.
if they called you a booger face, it doesn't matter. Just
Go
let
on,
them
man.
finish, and we'll address it after, please.
So what you have are this charge. It's an inherent matter. It's an inherent property of matter. You'll have particles like electrons and protons, which have opposite charge. We name these negative and positive, but they could just as well be called A and B or yin and yang. They could be called anything. All that's important is that they're opposite. When we get a moving charge, that's when we get electricity. When we have moving charge and electricity, that induces magnetism in the surrounding air because the charge separates. And now what you get is you get a moving magnetic electric field moving around. What does that do? Well, it induces another magnetic field, and vice versa. The magnetic field, the magnetic and the electric field in the coil next over, inducing current. There you go.
You can never separate the electric from the magnetic field, dude. In order to have an electric field, you have to have a magnetic component. And first off, and secondly, you've never even explained what magnetism was. So if you want to invoke a magnetism, let alone a field, then go ahead and explain those things. But what you're doing is conjoining words prematurely without ever explaining either one of those words. You're obfuscating by stating
Sounds like how you
charge.
speak.
You've never explained what charge was. You just said they're yin and yang of each other, and it's essentially a property of some sort of a movement within matter. And that's
ignorance.
That's never been observed, and you're literally stating belief system.
So it has not been observed that protons and electrons have opposite charge, that they will if they the same charge, they will repel. If they have opposite charges, they will attract. You think this has never been observed?
There's no such thing as an electron, dude.
Okay, so when we see these things that are
there are
when you see
no
these
electrons.
things, when you see these
What's a
things that are
CRT-TV
either
doing then?
attracted, these things that are either attracted or repelled, depending on what charge you put on them, what is actually happening to you then?
That's called polarity, dude. Has nothing to do with
so that's literally what
positive and a negative electrons.
So what is polarity then?
Polarity is Mother Nature's fundamental force vector.
And how does it determine whether to attract or repel two things?
Well, let's get into that because that's a good question. So, pull it up here. Let me get my my PDF out here. So, polarity. Magnetic polarity necessitates that one understands that the human line is not Mother Nature's line, which is from non-Cartesianal nexus in counter space, and is a three-dimensionally curved linear as necessitated by geomagnetic precession and the native magnetic force vector to become an expanding torus. So when you look at the magnetic field, you have a toroid, right? And the opposite of that would be the hyperboloid. And this is the fundamental force vectors. All right, so polarity in simplex is just Mother Nature's fundamental force vector, which is divergent from counter space and curved linear by necessity, since polarity cannot be merely two-dimensional. Dimensional polarity, which polarity is by definition, cannot be merely linear, nor can it be straight, because all of nature's lines are, of course, curved linear and mutually divergent and centrifugal from a non-Cartesian nexus, and manifest both three-dimensionally as curved linear, but additionally so as necessitated by the definition of magnetism, creates space.
Let's be honest, none of these guys here understand what you're saying. They're not educated. They're not seeking to the same level.
Hold on.
Do
Does anyone
you
have
get
any
it?
questions?
Glory.
Does anyone have any questions about what he just
He
said?
left.
So
What is centrifugal from a non-Cartesian nexus?
That was Diaslow said that?
Yeah.
Are you there? Diaslow, do you know?
Sorry, I must have cut out. What?
Centrifugal from a non-Cartesian nexus?
Yeah. What about it?
Great.
He's asking what that is.
Fucking fantastic.
It's an archetype of motion. There's only essentially four types of archetypes. You have charge to discharge, centrifugal, centripetal, and hold on a second. I got someone saying something to me. Oil level right there. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, but essentially these are the archetypes of motion in nature.
From a non-Cartesian nexus, what does that mean?
That's talking about the substrate that lies under the fabric of phenomena, which is the fundamental field that everything is permeated from, being this ether field, which is comprised of dielectric and a magnetic field.
So this is everywhere then? Everywhere in Cartesian space?
No, not in the vastness of space as you put it, outer space. That's the absence of the ether.
Oh, what exactly is non-Cartesian about it?
It's non-physical. It's just potential, 0-point energy, essentially. Non-Cartesianal inertia,
Cartesian's not
however you want
physical
to.
either. Let's say
Cartesianal
non-Cartesian is
is.
non-physical because Cartesian is non-physical too.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. Cartesian
Go look up the
coordinate system or
definition.
anything Cartesian is necessarily non-physical.
It has a dimensionality to it. X, Y, Z coordinates, whereas non-Cartesianal doesn't.
No, both of them have dimensionality. A non-Cartesian coordinate system has dimensions to it.
It's just non-Cartesian.
Right.
It's not physical. Yeah.
No,
Both of them
it's
are
just
not
a different
physical.
notation. It's just a different notation. It's just a different way to describe coordinates.
This is the kind of thing, man. It's just random bullshit all strung together.
What? It's not random bullshit.
Yes, it
A
is random
two-dimensional
bullshit.
force,
Non-Cartesian
i.e.
is not
magnetism.
non-physical. It also doesn't mean that Cartesian is physical because that's
A
not true.
two-dimensional force, i.e. magnetism, divergence is impossible and illogical. Dimensionally, magnetism is an extrapolated vortex given multiple divergent vectors from each so-called pole. And these force vectors are essentially tied like a dog to a stake in the ground to the plane of inertia or the null nexus of dielectric inertia or counter space, regardless of the name you wish to apply to it. At the center of all magnetic fields, there's no magnetism, and at the center of gravity, there's no gravity. Okay? Logic necessitates that there's only one field, the dielectric, since magnetism is the dielectric field being expressed in force as implied the loss of inertia. And electricity is the construct of magnetism and dielectric working in unison to create a self-reproducing energy construct which propagates. It's not any more harder than that, dude. Wrap your head around it, bro.
Great.
Not
So
any
all
more
of
harder
the
than that.
steps that you just put out there, one of the very tiniest little things that I got hung up on, and then I forgot all the context surrounding it, was inertial plane. What plane? What coordinate system is it defined in?
Bud. That's true magnetism. Conjugate field
Inertial
geometry.
plane. Where is it? What is it? What
Conjugate
coordinates? What
field
dimensionality?
geometry.
Where?
I just told you, but you're
so
too busy over talking.
The words that were used was tied like a dog to a stake in the ground to the plane of inertia, or the null nexus of dielectric inertia.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, the same thing the Church of Empathy lady said during the Witsit debate on everyday debates. She said that starting off the debate, they wanted to say she concedes that Earth is energetically flat. So these are people on the globe side that are some of your top people who are telling you that
don't ask your
energy has a plane.
Correct. You're completely completely changing the topic. I'm trying to ask Dicelo something. What is dielectric inertia? It's a term I've never heard before. Dielectric inertia.
Give me a second. I'm checking out at the register. All right, thanks. You're all set.
plane of
There's no
inertia.
such thing. There's no such thing as an electron.
Well, one thing at a time, guys. One thing at a time. Focus.
Well, tell that to Dice. It's
They
being
haven't
He
motivated.
told you to
answer.
hang on. He told
Yeah.
you to hang on. He's checking out. Don't
I
start
know.
bringing
I'm
up like 10
I'm
different
just
things
commenting.
if you want him to address one thing after.
They haven't even got the answer, and they're already spiraling.
Right, because there is no answer. The problem is
Why would
that
you
it's
ask
just
it?
a bunch of bullshit all strung together.
Why would you ask it then? If you already know the answer, why would you ask it?
Right?
No, no
So
one knows the
let's go through it. We got this null nexus of dielectric inertia, but before that, we have to know what the plane of inertia is. What's going
Yeah,
on there?
all right. So I'm back. All right. So we want to talk about what now? The plane of inertia?
So
Right, or the null
the word
nexus of dielectric inertia.
Yeah.
dielectric
It's
inertia.
the null plane. It's the null plane between opposite the magnetic divergence and dielectric convergent field. So the plane of inertia is essentially the pantheon of field phenomena, and to study it would be the closest thing to understanding how Mother Nature works. All right. So this is
The word plane
essentially
has a very specific meaning, though.
You're right. So at the center of a magnet between polarities, there's no magnetic flux, no motion, and it's essentially just the still of quintessence, which is the closest to counter space, yet still manifest. So if you've ever looked at a supercell, if you've ever looked at a ferrocell or supercell, which is essentially the magnetic field, the holography of it, the plane of inertia is between the poles, which are phase shifted at a rate of 1 to north, or 1 north to phi south. And the plane of inertia is literally the realm of which opposite of all amnities, yet still a realm rather than completely absence in counter space. The plane of inertia transcends both the magnetic and the dielectric, and essentially has countless ramifications for both inventions and metaphysics.
Okay. I'm trying to get to each point at a time. The plane of inertia, as you're describing it, is something volumetric. It's not a plane.
Plane of
It's
inertia.
not
The
at all
plane of
a
inertia.
plane at all by the definition of the word plane.
The plane of inertia is true magnetism, right? So, like, if you
That
understand what
doesn't
I'm
make
telling
any
you,
sense. The word plane has a meaning. We can't suddenly invent new meanings for words.
okay, so you're going to play semantical games because you're just unwilling to accept the truth before you. I see.
Let me ask
The
a
truth
question.
before me is words have meanings, and people just want to assign
so then
different
if
meanings
words
to
have
words and
meaning,
just say shit all in together in some line of text that means nothing.
right? So if words have meaning, then why is science yet to explain gravity, magnetism, light, a field, electricity, anything for that matter? It's all based on abstract concept because they don't have explanation. Explanation requires logic. All right. And you don't have that. That's why when I'm trying to explain to you what magnetism is, you're just completely refuting it. And if I were to ask you what magnetism was, you would be perplexed as to give me an answer.
But I'm not going to I'm not going to string words together that have specific meanings
then give me
used
an
in
answer.
incorrect ways to try and describe something that I also don't understand.
You understand
If I'm going to take
connotative versus
something that I don't
denotative
understand and
understanding,
put
right?
words together that have no logical basis or ordering, that's me bullshitting. That's what Ken
science.
Wheeler does.
That's what science has done. That's your
No, it
belief
isn't.
system. That's your belief system in talking about abstract concepts. That's all you have. You have no explanation for any of the main fundamental phenomena that premise reality. You have none. All descriptions,
Right, so that's
mathematical
why we
assertions.
have to
That's
make
it.
up a third thing called dielectric as opposed to electric
No,
and magnetism.
dielectric.
That's why we just
Dielectric
have
was
to make
here.
that up and just insert
Dielectric
it
was
into
here
every topic.
before your understanding of the electrical system. The people that created the entire electrical system you're using denotatively use the word dielectric as opposed to your current connotative understanding as to what it means. The problem is you have a lack of understanding and you're trying to validate your argument based from ignorance and trying to drag me down into your pseudo-Romanian science, which is premised off mathematical
Romanian?
assertions. You have no explanation for anything. What's magnetism?
The fuck
What's
is
electricity? What's
pseudo-Romanian?
light? You have nothing, dude. You have concepts. That's all you have.
That's the pseudo-Ramonian is the geometry
Go ahead.
you
Let's
use
hear it.
for your space-time paradigm.
Jesus Christ,
Okay,
no.
Yeah, that is what you use. Yeah,
All this
pseudo-Riemannian.
kid likes to say is no.
That's what space-time is based in, and it's not Euclidean 3 space. It's pseudo-Riemannian 4 space.
Correct.
Let's find that real quick.
Yeah, you should know this
It's
stuff
a
before.
Can I
you
ask
have
a
the
question
debate.
while you're finding that? Can I ask my question? I've been trying to get in here for dice flow.
Did you
It's a
understand anything else?
Riemannian manifold is what GR, the type of math it uses, is the math of Riemannian manifolds, also known as tensor calculus.
Also known as
So it's certainly not Romanian.
So write it down.
Yeah, it's not
The fuck is
Romanian.
Romanian?
I didn't say. I said Romanian.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
Riemannian.
Dice flow. When you were examining magnetism, you said that the forces diverge from the null nexus of dielectric inertia. We also know that force and inertia are mutually destructive and without end. How will you get force from inertia
you
when
got
they are
that wrong.
mutually destructive?
It's force and acceleration.
Force and inertia are mutually destructive.
That's not my words. I said force and acceleration.
So, you don't agree that force and inertia are mutually destructive?
Force and motion. Actually, it's force and motion, acceleration, and inertia. Force and motion are synonymous, whereas acceleration and inertia are synonymous.
Well then, could you go to the force and motion part of your PDF and see where it says force and inertia are mutually destructive? Right now
Let's
you're
see.
disagreeing with Ken Wheeler.
Well, let's see. Let's pull it up here.
It's looking at the PDF. He's reading along like a sing-along with you.
It says force and motion are dual yet synonymous pairs of actions of magnetism. Yeah, so I was
And then
right.
2 sentences later it says force and inertia are mutually destructive and without end.
Force and inertia. Yeah, force and inertia.
If force and inertia are mutually destructive, then how is
Correct.
force coming from a dielectric inertia? Magnetism is a force.
No, actually, not quite.
Well, it is explained magnetism as the forces that diverge from the null nexus of dielectric inertia. So
In order
it
to
is explained as
to
a force from the inertia. If
in
inertia
order
and
to
force are
invoke a force,
destructive.
in order to invoke a force, you have to first explain a force of what, by what, and to what. You can't just say two objects interacting is a force. That's not an answer or an explanation.
Well, when you
How
were
we measure
explaining
it.
magnetism, you used the words that force divergences, as in the force divergences of magnetism, are from the null nexus of the dielectric inertia. So it's literally saying that the force is from the dielectric inertia. Once again, I don't see how that is possible when force and inertia are mutually destructive.
I don't know, bro. I'm just leaving the liquor store. Go ask Ken Wheeler, I guess, bro.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be nice if Ken Wheeler actually wanted to talk about this topic? You know, 2 people instead of broadcasting every single day for the past, I don't know how many years.
He has live stream
interesting.
shit where he sits there and talks about it, and I don't know. Typically, he's got anywhere from 200 to 500 people watching at any given time. So I mean,
Right. He
certainly
doesn't want to
people
have the
are
discussions
interested.
with the people.
He does. You type in your question, and he responds to you.
Let's see. Am I already blocked there? Probably.
I don't know. Depends how you act, man. If you act up, then yeah, dude. He'll fucking
Right.
mute
So
you.
when I asked
Yeah,
what
well,
is coaxial
same thing.
dielectric acceleration to Ken Wheeler, I'm not
Because you're
blocked.
merging things that aren't in conjunction with one another. Coaxial explains the geometry of light upon its longitudinal pathway. And what was the other thing you said? Dielectric acceleration?
That's talking
Yeah.
about gravity. That's talking about what gravity is. The
Yes.
dielectric
He was describing the effect that massive bodies have on light at the time.
Okay. Well, then in that case, he's talking about this toroidal geometry being the magnetic field, and probably the hyperbole geometry being the dielectric field, which are synonymously related with one another. Anytime you have either one of those fields being displayed, the other one is axiomatic. It's already there involved. It's the negative inverse of one another. They're closely related, they're tied at the hip, and they're inseparable.
Right. That's not an axiom, though.
That has to do with centripetal and centrifugal divergence to or from, you know, a Cartesian manifestation. That's what he's trying to tell you. That's how
Cartesian
everything comes
manifestation.
into and out of counter space, into existence and out of existence.
What's Cartesian manifestation?
I have a question too,
Physical
Jace.
manifestation.
Jace, what molecule is your little icon thing? Is it like an obvious one I should know?
Ethane.
It's ethane in a staggered conformation.
It's a what?
It's ethane in a staggered conformation.
The main word is
That didn't
assay.
help.
It's the fancy word to say to try or experiment. Assay. ASSAY. The verb is assay,
No.
assaying.
Ethane. ETHANE.
We're talking about a
Ethane,
molecule.
okay.
Ethane. So it has 2 carbons.
Oh shit!
It's
I was wrong. Sorry.
CH3.
It's ethane
CH3.
in a staggered what?
In a staggered conformation. So, like when you do a chemistry degree, you go through a class where you're going to do group theory, and it's one of the hardest molecules because of its symmetry to determine like where its molecular orbitals are, and where the IR and Raman absorptions and emissions will be when you do that kind of spectroscopy.
Right.
So
when he
that
used
was
the
my
word hard.
reason for choosing it.
Right. And when he used the word hard, he doesn't mean like the word material hard. It means difficult in this case.
Yeah, the math
Thanks
is
for the
extremely
clarification.
difficult.
I gotcha.
Hey,
Can
Jeremy.
you just see where it is though? What's up?
I quoted that comparison between the shortest path in the inertial frame and the non-inertial frame. Bro, you can see how they'll look like. Yeah, I sent you on DM.
Oh yeah, I remember checking it this morning. Hold on.
The blue dot is
All right.
doing the inertial path. The red dot is doing the non-inertial path.
Am I supposed to turn something on here or
Just hit animate.
just hit animate?
Yeah.
The blue dot is the what?
The inertial path.
No, the inertial path would be a curved line on the ground. That's right.
Yeah. And you can animate in the inertial frame, which is not gonna follow the rotation of the Earth. So you can see that that's actually a straight line.
I don't understand what's going on here. You don't have the paths. You don't have the dots originating from the same points.
You do. They originate in the same point. Let me. If I stream, can you watch it?
It's not letting me move this globe around anywhere, so it's starting off screen. I can't really. Honestly, I can't tell which line it's
So
coming from here.
if you look at the bars observer lat and observer long, so
Oh, I see it.
if you pull on the observer long, it'll
I got
change,
it.
like it'll turn it. Yeah.
I got it. Okay, they are originating at the same point. Okay. And this is supposed to tell me that this curved path on the ground is the longer path.
No, that's not supposed to tell you anything. It's just how it would look like. Because I want to know how it would look like. I didn't know.
Well, yeah. So the one thing that it does tell you is that the inertial shortest path isn't actually the shortest path on Earth. So it wouldn't make sense to take the inertial shortest path. You should take the
Yeah,
shortest path on Earth.
How do we know that from this thing here?
But if you try to get the inertial, the airplane will have to go a lot faster. As you can see, all those paths has the same amount of dots on it, and the inertial one has them more spaced, which means that the airplane will have to go a lot faster through the atmosphere than the non-inertial.
You also see that the path is
Oh, there we go. I
longer
was
just by
muted.
seeing that one is a straight line or straight-ish, and the other is a very curved one.
Well,
Like
okay,
half a
so
heart.
the red dot, you can treat that as what they do now. The blue dot is the dot Jeremy's proposing.
I don't understand. In both, when I have inertial frame on and inertial frame off, it always has the red dot doing a straight line.
Right, on the globe, because the globe is rotating. It's a straight line in the non-inertial reference frame, the red dot. That's what they currently do.
I know when I view it from the inertial frame, though, when I'm viewing it from the inertial frame, it's still doing a straight line.
Right, it's doing a straight line on the globe. The globe is, if you're using the globe as a reference, that's the non-inertial frame. So it's taking a straight path in the non-inertial frame. The blue dot is taking a great circle course, the shortest distance on the surface to get to the same destination, but that is the shortest distance in the inertial frame.
And when I click inertial frame, when I'm viewing it from the inertial frame, it still has the red dot doing a straight line.
Not in space. It's doing a straight line on the surface. Now,
Yes,
the
but
one
it can't
who's doing
because what's up?
The one that does the straight line when you see it on the inertial frame is actually the blue dot, not the red one.
Yeah, can you also add the path for the red dot in the inertial frame?
Yeah,
that'll take a while.
like that's what we're trying to compare.
Right, but
the two distances in both the different in the one frame to the other frame. We need the red dot and
the blue dot. The path that the blue dot travels through the inertial frame is graphed there, and that is the shortest available path for the blue dot to take in the inertial frame. The red dot will take a longer path in the inertial frame. Because you're suggesting that the shortest path, or the straight line or great circle route that they currently take in the non-inertial frame should be a straight line in the inertial frame to, I don't know, potentially what you're trying to do is save fuel or time.
trying to see what the shorter distance is. I've told you that for the past 3 days. You have like a learning, can you not hear the words that I'm using?
Right, but the red dot will take a longer path than the blue dot in the inertial frame.
I mean, it looks like it from this GIF. I'm not so sure though. Let me keep playing with it.
Yeah, you can see if you have inertial frame turned on, that blue dot is following a great circle, which will be on the surface of a sphere the shortest distance that it can travel. The red dot you see deviates to the right of that, so clearly not the shortest distance. in the inertial frame, I should say. So the red dot is definitely taking a longer path than the blue dot in the inertial frame, but we use the red dot because the atmosphere is rotating.
I don't know. I'm viewing it from the inertial frame. Clearly, something's wrong with this GIF. I'm viewing it from the inertial frame, and the line on the ground is still going straight. Doesn't make
Right.
sense, and it's not
Even if you
accurate
view it
too.
from the inertial frame, the line on the ground for the red dot will still be straight because the ground is the non-inertial frame. If you refer to coordinates on the non-inertial frame, you're not doing it from the inertial frame anymore.
Yes, but I have inertial frame. The problem here is I have the inertial frame checked, so we're viewing it from the inertial frame. I have the blue dots going in a straight line that checks out, but I also have the red dot going in a straight line, which doesn't check out because they can't both be going in a straight line when viewed from one or the other frames.
The red dot is not taking the shortest path in the inertial frame. It's not
It's taking
a
a straight
circle
line.
or a straight line.
I can see it taking a straight line. The path is traced out and everything where the dot goes, and it's a straight line.
All right, so let's do this real quick. You have inertial frame check, and if you scrub along the time scale with your finger or mouse or whatever, the red dot, as it moves across your screen, you're saying that follows a great circle.
It actually does. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I didn't play with that time thing. However, I don't know. He's got it traced out as making a straight line path and viewed from the inertial frame. So we know that's not possible because you can't.
But
you can't
it's
have it
clearly
be a
not.
straight
As
line.
you move along the time, as you move the time back and forth, the red dot is clearly not taking a straight line in the inertial frame.
I know you gotta trace that line out that the red dot's actually making in that thing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that one now.
Could
And
it
then scale
be
it, and then
possible for the paths that you have in each frame, they are turned on or off based on that checkbox option for inertial frame? So it's a little
Yeah,
less
sure.
confusing. So when you have inertial frame unchecked, you have the two paths on the globe. And when you have the inertial frame checked, you have the two paths that are in the inertial frame visible.
Yeah, then can you like do it to scale, like show how the distance that the plane traveled in both of the things?
Well, it is to scale. It just doesn't tell you what the distance difference is.
That's what I meant. Just put the distance each one travels in each path.
Alright, but that's gonna be an approximation.
Well,
I'm
how would
doing
we
numerically.
actually calculate it though?
Calculus?
That's what we need.
Using calculus, which I'm not very
Yeah.
good at, so I'm doing numerically.
Right, if it's just over the number of iterations that you see the animation going through, that's, of course, an approximation. It just happens to be a very good approximation. The actual, legit, fully accurate answer will require calculus.
Yeah, and is this the actual curved path that it would take if it were to travel that distance, or is this is just like another guess?
That's not a guess. An approximation is not a guess. Just to keep that clear.
Okay, but this isn't that accurate because it's not that much of a difference. Like if you go from Canada to Hawaii or something, you're only off by like 30 miles or something.
This is wildly different. What are the steps in between those longitude grid markers?
10 degrees.
10 degrees. So it almost gets a whole 30 degrees off course in longitude. That's a pretty huge difference.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This isn't accurate.
No, that's what it's showing you. It's going to be more. It's almost 30 degrees off course to try and take the shortest path in the inertial frame.
That is accurate. I got the distance and I used the average flight time to estimate the travel time. And the rotation of the Earth is actually 15 degrees per hour. So that is to be correct.
Yeah.
So if we were to just go in a straight line from, well, what cities did you use?
I just got 2 coordinates, but I can use real airport coordinates if you want to. That wouldn't be an
Yeah,
issue.
right now it's from the equator to a point that's 60 degrees north.
Yep.
And it'd be better. Like, I don't want to sit here and shit on your whole thing, but it would definitely be better and easier if you just had it going straight north, like a flight from,
It is.
you know.
Going
Oh, it
straight
is.
It
All
is
right.
currently going straight north.
Okay.
Actually, it wasn't before. That was Doofy's suggestion.
Yeah. Good call. Good call. Yeah. Fix this thing up a little bit. This is pretty good right here. I've been asking for this for days, for like a week now. Kosho wouldn't do it. He was scared.
Oh, Kosho's defense. This takes time, man.
He's just lazy. Don't try to stick up for him. He's just lazy.
Oh, it took me the whole day yesterday.
I ran this past some globalists on another server about like they right now their current model is 96% pseudoscience, like dumb, stupid nonsense from Lawrence Krauss. How much time and effort would it take to get that to just 95% or 96%? I mean,
It's all based on an opinion. That's wonderful.
just level it up a little bit. You'll find one thing that you could make the model better and change it. Maybe even just make it keep the same model, just manipulate it so it's no longer attached to Lawrence Krauss would be something even good.
Not attached anyway.
I just want to say thank you for whoever kept Gummy Bear from coming back in that room. We had a good conversation without him.
We didn't stop him. I can't stop people from entering that room. We are going to make a flat Earth only room, I think, soon. I ran it by Geo. We're going to see what he's saying.
Dude, me and my boy Eric or whatever, we were having a great conversation, man. We were able to present shit, share screens. It was fucking amazing.
Yeah. There's a flat Earth. There's just
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit. Yeah, that works. I mean, that's kind of like the first hour of Brandon's on Wednesday. It was like flat earthers only, and lots of productive conversations were done.
Yeah, so there's a lot of flat earthers that just don't want to deal with the Globers for whatever reason, and you know, it might be a good idea to make a room for that.
Well, they said so today. They said they're only here to troll. They don't read or pay attention to anything. They're just waiting for that second to start squawking.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them. There's
not all of them.
Yeah, only a handful.
But Crit, I think you're right, because there is an unproportionate amount of people who are just here to troll versus in real life. When you meet real Globers, they don't act like Globers on Discord. Globers on Discord are basically just anti-flat earthers most of the time. Not all of them. Like, they have cool ones, right? But there's a lot of them that are not even here for any fucking good reason.
Yeah, they said so as much because they've deemed flat Earth to be such a ridiculous idea that they're going to spend their whole life energy to combating it. And you ask them, well, what is it? They can't tell you. So you're
It's not
flat
the
Earth.
whole life energy because some of us actually do work.
So they got their whole day is all day, every day, just here, talking about
Just
flat Earth.
ignore what I just said. That's fine.
Yeah, dude, you've been exposed.
Like, look at this. Like, that's not even like we're talking about something else, and then you're bringing up like, oh, but I work. Like, is that? Do we care?
Right. I'm specifically refuting a point because the point was made that it's our whole life's energy, which is false because I have other things to do and I do them all of the time.
Well, we'll see what happens. Let's see how bad you cry when there's only a flat Earth channel and you can't get into it.
Yeah, like he came here from Gem Pandas.
Waiting.
So he's missing the flat earthers.
Yeah, on the Gem Panda servers,
Is
they
Dave
call them, autistically retarded.
is
I mean,
Dave beating? Oh, my bad, Grant.
No, I was done.
Is Dave beating Johnny driving you guys crazy over there, or what?
Pete is a tyrannical absurdist for sure, yes.
If I was trying to shut,
That's about the nicest way I can put it. He's
What is a
batshit.
tyrannical absurdist? What does that even mean?
He's batshit. In other words,
he's radically absurd.
If I was trying to shut down flat Earth and like keep people from getting involved or making it seem crazy, I would put them three dudes in a room together, and then people would just listen to them like, "Holy shit!"
So wait, a flat earther has mod at Gems, basically, and he's crazy.
I don't think he's a mod.
Who's a mod?
Never mind. I'm
None of them guys are.
No.
But they basically just pull up and wreck everything at Gems.
What? No.
Yes, they pull up and just fucking destroy. I can't tell you how many times I've been in the middle of shit with these guys, and then all of a sudden Dave or Johnny or one of them dudes jumps in.
Dallas David is actually far more agreeable than the rest of those assholes.
This is
And
how
he's
it was
fun,
described to me.
'cause he actually likes to laugh when he's having a conversation.
He's still talking about clones though, bro.
Yeah. He said, and of course we were talking about Dallas David talking about clones all the time, and Larry happens to be there. So what Dallas David did, and this took some brains, was to ask Larry if he had cloned his plumb bobs to do a test. So it was very meta, and it was very awesome that he did that.
Yeah, it's good.
That's kind of what you're looking at there. Is like they've got those
You guys want to talk
champion
about
flatties.
clones or what? We'll talk about clones and hybrids and shit.
They've got
Dumb
those
clones, man. They run the world.
You got those champion flatties, and the altards are battling for Middle Earth, which is Gem Panda server. So it's not just. Yeah, that's what they. I'll show you the screenshot they got. That's why they did it that way. They set it up that way. They want the altards, which are like the globalist version of the same guys,
There's no L.
and then they want to battle for Middle Earth.
That's a hilarious premise.
Yeah, that's why they get. That's why they want those people there. They want them to combat each other and let all the other people in the background get a good laugh.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
And you're supposed to be on board with that. That's why they want the certain moderators there that understand the philosophy of that server.
So the philosophy is to have a fat war between flat earthers and globers, and basically a fat audience of people laughing at it.
Yep. And they picked it. They identify which people are on which side with either champion flat tard or champion flat earther and altard.
Flat tard. Champion flat tard. They're making champions out of people. Dude, D-Mock could go over there and be a champion. D-Mock could definitely be a flat champion. So, what do you guys think about clones?
How about the NASA? They
Clones and
canceled.
NASA?
Yeah,
Oh, the moon. Canceled the moon, right?
they canceled it. They're not going to do it now.
Yeah, they're not going to the moon.
Rescheduled it.
Okay. So when is that gonna
For
happen now?
50 years. They've rescheduled it for 50 years.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've looked into it. I think the best proof for the moon landing shit is those radio retro reflectors. You need like $500,000 equipment to even fucking like attempt to fucking do that shit. So basically, your best proof is based on us going to a lab where someone else can afford the equipment. It's kind of weird.
Well, it's a little bit better than just saying that government never lies and they just were above board and honest about everything that they do.
I don't know. I mean, after the amount of shit that they've officially released as like hoaxes from 50 years ago, I like, come on, dude. The fact that they admit the fuck, what is that? Bay of Tonkin was a hoax. So we went to Vietnam for no fucking reason. That's admitted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think they would ever admit the Apollo missions ever, even if it became like glaringly obvious, like extreme, like we found like, I don't know. I mean, they would never, dude. It would break people's hearts. Maybe after our generation dies or something, when nobody gives a fuck and they just watch TikTok. I mean, I don't know. But definitely not like our parents. If they found out that shit was fake, it would break the hearts of that whole generation.
Because that was like their beacon of hope. Like a whole world of just crazy nonsense happening, one thing after another. Just every time they they turned on the TV, they see soldiers being killed in Vietnam. They flip open the paper, one political leader after another being assassinated. Their only beacon of hope was that someday there might be a world with peace because space. And if they take that, if they yoink that rug off from under them, there's no space. There's no place to go. It's a closed system. It's just going to be like, people are going to be all hopped up on pills, constantly depressed, calling it seasonal dysmorphic disorder. There'll be you could call it, maybe there would be some sort of mental health epidemic.
I don't know about that, but like, even if they didn't say like that, oh, space is real, but we just never had the capability to go to the moon, and we still don't. I think that alone, no flat Earth, no fucking geocentric shit, just a normal heliocentric round fucking ball Earth with gravity. Us not going to the moon because we didn't have the capability, and we still don't. That idea alone would break their hearts. No need for any of this added extra shit.
Oh yeah, yeah, because it would shatter that where the lie is just too big. Government's not that powerful. They can't do it. No, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Then someone might actually like question like the other narratives. You know what I mean? And then oh shit, I gotta question everything because they lied about the most important event ever. Like, imagine lying about the most important event ever.
Or destroying the tapes, or destroying the technology, not documenting anything.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you, Crit. It seems like a globe to me, right? But
yeah,
it seems like they never had the capability to go to the moon. That's utter bullshit. They never went there. They would have got fried in that tin can. They were in a tin can trying to go through the like, it's just ridiculous. They were in a paper mache tinfoil piece of crap. Obviously fake videos. Unless you have some sort of fucking cog diss.
Some people will say that they faked it then, but they did go back later on. There was
I
some people.
sincerely doubt it, dude. If they had the capability, they'd be fucking snatching up asteroids filled with gold and oil and bring. Oh, not oil. You wouldn't find oil, but you find gold. You find diamonds. They'd be snatching up asteroids with all kinds of rare earth elements and turning it over for billions of profit.
Yeah, in their paradigm, you have the moon getting hit by meteors, asteroids, and comets for like, I don't know, millions of years or something, and
Yeah, you would find.
they all have a heavy content. They all have a heavy content of precious metals on them, and it's been obliterated into a layers of like dust. So I mean, you could. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that show where they mine gold on the Discovery Channel. The guy that does the best is the guy that's sifting through loose sand. He's not out there trying to chisel through rocks, right? He's just throwing his shit in a tumbler and sifting and sorting through the gold out. I mean, the moon's made up of. The moon's made up of.
Non-reactive, bro. It'd be very easy to separate gold out from any material. That's why it's fucking easy.
Well, it's easy because he doesn't have to chisel through rock. So, like, if the moon's covered in this giant fucking dust layer, and there's giant layers of dust everywhere, it should be easy peasy to go up there and just get tons and tons of platinum, silver, gold, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, bro. Platinum, gold, uranium, bro. You could find fucking plutonium. You could find anything, dude. That's where all this shit is supposed to come from, right? That's where all our veins are supposed to come from, right? But yet they don't have it on the moon. Like, I don't know. It's just too far fetched, dude. It's just too far fetched, and the only way you can actually prove it is with some fucking $1 million equipment that no one can afford except for universities. And then you can only use it in their specific way to fucking, like, it's just like, okay, buddy, yeah, sure. Why the fuck are you sending humans to space anyway? It just seems like a place humans wouldn't be. Wouldn't you just send like an army of robots up there? The fucking, I mean, the most of NASA just robotics? Why are they fucking having humans do any of this shit? It makes no sense. It makes no sense economically to send a human somewhere it's hard to get them and it's hard to keep them alive. You could just send a robot that could specifically do the task you want it to.
That was a talking point, through the 80s and stuff, because they kept kicking the lunar mission, Mars mission, all these things down the road. Like, oh, we're just doing robots for right now because reasons.
Yeah, like, it makes no sense to have to try and support a human being in space where you could just design a robot to do whatever task for that. You know how much, like, you have to fucking get oxygen up there, you have to get water up there, you have to get food up there, you have to have all the equipment for them to exercise and not atrophy up there. And then, you have to have that all already like that the whole fucking time. Then you have to get rid of their waste as well. Instead of just having a machine that you don't have any of those fucking worries with, right? Dude, I just don't, it just doesn't make sense to me. Why wouldn't you just send a lot of robots up there and get it done instead of, like, spending so much more money on all the logistics it takes to get a human up there?
And they're supposedly they're the best and the brightest, and these guys are just complete clowns. Like their spokesperson, Don Patet. I mean, come on.
I don't know. And, like, I mean, in space, you have way more area to put solar panels up. You basically have unlimited fucking energy. Nothing blocking that. The sun is always available, and you have unlimited space to put your solar panels, and then you have unlimited materials because they're all just floating around in asteroids and shit. Nothing is rare, and then it takes way less energy to move shit because everything's floating around in a vacuum where nothing's holding them down to gravity. It just seems like it would be extremely profitable to just put robots up in space. I don't know. I don't get it. But all we're getting is like videos of like people and astronauts. I don't know. It just seems so unrealistic to me.
That's the Elon Musk. You can tell it's real by how fake it is.
It's like, dude, you have a place, right, where you go to, where it basically takes nothing to move shit around. You have free, unlimited, rare materials and free, unlimited energy. Yet all we can do is bounce around in a suit and like, it's just like, dude, it makes no sense in my mind.
Perpetual motion. They could make a perpetual motion machine
Like to
for
see,
unlimited.
like see how badly they tear up the fucking earth and shit just to get cobalt out the ground and oil out the fucking ground. That they're gonna leave space pristine and all they're gonna do is jump around in suits and do flips. You're fucking kidding me? And like have fucking permed hair that floats up. Like that's what they're gonna spend it on. Makes no sense from a capitalistic like perspective.
But they calculated the fuel somehow, and that it's just enough fuel to get there.
I don't know. Apparently, you can go to asteroids and mine fuel out of the asteroids, and also you can get. It's just like, I don't know. When you read all this shit about space, it just seems like it would be the wet dream of every fucking capitalist robber baron of all time. They would probably jack off to fucking every night, like, and pray to God, like, please let me go to space and industrialize it. Yet nobody's fucking doing that. And apparently, we've been sending people in fucking monkey suits up there since the '60s. Like imagine that that was a place on Earth where you go and there's unlimited resources. You can move shit around for basically free, and you have unlimited energy. Would capitalists go there and take everything out of there? Of fucking course they would. Oh no, now they won't. All of a sudden, they're only just gonna send people in suits to go fucking give us videos of them with their hair sticking up. That's what you would do.
You're maybe not even capitalists, just thrill seekers. I mean, when the people went to the top of Mount Everest, there was a line of people wanting to be the next one to do it faster.
Yeah, but imagine if at the top of Mount Everest there was every rare earth mineral in abundant quantity, an unlimited energy source, and you could move it all around for free for relatively little to free. Like imagine that. Every fucking like you'd see fucking Bill Gates at the top of Mount Everest every day extracting those resources. It just makes no fucking sense. Why would you fucking just leave it there and not do anything? It's like if you were on a fucking island and 20 meters away there was food, but your island had very little food and you're hungry and you're like, oh, someone swam to the other island before and got in a suit and did some backflips and played golf and then came back here. But we never really got that food from that island. It makes no sense. Like, we sent a guy there to this land of abundance and free everything, but we didn't grab anything on the way back. We just had him do a fucking golf on the moon and play on a buggy. Yeah, and then we phone called him with no fucking reception or fucking error or delay. The delay alone gives it away, dude. The original tapes, the delay is too little for the speed of light to the moon. And just that in itself just fucking shoots you out the water. It kills you immediately, dead on sight.
It was interesting too. The delay gets clearer, and the delay starts up a little bit, and you're like, huh. And then they eventually start making the whole phone call, and it works suddenly.
Yeah, no, it's like the original audio tapes, and then you look at the other audio tapes, and they're edited, and you're like, where is it edited? And it's literally the gap between the person, like Houston saying something, and the response from the astronaut. Like, oh, that's weird. Why is it edited this way? And you go back to the original tape, they ask him a question, and he immediately responds with no fucking delay. And it's like, you're dead out the water. You just got fucked. Like, you're fucked, dude. You just got exposed.
There's no reason for there to be a delay when the astronaut asks a question and the ground responds.
You're shot out the water, bro.
Once again, there's
You
no
edited the
reason for there
tapes.
to be
Your
a
side
delay
edited.
between
Your
when the
side
astronaut
edited the
asks a
tape.
question and the
You
ground
edited the tapes,
responds.
bro. People had the original tapes, and then you re-released the tapes, and they were edited. You got fucking shot out.
Okay, I get that you don't understand how this works. Let's try this one more time. There's no reason for
Why
there
should
to
I
be
try
a
your
delay
shit? Wait, why would there be a
between when the
reason for someone to
astronaut
edit tapes?
asks
Why
a
would someone edit
question
tapes? Why
and
would
the
someone edit
ground
tapes and add the
responds.
fucking
There's
delay?
never going to
Why would
be
someone?
any
Why would
justification
someone
for you
add
to say
delay
that
into
there
tape
should be a
in the second
delay
release?
there. That
Why
sort
would
of
they?
thing
Why
is
would they edit the
senseless
tape?
and makes absolutely no sense. Yes, I
That
said both
doesn't
of those
make any. It
things.
doesn't make any sense that they would add in delay the second time they
No,
release the tape. You're
two
correct.
people talking at the same time. We can't understand what anybody's saying. When one speaks, let the other. Come on.
Right. So why in the original recordings should there be a delay between when the astronaut asks a question and the ground responds?
Because it's going from the moon to Earth.
Think about it. Put a little brain power into that response.
Wait, isn't there quite a lot of delay on some of the ISS videos?
ISS videos are passed through, well, originally in 2008, and like a lot of the footage that they
It's
bring
not the
up is
same
from
connection.
2008 stuff. Those footages are that's all through an H.263 based system, which has a significant delay to it. Plus, there's an additional routing so that they don't lose the signal every hour and a half. The newer transmissions don't have that same system anymore.
But in the 60s, they did.
In the 60s, it would be immediate for somebody to ask a question from space and the ground to respond if the thing that's recording the conversation is on the ground. Think about it. If there's a transmission delay from the moon to the Earth, the signal takes its time to get to the Earth. The people on the ground don't have to wait to answer. They hear the question, then they respond immediately. There's no reason for there to be a delay between when the astronaut says something and the ground says something.
Yeah,
But
give
if
me a
then
second.
if then
I
the
don't
astronaut
think-
Honest
responds,
goddamn possible quibbles that somebody could possibly have. Nobody's thinking anymore.
if when the person in the ground responds, then the astronaut also responds immediately. Then you have a point. I mean, if that's what you're describing, then I think you have a point. But if it's just that he responded immediately, if it's just you responding to some, I mean, you got pinged and now you're answering back. You don't have to wait, right? If that's what you're describing, that doesn't sound like a point. But if the other person then answers again and immediately, then then you get a point.
All right, so I just went and did the calculation of dividing the distance from the moon to the Earth by the speed of light, and it's
That's not the argument.
1.2. It's 1.2 seconds, bro.
No, that's not the argument. You didn't get the argument.
They stretched the fucking response. They stretched the fucking timeout on the second tapes released, which is a direct copy of the first tapes, just with gaps of time between the response and what they asked. They got fucking caught. You got exposed. That's all there is to say.
All right, let's try this one last time since you are still not applying even the modicum of brain power in any way. So let's try this one more time. If the signal arrives to the Earth, the tape records that signal after it has traveled through space. If the signal has
I'm not gonna listen. Thank you. So basically, in the original tapes, the gap between the response is less than 1.2 seconds. Impossible by the speed of light. Then in the new tapes that were released, the gaps were widened to over 1.2 seconds. And
Can anybody
you have the
else
originals,
understand what this guy is like? How do you get through to a person that won't even fucking think for themselves?
dude, you just never let me finish my sentences.
All right, so you went through the calculation for the speed of light. Great. Now, when the signal has already done the traveling necessary to get to the Earth and is then recorded on the tape, why should there be a delay from when the ground receives the signal and they say something?
Talking about the astronauts' response, idiot.
There
All
would
right,
have
so I need evidence of that.
No, there would be a delay just from the White House to Florida at that time. Phones
No.
weren't. Yes, it was. You
From
would
the
call.
White House to Florida, there should be.
There was a delay.
I would be
Long
about 20 milliseconds of delay.
No, it weren't that. It wasn't that great. There was all
Houston-
kinds of problems in the
How
line.
not?
Yeah,
All
long
they had
distance
was
phone
analog
calls.
phone systems. There's no way from DC to Florida that the analog phone system can introduce more than 20 milliseconds of delay. It's not possible.
There was delays in phone calls all the time.
Right, the satellite routed phone calls. What we need is some sort of indication where this terrestrial phone call could possibly have a delay.
Okay, that's nice. Crit, let me tell you something real quick. There was like literally a tape where they're like, Houston was like, they asked the astronaut something and the astronaut responded immediately. It's so,
Yeah.
And then the next tape you see like, there's literally more of a gap in the audio file. It's like, what? Like, dude, they got exposed. That's all I gotta say. You can say whatever you want. That's all I gotta say.
Like they're in the same room together.
They were like, you got this on, like whatever. And he's like, yeah. It's like, wait. And then the second tape, the yeah is like a second later. It's like, dude, you got exposed.
Used to call people like long distance, stay the same. Say, "Oh, we got a bad line. Hang up, and I'll call you back." There'd be like echoes or delay, and somehow this is just a perfect phone call. Right from Nixon's green phone, he can pick it up, and he can talk to men on the moon, and lock.
Right, was his phone connected to people on the moon?
You can watch the video. All your questions.
Yes, I know. I've watched it several times.
Okay,
Was his
then there
phone
you go.
connected to the people on the moon?
Use whatever answer you need, because obviously that question proves you're the one that was.
All right, the answer I'm going to use is no. The answer is no. They have not connected that phone directly to the moon. They did have that phone connected to somewhere else in the United States. That somewhere else in the United States, even in the 60s, did not have any reason to have a phone call longer than 20 milliseconds delay between the two locations. There's no digital processing circuitry that would then buffer the audio to get from one place to the other. There's no reason to then say that the distance between Washington, D.C. and Florida makes any fucking difference to this conversation.
Yo, Crit.
What up?
Imagine like being on Earth, asking an astronaut something, and he responds in less than a second when it would take 1.2 seconds for the speed of light to get there. Just imagine.
So I need evidence of that.
Okay, if I can find the link, I'll actually send it to you. It's been like a couple weeks.
Yeah. Note that here in Discord, people start answering questions that are asked of them before the question is done being asked. So you already know that this is possible.
Huh? You just asked for evidence. I said I'll go find it. I don't. What?
Right. So let me do this one more time because it seems you didn't catch what I said.
I got it.
When you're talking in conversations on Discord and you answer before the other person has finished asking the question, do you think it's possible that it would seem to you after a 2.5 second supposed delay that it would look like he answered immediately?
What?
You know, when you're asking a question and in the middle of the question, you already know the answer. So you don't wait the person to finish the question, just answer in the middle of the question. We do this all the time on the server. That's what Doofus is saying. I mean, if the guy does that and it takes 2 seconds
Dude,
for
there
the
was
guy to finish the sentence, the answer is gonna.
It was like on the recordings, it was multiple responses in less than a second, and then they gave out the same recording again, just with gaps in between that matched the actual time it would take light to travel to the moon. Listen, I'll stop saying shit. That's all I gotta say. If I can find the link for you, I'll post it. That's it. I mean,
Oh yeah, that sounds fair.
if that's true, you're fucking wrong. 100%. There's no other fucking explanation.
Never mind everything that's said to you. We're just going to be wrong anyway, right?
Dude,
I just
you
find it
can't
It doesn't
travel
matter what the other party
you
says.
I want to
travel
say
faster
something.
than the speed of light, dude. Can you?
Do you think
Can you
a president?
You know the
Hold on.
wormhole trick? You know the wormhole trick to travel faster than the speed of light? If you do, you should let a university know, because you'll make a lot of money and get a Nobel Prize.
Right,
I just
but
want to
never
know,
mind what was said to
Doofus,
you.
can I say something really quick, please? I just
All
want
right.
to know, do you honestly think, so if we're talking about, and if this, I don't know, I've never seen this video of them responding. I've never actually even watched the conversation between Nixon and the astronauts. But if it is true that he is responding in a time faster than the speed of light, right, that those responses are coming through, do you think that a president, like, have you ever seen a conversation with anybody where they
Not
just
the president.
interrupt in the middle of somebody speaking, right? That they're just going to interrupt in the middle of somebody speaking, like we are on Discord, where we just start, talking over one another? That's your answer to that? That he was just speaking over the astronauts. That's how he was able to respond in that time frame to make that make sense.
That's not the answer.
It
We just
wouldn't be.
asked
It
if
would
he
be the other
considered
side
it.
of the conversation.
Yeah, I see what
It'd be the other side of the
I see
conversation
Shine's
that the
point,
astronaut
and
would that the astronaut would
completely
have
what
the
they were
answer
doing
before the
earlier.
question was fully heard.
That's completely what they were saying before, Shines.
I know.
Okay, let me try that one more time since
How
everybody else is
ridiculous.
talking. Let me just try that one more time since everybody else is
Nobody
talking.
cares about you, Trump.
You could. It would be the other end of the conversation that the astronauts would be saying the answer before the question was fully. That the astronauts. That the astronauts were fully heard.
He Shines.
That answered the question before the question was fully heard by
What they're
them.
saying, Shines.
This is why I don't really want
I know, because interrupting people is fucking stupid, isn't it?
See Shines.
Yeah, come on, guys. Come on.
Shines? They were saying exactly what you were saying, Shines. You were fucking completely correct.
No,
I don't know.
She said, does the president interrupt
I said the
people?
president or the astronauts would be speaking over one another, like we do
Oh, yeah.
here on Discord. And I was proving
Shines.
my point by answering you. Like, yeah, they wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't be
Shines.
talking over
Okay.
one another.
Shines,
But they
can
could.
Can I say something real quick? It wasn't actually the president that we're referring to. It's actually the Apollo missions where Houston. I don't think it was the actual Nixon talking to them. It was when they were saying shit to Armstrong and stuff, when they were like hopping onto the fucking moon surface and taking a great leap for mankind and shit. That's what we're talking about. I don't.
Okay.
Maybe Nixon called them later
Then-
on. I have no fucking idea.
Then that wouldn't even have anything
This
to do
is
with
about-
people talking over each other.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, that would have nothing to do with
Yeah,
people
you're
talking over one another.
you're still yeah. No,
Thank
Shine,
you.
your point still stands. I just want to clarify it's not actually Nixon.
Right.
We're talking
So why couldn't they say their answer before they heard the question fully?
about because they weren't on Discord like you.
Okay.
They were doing a mission
So
for
just saying they're not on Discord is not a response.
They were doing the most important mission of all time, yet they're acting like people on Discord. Sure, bro.
Right. Got it. See what I did there?
Yeah, they were acting like you on Discord when they were doing the most important mission of all time. Right. That's probably what happened. Yeah.
What I will say is that it was probably scripted what he was going to say anyway, so he knew what he was supposed to say and had a cue from the president. But I still think the astronauts wouldn't interrupt the president.
They wouldn't. No way. And it wouldn't go either vice versa or anything like that. It would be, here's the question, here's the answer. It would have been, even if it was scripted.
Shines, don't they say like shit? I mean, this is not for space. This is just for the military. Don't they say like copy that or like Roger, so they know that the sentence is over, so they don't interrupt each other and shit? Like this is for the military, not even for communications in
space.
Okay.
Like, think about
Yeah.
it.
If you have that on tape, then you
Shut
would know
up,
the answer to
doofus.
that question, right?
He directed it at me. I'm trying to answer, and you're talking over me. You're saying everybody's speaking over you, so that's
Yeah,
also
shut
very
the fuck up,
interesting.
doofus.
And yeah, they do that with the Roger and things like that, but they don't. I didn't hear that on anything that I've seen. And again, I have not watched all of them. I've never listened to Nixon talk to them. I've only listened to some of the astronaut things. Even the things today, I don't really hear them saying Roger or over and out or anything along those lines. But there is like a static, a release, and then the next person speaks. Right? There isn't this discord. Right? It would be discourse, not discord.
It's just
No,
ridiculous.
that's not the only time that they spoke. The president spoke to people in space. Many different times. I just posted in the chat.
I can't really hear you. If you can turn your volume up.
Yeah, whoever said, I just heard muffled speaking.
He must be in space.
I mean, I feel like, bro, I drive into a fucking valley over
I
here.
said when Nixon spoke to the astronauts, that's not the only time that this has happened. It's happened many times.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't say that it didn't. I'm saying that I've never listened to a president speak to astronauts prior.
I would claim that's kind of a straw man because I am specifically talking about people on the moon, not space, right? Whereas space is like, you know, there's like the inner orbit, the outer, like, you know, what is that fucking called? Where the ISS floats? That's way fucking closer than when the moon is. The moon is way fucking farther. So I'd say,
Or it'd just be a longer
talking to
delay.
space
That's all.
exactly. It would be.
But how much longer though?
Second
Like
delay.
half a second?
1.2 second. 1.2 second delay. Yeah.
Right.
If you're just accounting for the speed of light only.
Right. And so conversationally, you think out of 50,000 transmissions, there might not be 10 of them that were a little too close.
And then you would just go and edit it after and re-release it, edit it. Yeah, sure. Completely not suspicious behavior. In no way.
Right. And it's not possible that
face value. We should just take it on face value.
It's not possible that those are flipped around.
We should all just shut up, take it on face value, go home and be quiet and believe what they say.
Right. It's not possible that those are flipped around. That the unedited one is the one that was released after.
It's not possible that we just have to accept what they say, that nothing they say is sus. They never changed their story. And whatever they say now is exactly what they said yesterday. And we've never caught them saying something different from what they said before.
Let's try this again since you weren't actually listening. Let's try this one more time. What I'm saying is not accept everything that they say. What I'm asking is it possible that the unedited one was released after?
Yeah, see, these are still just messages.
Is it possible? Is it possible? Is it possible that they released the unedited one after?
Is it possible they didn't go to the moon? Oh, you don't like answering questions? Just asking
because
them.
for some reason
you're not answering your own problems. Yes, I can answer my own. You don't want to answer yours.
You don't like answering questions. You just like asking them, don't you?
I have been answering questions. Is it possible that there's the release schedule was that the unedited version came after?
But my question is it possible that they didn't go to the moon?
Sure, it's possible,
if given enough evidence. So far, what I have presented is that there's time delays that you think should be there, even if they shouldn't.
Doofus, I'm asking a very simple question. If you want me to answer,
I already gave you the answer too. Fun.
I'll give you an answer after you give me an answer.
Fuck you, dude. If I'm going to give you the answer to your question, that's it.
I'll give you.
I don't have to answer it again.
Dude, take a breath.
Okay. Yeah, he's one of those gem panda guys.
Right. Do I have to get asked the same question? Do I have to get asked the question that I already answered? Should I answer the question being asked to me multiple times?
Yes. What was the answer?
The answer was, yes, it could be fake if provided enough evidence. Now, what is possible? Is it possible that the unedited one was released after?
If you had evidence for that, yeah.
Is it possible? I already answered your question. You asked me, is it possible? Now I'm asking you, is it possible? Why won't you answer your own fucking question?
I just gave you the same answer you gave me. So what's wrong with that?
I gave you an answer. My answer ended up being yes. And I gave it so many times. But you won't give me a fucking yes or no.
I literally just gave you.
I gave you a fucking yes.
And I gave you one too.
Dude,
so I don't know what's your problem. Yeah, freak from Gems.
I had to like turn your volume way down. Like just, it's all good.
He's been like this all day.
Yeah, bro.
On and off.
God.
Yeah, because he's from Gem Panda's server. He's used to interacting with people like this.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if people could fucking behave?
No one behaves in Gem Panda's server.
That's very ironic for you to say. It's
hilarious,
nice that people can
dude.
behave. I don't think that you're behaving very well right now. So.
Right. So how do I have to ask the question? How do I have to ask the question that the other person is asking and not get the answer back in the same way that I got my answer out?
Yes, you got the exact same answer from me that you gave.
He answered exactly the same way you answered.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I answered at first with a question,
So
then I
if you've
gave
got a
my
problem-
answer to the
If you've
question.
got a problem with his answer, then you might want to look at your own.
Dude, what an idiot. That's hilarious. You kind of got exposed. This is like unlimited fucking entertainment.
Yeah,
It hasn't even started.
I just witnessed an inconclusive conversation with someone being called an idiot. Is what I witnessed.
That's not incorrect. So anyway, what about them clones?
The Clone War.
Oh yeah, the robots versus the clones in Star Wars. Maybe it's pre-predictive programming.
Doesn't this thing that Earth is Live he just posted, where it looks like it can be concave and convex, back and forth, like which one is it? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
just
know what his
ignore the
point of
actual
this
content
was.
of it. It's fine if you ignore
I
the
don't
content of it.
care what the point. I said I don't know what the point of it is.
Shines.
I am trying to have another conversation because he didn't come in here and say something about it. And I am saying it reminds me of the meme where it's all the plates that they all look upside down, and then one of them appears right up, and then it flips back and forth between concave and convex. Like you can't really tell of these images. Is it concave? Is it convex? The shadows. It's the same thing looking at the moon. Like you can't freaking tell at all. Unless you actually can touch it. You wouldn't know.
You can't even
But go
tell if
ahead
it's a
you wanna-
model.
If you
You
want to
can't
give
even
the
tell.
context.
Shines. You can't even tell if it's like a fucking little model on a table or like a computer
No, you
generated.
can't. Exactly. It could be anything. It could be totally rendered. At this day and age, like we just can't tell.
Yeah, can you tell if this is convex or concave?
No.
Okay, that's a problem.
No, it isn't a problem. It's honesty. Honesty is not a problem. What's a
Right, how can
problem
you
is
not
when somebody
tell?
says that they know something when they don't actually know it. That's a
Okay,
problem.
given the fact that this is made up of several photographs of the moon, not renders or anything like that, photographs of the moon.
Are you
How is
pirating
this
something,
number of photographs that is presented to you not tell you what
Oh,
it
it's a
is,
bunch of
convex or
photographs.
concave?
Yeah, and I can look through my telescope and see the moon, and I cannot tell if it's concave,
So
convex. It's not even
the
either
moon looks
or.
like
Who knows?
the moon looks like a giant concave something concave. That's the way it presents itself.
Yeah, it can be either concave or convex, or yeah, I don't know.
Well, think
Be
about
honest
it.
with
What would
yourself.
make more?
Would be
What
insane.
would make more sense?
Oh, here we go.
Wait,
What would make
why would
more
it be
sense?
concave?
That's a good question, actually. What would make more sense?
Yeah, given all these photographs of this thing doing what it's doing, which makes more sense?
It doesn't either. It doesn't matter. We don't know. We can't go there. We can't tell. There's a whole bunch of lights on every single area. There's a bunch of different shadows in each one of these photos that is blipping over and over again. And it looks like a disc in the sky. That's what it appears to be, a disc in the sky. And anything beyond that,
And even
I
be
don't
honest with
know.
yourself.
I mean, the way
Yeah,
the shadows work, don't work like a disc, right? I mean, the bright part is pointing to the sun, right? If it was concave, you'd have the opposite side being the brightest one, not the one towards the sun, right?
Yeah, I
As
agree
soon
with
as you move away from a disc,
with
it
that.
stops looking like it stops looking round, starts looking oval, like an oval.
When does the moon ever look like an oval? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
That's the point.
Exactly. It
It
never
looks
does.
like a disc.
Yeah, you're right. It always looks
Yeah,
like a
as soon as you move away from a disc,
That's the
It
point.
it
looks
starts
like a
looking like what?
circle.
Like an oval, right?
Right.
like,
Right.
like
Okay.
a
Wait.
lid.
Can I
No,
just
the
try
further
to
away I
can I
move
just
from
try
a
to
disc,
say
it looks
this?
like an oval. That's not true.
Yeah, if
Off
you
axis.
put
It depends on the direction. It depends on
if
the
you put a
direction.
circular, if you put a circle on your ceiling in your house, and you move to the other side of the room, if you look at it again, what shape does it look like?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean,
you're missing like that the moon isn't a light in my ceiling. So that's
Yeah,
apples and
but
oranges. That's a false
but
analogy.
but if you
yeah, but
Well,
say
it's
someone in
clearly not a disc
Australia,
anyway. Then
yeah, someone in Australia views the moon at the same time that you are, and Bandy and I've done this. It looks round to both of us. How is that possible? If it were flat,
They could just
Because
claim
the
the light.
moon isn't something that is earthly that we can like ascribe to a light in our ceiling. It is something other than, and we're trying to ascribe earthly.
it,
It's a light in my ceiling to something that is not even anything that we can touch or sense or
so it doesn't appear
even
to
get
us
to
like a
know
disc would.
whatsoever.
Right.
So
So it
you're just
doesn't appear to us like
assuming,
a disc would.
and when you assume, you make an ass out of both of us.
it,
It's just not
no,
true.
it
Right.
appears
How's
exactly
the
It doesn't
how
appear
how's
to us like a
conspiracy
disc would.
Santa's meme? Conspiracy
it
Santa's
look
meme he just posted. Do you see that?
yeah,
The
it
Karen
looks like
G
a
did that.
sphere. It looks like a sphere. Is what it looks
All
like.
of them look like spheres, but they're different shapes. I'm looking at this
Yeah,
video right
Some are
yeah, but
flat,
as
some
soon
are
as you
concave, some are different things.
one second, as soon as you like the problem with this GIF is that the camera isn't moving, right? And so
no,
isn't
yep,
the light.
camera's not moving.
As soon as you play with the camera or you bring a light source close to the images, you can then see that would reveal which ones are concave,
No. And
flat,
there
or
you're
That's a
doing it
good
again.
point,
No,
actually.
he's doing it again. He is ascribing earthly things that we can touch that are very close to us to something that is nowhere near us that we
It doesn't
actually
cannot touch
matter.
no,
or we
It
Shines.
cannot
behaves the way
understand, and
One
then
second,
saying
one
it
that,
second.
oh, it should
behaves.
behave in this way. You don't know
Wait,
how
wait,
something
Bebo,
should
wait,
behave.
Bebo.
Earthly.
It
Let me
behaves.
answer that. Let me answer
If
that,
it's not
please.
earthly,
Let me
if it's
answer
not
that,
earthly,
please.
what kind of earthly thing does it appear to us as? We
No,
can't say that it looks like a disc to us because it doesn't behave like a disc does.
It's like
It
a circle.
behaves like a
let me
convex
let me
surface.
answer Shines.
I meant circle. It appears as a circle in the sky. That's it. We only ever
Let me
see one
answer.
side of it. That's it. No matter where you are, and people from different positions
And
are
that
still
should
seeing the
even
same face
Let
of
me
it,
answer
no matter
Shines,
what.
please. So
that should be even
I wasn't trying to ascribe those properties to the moon. I'm not saying that's the moon, how the moon is. We're talking about how it appears to us, right? So I might agree with you that you if the moon is something else and work completely differently, then you could have that observation. Okay, you can have that, but we are just talking about how it appears to us, right? When we're talking about well, we're gonna use things that we experience, right? So with our
And that's
experience, if
exactly what
you
I'm
look to
saying.
that, it appears that the moon is convex towards us because it's
Exactly.
illuminated by the sun. When you look at it, when you take different photos from different positions on the Earth, as Doofy sent, it looks convex. So the whole point is just that it looks convex, and I
Yeah,
think
the whole point is you're ascribing, like I said from the very beginning, you're ascribing you just said it. You're ascribing things that we know here to what the moon actually is. And I say
no,
that that is a false comparison because we don't
but
actually know what the
I
moon
wasn't
actually is,
claiming.
how it
I
truly
was
behaves. And
I
so
wasn't
you're trying to
claiming.
compare apples and
Okay,
oranges.
I wasn't claiming what the moon actually is, Shines. I wasn't
Yeah,
claiming
you're
what the
just
moon
claiming what
actually is.
it appears to behave like a convex surface.
Oh, now we're getting
That's
into
what he's saying.
semantics.
No, that's not
That's what he
semantics.
just.
That's the original question.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't see what's wrong with what he said. He just said that it appears to behave as a convex surface. That's what it does. I mean, what's wrong with that?
I'm not saying that therefore the moon is convex. But you shouldn't deny that it appears to be convex because that we all see
No, to
that.
me, it doesn't appear to be convex. It doesn't appear to me that
Jesus
it's
Christ.
convex.
Okay, well then we
So
can all agree to disagree over this.
and you're the
move
only
on, 'cause it's
reason,
not
and
gonna
the
go
reason
anywhere.
why it doesn't appear to be convex to me is because I refuse to ascribe something that I can't touch or whatever that it appears to be convex. There are times where it actually looks like it could be concave. Like when I look through my telescope and I look at the moon, there are times where it's like, whoa, that looks like it could be going inward, not outward. So
But I'm not talking about
it can be
single.
concave, it can be convex, it could be a bunch of different things. But if
No,
we
that's
just ascribe to
only.
one
Yeah,
generality because this is how it appears to be, that isn't what the moon actually is, or
But that's what
even
he's
trying to
saying. He's just saying it
no,
appears
because
to be that way.
they even tried to claim it. This is why this all started, was that the further away you get from something with an angle, then the moon should start to appear to be an oval or a slit or whatever, when I said it was a disc, meaning that it looks
Yes.
like a circle, right? And I'm saying no, because we can't ascribe that to things like a light on our ceiling. That's ridiculous. We don't know what the moon actually is. And to say, oh, it can't do this, so therefore it must be a sphere, is how this conversation started.
All right.
It must
That's
do
not what's
this.
being said.
That
That is not
was
what is
what was
being
being said.
said. What was being said was how does it appear to us, not what it is. What it appears to us and how it behaves is it behaves in the same way that you would expect a convex surface to. And we're not saying you can judge how that works off of a single observation. Like just looking at your telescope on one night at 1 minute doesn't mean that we can't look at the moon for longer periods of time and come to other conclusions.
Okay,
And then
if you
compare
want to
that
roll
to
this
other.
back, if you want to roll this back and straight up tell me that we just didn't have a conversation, hopefully this is live stream recorded, right? Because
It is.
legitimately, y'all said that no, the moon doesn't behave that way, therefore it must be this
no,
circular thing.
we didn't say it.
The moon does not behave that way. It,
We
it
didn't
would
say
behave.
it.
It would behave. We would see something moving away, and it would turn into like an oval if it was a disc shape, which I meant like a circular, right? Then it would do this. Therefore, this would happen, and that's when I came in and said, no, you're trying to do apples and oranges, things we witness here versus things that what is the moon? That is
Except we
legitimately
didn't
how
say
this
that.
conversation started. Yeah, you did.
No, we
I'm
didn't.
gonna go back and find it. Yeah, you did.
Please do it.
So are we saying that the moon is some sort of disk that's really far away? Is that what we're saying?
She doesn't want to say that
Honestly,
either. She just wants to say that the moon is unknown.
No, I'm
because it
going back
could
to
be.
find it right now, so give me a second.
It could be that. It could be a disk that's really far away out in space, and that's why we all see the same side.
There you go.
Sure.
No, and I never said it was a disc. I also said it appears to
Appears.
be a disc, like a circle, and that's all we ever see is one side of the moon. That's it. Always.
And that's
One
what we
side
are
of the moon, no matter
challenging.
how far away it is.
It does.
And no, and
That's
then you challenged it by
shines.
saying if
Let
it
me answer you.
were, then it would be turning into an oval as it moved further away. If it were that.
That would be if it was really close to us.
Wait, shines. If when you say it looks circular, right? That's within a singular observation of the moon. What we are talking about here is the collection of observations of the moon. So it's the moon when the sun is closer, it's the moon when the sun is further, it's the moon seen from different position on the earth. When you put all that together, that's a different observation than just looking at the moon to your telescope. Of course, at the moment you're looking to the moon from your telescope, you see a circle that could be convex, that could be concave from your perspective. There's no way to tell. What we're talking about is that when you get the collection of observations, when you join all of that, then it appears that the moon is convex. It doesn't appear that it is just a circle, because that's not how circles behave. We're not saying that therefore it can't be a circle, but it doesn't appear to be one. It doesn't seem like it is one.
That's no moon.
So the only evidence, because the moon is tidally locked, we only see mostly one side, would be to take a photo from the other side. But if NASA is lying, then how do we proceed from there?
We don't have to do that because we can see more than half of the moon anyway, due to libration, like I showed earlier.
Okay.
Then there have been pictures taken of the other side of the moon. If you choose to believe or not believe. From different sources also.
If you don't believe in space photos, you go to space hell.
Yep, sure.
Space hell
Has to be
consists
they have to be
globe
fake.
earthers roasting you on Discord.
They all have to be fake though. And they have to be. Every single one of them have to be fake.
That's not true.
And I wouldn't consider any of this being roasted because it seems like we're always the one bringing observations and evidence.
That's not true though. Wait,
it's
you
kind of
just made
just
a
like
claim.
no, that's all fake. Everything you're bringing is fake. That's pretty much the only defense most flat earthers have is just to call it fake.
Well, if the continents are changing sizes on the different photos of a globe, that just means those
And
are
that's because
composites.
and that's
Those are
normally because you guys misunderstand photo
Those
length.
are composites. That just means they're
Yeah.
composites.
Focal length.
Because you have a bunch of
Focal
composites
length,
doesn't mean you have real. Doesn't mean you don't have real pictures of shit. It just means that some of this shit out there is not real.
No,
It's
I
clearly
mean
not real.
See, it's
you guys-
possible to have multiple views of the Earth and have the continents be of a different size. So as I posted right here, this is the same globe with the same camera, just different zoom levels. So the continents being a different size is a pointless argument.
I remember was challenged that the picture, one of the blue marbles doesn't match the Gale Peters projection. So what I did, I coded the UV mapping for the Gale Peters, and I used the Gale Peters projection as this texture for a sphere in Blender. With the correct UV mapping, I put the camera in the same distance that the picture was supposed to be taken from, and it matched exactly like the picture. So I mean, if you apply the correct distances, at least the ones I checked, the size of the continents are correct.
They're only for decoration purposes, aren't they?
What we're talking about?
Your model globes.
I'm not talking about model globes. I used Blender. I mean, I think I still have the video here, the video comparison that I did between what I got in Blender and with the Gale Peters projection and what the picture was.
I'm not saying that the pictures are real by all means, but I was just thinking this might sound stupid, so doofus Manfred, shut me down if you will. But if you went up high enough, seeing as we've got sort of like spherical lenses, wouldn't eventually you just see like a circle and everything, because everything outside of your vision would be like nothing. So you would just see what would look like, a circle or the earth. And then because we don't know what's moving, the sky or the earth, then it would rotate as well, or would seem to be like it was moving.
Okay, if we want to play that game, if you have a sufficiently wide angle lens and you point it straight at the ground, you would get what appears like a very tiny Earth. And moving the camera, translating along the ground coordinates would cause it to appear to rotate. However, when we have things where the camera is verified to not be a wide-angle lens, we do see that there is curvature of the horizon.
I was talking about like if you go up, like say if you went up high enough.
Right. Right, but then the
you would.
horizon's curved.
Oh, you want to talk about the horizon? But wouldn't everything curve if you were looking out of I'm talking about our eyes. If we went up high enough, like everything that we'd see would potentially be curved because we're looking out of a spherical lens, our eyeballs.
Right. Well, what's interesting about that is the human eye is not even rectilinear. So when you see out in the distance things that are straight lines appear to you as straight lines, what your brain is doing is converting that information that's coming in a non-rectilinear lens anyway. But when you use something that is a rectilinear lens, then you can verify what is or is not curving.
Okay. Have you seen that Flatlanders series?
Oh, did they finally release that? I know it was delayed a long time.
Yeah, they released it like 2 days ago. So in their little experiment, they've done a 35.5 mile laser test where
Oh,
should
more
be
laser tests? Oh, God.
700 feet of the missing curve.
Well, the problem is that they're probably using the wrong formula too. 8 inches per mile squared does not work for a non-zero observer height.
Can someone
I
someone
thought it
link
does.
that? Can someone link that Flatlanders link, please?
It's
Yeah,
just
please.
Vimeo. Go to Shelley Lewis's Facebook page, bro, and then it'll be there. Shelley Lewis.
I don't know who that is. How do you spell that?
Shelley Lewis. After
It's
she
HELLEY and Lewis LEWIS.
Yeah, she cut ties with JM Truth, right?
Yeah.
She got ties with who?
Not that Lewis. That Lewis. Or
What
maybe
is
it's
this
EY.
Flatlanders shit supposed to be?
I think maybe it's EY. Shelley EY at the end. Maybe.
Yeah, I said SHELLEY.
So in this video, do they
Why is
show?
the first thing that comes up father of Epstein?
Do they show how they level the laser?
They incrementally level it they know it's at, say, like his nose height. This is what I remember anyway. I'm not sure if they do something else, but then he goes to like 50 meters away and it's still at his nose height. Then he goes to 100 meters away. Then he keeps on going further. So I think that's how he explains how he levels it.
I look up Shelley Lewis, I just get a bunch of shit on Epstein.
All right, bro. I'll just find you the link. Sorry about that.
Is this person involved with that? Is that what?
Some of those pictures are actually of Shelley, the Shelley Lewis we're talking about.
Yeah, she's got a post on there talking about soon to be released and to stay tuned, but I don't see it posted on her page.
Oh, on Facebook?
Yeah.
That guy got stuff coming out of his head?
So I just posted a link to where she posted it on Facebook.
Where's the link at?
In the
Yeah,
chat box.
Text
on
one.
which server?
Don't tell me I posted it in the wrong server.
I don't see shit in the
Means you might have.
We use live
I
stream.
posted it. I posted it in the
Live
wrong
stream
server.
one tech.
Sorry.
Live stream one tech.
I posted it in Gem Panda's chat box.
I do that.
Hang on a second.
Yeah. I've done that a few times. Yeah. Live stream one tech.
Yeah, there it is. Or I should have just posted the actual link to it, just in case you can't go into her Facebook. So there it is. There's the link. Episode 1.
It's a movie series, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, they were talking
Why is
about
that
this for
funny?
quite a while. It's been in
Apparently
the
the
works
Hopi
for well over a
elders-
year, if I remember correctly.
It cost $1.30 to rent it, but she said if you want it for free, just private message her and she'll send it to you.
So
We're starting off strong because now we're using elevations that are against an ellipsoid as evidence for what is the flattest places to be. That's wonderful. Quick tip for any flat earthers that might be paying attention. If you use elevations on Google Maps, you're using elevations that are in reference to an ellipsoid, which is not a flat surface, which would, if you come up with constant numbers, you're implying that the world is not flat. Kind of doing your own argument in. See, Merle is back on full swing. Yay.
Merle, what was that?
Yeah, Merle's back over on Gems doing whatever he's doing, probably. He's unmuted, at least. Fucking A, that dude.
It's weird that you mentioned that because I just thought I'll go check the chat box to see if anyone said anything about the link I accidentally posted, and everyone was talking to Merle.
Yeah.
God bless his heart.
You can't help but come in and steamroll the conversations and say, everybody's a nerd.
Oh, come on, he's a good guy, Merle.
That'd be great. I mean, if he didn't just come in and start saying everything that he didn't quite understand was because everybody else was a nerd.
I think I've
What's wrong
heard
with
him
being
say
a
that.
nerd? What's wrong with being a nerd?
I don't know. He won't let me explain any of the basic topics. He says, that's all nerdisms. It doesn't prove anything. Yeah, I know. Let me get to the end of the argument. No! There's no room for talking with him. It's not possible.
So, Doofus, would you say that you're more interested in just trying to teach people things you know and get them to see it, or actually have a discussion of actually, exploring concepts or ideas?
I do. Well, my entire thing, I guess, is that if somebody says the globe model says such and such, and it doesn't, I like have to correct them on that. Or if I have some observations I've personally done or experiments that I've done myself, then I involve myself there as well. It's never really. I definitely stay away from spirituality conversations. I don't deal with spirituality in conversation.
Right. Well, it just seems like a lot of people have this like some agenda that they need to correct everybody, like, oh, I need to correct everyone and tell them all they're wrong or whatever, rather than actually having an interesting conversation, that.
Well, I mean, it would be nice if we could get through some of the basic physics or optics principles, because basically my part of my job, and the only reason why I even get anything done is that I know things about optics, and even just the basics. It seems that no flat earther knows those basics or was willing to admit them. Lemon was willing to admit some of them at some point, but since then has changed his mind and he doesn't want to admit to any of it anymore.
What are these basic optics? Teach us about some right now.
Well, if you induce a gradient such that the highest density is below, light passing through that will always bend downward. That's it. That's one of the core principles on how to interpret what we see of the world.
So you're saying basically that the light should curve downwards around a ball, giving us a farther visible horizon.
In short words, yes, basically. You should be able to see slightly farther than would be. You should be able to see slightly farther than would be geometrically possible otherwise if we did not have an atmosphere.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I was. That's
Get him to
exactly what I was
quantify that, please. Quantify that.
Oh
How
my
much further?
goodness.
Depends on the conditions.
So you're saying the atmospheric conditions of the day affect how far you see? Congratulations.
Right. If you do get up into 20 feet above ground level or higher, however, those conditions are static.
20 feet?
20 feet or more.
Fair enough. At 20 feet, the geometric horizon would be at one place. How much further in feet would you see further because of your effect that you're talking about?
Oh, okay. Let me go get the calculation.
So, if I'm just trying to re-describe what you're saying to see if I understand it correctly. Are you saying that basically if I'm 20 feet above, say, the water at sea level, When I look out to the horizon, I'm looking at a geometric horizon because it's not as refracted.
No, he's saying you see.
No, you're
you
seeing
see
slightly
further.
further.
Yeah, I want to know how much further. If you at 20 feet you see 10 miles,
What
then
was the 20 feet thing about then? I'm confused.
he's
That's
getting up
much
above the
more
refraction.
stable up there.
It doesn't fluctuate above 20 feet.
The direction of the gradient is consistently in one direction. That doesn't mean that the gradient doesn't vary a little bit within that direction, but it's always monotonic.
So you're saying the geometric horizon should take effect at 20 feet, right? Well, it doesn't. What now?
No, I'm not saying the geometric horizon is what you would see at 20 feet.
Why
That's not
not?
what
At
I'm saying.
20 feet, you're taking away all the unstable refractive effects. You're saying you're
Right,
minimizing.
and then we're left with only the stable ones. And the stable one is causing looming.
So now it's looming. It was looming before, but now it's stable. It's looming more.
No, I
Okay,
didn't
I
say
have a
looming
question.
more. I said when it's stable, it's looming.
Okay, wait.
You said at sea level, if the light was bending down, which was rising something up. When you go to 20 feet, that object is going to loom more because it's stable. Correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then
Wait,
repeat what you're saying.
Oh wait, let me.
What I'm saying
before you
is when you're
fucking
20
repeat
feet
that,
or
let me.
above, the direction that the light is being bent through the atmosphere is always downward, and that always gives you a slightly longer view of what you can see. It doesn't mean that
Quantify it.
it's always looming more than some benchmark. It
Then go
just
ahead and
means that it's
quantify it.
just looming.
Cool. Quantify it so we can test it.
All right, I was getting to that until you interrupted me.
My interruption caused you to stop quantifying it. That's an excuse.
Right, because I had to go dig up the
Not really.
calculation.
You can't calculate and talk at the same time. I got it. Go on mute then. Calculate it. Come back with that simple answer.
All right.
So,
in
from my understanding, is basically once you get 20 feet or above, you will have the distance to the geometric horizon plus a constant of refraction that won't fluctuate at all. So the horizon will always appear in the same place once you get past 20 feet. Is that?
That's not what I'm saying either. What I'm saying is that the direction that light is bending when you're at 20 feet or more above any surface is that it's always giving you some amount of looming. It may be close to zero amount of looming. It may be more amount of looming, but it's always looming. You're always going to see slightly further than you should be able to see geometrically.
So is
that's
looming
just
is
wrong.
not constant? Is that looming not constant then? What was the point of
No,
bringing
not
it to 20
necessarily.
feet?
It
It's
depends
due to
on
the atmospheric conditions.
it depends on the strength of the temperature gradient primarily.
I am so confused. So what is the difference between under and over 20 feet?
That's what he's
That
trying
it
to
always
do.
appears far. Always appears. We can always see farther after 20 feet, whereas we can't always below 20 feet. I'm confused.
Right.
You can
Below
see
20
further.
feet is less stable. So if we have a warm surface, you can cause light to bend upward instead of downward, for instance.
Define more or less stable. You mean that we would get bottom up obstruction the lower we got to the surface?
More or less stable. I'm talking about the gradient. The gradient is less stable.
Would that create a problem as you got lower to the surface that you wouldn't receive the information? The light wouldn't get back to you, which would create bottom up obstruction.
You don't below 20 feet AGL.
That's not even.
You
That's
don't
not
get
even
a
relevant to the.
stable.
That's not even relevant to the conversation.
It's relevant on how light gets to us, optics.
Right.
The
Below 20
atmospheric
feet
conditions
AGL.
and the height creating. Yeah, it's very relevant. Who are you?
Okay. Below 20 feet AGL, you don't get a consistent, stable direction for the. Oh my God. One of these days, I'll get my answer out.
Oh, sorry, I was hot
Below
mic.
20 feet AGL, you don't get a single consistent direction which way light will be bending, which is why you see some things are inverted. That's not something that happens when the light is bending in one consistent direction. When you get above 20 feet AGL, it is bending in a consistent direction.
Right. So it's always bending in the same direction, but maybe not the same magnitude once you get above 20 feet.
It may not be exactly the same amount for every point be above 20 feet, because as we know, the gradient thins out as you go with more altitude.
Got that quantification yet?
That makes more sense now.
All right. I'm on my phone. It says it's very small text.
I'm curious to see what Rocky is going to actually do once he gets the quantification.
It doesn't have the horizon on it. Oh, hold on.
Well, maybe you'd have to wait until we get the quantification then.
Is it using? Oh, it's using my target distance. Okay, that should be better. All right.
You're gonna plug a
It
little,
looks like
radius
it
value
looks
in there?
like. Excuse me?
Are you gonna plug a radius value in there with your quantification?
It's already in the calculator.
There you have it.
There it is.
There it is. That's what I'm gonna do, B-ball.
Oh, really? That's it? You didn't want to just tell me that the calculator has a radius value?
So you're proving a radius with a radius value that has it in the calculation. Congratulations, sir. That's called begging the question.
Right. At no point did I say I was proving the radius. So thanks for making up what I was doing, Rakia.
I didn't say you were proving any radius.
Yes, you just fucking did. You said I'm proving the radius by using the radius. Those are the words that you used, Rakia. So if you want to lie in this conversation again, go ahead.
Are you done cutting me off, or can I speak now?
Okay, play the victim.
You
That'll
sound a
help.
little triggered. Still got that quantity coming, don't you? 20 feet. We can see X amount. Beyond the geometric. X amount is what we're looking for there, Chief. Been asking for like 10
how does
minutes.
GPS work on a flat Earth?
Hold on. I'm over Jens.
Like, are there any flat earthers who like understand GPS and have a flat Earth explanation for it?
They claim
Rakia,
it.
can you
They
take it
claim
from
it's
here?
yeah. They claim it's balloons and ground positioning systems. That's what they claim.
What?
Am I right about that, Rakia?
Wait, what? I just heard you just said
I'm
something
still
about a
waiting on that
balloon in the
quantification.
ground.
It's in the chat.
Just say it.
It's right here.
Just say it. We can see X to the geometric, and because of your theory of light bending constantly in one way, we can see this much further. How much further is that?
So it's in the chat. So what do you now? What are you gonna do with it?
I'm not looking at chat. I'm asking him to say it on VC. I'm in
You
VC.
can. Well, you're on your phone, right? So you can pull out your phone and look at the chat.
Don't worry about where I'm at or what I'm doing. I'm asking him to say it.
Well, he brought it, so there it is. You can look
Right,
at it.
So the distance that you would expect to see, hold on. It's got it in angles too. One moment. Why didn't he give it in miles or whatever?
So you're using someone else's calculations.
Yeah.
But you do understand without proving the radius. I mean, that's like if I said, "Well, I'm going to make up this calculation for why we see things the way we do, but I'm going to say the radius is 9,000 miles." And then I just plug that into my calculation. Boom, 9,000 miles. You know what I mean? So you're not actually, without proving that first, you're not really validating anything. It's just a reification.
Right. The purpose of the question wasn't to validate anything except to give a distance to the horizon. That was what the purpose of the question was.
Yeah, we're asking you what geometric horizon, and you can give us a value at 20 feet. You see 10 miles, and then what is your looming miles? I'm asking it again, and still waiting.
A formula for that or something?
And while he's getting that, I'll further state, and he's proven my point for me. As you go up, if the light is bending down, you would see further. Of course, you would have less distortion. That's why when you get closer to the surface and the light, if it is in fact bending down and not getting back to the viewer, would cause bottom up obstruction. Thank you very much.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah. Backwards. Let's try this again. Screenshot.
That's interesting, Rocky. Yeah, so you're saying that would cause bottom up obstruction, and then they're just claiming that it's Earth curve or whatever.
Right. Of course, it would create bottom up obstruction. You're looking through more medium. It's more disturbed. That's why he's saying go up and get out of that disturbance. And then he's denying that it would disturb the.
All right.
Yeah,
what
go
you
ahead.
would need in order for that to exist is consistent light bending upward, not downward, Rakia. You got it backwards.
No, even if the light is bending up, even if the light is bending up, don't matter which way the light is bending.
Aren't you the one?
It really does matter which way the light is
Wait a
bending.
minute.
All right,
Really,
so
it doesn't.
here we go.
Hold on.
The numbers that you wanted.
Aren't you the one who said it only starts consistently bending downwards after 20 feet?
Yeah, if you're 20 feet or higher, that's what you should expect, is that the light is bending downward.
So what's it doing 20 feet or lower? More disturbed, right?
Right. So get out of
So
there.
you're not seeing things as clearly, and you're definitely not seeing the things closer to the surface as clear. Bottom up obstruction.
Let me ask you a question
So
though.
if your targets are also above the 20 feet AGL, then you also have the same kind of refraction to those targets. But let me give you those numbers you were asking for. Say we didn't have an atmosphere at all, right? That there was no air that we breathe. We would be seeing out to 5.476 miles, it says. Right. Now, when we do include standard atmospheric conditions for 20 feet AGL or above, you should see as far as 6 miles. So that's an additional, what is that, 2,400 feet or something? 2,800 feet? Less than a mile. That's the difference. Was there a response, Rakia? All right, now I guess if I wanted to hammer the point home, what we measure in our atmosphere at 20 feet or more is consistently decreasing density. And I'll even put that in the chat.
And there's a lot of stuff going on in our atmosphere. You can have, there's a lot of stuff going on in our atmosphere. There's magnetic fields that can cause light to bend. There's an effect where light can interact with itself and peaks at troughs or peaks at peaks, and you can actually get bending, the appearance of bending light without the light actually bending. There's a whole bunch. This is a very dynamic system we're in, guys. Come on, think about it.
But can I ask a question
though? The thought has definitely been put into it. So at 20 feet AGL or above, the atmosphere is continuously decreasing in density. The only upshot of this that is possible is that light bends downward through that.
It's like you didn't even hear what I said.
I know, because you weren't paying attention to what I was
impressive.
presenting.
I was trying to get a question. Anyone with a flat earthers. If the Earth were to be curved, would we get bottom up obstruction?
I'd say
yes.
Depending on how the light was bending, yeah. Since it's bending, maybe.
We would also see
Most
things
likely.
tilting. It wouldn't just be
Most-
bottom up. There would also be a tilt.
Most likely.
And it would be
1 degree per 69
consistent.
miles.
It would be consistent because it's physical. Yes, that's what I would expect.
How much of a tilt would you think you'd notice?
It would have to be pretty far off to be the tilt, but I mean, if you're saying
I
that that's
think-
the geometric
I think-
horizon,
Wait, I think I have an
then there
answer
would be
for
a
that
tilt
one.
there.
I think I have an
There would
answer
be-
for that one. I think it's 1 degree of tilt for every 69 miles.
Oh boy. 3 miles. Anything past that horizon geometrically, if you're seeing it, would be distorted.
So you
We
wouldn't see
see
any
things
tilt.
way past that aren't
You'd never
distorted.
see the
You
tilt.
straight on to that object, you probably wouldn't notice the tilt because it's tilting away from you. But
Exactly.
you would be able to measure the geometric horizon that's obstructing the bottom, but yet we don't. We only observe the bottom up obstruction.
Radio waves
Yeah,
kind
I
of
wanted
do,
to hear that. What was
depending
your
on the
reason that we
frequency.
wouldn't see any tilt? Where the geometric horizon is, that we wouldn't see any tilt
Like,
until
oh.
further distance?
Go ahead,
Because it's
Rocky.
going away, the object would be tilting away from you if you were
Yeah.
on a curve. You wouldn't notice
Yeah.
that.
So why wouldn't we notice that the object is tilting? If we were seeing something that's like even closer to us, it's on a hill, and we can see that it's built on that hill, it would be tilting away from us, and we would notice that tilt, right?
You can't
It's
see
very
slight
simple.
tilts like that away from you.
It's
Can I
very
ask
simple.
a question?
If you have an
Can I ask a
object
question?
that's on if you have an object that's on a sphere about a radius with 3,959 miles, if that were true, if you have an object that's 69 miles away from you, then it would be tilted away from you by 1 degree, and you can't notice
What I said.
That's what he said earlier, and everybody
1/360th,
laughed at him.
and then you can't notice 1/360th of a circle of that object tilting away from you. You just
That's what
can't.
I'm saying. That's what I said.
Then why did everybody laugh when he said that earlier?
Yeah, I
that's
didn't
what
laugh.
the exact words I said.
Yeah.
I didn't laugh,
that's
but
exactly
the problem
what it
you
would be.
have, you can put you can put 2 plumb lines very close to each other and make them really, really tall. And as you go up, they would get further and further away. They do not.
True.
You're saying if we, and then you never did. So I don't
No,
know how you
no
would
one's
know.
ever done it. That's why I'm saying that.
Okay,
Right,
so
that's a
that's not
good point.
evidence for your position.
How much would
I'm
the, how far
disproving
would the
your theory.
Right, by
plumb
just
lines
saying
have to
somebody
be and
could do
what
something that nobody's ever done, therefore, that's not evidence, Rakia. That's not how this works.
No one's ever
Dude,
measured curved water
we're trying to
too.
discuss we're trying to discuss this experiment right now, and you're shutting it down before it's even done. Like, I don't know. I'd like to discuss how we could actually do this plumb line shit instead of automatically discrediting it before anything happens.
All right. What we could use is 2 theodolites, and those theodolites base their level readings off of plumb, which is the same concept. If you take these precision instruments some distance apart, a mile or 2, you can actually
Then you
measure
get
a small.
distorted measurements.
Then you can measure a small deviation between the parallels.
No, you get a distorted measurement because of the distance involved using optics. We just discussed. You're the optics expert, and you're saying you can measure that far accurately through the atmosphere? I'll call BS.
Yeah, see, if you take those 2 precision devices at 20 feet AGL or above, then you know the specific direction refraction is affecting your measurements.
Yeah, you have to calculate it, right?
Okay.
And then you know through
not
experimental
measure.
verification, with the consistency of the atmosphere above 20 feet AGL, that the light is bending in a specific direction and affecting the measurement in a specific direction.
Okay.
That's why he
That's not- okay,
switched it
okay,
from
okay,
the
okay,
original
that's-
plumb
that's-
line
that's-
experiment.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait.
And that's
How
why.
about- oh no!
That's
shut
why
up.
instead of
Wait, no!
just-
Shut up! Wait, how
Hold
about
on, man. Let me
instead of
just
using
fucking make one point.
How about instead of using a fucking theodolite and all this optics and shit, we just put the plumb lines like 2 fucking inches away from each other and just have them go up, and then we just go up and we take a ruler. And if it's less than 2 inches after a while. You just be like, well, it's more than more than 2 inches. There you go. They're not.
How
parallel.
high would you have to go?
They're diverging.
How high would you really have to go, though?
See, another unrealistic expectation.
Right. If we start at 2 inches apart at the bottom, how high would you have to go before it becomes 2 and 1/16?
I'm not sure. I'll have to grab some paper and fucking calculate it.
Yeah, really fucking high in the
Wait, do you have
many
a number
miles.
for that? Do you have a number, or are you just gonna say really high?
Let's work it out, I guess.
Give me a ballpark. Why don't we work it out instead of making claims about it?
Well, it like
You're
like a
gonna
little over
laugh at
half
how
of
high it would have to
You just
be.
claimed it's really high. I would like to
And-
know what specific number and unit really high is.
So,
Well,
say for
it-
example, these things are 3,959 miles away from the center point. It's in miles, and I want to put them apart by 2 inches. Jesus Christ, dude.
So you haven't calculated anything yet. You've given
It's calculating it now, I think.
Yeah, they're 250 million and some change inches away from the center of the Earth. Jesus. Is it beeping? Hold on, I'll be back.
Just what I was trying to say earlier is that that's why when you look at manuals, there's a section in there that tell you how to account for curvature and refraction.
Well, that's weird. Why would they have to tell you that? Why wouldn't you just?
Because if you didn't, you get an error.
Yeah, because the Earth isn't curving.
No, then your measurement would be incorrect.
It's pretty awesome how hardcore the globe has been on trial for like almost a decade now. A solid like it's like a solid 8 years of just constantly shredding and putting the globe on trial. It's awesome.
Definitely not on trial.
And you're not getting acquitted either.
The globe is on trial. No.
You wouldn't be here defending it if it wasn't on trial.
Oh, give us
that's what I was gonna say. As he's right here, right now.
give us something else that works.
Get wrecked.
Give us
Discover
another
that.
model that works.
Discover that with us.
We've been trying to help you guys. Give us another model that works.
Have
Matches
you
up.
though? Have you been trying to help?
Sure.
There's
many.
I think I'm going to
tried
press X to doubt on that one. Maybe.
There's many Globers that have tried making flat Earth models.
Maybe not.
Well, putting an entire model together, I mean, if we instantly had access to the entire Earth.
I mean, you guys don't even have that.
If we had access to the entire Earth and all of the equipment that the military has, yeah, we could get a model together. Give us a couple of weeks and all that equipment and free access to the entire Earth. We'll have it all spanked out for you.
I mean, you guys have flat Earthers all over the globe, right?
What
No,
relevance does
we're
that
not
have?
on a globe, dude. We're not on a globe.
Okay, all over the flat plane, right?
There are people aware of this all over the world. Yes, all over the Earth.
Okay. Well, you guys can get together. I'm pretty sure you guys have some, smart people on your side. The money. Let's put it together and let's make it happen. If it matches reality, makes predictions, then we'll go with that model and we'll test it.
Are you someone who also thinks that like all black people know each other or something?
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, really? We'll just all get together.
They don't all know each other.
Like, are you one of those people? You just you see someone who's got darker skin. It's like, oh well, all those
So
guys
you
must
don't,
know each other. Like,
so you don't know other flat earthers?
do I know every flat earther
That
in the world? No, I don't.
that is Globe
I'm
Logic
sure of
101.
it.
So you don't know other flat earthers?
There's
That's
53,000 on
fucking
Dave White's
hilarious.
All over
app
the world,
alone.
no.
I know
There
like
you go.
100.
You just killed him with
You
an
guys are all
analogy.
you guys can all get together. You guys
I
are
got
all
real
searching for
afraid.
the same
His
truth.
virtue signaling side got real
If,
afraid real quick.
if
Like,
you're all
I
searching
don't do
for the
that.
same truth, what would be the problem?
Well, hold on, B-Ball, you're kind of comparing two things. What I said is that if we had all of the technology that the military has at our fingertips, that we could launch any submarine, high-altitude airplane, et cetera, we have all that equipment, and we have all the time and money and resources to do that, then yes, we could get the entire map and as much of the model as possible. I mean, obviously the sky, if you can't get to the sky to tangibly touch it, that's going to be, but if we're talking about the actual Earth itself, you're comparing that to a bunch of people that know that the Earth isn't a globe are supposed to all get on the phone together and somehow, without all the money, resources, and equipment, and somehow get the entire map of the Earth?
I mean, you wouldn't even have to do
Also,
all
like
that.
the fact that every time we get together on the internet, we have to we can't even plan shit because half the time we're arguing about dumb, the stupidest fucking shit. This isn't like a fucking unit. This ain't the military. There's a bunch of random fuckers on the internet who all fucking have questions about something similar.
We have a
Chaotic
great
as fuck.
place. We have a great place to
trust
come
those
and try
fuckers
and.
to plan anything, dude. You would trust a bunch of flat earthers to plan a wedding, let alone some sort of fucking international effort.
Anyway, we have a great place to come, and we try and come here and express our ideas and teach people how bottom-up construction and things like that could be occurring and how sunrises and sunsets could work. But then we get a bunch of yahoos in here obfuscating and talking over and saying, well, you should get together with all the other flat earthers and like get all your money together and become the military. That's what we get.
Nothing about becoming the military. It's just going out and looking for the truth that you've been searching for. But some of you guys think you've already
What do you
found
think
the
is
truth.
going on? What do you think is happening?
Yeah, I'd say that's been happening for, like I said, almost a decade now. It's been almost 8 years. That's been happening, profusely with everybody who has whatever time and money and energy that they have to be able to do so. There's been several documentaries and films made. There's been, hundreds, if not thousands of different tests done, laser tests. I mean, all kinds of things that have been done within the financial and time restrictions that people have.
Yeah, we just funded $6,000 this week to a group to go out and do more testing this year and do more computer stuff and things like that. Just this week. Honestly, we did. Honestly, that's what happened.
Did that test honestly cost $6,000? Come on.
That's not what I said. I said we just funded one group that's going to do more testing. Did you not hear, B-Ball, or are you upset?
Does that group require $6,000 to
No, they
test?
require much, much more. And they're going to get it.
I got an announcement to make. The plumb bobs that you want to do 2 inches apart in order to get an extra 1/16 of an inch have to be almost 79 miles tall.
And I've just done a similar calculation, Doofus, that if you wanted 6 inches apart, in other words, a sort of reasonable distance, you'd have to go up 333,000 meters, i.e. about the height of the ISS, just to get a 6-inch difference.
Right,
nice. Let's get on it.
This plumb line thing
So
that's
completely
standing
ridiculous,
79 miles tall is obviously not going to happen.
Utterly ridiculous and typical of people who have no understanding of the geometry of the situation.
So you're saying it's like it almost doesn't exist.
To make such a stupid suggestion.
So you're saying it's never been measured and it's only a theory then?
No one's gone up to the ISS to measure a 6-inch difference, correct?
Which is exactly what I just said. So no one's measured it and it's just
because it's a stupid thing to do.
You don't even realize why I asked the question.
I understand you asked it because you're stupid.
They won't let me answer.
You guys, let's try to talk. Hold on. One at a please.
You don't have evidence.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm only muting you because Rakia was speaking first. Let's let Rakia go, and then whoever wants to go next. Try to speak one at a time so we can.
Yeah, I'll be quick too, Gio. Thanks. The reason I brought up the plumb line was just for people like Rumpus and this other guy to try and calculate it and say how impossible it is to measure. Meaning, it's never been measured otherwise, and it's just a theory. as he
It's only
overcome my
impossible to
answer?
measure if you set up a stupid scenario where they're only 2 inches apart. But if it's 69 miles apart, it's a degree apart. Or you can use a theodolite, as Doofus suggested, say 600 meters apart, where it is measurable. You set up a stupid way of measuring it that it's impossible to do it. But Doofus suggested a perfectly reasonable way of doing it. But you didn't like that because, of course, it gives you results you don't like.
No, because it uses a calculation assuming the Earth curve already in refraction. I'm
No, it
talking about a
doesn't assume
measurement.
Earth curve already. Okay, you do have to account for refraction. That is true, and that's why. But you can do that from physics. You know how much, as Doofus said, you know what the refraction is going to be,
Based
and
on
you
what?
can
Did you get wrecked
on
or did you get
physics.
wrecked?
On refraction, we know how refraction works. We've got equations for it. We know exactly, given a
Tell the
temperature
audience
gradient,
that
a density
equation.
gradient. When we're given a density gradient, we can work out what the refraction can be.
I'm
And
cool
what's
with you saying
more,
that. What is it?
if there's
What's the
something
equation?
called I don't know if you've heard this in your surveying thing. There's something called a reciprocal zenith measurement, where you can actually measure the refraction that's going on. So there are ways of doing this and actually measuring the refraction that's taking place.
What refraction are you calculating into your measurement, please, sir?
Well, it depends on what the atmospheric conditions are. But if you know what the atmospheric conditions are, you can calculate the refraction that will occur from
The one
our
you're
knowledge of
talking about
physics.
right now, this very moment, the one you just mentioned that you can calculate, what
Mine was
are you?
refraction free. If you're referring to are you referring to the theodolite experiment or the one that you suggested?
I'm referring to the one you just said you would have to calculate refraction. Are you
The
dense?
theodolite one, the doofus one. Yeah, doofus we're suggesting if you take two theodolites and point them at one another, and you see they're not pointing at one another because of the curvature of the Earth, and you can determine that from
There it
preferably about
is.
a kilometre would be ideal, but you can do it with over 600 meters.
And what's that formula again?
Well, if you ignore refraction, then it's just simply the
No, the
angular difference.
refraction formula.
Well, you then have to allow the 7/6R, and then
R. What's R? What's R in that
R.
formula?
Who's muttering in the background, or it's an echo or something? It's something. Well, we know what R is, and we can measure that in a
Well,
variety
what is
of
it? Just
ways.
say it out loud.
What the value?
Right,
6,371 kilometers.
No, what's R stand for?
The radius.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
I'm
Right.
glad you're
You
glad
don't
you're glad.
necessarily depend upon that. As you can depend, that 7/6R figure that you guys like to rail against, you can actually derive independently if you took the time to do the sort of thing that was necessary to do it.
Well, the 7/6R, the reason there's an R in there is because end up, if you do the calculation of what the refraction curve will be, that is a
refraction
curve
what?
thing. The curve that the light path takes has a radius in the
curve
atmosphere.
over what?
Well, hold on. You can calculate there's something muttering going. Right, so you can calculate what the curve of the refraction light of the refraction will occur, and then the reason you get the R involved is because that's a convenient way of multiplying. Because the normal way, for instance, you have whenever you use these R in these calculations, like for instance, what's hidden, there's an R involved in there, and the refraction is just a multiplier. So in fact, the refraction part is just 7/6 multiplied by an equation which happens to have R in it. So you multiply the 7/6 by the R. So the normal for instance, you can calculate what the hidden value would be if you ignored the atmosphere and just said do it geometrically. What would be the amount that's hidden of an object at a certain distance? And that
So this
involves a
wouldn't be a
calculation
good
of
way
R.
to.
Nearly there.
Hold
And
on,
then all
Rumpus.
the refraction does is to put a multiplier on that of the equation that you've already got. Finished.
Rumpus. So this wouldn't be a good way to prove R if you're using R in the formula,
Well,
right?
we're not trying to prove R.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
As I
Making
understand it,
sure.
he just wanted to see what the effect would be, but the thing that Doofer said, where you can point two theodolites to one another over a reasonable distance and see that they're not pointing one another, therefore the Earth cannot be flat, is perfectly reasonable because you can calculate what the refraction will be from physics.
You're putting a curve value in your formula.
No,
Of course
see,
it's gonna come out
7/6R.
Of course it's gonna
7/6R
come out curved. You
has
put a radius in it.
No, it's 7/6 is the
7/6R is based on two independent radii measured independently. It's a comparison between the two.
Yeah,
So
the
if you
refraction,
take
it's a ratio. It's a ratio between two curves. The actual refraction part is 7/6. The reason we call it 7/6R is because where you used R in all, because invariably all these things have R in them, things like I say, like the hidden value, where you can it's just telling you where to put the 7/6. It's saying, well, instead of
Yeah.
using just R, you put 7/6 R. So the actual refraction part of it is 7/6. And they're just
I
saying, well,
realize
where
that.
would you
So-
put that? Just shove it in where you have R, shove 7/6 R. So the refraction thing is just 7/6. The R comes from the calculation, the formula that you have with R in it to say determine what's hidden or the drop or the dip angle, which always includes an R value. And all the refraction does is says multiply that by 7/6.
So you have the radius value in your formula.
No,
or
the
no?
radius value is already in the equation geometrically, and then all the refraction is a multiplier
We're supposed
of
to be
what you've
measuring
already
if
got.
there even is an R. Rumpus.
No,
This
no.
is
You
supposed to tell
start
us
off with an
if there even
equation.
is
You
an R.
start off with an equation, for instance, like that. All these dip angles and drops and hidden values all have an R in them, and all the refraction says is multiply that by 7/6. So if there was another value in there, it'd be something else. It just so happens you've got R in there. So all the refraction is
It
doing
just so
is
happens,
multiplying
yeah.
it by value. Yeah. Well,
Right.
obviously, all these things with the curvature of the Earth involved, and the dip angle, and the drop, and the hidden, all are a function of the radius of the Earth. So of course
Listen,
you're
they're
going to have an
supposed
R
to
in
be
there.
telling us if there is. It's supposed to be telling us if there is an R, not.
But all the
or
the
if it
refraction
is,
is just
or
a
if it is
modifier
curved.
to
Hold
what
on.
you've already got.
Please try to let people finish, please.
So in other words, if there was no radius, in other words, if the radius was infinity, well, you can't multiply by 7/6. But
Tell me about the infinity radius.
well, that's
hold
a
on.
flat Earth. A flat Earth would have a R is equal to infinity.
Rumpus, I think what we want to get to first is the fact that the Earth is qualitatively convex in the first place, which is what that measurement is doing.
Yeah. Because the
Right,
refraction
so-
effect is much smaller than the curvature of the Earth. It's a 1/6. So it's about 10%. So for instance, when I'm doing my rect experiment, of the curvature I'm going to get, 10% of that will be refraction undoing. Actually, it's going to be making the curvature less, but most of the curvature is actually of a much greater magnitude than the refraction. So as Doofer says, you could then qualitatively say, look, this is curved, this can't be flat, and then you can then add in that 7/6 factor to then remove the flattening that occurs due to refraction.
Okay, where's the thing where you measured the curve though without using this
I'm
presupposed
looking through a
R?
theodolite. You can say, look, if it was on a flat Earth, these two things would point at one another. They're not pointing one another. They're all dropped. Therefore, the Earth must be curved. Now, when you then decide how much that is, as Doofer says, you've qualitatively determined it's curved, and then you say, well, look at the physics. Well, it says there should be about 10% of what you're missing should be extra flattening. But the curving, due to the fact that curvature is a much more significant element, and then you can use that and say, right, okay, I'll whip off 10% of the value that I'm getting for my curvature, and then you get the actual value for the curvature of the Earth.
So have you ever measured curvature without using this refraction value that has R in it?
Well, if you decided not to, you would just end up with a slightly... Go ahead, Doofus.
Let me just run through it in very, very simple terms.
No, I had a simple question. Hold on.
Right, it is a very simple question, but it has an
Okay, it's
answer
yes or
that
no.
if I use the simplest terms possible should be the easiest to understand. So if we have these two theodolites 20 feet above the surface on both ends, when they're pointing at each other, assuming a flat Earth, and we know that the atmosphere up there is going to cause the light to bend downward, then the angles
You don't know that.
are the zenith angles should add up to less than 180 degrees because the light's bending downward. We know that it always adds up to more than 180 degrees in those conditions. So then it can't possibly be that the Earth is flat.
Okay, I already addressed this earlier. You attempted to ignore. You successfully ignored it earlier. I'll say this again for one. Yes, you have a density gradient working in your favor. However, there's many other factors I told you about earlier. You have magnetism. Hold on, you have magnetism bending. I said it's working for you, the density gradient. Fine. There's also other effects.
It's working against the curvature.
Okay, the way you think.
The density gradient we've got flattens the Earth more than it should be. In other words, it makes it a bigger radius.
Rumpus, 1 second. He said the density gradient is working for our position.
No, it's not. It's making the Earth appear more flat.
It's working for our position that the
no,
Earth
it's not.
is spherical.
It's working against our position. It's making the Earth appear more flat than
it's supporting our position in the fact that if the density gradient bends the light downward, then things should appear to us as concave on a flat Earth, and they still appear convex. That's what's supporting our position.
Okay, if you want to put that, okay, yeah, against the flat Earth position. Okay, it makes the spherical Earth look more flat. It would make a flat Earth look concave. Agreed.
All right. Now, if we want to go with magnetism, the problem is that we don't have an experiment whereby light is influenced by magnetism in air.
Correct. There is no law of physics whatsoever you will find in any scientific documentation that says light is affected by magnetic fields. So you've just made that up, and I'm afraid that's invalidated.
Okay, that's not true. They've actually done experiments that can
No,
show
they haven't.
light move. Rumpus, this ain't gonna work. Just go on mute for like 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Thanks. No, just put the mute button on. So they've actually done experiments where they've gotten light to travel at different speeds because of the fact that light bends in a medium due to magnetism. It doesn't actually bend the light. You're right. It bends the medium. The light's in the medium. The light does get bent.
The light is not affected by magnetism.
Oh boy, it's like you didn't even hear me.
I did.
Like
You said
really
it was a
didn't even hear
magnetic
me, did
effect,
he?
and it's not. If you're going to have messing around with mediums, as you just introduced, that's another thing altogether. Magnetism does not affect light.
Yeah, it does.
Rumpus,
No,
you're
it does
right.
not. Give us a citation for that. You will not be able to find it.
Rumpus,
You can take
Rumpus. He's not even hearing me, Gio, right?
I am.
Rumpus.
You said that magnetism affects
Hold
light, and
on.
it does not.
Well,
Okay,
let's hear.
listen.
I think Daislaw was trying to get in. Let's see. I want to hear.
Let me just.
I was just trying to
go
say
ahead,
there's
Daislaw.
videos on it, man. There's videos
No,
where
they're
people
not.
take a super magnet, an 8-inch, really high neodymium Gauss magnet, and they take a flashlight, pass the light through a crystal, and you can see the reflection of the light on the magnet being obscured and bent due to the magnetic field that's the light's passing through.
Post that video,
No, that'll
please.
be just due to the medium. It won't be due to magnetism.
All right, I'll post it.
Yeah. So what you may find is the magnetism affects the medium, but that doesn't mean to say it's affecting the light. It's the medium that's doing the affecting.
Yeah, I would want to see a laser.
Well, that's the whole point. The visible light. You're not actually seeing visible light. You're seeing the byproduct of visible light being illumination interacting with the medium or an object.
I
The
didn't
human eye
understand that.
doesn't
You're not
perceive.
seeing visible light. I don't understand
The
that
human
statement.
the human eye does not perceive light. It perceives the byproduct of light being illumination, which is
Hold
the
on.
interaction.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Which is the interaction between light and a medium. So all
You
visible
don't
light
think
is
light?
Let him finish.
consubstantial.
Rumpus.
You guys have just talked through and interrupted Daislaw the whole time. Even if you
But he just made an amazing
that's
statement.
fine.
We don't see light.
All right, you're going to be temporarily muted for a second. Listen, even if you don't agree with them, just hold on to your socks and just let someone finish. Take notes, whatever you need to do, and you can fully respond. But to just clip people and cut off, Rumpus, you know how annoying it is to be cut off. When you're in a thought, you're trying to get something out, and someone interrupts, you know how annoying it is. So please don't do that so people can finish. Daislaw, could you possibly say that again so we could hear what you were saying?
Yeah, no worries. I was just trying to say all visible light is non-perceivable to the human eye. The only thing perceivable is the byproduct of light being illumination, which is interaction of light and an object or said medium. So the fact that you see light is only existent due to the medium that it's interacting with. Therefore, visible light is a consubstantiality of what's being witnessed in the phenomena. It's secondhand to the
May I
actual.
That was utter drivel. And if you can find any scientific paper anywhere that details that, you won't be able to find it.
We need a scientific
Light.
paper backed up by your
Exactly. In other words,
papers to
science.
say-
Yes. If you be a science denier, then you don't have. If
So we
you can
need
want to
the
make stuff up.
politics and the
Yes. So you
funding
interrupted
and
me.
the
So I
politicians
was
and the
quiet for 30
money.
seconds, and now you're going to interrupt me, aren't
I
you?
literally
After
was started
I was
talking, you've
perfectly
interrupted me
quiet
the
for
whole
30
time.
seconds
That's
there.
great.
I let him finish his explanation, and now you're trying to prevent me from responding. So you will not find any experiment anywhere that supports what you just said. Light interacts with the retina in the eye. There's no need for a medium whatsoever. You can see light in a vacuum, so there's no requirement for a medium whatsoever. You just made that up, presumably from another piece of your Ken Wheeler script.
Light actually interacts with the furthest most region of the eye, being the macular region. And furthermore, and for another example, Rumpus, can we witness light in the vacuum of space? Or does it take an atmosphere or an object to interact with that light?
We can
through
see
that
it in the vacuum of space.
Oh, we can see light in the vacuum of space, you're saying?
Correct.
Really? And can you give me an example of that?
Well, the fact that astronauts can look out from their ISS and then say, "Oh, look, there we are. I can see that thing out the window."
Yeah, you're seeing the source, but you're not seeing light interacting with anything else in between that because there's nothing for it to interact with. Therefore, there's no
What?
rays of light or corpuscle rays of light at all.
What? What are you talking about?
How'd the
You
light
can
get
see
there then?
things out in a vacuum. You can see stuff. If you have a vacuum chamber, you can see into a vacuum chamber and see things in it. The light is passing through the vacuum chamber and then goes into your eye, where it is indeed refracted by your eye. But that, we're not talking about
Right.
refraction
And
here. Well,
your
hold
eye
on,
is
that's
an
not. It's
object.
only being refracted. We're talking about the detection part of it, and all the refraction of your eye does is simply bend it. It doesn't stop it. It just simply bends, changes its direction. And then when it arrives at your retina, where it then interacts, and due to the photoelectric effect, it causes a voltage to occur as it interacts with your a little chemical inside the inside your cone or rod or whatever it is, and then that generates a voltage. There's the photoelectric effect occurring there. There's no problem about seeing light passes through a vacuum because we can see things in a vacuum. I mean, just the most insane suggestion I've many you've made. That's one of the most
Put
insane.
aluminum foil on it.
Visible light requires a medium or an object
No, it
to be
doesn't.
visible.
Right, that's
Yes,
just
it
incorrect.
does.
Go and
How
find.
did it get there then?
He's saying that you can. He's saying that light does not pass through a vacuum, and you can just demonstrate this by generating a vacuum chamber and shining a light in
That's
it. I
not
mean,
what
this
I'm
is
saying.
absolutely
That's
insane.
not at all what I said. You're straw
It is. You
manning
said
me.
it.
I
You
didn't
said it
say,
has to have a medium,
I
and if you have a
never said that light
vacuum,
cannot pass through. I said
you
visible
said
light
that
for it to
light
be
had to have a
witnessed.
medium, and you
I
have it in
said
a
visible
vacuum.
light. I said visible light for it to be observed requires a medium. That's
No, it
what I
doesn't.
said. I
You can
didn't say
have
light
light in a
cannot.
vacuum,
I
and then you
never
can
said
see
light.
it.
I never said light could not pass through a vacuum. That's not at all what I said.
Well, you seem to be
Okay, so then
suggesting
light
that
doesn't
Here
light.
need
you
a
go
medium.
again. Once again, misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Well, it's just a piece of
Straw
idiot. I mean, I
manning and
suppose.
twisting.
Well,
Straw
okay,
manning and
it's
twisting
such
my
a stupid
words
thing to
into
say. It's very
gibberish.
difficult to know which piece of idiocy to attack first. The point is that light passes through a vacuum,
That's
and
all
then it
you've done all day, dude,
you
with
can.
ad
I
homs.
mean, you can
That's
have,
all
if you
you've done
want,
all
a
day with
bare.
ad homs,
You can have a
bro. It's
bare
pretty annoying, dude.
device, a
That's
bare
all you do, bro, is
photoelectric
talk
device in
shit.
a vacuum.
Dude,
That's what
Rumpus,
cameras in
chill
space do.
That's
out.
all you do
And
is
then
talk
the
shit,
light
bro.
in a vacuum just.
Yeah,
Is he
Rumpus,
wrong?
you're going to have to be temporarily muted. You're clipping everybody. You're just trying to dominate the conversation. So take a couple minutes for a break. Dies, look, there's someone else that was actually speaking that got interrupted. All right,
I
he
think Shines
definitely
wanted to say something. Go ahead, Shines.
Oh no, I got interrupted a while ago. The conversation has moved way beyond that.
Yeah, I was right in the middle.
That was a long time ago.
I was right in the middle of the point about how light magnetism can cause light to bend in a medium. They've actually done studies to show that you can slow the speed of light down in the same medium. Bandsaw has it. I don't have it on me right now, but I mean, this is known stuff.
So what this was brought up was in relation to light passing through air. What I need is magnetism changing the direction of light in air.
Yeah, Bebo just posted video. A guy had a neobium magnet, and it did not affect the laser.
All right, so we can scratch off magnetism as a cause for the result. What's next?
No, we're definitely not scratching off magnetism. Why are we doing that?
Okay, so the video that was posted, a gigantic magnet and a laser in air, right? Because what I need is this observation that's done in air for magnetism
I got
to
a
be
video.
able to
I
bend
got a
that
video I'd like
light.
to post on that.
If the light
Yeah.
is not bent in air by magnetism, then magnetism is scratched off the list.
We'll put that one on the back
Oh, where am I
burner.
posting it?
Bandsaw
Livestream?
bandits.
Here
I
we
said
go.
we'll
Here's
put
a
that one on the back
video.
burner. Bandsaw. We'll put that one on the back burner for now because Bandsaw got something for that. What did you say? You had something for that?
Yeah, it's
Flow?
right there.
All right,
Livestream
there you go.
16. I just posted a video.
If this doesn't work, Bandsaw has another thing in it. We'll put that on the back burner for now. But there is another thing that we can talk about. But this magnetism thing isn't over with yet. You just wanted to toss that shit, bro? What are you, nuts? You guys are so quick to just try to like toss shit out.
Right. So we have a gigantic magnet, a very strong magnet, and light passing by it and not causing an effect. So now what?
Yeah, I got one right here where it is. So this is a even stronger magnet. Maybe it's a super magnet.
Maybe it's made of materials that we don't know. very strong metal gyroscope can sit on it, but oh well. Supposed to be looking at here? What am I really looking at here? He's shining a light through a prism, right? Then he says something happened. What's actually happening here? There's nothing happening. The prism is doing everything.
You got to go. I think it's like about 3 minutes in, and you start. Maybe you can kind of get a better an angle or something.
What's the understanding of how photons collide or like bounce into each other if they're heading head on?
Photons bounce at each other?
There's also another thing I can bring up after about the light appearing to bend but not actually bending due to peaks interacting with troughs and troughs interacting with peaks and when peaks hit peaks.
Yeah, that's beamforming, but we're not talking about that yet.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We're not done with magnetism. We didn't toss it out like you wanted to 5 minutes ago. We're still on that.
Okay, what am I actually seeing here? I'm seeing a prism.
I don't know. We're
bending
gonna have to wait for Bandsoft for my thing. I don't know what dice look at.
All right.
Yeah.
That was pointless.
Yeah, it feels like I lost 4 minutes of my life.
Yeah, that comes from the guy that he's the only one in the world that knows what magnetism is, and all of physics is stupid. That's that guy.
Yeah, go ahead, explain it then, please. I'm listening.
Explain what? That's all we're asking. What is
Explain
supposed to be
magnetism.
explained
Go
there?
ahead.
Okay, the prism is bending the light. Thanks. That was so much wasted time.
Yeah.
Well, Howard, in response to what you said, I mean, obviously the mainstream is not always correct because even your very globe model at the time, even in the story we're told, everybody thought the Earth was absolutely stationary and planar. And then, who would have been considered a quack at that time, they started coming up with ideas that Earth was a globe. So they were quacks and weirdos. And then now you think the Earth is a globe or whatever. So anyways, I'm just saying the fact that you're trying to say that Ken Wheeler, says that all of something is wrong, but that doesn't mean that he's wrong. He could know something that a lot of people don't. And I'm not even saying the Earth is a globe. I'm just using that correlation to that idea.
It'd be nice if CRT TVs didn't debunk Ken Wheeler, but CRT TVs exist. So,
I mean, if you know better than people who work at it, you can do more than they do. Because if they're managing to get things done with wrong information, you should be able to do things better with the correct information.
You could have a type of curve magnification thing. Dude, there's a whole list of shit. We'll be here all week trying to go through all this. We ain't even off magnetism
caused by
yet.
what? What would the curved magnification thing be? Say refraction, I dare you.
We could just assume that
Has to do with the geometry of the magnetic field.
All right, great. So we didn't have a good positive result for magnetism. Thanks for your entry, by the way.
Actually, we did. I saw the bending in the light. Too bad you didn't.
The best shot that you had was roughly 3 minutes in when the left side was overexposed. That's it. The prism was bending the
Actually,
light
the
the
best
entire
shot was
time.
about 3 minutes 40 seconds. And
If light really affected, if magnetism really affected light, then we should have seen the light bend that magnet bend that laser in the other video.
Right.
Bro,
And that
I'm
magnet is
surprised.
clearly
It
stronger
sounds
than the
like
one
you've
that
never
Ken Wheeler
seen.
used.
Sounds like
You-
you've never seen a ferrocell or a supercell where you can see the complete holography of the interlacing between light and the dielectric field. You see literally black and white, being white representing the light, which it is, and the dark representing the dielectric field, which it is, inducing each other and interlacing and creating this whole complete holography. So
That
the
is,
fact that
it's not
the
light.
fact that you can't explain that, the
We
fact you
can't.
can't explain that should tell you something.
We
Okay,
can't.
we
Well,
can though.
it should affect the laser too, then, if that's the case.
Oh, it does. It does.
It doesn't. The
It
the
didn't.
Oh, it
giant
does.
magnet
It
next
does.
to the laser doesn't seem to do anything to the laser.
You
But in
can
addition to
create.
that, if you want to bring up a ferrocell, the problem is that you're bending the medium, which is then bending the light.
No, there's no medium being bent.
It's the
You
That's what's
literally
in a
have
ferrocell,
you
dude.
you literally have less than a hair
What's
thick
in a
of
ferrocell?
ferrosurfactant fluid. Literally less than a hair's thickness of ferrosurfactant fluid sandwiched
All right.
in between those two optical lenses, which is just a little bit of ferrofluid, which should not be enough to create that complete darkness that's interlaced
Who said
between
it
the
should
light.
not be enough?
Show me where you can use ferrosurfactant fluid to block out light, dude, in any other situation without a magnetic field being present. Please, I'll be waiting
Not
to see
blocked
that.
out.
Thank you. And you'll be
It's
winning a
not blocked
Nobel
out.
Prize. Yeah.
It's not
Yeah, well, it's
blocked
blacked out.
You
It's
can
blocked
see
out
the
in the
light
supercell.
clearly. It's not
It's blocked
blocked
out in
out.
the supercell. It's literally blocked out in the supercell. That's the only way you can see the holography. The fact that it's completely blacked out.
We see light,
And at the
therefore it's
centermost
blocked out.
portion,
Dude,
at
just
the
get the
centermost
fuck out,
portion,
dude.
it's completely dark and black. Where else do you see light